had a comment into Crypto, who's got the name at the moment of Curvature Enjoyer. Brilliant, well done. I think that's really cool. He's saying that it's kind of common knowledge that you can see the North Africa from Malaga, I think it was, of a distance of approximately 50 kilometres or so. So that's quite interesting. You shouldn't be able to see Africa from Malaga at that distance, I wouldn't have thought.
No, I wouldn't have thought so. But as I say, that's what the locals said, and I don't know the distance, so don't quote me on 50k. But I would imagine it's that seems like a reasonable guess to me, but also I could be way off. Maybe I'll look it up on my phone now, actually. But regardless, I remember looking at it at the time thinking, there's no way you should be able to see North Africa from Malaga on a ball. No way.
We've also had Bold Unit 323 jump into the chat. What's up, my friend? Hope you're doing well today. I'm doing really well, thanks. Awesome stuff.
Do we have any Globe champions today?
Champions?
Globe Black Knights?
I'm a white knight.
Tis merely a flesh wound.
Globe Jesters?
Globe Jesters.
Yep.
That's all of them. I think Britnat might be our resident Globe Jester. Yeah.
Well, I've been out of action really because I've not been debating Globe that much. I mean, I've had a few run-ins, but I'm mostly looking into these Antarctic claims. Right? That's what I've been looking into.
Britnat, can you sing at all well?
Can I sing? No.
Yeah. Oh, because you could have been like the Globe Earth Bard.
Yeah, I mean, I was thinking, weirdly enough, being a bard, not like in real life, but like in a game, I was thinking about that the other day, so maybe I could be.
You could have like a Globe Earth shanty. And be like, there once was a tale of curvature. Da, 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 da.
$1.22 miles at the square root of the observer's height.
I think this could be a new genre of music, Globe Earth shanties.
You can have gas pressure without a container.
There once was a tale of gravity, and it clung balls to other balls. The balls, they did tug upon each other, and
I
it
don't
wasn't
know
gay at all.
I don't know if the Earth is a globe, but I'll say it anyway.
So I'm interested, Britnat. What have you been looking into with regards to Antarctica?
Are you not going to join in our Globe Earth shanty?
Well, I'll probably leave that to you two gentlemen.
Not much of a singer, I take it. But with Antarctica, there was a few claims that I heard that I've been hearing a lot recently, and it started off with Mick Toon, right? Because he was reading the Antarctic Treaty, and I thought, okay, well, I think he's missing some points here. I think he wasn't actually that honest with his take, because whilst he was definitely addressing the idea that the Antarctic Treaty doesn't prevent anything, particularly, other than like military exercises and military maneuvers and military bases and stuff like that, and nuclear weapons being discharged there, but he didn't really address what flat earthers say, because the Antarctic Treaty does set up something, and that's domestic law, right? So in the UK, for instance, it does clearly state at the FCDO that it's illegal to go to Antarctica without express permission, right? But whilst I think that's all well and good on the flat earth side, and I think that McToon was being a bit dishonest, I'm looking into how we've operated, not we, like the raw we, right, have operated in Antarctica with respect to fishing, with respect to people doing flights, sailing and other competitions along those lines, or just observer flights, those sorts of things, and tourism and science in that area, to see where I might find a discrepancy between some of the claims to flat earthers say about whether or not what kind of permission you require to go there, right? But I haven't, I haven't formulated into an argument yet. It's just like sporadic evidence at this point.
Fair enough, man.
So, did I just hear you admit that MC2 was dishonest?
Yeah, I said that the other day as well. I think he was dancing around the point that I do think flat earthers are wrong, that the Antarctic Treaty doesn't necessarily preclude you being able to go there, right? I'd say it probably does the opposite. But he was dishonest in the way that flat earthers aren't really talking. They might mention the Antarctic Treaty, but that's the domestic laws, the whether or not you can go based on the national law of your country of origin, and that is almost universally needs permission. Go on.
Our argument is never
Robot in, brother.
ever been that you can't physically go there. The argument is that you can't freely explore, right? So when we say you can't freely explore Antarctica, then we get all of this dishonest. Am I back? Hello.
Yeah, I can hear you now.
There once was a tale of Kurt.
Oh no, some kind of interference is happening, mate. I think we caught another radio station. What's going on? Start again,
I think
mate.
McToon is being a bit dishonest with how he's portraying it. But I do hear some flat earthers like literally just say that the Antarctic Treaty precludes it. I've heard that said a few times in this room as well. Depends on the flat earther, really, how precise they're going to be when they talk about Antarctica, right?
Am I back?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yes, you are, mate.
Yeah, so we say that we said that you can't freely explore. So that's different from just whether you can physically go there, right?
Yeah. No, I just said that like some flat earthers do actually prima facie to say the Antarctic Treaty precludes it, and anything south of 60 degrees parallel. But I don't think those claims are true. I do think there's obviously something in the idea that you can't really explore it. Sure, I'd probably agree with that. But
it's
there's
true.
things, there's caveats like sailing and fishing, right? Which is done well, not now anymore because it's now done in the Antarctic Peninsula mostly. But in the 80s, you know, they were fishing krill all the way across the Antarctic, right? Those are like the things I'm looking at right now.
I mean, yeah, but that's only really open to large corporations with lots of money. And the reason that they're allowed to do that is because they've filled in the relevant paperwork and paid the exclusion fees, right? So those barriers they're not physical barriers, but they are legal and financial barriers that 99.9% of people can't overcome.
Yeah, I think. Well, you got to think like it's not the businessman with all the money who's going down there fishing, though, right? It's the worker, right, that's going down there fishing. It's also the case that I was experimenting, theorizing this idea that if you had like an AI drone sailing boat with a camera on it, you could sail potentially without. I don't think you like that. I mean, like you don't have to worry about being arrested because you're not actually there, right? You're somewhere else. Sail it across or around, doesn't really matter which one, the Antarctic to see what the go is, right? I think that's possible.
Sure. Problem is, though, is that if whatever you've got, they've got 20 years more advanced. So, like, it's probably very, very easy for them to spot something like that.
Maybe, but that was just a fanciful idea of mine. I don't think it would be practical because you'd have to have someone 24 hours monitoring the actual raft to make sure it's sailing in the correct direction.
Well, no, because that would be what the AI is for, right? But regardless, if you've got any kind of control over that raft, then there would be a signal going to it from wherever you are. And if there was a signal leaving England and going to Antarctica, that would be very easy to spot and very easy to pick up, and therefore they would know where that boat is. And also, if you do have a signal from England to Antarctica, you should wonder where the fuck the curvature is.
Yep. I like the idea, though, hypothetically speaking, if you could have some kind of AI submarine, that'd be awesome.
Yeah, it'd be a nice It's a nice fanciful idea, but I think it's like probably too expensive and probably not something any one of us could do for decades before like drones become a lot cheaper than they are now. Unless anyone's got a spare 5k that they want to dump on a drone sailing boat. Anyone want to do
Yeah, I do actually.
that?
Let's go. I was going to use it to put a deposit on a brand new Maserati, but I'll just do that instead.
There's one thing that annoys me that some people do with respect to the Antarctica thing. On the flat Earth side, this is though. It's when they take, just because people say, for instance, you can go there. Obviously, you have to get permission, all that sort of stuff. But the idea is like some flat earthers say, well, this person thinks you can go anywhere in the world, which no one thinks, right? Like everyone knows you have to get a passport to go abroad, and everyone knows you have to get a visa and so on. Like no one's under the delusion that you can just walk into. I can just go across to the United States now and come in unannounced, right? That'd be very strange.
Summer.
Weird.
I suppose. Yeah.
Well, I mean, sure, you can physically go to China without a passport if you want. Give it a go, see what happens.
Yeah, go through North Korea. That'd be interesting.
Yeah, I mean, try and get into America without a passport, see what happens. Oh, actually, yeah, wait. Britain, do you know Spanish?
No, I don't, unfortunately.
Oh, no, you probably fucked then. I wouldn't do that. Actually, I don't know if we count as... See, this is the thing that I've always wondered about this. Like, because we're English, right, and therefore we're not Americans, if we go to America, do we get the same sympathy as, like, non-Americans? Or do we count as, like, are we, oppressive, like,
well, it
empire?
depends on the one you talk to, because like I know that African Americans see us as like completely alien, right? That's certainly true. In fact, it's always African Americans on Discord that call you out for being British. White Americans, depends on if they're left wing or not. If they're right wing, they treat you like they want to be you more than you want to be them, right? That's right wing Americans, and then
Right.
left wing Americans kind of see you as like the white slave master. So depends.
Oh shit! Oh, someone got fucked up. Ooh. Yeah, maybe. I mean, the one thing I've noticed is whenever I'm in America, and I'm actually hoping to go to Florida in January just to get away from the winter here for a couple of weeks. I'm always treated way better by Americans than I am by English people.
Yeah, when I went a couple of months ago, I was treated like a king there, so I don't mind America.
I thought you were Charles.
Sorry, when I was in America, they treat me like I was a king. the elevator a few times this happened, I would always like say, "Oh, sorry, excuse me," and then they would be like, "Oh, where are you from?" And they'd be very interested by the fact
You
that I was
missed
British.
you missed the joke. He said they thought you were Charles.
Oh, right, I didn't hear it. I heard him call out. Charles? Oh, King Charles, right, I see.
Your name is Charles, isn't
My name's Charles, yeah. I'm Charlie.
He's got big ears as well.
it? But he's got big ears and a small. Don't you guys hate it when you're just at the end of a cold and your nose starts just being really, really awkward?
Well, I'm not that old to the point where my body's immune system's failing yet, so I can survive a cold.
This is true when you're 12, though, bros.
One of these winters are going to catch up to you, Mr. Curvature.
Yeah, not for a good 40 years, I'd imagine. And also, I don't smoke and I don't drink, so I should be all right. I'm immortal.
It would suck if you got to about 60 and you hadn't smoked or drank at all. You lived a perfectly healthy lifestyle and you got cancer anyway. That'd be such a piss take, I think.
Yeah, it would, but luckily I have literally no history of it in my family, so I should be right.
No, you're fine. My grandma smoked up until she was 70, and she only died at 7. She died at 78, which is basically, in my books, a full life, right? Like it's if I could die around 80, I'd be happy.
I wish she would die around 25.
I'm currently sporting Manufactna as my name because Manufactotum made an argument for the Globe. Well, not for the Globe, but against the Black Swan, which was I could only describe it as orgasmic to my ears, right? So it was very persuasive.
No, then what's this amazing argument?
I don't want to say. I feel like Manufactotum should say, because if I say that this is his argument and I bastardize it, I don't think he's gonna be very happy with me.
No, it's too late now. Might as well.
Well, he's here in the call. I don't know why he doesn't just unmute. Pretending like he's not here.
I don't know. Is Manufactotum a pussy, or is he gonna?
Are you a pussy, Manufactotum? I think. Okay, so I'm gonna just to be clear. This is not what he said. This is my mere approximation of what I can remember, the exact wording ish, right? But he was talking about how people talk about extremities with refraction, and I think he was saying something like along the lines of the light traveling to your eyes from the distance in the Black Swan would be maybe not even an arc minute, right? And he was saying that when you countenance things in terms of miles, they sound a lot more significant than when you countenance in terms of what's actually happening, light moving, and how short of a distance it actually was, right?
Right.
But that was my mere approximation of what he said. I think he worded it a lot better than I did. So.
Yeah, I'm not really understanding what the argument was. Try and say it again.
But I think he was talking about how it's framed. Like, he was talking about how, like, when people say that refraction's kind of like this, how could you have a refraction over that distance? He was trying to make the case, well, if you say it over, like, units of miles or kilometers, it sounds a lot more significant. But what you're actually talking about is light traveling, and we're talking like less than an arc minute of light traveling to create that effect doesn't sound so extreme as flat earthers sometimes present it as, right?
Well, that's a terrible argument, because what you really should be thinking about is, does this actually happen, first of all? And that's to be confirmed. That has been proven, just been asserted. But also, on top of that, you then have to prove that it is actually happening in that photo. And that's virtually impossible.
Yeah, well, I mean, obviously, that if there's data lacking, then you can't really say that it did or didn't happen in that photo because it's just a photograph, right?
Well, it's just a post hoc, it's a post hoc assertion.
I feel like he would make a more persuasive case. Right? I don't want to speak any further on it because I feel like I'm going to bastardize it.
I doubt it. He would probably just wrap it up in, pretty language.
Yeah, but pretty language is nice.
Yeah, but it wouldn't be a more persuasive argument. It would just be a wordier lie.
So why he should just unmute and just say what his argument was rather than just being quiet in the background there?
Is he red mute or grey mute?
What, sorry?
Is he on red mute?
No, he's on normal mute.
All right. So, yeah, he's being a pussy.
Because I was making a case earlier myself, and I was saying, like, between flat earthers and globe earthers have everything to prove and nothing to falsify, because flat earthers don't make any claims about what they think the world is beyond commentary on like observation, right? Like what you're seeing or observing, and so they have like everything to prove, not to falsify. But there's an asymmetric relationship because flat earthers have everything to falsify and nothing to prove, and I think it's asymmetric in favor of the flat earther. That's how I think it's set up, and I think that just as much as you could say, a flat earther is waiting for the globe earther to actually prove it, I'd say the globe earther shake and saying, "I'm waiting for you to falsify it." Right? Would you not agree with that?
Well, yeah, but I mean, obviously, the way that globers present what they call a quote unquote model, it's not actually a complete model. It's a set of ideas, which is it's not a model. It's just a set of philosophies, basically, with one central theme of the Earth is a globe. And so, because that's the case, they can then present as much unfalsifiable evidence, quote unquote, unfalsifiable philosophies as they like, and then also claim that they're scientific. So it's like they're having their cake and eating it too, when the cake isn't even on the plate.
Well, here's the beauty of it, though. It's almost like a court of law. Like, you don't have to prove your side. You just have to disprove the other side's evidence, and you could win the case. That's the beauty of it.
Well, it's like, I mean, it depends because, like, if you're trying to do process of elimination to get closer to truth, which is a valid way of getting closer to truth, I think.
Right.
You can modus tollens your way to that end, right? But
yeah, because at the end of the day, if you are able to discredit all the evidence they present, then they don't have a case to go against you, and that's kind of like what I'm saying.
So you could falsify, like, first of all, if there's any unfalsifiable claim in the globe earth, I don't believe it, right? Everything has to be falsifiable, in my view.
Okay.
For me to take it seriously.
So then, how do you falsify refraction?
Well, with refraction, you'd have to demonstrate some sort of something going on in the physical atmosphere that would have been nothing against what you'd normally see in that typical day, and the effect being different. Then you'd falsify that cause being part of the effect, right?
No, because
but you'd have to identify what was going on in the atmosphere at the time.
Exactly. So then, how is it falsifiable? Because you can have some sort of observation, and then a glober will just say, "Oh, that's refraction, bruv." How is that falsifiable?
Well, refraction itself, or just them saying it?
Them saying that it's happening in that photo to the extent that they need it to. How is that falsifiable?
It's just a claim as far as I'm concerned. I mean, I don't.
Yeah, so it's
not really scientific, right?
Yeah, so it's unfalsifiable, right? So when they talk about this stuff, that's what I'm saying. So when you just said, I don't really think I'm going to go along with globers if what they're saying is unfalsifiable, you more or less said that, right? Well, refraction is one of those cases.
Yeah, but the reason. So I don't say, for instance, that I know the exact conditions to be able to make a comment on refraction being there or not. But what I can say is because refraction could have been there, and it's a very worthy explanation in and of itself, that I wouldn't trust that as a falsification, with the black swan being a falsifier, right?
But if you misrepresent what refraction is actually doing just to sway the argument, well, that's where you could dabble in the muddy waters of it. But if you could prove that that is not like your statement of what refraction is, if we could prove to you that that's not what it is, like
By
for
the way,
instance,
yeah,
when
I
you
just want
say
to add some more falsifiers to refraction. You could be able to say that refraction doesn't bend in two different mediums in some sort of way. You could say that light behaves in this particular way, which means it's impossible for a refraction to actually take place. There's loads of things you could do to falsify refraction as a concept, but in a photograph, I mean, you can just say it's refraction. You can say it's just not refraction, but you're not actually. Neither side has actually got close to the truth there because it is just a photograph, right?
Well, no, because
well,
we're not saying not refraction. What we're saying is here's a piece of evidence. Let's put it this way, right? Let's just say that I was to say that. Would you agree with me that it's very possible that Lionel Messi could score 3 goals in a game? Would you agree with me?
Yeah, very very probable. Yeah.
Perfect. Now, if I was to make the claim that in this game Lionel Messi scored a hat trick, that wouldn't be particularly unbelievable, would it?
No.
Now, if I then had another claim which relied on Lionel Messi scoring 150 goals in a game, and I said to you, well, he scored 3 goals once, therefore 150 is unreasonable, you would say to me, that's ridiculous. Why are you taking something that we know can happen at a small rate and then saying that therefore it can happen at a much larger rate, which you have proven, both like at all and in that instance?
I think that's a very fair objection, and I think that's probably why I was something along the lines of what Manufactured Ocean was talking about earlier, which is why I kind of thought it's quite persuasive to say that it depends on how this particular issue with the black swans being framed with the refraction. Like, yeah, okay, we could all in this room agree that refraction, maybe not Apocryphon, because I don't think he thinks refraction happens in that way, but we could everyone else could agree that refraction under these conditions, quite extreme conditions with light, can happen. So we agree on the concept with light in two mediums and all those sorts of things, but in application in the atmosphere, there seems to be some disagreement about how extreme it has to be to have that same effect, right? Or if it is actually that extreme anyway.
The disagreement comes when you use an extreme variable to then prove your point. But we know that nowhere on the surface of the Earth are you having such a high temperature, 220 degrees below 0 Fahrenheit, and then say, oh, because I was able to manipulate it on a visual, test that I did in my backyard, then that proves that refraction works on a large scale. That's just retarded. That's just illogical. And I think that's what he's saying.
But it definitely can be applied there, right?
Well, I think that's what he's that's what he's saying though. He's saying you're taking something that we do know that happens, but then you're making it way extreme to prove your point. But that is not reality. Nowhere on the surface of the Earth is negative 200 degrees Fahrenheit to create refraction in the harbor for the black swan.
Right, yeah, that's fine. First of all, I don't think it has to be something that wild. I mean, it could just be hairspray, right? And hairspray's not got that much of an extreme sort of property to it that bends all of the air and
no. They use that.
Yeah, but I have an instance of it happening with just hairspray. I mean, unless he was spraying propane right in front of his face, I mean, it was hairspray, right? Or some sort of spray that was causing the effect.
Which is not in our reality, right? You're not dumping this hairspray you're talking about over the surface of the of the Earth.
No, I agree. I'm just saying that it doesn't have to be something so extreme as 200 degrees centigrade, right? Obviously. But I'm not trying to make the case for refraction. I'm just trying to say that that refraction in concept can be falsified. In practice, it can be falsified in demonstration, but in the atmosphere, as really with anything, when anyone talks about anything with the atmosphere, like whether the sun's actually that big when it's on the horizon, I mean, yeah, I mean, it's really difficult to falsify it in the sense that it's difficult to prove it in the first instance. But we know the effect is there, and we know that there's something going. There's a pattern, and this seems to be alien to the pattern, so something else must be happening. And usually, the atmosphere will come in. There's an explanation for that, right?
Yeah, but an explanation isn't necessarily a reason. It's like I don't know. I suppose it is a reason, but it's not necessarily actually true. So again, it's like, well, you can explain stuff. Great. I mean, if someone says to me, "Oh, why did my keys fall down?" I'll give you an explanation. There's invisible gorillas pulling everything down, and because we've got gorillas, we can use the letter G in maths formulas, and because we use the letter G in maths formulas, we know that it's gorillas, right? This is literally the logic that a lot of globers use. They're like, "Oh, why is the letter G in the maths formula if it's not gravity?" G could stand for invisible gorillas, and we could have exactly the same observations, and we could then just come up with an explanation that's obviously bullshit because it's not actually invisible gorillas.
Oh yeah, if it was something unfalsifiable like that, I'd agree. I think that this, is
Gravity.
a bit. Oh, gravity. Oh, with gravity is one of those things where I agree you can't prove it necessarily. I think all you can do is with gravity, make predictions and test them, but that's not proof in and of itself. The only other thing you can do with gravity, if you're talking about general relativity, is eliminate alternatives and get closer to and refine what theory is as time goes on.
Yeah, but you have to be doing that within an intellectual framework where you're prepared to say that my intellectual framework might be wrong. And I don't think they do. I think they say, well, we already know that this is the right path and we're going to bludgeon on regardless of anything that goes against our worldview. We're just going to crack on.
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of rookie globers do that. I think I'd actually extend some credit to scientists and say, like, historically they have falsified their own theories. So I believe that they probably would do that with general relativity as they did with all other forms of theories and ideas before. I don't think that's norm breaking for scientists. I do think it's weird I feel like you'd find a scientist more willing to say gravity might be general relativity might be incorrect than you will the average glober, right? Who's not a physicist.
Probably,
or something.
yeah, I'd agree with that. It depends on the type of scientist. If they're like a quantum physics, quantum physicist, or
exactly.
maybe even like a dissident intellectual astrophysicist might even have like an alternative to that as well. Sure. I don't know if you've heard Alan's work on interferometry, but that's very interesting with regards to how general relativity is kind of asserted through how light acts to be true, but the interpretation is an assumption based on how light acts. So it's kind of circular and I don't want to go into it because there's a lot to unpack to even justify that statement. But if you just take that as a given, that it's a circular argument, and then you start to realize that if this entire worldview is based on a circular argument, then it's interesting that so many scientists don't see it.
Yeah, I think the only thing I would say that I think these sorts of theories try to do that I think is maybe misunderstood is that they're never really trying to prove a theory. They try to prove things that aren't theories, right? But theories themselves typically never get established as fact, just on the account of the idea that they're inductive in nature. And so there is a problem of induction in that it's a very weak not weak. It's a strong sort of reasoning, but it's not. You can't do any deduction with it, obviously, up until the point you start to try and falsify things. That's where you kind of modus tollens your way to knowledge and truth by eliminating alternatives. And I think that's why I do consider the scientific method as an ongoing method as valid science, right? More bottom up science, rather.
Okay.
That's just like a philosophy of science discrepancy, where, like, you know, when you say, for instance, that scientists are trying to prove this or that or whatever, I think if it's about theoretical science or cosmological science or whatever it is, it's usually the case that they're just trying to falsify any possible alternatives and try to search for falsifiers or test predictions.
Sure, but if that's based on a misunderstanding or a circular argument, they can't do it, can they?
It depends. It depends on how you formulate it, because I think sometimes when people formulate things in a circular argument, they can be reformulated in a way that is not circular, right? It just depends on what their conclusion is, really.
No. You're not understanding. If the understanding of how light works within interferometry is circular, then anything that comes from that involving interferometry experiments is therefore based in that worldview and can only be interpreted in that way.
Oh yeah, okay.
So-
No, I understand. If it's the case that they've basically just developed some sort of axiomatic, self-evident truth, and then anything can really follow from it as long as it agrees with that first axiom.
Well, you're effectively proving the thing you assumed, so it's useless.
Yeah.
So
I think this is just Brett's cope.
We're not even talking about the globe right now.
No, but the amount of evidence and how things come together, like that's how you cope with this whole thing. The sheer magnitude of all the evidence, right?
No. I think there's two things I want, right, from a flat earther, right, and I think these would be I'd say three things. Three things I want from a flat earther that would tip me over the edge. One,
Ooh.
I want an actual falsifier that isn't the black swan, because I don't find that very persuasive. Two, or you could try and argue for it. I don't mind. But the second one is, I want a step-by-step method to do celestial navigation on a flat plane, which would be more accurate than anything you could do, assuming a globe. Then that would be very persuasive as well. And the third thing is, a third thing would be, I want a series of observations and explanations, and then I want them next to what the current globe observation is, and I want to see if all those observations can be congruent with each other, better than what a globe can do.
Oh yeah, I've got the last two for you. That's easy. Well, the second one, you just need to apply an azimuthal grid division to the exact coordinates that you already have in the almanac, and your job's good. For the last one, because at the moment they just applied the globe worldview, which is again the problem with what I said to you earlier with interferometry. It's the same problem here. If you have worldview X, therefore the Earth is a globe, right? So, but when you have a different worldview and it can come to similar conclusions, but now the Earth's flat, then you have two ideas, and neither of them are more valid than the other.
Yeah, I think it would be good. Like for the last one, I think what would suffice would be if I said, okay, I sent someone a document. Like, these are all the observations I used to infer a globe. Now I want you to give me the counter observations that you could infer flat Earth with, and then if those things work together as counter observations, and there's no like internal contradiction between the two, or two of the observations seem to be incongruent with each other, then that would be very persuasive, because then you've literally just got as good as what the Earth has got. Now, the reason why I suspect that wouldn't happen is because flat earthers don't make claims, right? And anything that can come close to the idea of a worldview about how the world actually is outside of flat and stationary, with respect to like celestial observations or whatever, I think it's dangerous territory for a flat earther, typically, anyway.
No, I think you just didn't hear what I said about 2 minutes ago. When it comes to making observations over a quote unquote globe, I'm not aware of any globe Earth observations, because I think they're in a difficult position with long range observations, because on a globe, long distance observations would have to be impossible by necessity. So that it is a bit of a difficult argument for a glober to make, because you can't actually show. It's like you would have to show the absence of that, which is hard to do. So any observation which doesn't conform to a globe would be damning for the globe, and we have hundreds of those. So I understand that they're kind of in the corner getting punched, right? To use the Mike Tyson analogy again, when it comes to like long range observations. But the problem for the globe is that they do exist.
You know about like in the falsification sense, you know about like the black swan, right?
Well, yeah, sure, but I mean, we've got observations that are like 50, 100, 200 miles.
Yeah. I'm just saying, like, you're talking about like falsifying the globe. So like the first case I was talking about, because I think all three would have to be satisfied for me to be able to say, right, I'm so, I'm either a flat earther, a very ill-confident globe earther, or agnostic, right?
Right.
I
Well, I've given
think
you 2 and 3.
if those three were satisfied, I think that would really knock me off my pedestal. But
Well, I'm giving you 2 and 3. I've just given you 2 and 3. What was one again?
well, I mean, 2 and 3 to us, 2, right? First of all, you'd have to send that to me so I could test it. 3,
Sure.
and evaluate what you've actually done there, because you like, as far as I'm concerned, words were just said to me, right? 3, that would have to be again demonstrated. Like I said, we'd need like a document where you could compare all the observations against each other, because it's such a big scope of conversation where we'd have to say, well, look, a glober says this observation, this observation, this observation, this observation, this observation, are all congruent with a globe, and a particular kind of globe at that, right? Not just any globe, right?
No, you're not,
Then,
dude. It's not
and then a
true.
flat earther would. Sorry, go on.
Again, any observation you can make on a globe, you can make on a flat Earth, because they claim that it dips, right? So if you're seeing a building from 10 miles away or 5 miles away, that's possible on both. The problem with the longer observations is that they're only possible on one. That's why it's a good separator of worldviews.
I feel like we might be talking past each other a little bit, but I'm not sure.
I don't think so. I think you're not understanding what I'm saying, but I don't think I'm talking past your point. Because what you're saying is, oh, well, you've got these globe Earth observations and you've got these flat Earth observations, and you have to stack them up against each other and see which one wins, which is missing the point.
Well, it's like saying, if
Well, am I misrepresenting you, first of all?
well, it's like, I'm after like a particular kind of flat Earth, not just a flat Earth, right? So these observations would be telling me a story about the world that we live in, to the point where, if I say like the sun doesn't change angular size as it goes over your head or whatever, and you explain that in flat Earth, and in a flat Earth sort of context, that's fine. But then that observation, as far as I'm concerned, has to be consistent with every other pro globe observation to be able to be counted to it, right? Otherwise, it's just alien, right?
See, I feel like you're being really slippery now, and it's really disappointing for me, because we talked about this earlier.
No, I was saying the same thing at the beginning. I wasn't trying to change what I was saying.
Because I'm talking about a previous conversation where, literally about 20 minutes ago, I said it's funny because there isn't a globe model. There is a collection of beliefs around the globe that are all separate philosophies that are all unfalsifiable. It's how we got into the falsifiability conversation in the first place.
Oh, right. Okay, I understand why.
And now you're saying, oh, well, they all need to sing from the same hymn sheet, which I agree with, but the globe doesn't do. And that's the issue with it.
I think what I'm saying is not like they have to be tied together, but they have to be not in contradiction to one another, so they could exist at the same. Well, if you think that, I mean, I have not seen two observations that are in contradiction with each other, right? So,
okay, fine. So I can give you a very obvious and easy conceptual one. Do you think that light, when it's leaving a light source, converges, diverges, or travels parallel?
Well, I think the most correct answer I could give you is nearly parallel, right?
Sure. Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
I would agree more or less with that. The problem is that the globe requires parallel rays for certain explanations and diverging rays for certain other explanations. Sorry, converging rays for certain other explanations. But then it just kind of uses them when it's convenient. But then
Are you referring
when
to
we
the
actually
Salnelian eclipse?
well, yeah, but there's tons of different things. But regardless, when you actually observe light, it diverges.
As for with respect to the Solnelian eclipse, I'd have to look into it. But
I'm not just talking about the Selenelian, just any standard eclipse, right? Any standard eclipse. They explain the path of totality by what they do is they basically misdraw, because bear in mind, right, the angular size of the sun and the moon is the same from our point of view, right? So what they'll do is they'll draw this massive sun, this tiny moon, and then it'll be like, oh, well, the sun's wider than the moon, so of course the rays are coming in, they're diverging, and that's why the path of totality is 70 miles. But the angular size is the same, and therefore, if you're talking about a sun that far away, it shouldn't appear like that on the Earth.
Well, we should be careful not to reify drawings on a page, right? Because I think how you might articulate would be slightly different from what you'd see drawn, right?
But that's what I'm saying, is that when you see these dishonest reifications, it's actually it's like putting an image in your mind that isn't even the concept that they're claiming happened. That makes sense?
Yeah, I understand. I'd have to look into it, though. If you're saying it's a contradiction, I'd have to see exactly how they articulate it, and if it is in contradiction to.
Well, can light rays be parallel, converging, and diverging all at the same time?
Well, when you say it like that, it sounds like it's a contradiction, right? But I'm not sure exactly how they'd articulate it.
Oh. Well, it's like, oh yeah, well, when the guy robbed the bank, well, I mean, he didn't tell me he robbed the bank. He said that he had 3 starving children, and and his house was, about to be repossessed. And of course, he's not going to tell you, yeah, I'm a bank robber. He's going to give you like justifications for what he did, right? So it's not. Not. Okay, so when you say, well, they're not going to tell you. Like, when they make the argument, they're not going to tell you why it's wrong. Well, obviously they're not going to, but that doesn't mean that it's not wrong for that reason.
Well, if there was... What I'm trying to get is, like, if it's the case that the account of the world is in contradiction, like, two observations are in contradiction to each other, then you'd have a very strong case to say that that the globe model fails in that particular area, or globe model, whatever you want to call it. This certain observation is in contradiction with a set of observations are applied elsewhere. But
Right.
if they have a very specific way of framing it, which is not in contradiction to each other, then I don't think it would fail that test, right? Even if you say, well, of course they'd say that. I mean, that's fine, but I don't. It's more, for me, it's more about whether or not there is a contradiction, not like what I think they would say, right?
Yeah, okay, but you did say 2 minutes ago, would they say that? And that's why I mentioned that.
Yeah.
So now you don't care about what they would say, and that's fine. I don't think you should either. What matters is the actual argument itself, right?
Yeah, like how they're accounting for it, or how it is accounted for, rather. Not they, because I guess they is a very vague word.
Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Back anyway.
But the first one is the first thing, right? The most important one, because if you falsified the globe, the other two things are irrelevant, right? The first one, like, if there was a falsifier out there that I'm not privy to at this point, that's very persuasive, that can't be accounted for, then yeah, like, there's no globe, and all you need is one. But as it stands, the black swan, I don't think is going to... I don't think there's anything new I could be told about the black swan that's going to persuade me, unless someone's got something up their sleeve. So I think it would have to be something else.
Do you live in a city, Brett?
Yeah.
Can you get any elevation and see any distance?
Yeah, possibly.
Just, I'm thinking, like, if you could get some distance, the buildings at some point should be like leaning away from you at some point. Like, they shouldn't always be perpendicular and parallel all the way across if they're going over a curve.
I mean, it sounds intuitive. Again, it's not something I'm very familiar with. I'd look into it. I think there was something about there was an AI bot which said that there was a bridge in New York which
Like I've looked at a lot of
has
photos,
a
high
feature on
altitude photos
its tip. But then
of cities, and they're good 20-mile distances, and the buildings are all perfect, right? Like every one that I've looked at.
yeah, but like on the topic of that bridge, there was something said about that bridge, which is to say that it does actually lean very slightly, very imperceptibly slightly away from each other, which you could say is a construction error. I mean,
It might not
it's
even.
usually attributed to the curvature of the Earth, but
It could be for camber though, right? And for structural, for the materials and stuff like that.
yeah.
They do build bridges like that on purpose, right?
Well, this particular bridge that apparently, like, it could only either be a construction error. Like the flat earther would say, it would have to be a construction error because this wasn't apparently accounted for. This wasn't intentional. And then the usual shtick is that it's actually due to Earth's curvature that it leans slightly. But as for myself, I've not ever observed two buildings leaning away from each other. There, to be honest with you, I'm scared of heights, so I don't really go up that high to find out. But not that you could probably notice the difference between how they lean, I suppose. As for the celestial navigation thing, if someone could just DM me or post in the chat how a flat Earth would do celestial navigation, I would like to test it out. Because I think for the globe, their way of falsifying flat Earth is through celestial navigation right now. That's a current thing, right? No, just talk to yourself, Britnett. Hello, Henry the Brit. Are you a glober or a flat earther?
A glober.
Well, what proof do you have for the globe?
I'm just browsing through the rooms as I normally do. Just check my profile.
But you don't have any globe proof. Oh, you're a helper. I see. So you're not going to give me globe proof today?
No.
Ah, I see.
Just one thought. Has anyone ever tried to find out how deep the flat Earth is by drilling a hole?
I mean, it could be very deep. We don't know. But I guess that wouldn't really
Good thing
go
it's Sunday.
against. There you go.
No, it's just a good thing it's Sunday. Well, it's Monday here.
Yeah, it could be. It could
Yeah,
be
it's
quite deep,
Monday
right?
morning here. It's Monday morning here.
Did you hear what I said, Mr. Brit? Henry the Brit. Henry.
Yeah, it could be quite deep.
Yeah,
But
we haven't
nobody
really dug that
knows.
far, have we?
I don't know. I just wondered.
Yeah. Well, what I would suggest you do if you ever go to the beach anytime soon, you sound like you're quite old, so maybe you'll, go to the beach, being the old retired man that you are. If you see further than about, let's say, 3 miles, assuming you're about 6 foot, ask yourself, why the hell can I see further than what the geometric curve should be? And come back to me.
Yeah, you go up higher, you see further.
No, but what's that meant to prove?
You can see further if you're higher above the ground. The higher you go, the further you can see.
That could just be a question of optics, right? It doesn't have to negate.
Just straight line to the horizon.
Yeah, but horizon means horizontal, right? We can't have a curved horizontal line.
If you stand on a cliff high enough, look out to sea where there's no islands, you can see the curvature of the Earth at a distance.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Well,
try it sometimes.
Well,
No, you
I've been
see,
on the.
you see the. Go ahead. My bad. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, I've been in an aeroplane which is about 35,000 feet in the air, and I didn't see any curvature. I don't know what a cliff would give me.
He was on the cliff that Jesus was taken upon. He was way up there.
Yeah. Are any of you familiar with sky ice? Very interesting topic.
That's an interesting one. Brett, he asshole. I think the curve that you're talking about is the circle you see with light and the way you view things in a 360 degree around you. I think that's what you're seeing curved. Kind of like I have a table that's flat, but it's round. So if I take the picture right, it'll look like it's a curved ball, but it's just a round table. So I don't know. Maybe you don't grasp that. I don't know. I could be wrong. I might assume too much.
You are correct.
No, you can do that.
Henry the Brick, can you say something for me? Can you say, this animal is a majestic creature?
Majestic.
There you go. I'm gonna post a photo in the chat, and you can check it out. And that's the curve you're talking about right there. That's what you're seeing. The way you see things 360 degree around you. But it's gonna look like it's on a curved ball, right? It looks like a ball, but it's
You
a
need to
flat
wipe
table
the
that's
table
round.
down. The table looks
Yeah, yeah. Here, I'll take a photo of the way it is right now. It's filled with beers and all kinds of shit. Look at it's all jacked up right now. Dirty table. There you
go. Whilst we're on the topic, very quickly, I just want to do a quick impression. The flat earther is a majestic creature. We observe the flat earther in its natural habitat.
Dude, he has a National Geographic voice for sure. he has a National Geographic voice for sure. You should get paid for that, bro. You should make money off documentaries.
Yeah, Henry, you should definitely look into working for the BBC.
Definitely. You have a very, very peculiar voice that is perfect for that. Matter of fact, you kind of had a voice from the guy that does way back in the day. I think it was called Planet Earth.
And he
David
had a voice.
It's the same guy. It's Sir Richard, whatever the fuck.
David.
He sounds just like him, bro. Like he could. I mean, not just like him, but he has the same,
I know this is also.
I thought it was him when I came in.
Just a side note, I understand this is a flat Earth chat. Just wanted to let you know, guys, of some breaking news. We did have another mass shooting tonight. Just happened about 2 minutes ago.
That's irrelevant.
I know it is irrelevant. I know. I'm just letting you know.
It is actually kind of ironic that we asked Henry the Brit for Glowproof, and we got a David Attenborough documentary where he said, "If you stand on a cliff and you observe the natural wonder, you can see the curvature of the earth."
That was perfect. It's better too because I'm drunk right now, so like it sounds even better right now.
I don't know if you've watched like nature programs in the last couple of years though, but they all have to have like some South London rapper now present all of this stuff instead of like
Yeah, yo, dog. It's
it's like I was like looking at the curvature in it, blood, right? You're just like, bro, you're presenting a program. The average age is 71. Like they don't need some kid from Elephant and Castle.
Wicked fam.
Right, yeah. They don't need some kid from like a deprived area of London telling you about finches. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, here's what I don't get, and this is something maybe for it's interesting that we don't see a curve when you're looking at like something that's, let's say, like 20 miles across, but you expect us to believe that 3 miles away from us it's curving down. That's very interesting to me, and I don't know why Globers can't grasp that is nonsense when you say it's curved. But you could look at something from a side view or a straight out view. If you have like a mountain and an island or some two fixed points in the distance away from you and you're on the beach shore, you're right there on the sand, and that horizon is perfectly flat for 20 miles. It's flat. Where's the curve in that? Because technically, if you're on a ball, it should be curving in all directions, right? Like, I'm just saying, like, wake up.
I've just discovered a pet peeve I've got, and this might be a very pedantic one, but when someone says technically, when nothing what they said was technical, I'm really irritated.
Well, the technicalities are in the description. If it's not curving one way, but it curves the other way, then we have a technical malfunction.
Yeah, I could have seen you with your nerd glasses. You're pushing on your little nerd glasses right now.
I love it. Any Glober want to speak on that? Why the horizontal line in the distance is flat for over 20 miles, but it doesn't represent your curved ball that you suspect us to believe in? Anyone want to talk on that? No? All right. I don't think you can, to be honest. It kind of throws your whole logic out the window. I could be wrong, though. I mean, I'm human. Last time I checked.
I'm actually a human exoskeleton over something else, endoskeleton, something Terminator.
There's a Glober who wants to come in. Peter C. There he is. Can someone server mute Peter C and then unserver mute him so he can talk? It usually overrides the mute that the server has. Okay, can you try muting now, Peter C? Usually that works. There you go.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
So where's your globe proof?
Globe proof?
Yeah.
Every single observation we make matches the globe model. Thank you.
Do you want to pick an observation, one particular observation you want to make?
Day and night cycles will do.
All right, give me your day and night cycle argument for why this can't work on a flat Earth.
I did model it on the flat Earth using one model. It suggested that the sun would need to travel 70% faster in Australia. I asked one Aussie, hey, does it? He said no.
Why would it have to travel faster? Can you clarify?
A much larger circle. It needs to do 360 in 24 hours, doesn't it?
Well,
so you don't understand how the sun speeds up and slows down?
Oh, I'm not even asking. I'm asking, does it? Not how.
Oh, it does.
Well, let's say there is a disk where there's an outer tropic and an inner tropic, which forms basically the where the sun will travel along. And let's say you have the outer part, which our intuition says that it should take longer for the sun to go around the outside. But if it takes longer, but the sun's going faster, it will give the exact same effect. Assuming that the speed is approximating exactly how fast it should be going to create the same effect of the sun disappearing, like it does in the northern hemisphere, where it goes over the arcs over you the exact same amount of time as it would in the outer tropic, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, it needs to go faster to cover a larger distance. So if you're standing underneath it on the Tropic of Capricorn, you would see it haul ass, and you don't.
Well,
actually,
no, because you would still be. It would, like, relative to where you're standing, it wouldn't look like it's going very fast, right?
Well,
Why
actually,
wouldn't it?
the observations though that, like, for instance, Jaren is doing with a group of people, the observations of the sun, in the southern hemisphere, it actually is moving at a different rate than it was earlier this year, and they're documenting it. So
Do you want to tell me how much faster it should be moving before we talk in whether or not we should be able to perceive it or measure it?
I'd like to send you a link, but I cannot type in the chat here. I have a link to a spreadsheet with my calculations.
Right. Okay. Where the hell did that mod go? Where did he go? Can he just promote you so you can type? Where the fuck is he? Oh, he's gone.
I ran away.
What an elitist server this is.
DM me, Peter, and I'll repost it for you.
Okay.
Because now I'm starting to second guess myself, because I feel like it should be noticeable to the individual observer, but I'm a glober, so of course I'd say that. Right, I'll repost it for you.
Just for context, I made that spreadsheet in 10 minutes during one of those Flat Earth Fridays to make a point, so it's not, my best work.
We've got the dorky little spreadsheet here for you guys. We've got another. There we go. Right, so I'm not going to open this, but what's the speed that the sun should be traveling at?
70% faster during the summer in Australia than during the summer in, I don't know, Mexico.
The reason why I'm starting to second guess myself is because the same field of view should be visible in the northern tropic as it is in the southern tropic, and so it should still appear quite. Like, I agree with you. Even for the single observer, it should be appearing that it's hauling ass, as you said, right?
That's the scientific term that I'm using, yeah.
But I think there's a slight reification here of assuming that, that this is exactly how the world is portrayed, because I guess in your mind you're thinking of an AE map, right? A particular one that says that the tropic is this outer disk and there is an inner disk. We don't actually know that.
No, we don't. And I asked many times for a model to study. I was given one with the Gleason map and the two circles, so that's what I'm using. But to be honest, I was also told that the sun is a reflection of a black sun, or that there are 8 suns. So I don't know what to use to make my calculations. Didn't
get
you know
out,
that?
bro.
To be fair, I've been told there's like multiple suns before, so I don't.
So I just went with one that people in that particular Flat Earth Friday meeting, gave me to work with. And one person gave me the radii for the tropics, or I was just asking for the ratio between the radii, but they gave me the numbers. So I just need the ratio, not the actual number.
What ratio for what exactly? Can you say that again?
How much bigger is the Tropic of Capricorn versus the Tropic of Cancer? That's all I need to know in the equation.
Would you be remiss if we just said that we don't know?
Well, if you don't know, then I cannot make any calculations.
Okay.
But you can do that on if you believe in the Gleason map and you drew the circles, which people have, then you can just measure the pixels and you'll get the ratio, right?
Yeah.
So Flat Earth Dave promotes this, so he should be able to do that.
I don't know. I feel like you might need to start talking to a real flat earther about this, because I don't actually know what their response would be for this.
I was literally told to take a screenshot from the app and measure the pixels, but I'm like, then I'm gonna get called out that I did it wrong. So I want to hear it from them.
I guess it depends, because some people aren't going to like necessarily say that this is exactly what we believe to be how the world is, right? I mean, it's just a interpretation, which you by all means you can falsify all you want, but then you're just going to have like people say, well, then it's just an idea. It's not supposed
Yeah,
to
but you
be.
asked me a specific question, like give one example why the flat Earth model doesn't work. So I have to pick a model, right? Because there's infinite flat Earth models. So I
Wow.
pick one, I showed you, and then you can say that's the wrong model. Okay, which one should I work
Yeah,
with?
yeah. I get you. I think my initial question was, do you have any globe proof? But yeah, I guess that's fair. As for globe proof, though, do you have any of those?
Yeah,
Because you can
for the same
falsify each
phenomenon.
individual model
Yeah.
all day long, right? But like,
Yeah.
if we don't agree with the model, then it's just that.
So for the
You
same
should be able to post
problem,
now.
the globe model explains why they're the night cycles, why they're the same in the north and in the south, and it works.
Yeah, I agree. Observation should be consistent with what we actually see in the world. Sorry, explanations should be consistent with observations we see in the world.
Yeah, that's how you compare. That's how you compare theories, right? You say one is better than other because it matches observations better, right? Or the same and is simpler. But usually you just say better because matches observations closer. That's it.
Yeah, but there's one thing you have yet to do, right? One, you'd have to. Oh, sorry, it's two things you've got to do, right? There's two things you could do, which I don't think you've done yet, but I'm all ears. One is prove the globe, and failing that, falsify. And when I say falsify, I mean not just an individual model, but universally falsify that we're on a flat and stationary Earth, right? If you can do either of those two things,
that's not what you do in science. Models or theories are independent. You can make infinite number of theories describing the same observation. You don't have to compare them at all. You just compare them with the observation. Some are better, some are worse, some are nonsensical. You don't have to
but we're
compare. It's
talking
not a
about models
competition.
here. I'm asking you, like, there's two things you can do within the realm of science to make your case. One, you could try and prove something, demonstrate it's true, or you could try and falsify the alternative to say, look, I'm sure you'd agree with me that
Not
if
true.
it's not flat, then it's going to be some other sort of geometry. So if you rule out that opportunity, that case, then you haven't necessarily proved globe, but what you have done is ruled out without question unequivocally any sort of flat Earth. But you'd have to do that first.
Like I said, independently, yes, but also in science, we would not say Earth is flat. We would say Earth is flat and a lot of other things. So there could be a flat Earth model, for example, with the two circles that I calculated, but it also predicts that light moves in certain mysterious ways, right? So you add that to your theory of flat Earth, and maybe suddenly it does match observations. So theories are never like it's flat, that's it. No, it's flat, and light travels in straight lines, yada yada yada. So you can add to a flat Earth theory a few more predictions or descriptions of certain phenomena, and then it may hold water.
Yeah,
right?
but what you're saying, what you can do and what is being done here are two different things. Like, so we're not
What is
making
done
it. We're
here
not
is I
making
work with
any
it.
particular claim saying this is exactly what what you're seeing. Like, this is the observation, this is the
No,
explanation.
you're not.
What we're
You're actually making no
is
claims here.
yes,
You
exactly.
specifically.
Precisely the reverse is
Then
true.
what are you
Where we
asking
just
me?
say
So you're asking me provide
if you give
evidence
me a
that no
globe
claims are false.
evidence, if you give me a globe evidence, then I'm going to come back at you with an alternative explanation to demonstrate that what you're drawing your inference from is unnecessary, right?
I don't know, man. I think like you're masturbating or
Are you not
with
using
words.
science here? You're using philosophy, as in necessity?
No, like listen to the question that the man asked. He said, "Can you provide some evidence that flat Earth is false. Well, which flat Earth?
What is science if not just a philosophy of knowledge?
Okay, describe what you mean by flat Earth, then I will answer your question.
Well, flat meaning that it's not curving.
So I'm supposed to debunk that statement?
Maybe show a curve.
Well, yeah, but by all means, if you think you can.
Well, using just those 3 words you said, I cannot because it's not enough. You would have to say, and sun goes in circles, for example.
Why would I have to say that?
For me to argue against something, I cannot just debunk it is flat.
So if you were standing at the ocean, and you look into the distance, you think that the geometry of the Earth shouldn't give me some sort of clues as to whether it's curving or not?
Definitely, that's another way I could show you that it's a globe.
Right. Start there.
Okay, I'll start there. So you go on the surface of the Earth and you measure a sufficiently large triangle. And the triangle adds up to more than 180 degrees. Guess what? That only happens on curved spaces in geometry. End of proof.
So yeah, if you measure a triangle and it's more than 180 degrees, therefore it's not flat or curved. Rather, it is curved, not flat.
So here you go. And now you go to Google and you find documents from 150 years ago and modern that show you this more than 180 degrees measured on the surface of the Earth anywhere on the planet. Not only that, but you can tell from those angles the curvature of that triangle, that spherical triangle, and from that you compute the radius of the sphere. You're welcome.
Can you show me one guy that's measured it? I'd like to do the calculations myself.
Yes, I will.
Thank
Well, no,
you.
before we do that, it's actually important to understand how these measurements are made. They're actually not measurements at all, they're optical calculations. So that's an interesting point. But the other thing to consider about this, which he probably knows and is completely not telling you deliberately, is that if they come up with some sort of calculation based on the optics that doesn't already fit the model, they throw it out. So that obviously creates a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, which then reinforces the worldview that it's attempting to prove based on the assumption that the worldview is already true.
Well, we should be able to tell how they took the measurements once he sends us the measurements, right? They should show the method they used. And then we can obviously put that in a
You hear what I
criteria to see if the method is valid.
Can you respond to what I said? Can you even can you even state what I said back to me?
I think that wasn't the same person we were talking to initially.
No, I know, but that's why I don't understand why this guy is because I've just given a rebuttal to the first guy. And I feel like the second guy has just not understood what I've said and made a kind of half-assed point. Can he
You want me to
respond?
repeat what you said?
Yeah, please. What did I say?
You said the measurements and methodology they used was based off the globe model. In summary.
No, there's a very specific issue with it that you're ignoring. Can you repeat that, please? Shall I repeat it? Because I don't think you heard it the first time or you didn't listen. They will take a lot of measurements and there will be certain measurements that don't conform and they will throw them out.
And how can we prove that?
That's the method.
Well, obviously, if you post measurements, it's going to be backed by methodology, you know?
Oh my God. Brittany, are you struggling to understand what I've said?
Oh, I was typing in texture. I don't want to get involved in this argument.
Brilliant.
I like you both, so I don't want to take sides.
So let me repeat what I said. I don't think you understood me, right?
I think it's a very simple point that 3 people seem to be struggling with. If you take a bunch of measurements and you only keep the ones you like, that's a problem. It doesn't matter if you then say, well, the methodology says that it must be within X or Y. It's a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, and it therefore can't be used to prove geometry.
I agree with you. However, we cannot prove that they threw out measurements. That's why we have to go through the measurements and use the methodology they used, right? If they say the method was based off X, Y, Z, and they haven't provided X, Y, Z, then we have a problem. But until we see the measurements, we can't just assume things, can we?
So in geometry, we know that what spherical triangles are. We don't need the Earth for that. And in the document that I shared,
Where
all
is
the
it?
methodology it's in the chat. The entire methodology is described, and the measurements, how the spherical excess measurement was obtained, is described in nauseating detail, may I add. So you're welcome.
Cool. So
Thank
do
you.
they throw out? Do they throw out measurements when they don't conform to the overarching worldview?
No, because in that particular no,
You're just
hold on,
lying.
wait. In that particular experiment, they were trying to measure the curvature itself. You're talking about future measurements where people already assume it's spherical just to do their math quicker. Not in this one though, so have a look at that one.
Okay, so the one that you're talking about that's 150 years ago, are you talking about the original US, I can't remember which, it was like a governmental agency did a massive survey of a bunch of different parts of the US. That's
Yeah.
what you're talking. Yeah, in that study, because I've been in this debate for years, bro. I've talked about all of these subjects. That has been gone into detail by multiple very, very intelligent flat earthers and globers. And they all agree that some of the measurements were thrown out because they didn't conform to the globe model. And that's why your side doesn't use that argument anymore.
Hey, listen to this. Go out, buy an accurate surveying instrument, and measure a triangle, will you?
Just going to ignore me again. That's fine. Like, obviously,
Measure a triangle. You don't have to
point I'm
measure the United States. Just measure a large triangle accurately.
I think it's obvious to any neutral in the call here is that the point I've made can't be refuted, and so therefore will be ignored. So we can move on.
Have you read this
Earth
document?
wins.
The guy that sent it.
I'm driving, so I'm not
you,
reading
it. No, not you. You don't want to read it. Peter, have you read this document?
Yes, not all of it. I couldn't be bothered.
I could tell. Can you explain to me what this 900-page document says?
What is relevant for this conversation is that when you measure a sufficiently large triangle, it adds up to more than 180 degrees.
I understood that, but can you explain to me what this document contains and what it shows? Because it's about 905 pages, and every single page is replicated in some sort of manner. Can you explain to me what's in here? Because I can't really go through 1,000 pages, can I?
It's the measurement of the United States between the two coasts. Okay,
What
there's
page?
a section in the table of the whole document's about that. In the table
Bro,
of
it's 1,000
contents.
pages. Come on.
Jesus, yeah, I know. It's impressive work. In the table of contents, find the place
you
that
tell me
talks
what
about
page?
spherical excess. Yeah, I will look it up for you. Just for you.
Sure.
I'll tell you right now that he hasn't read it either, and that's why he can't answer.
I bet my ballsack he hasn't. Who reads a 1,000-page document of just XXVIs?
Nobody, but you read the section on spherical excess.
What section is that? And why are we picking one of 1,000 of a page and basing a
Because that's
conclusion off
what
that?
shows the curvature and is pertinent to this conversation.
So if they could show the curvature in one page, why is there another 900 pages?
Okay, like look. To be
Because
fair,
the work
to be
is
fair,
about more than that. Nobody was trying
yeah,
to prove the Earth is a sphere.
to be fair,
it's not necessary.
On that account, I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt. Like all he needs to do with the citation is to state the point, show it, and then like the other 900 pages. Like, have you ever cited a book before correcting? You only cite one chapter of that book. You don't need to explain what was going on in like chapter 9 if you're citing chapter 1, right?
Well, the issue with a book, right? It's a story. This is meant to be
No,
evidence
like a
that
book,
you
like
can
an
prove.
like an academic book, not a novel, right?
Sure, but he's trying to use this as evidence to reach a conclusion. Which part am I looking at to reach this conclusion? Because if we look at the contents, right? A is introduction, B is abstracts of results, C is hypnosis, D is adjustments, E is resulting standard longitudes, and it keeps going.
Peter C, which page is Peter C, which page
I'm
is
looking for it. This is hilarious. Yeah, it also has a measurement of every single state. Of course, we don't care about that, right?
I mean, you told me what I should be looking at.
I will.
So, Britnat, do you understand my point about how they've literally thrown out hundreds of measurements that don't conform to the worldview and why that's an issue?
Oh yeah, I understand that. I don't know much about it, to be honest with you. I understand that your case would have weight if it was true. Yeah, I don't know
that's
much
fair.
about it, so I can't possibly say anything about
So
it.
why do you think this? Why do you think this guy keeps ignoring that point? Then he refuses to address it.
We're on about I am
Page
correct.
51.
So
Page
you just
51.
Are you on about the dog guy? The sounds
No,
kind
he's
of
talking about
British.
Peter, not me.
just ignore it. He's just skating past it because he doesn't like the fact that it's true. I guess.
Page 51, you said?
The method for computing spherical excess.
I mean, it's very easy to fit a worldview to a Texas sharpshooter fallacy, bro.
I think you'd have to make a case for it. Though I think like just saying it's the case, I think probably wouldn't.
Well, no, they tell you they do this, but regardless, it's if you're throwing out measurements because you don't like them, because they don't conform to what you're trying to do, you've already fucked up.
That is true.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Right, so why are they doing it?
You'd have to show that they're doing it for that particular problem we're discussing.
No, they're doing it because it doesn't conform to your worldview, bro.
No, you have a document that has 1,000 pages describing the methodology. You'd have to go into it and say, yeah, here and here they're they're lying. They're throwing out results. You'd have to show it. You cannot just say, bro, that's what they do, bro.
It's not me saying this. They tell you. If you actually fucking read this, they tell you they do that.
Who's
So
they?
what I can see from the
They
text.
fucking did the measurements.
So what I can see from the text, it's based off a few things: triangulation, spherical excess, oscillating spheres. He also uses something called geodetic surveying. Have you heard of that?
Geodetic survey. Geodetic survey has also
whatever
got
it's called. Have you heard of it?
I've heard of it. Yeah, of course.
No, you, Peter.
All right.
Yep.
What is it?
It's a measurement of a geodetic or
Yes.
geodesic.
Geodetic.
Well, that's measurement of the surface of the Earth, is it not?
Okay. What does it assume?
Geodesy is already assumes the Earth is a sphere.
Yes. So your
Every
measurement
sane person on the
assuming
Earth assumes it's a sphere and makes all calculations based on that, but that's not what's happening here.
these computations and formulas are specifically designed for this type of surveying, though.
But you have to look at the section where they're performing the actual measurements, and from those they compute the shape of the sphere. You don't assume it's a sphere when you do the measurement of a triangle. You stick 3 sticks into the ground, you measure the angles between them very accurately, and you measure the angles. You don't care if the sphere is a pancake, if it's a globe, if it's concave. You just have 3 sticks that you see, you have line of sight, you perform accurate measurements, you don't eyeball it, and then you calculate the triangle. That's all you do.
Yeah.
The Earth could be of any shape.
And also, if you get like 179.9 degrees, you just pretend it didn't exist. You just pretend it doesn't exist.
That'd be a really interesting result. Denying flat Earth.
I didn't finish talking, bro. You just pretend it doesn't exist because it can't exist because you already know you're on a globe, right?
Nope.
Yes, actually.
No, you perform many more measurements and you see if you consistently get that result.
Oh yeah, so what you do is you get a bunch that say 179.9, you get a bunch that say 180, you get a bunch that say 180.1, whatever, and then you just keep the ones that are above 180 and you throw the rest out. Easy.
Have you ever done any scientific or laboratory experiment in your life?
This has absolutely no relevance whatsoever to what I just said.
Okay, well, I have, and one time I was measuring a focal length of a lens, and I get a 500% error because I was hungover.
Cool.
And guess what? My professor came to me and I said, "Sir, what should I do with this ridiculous error I got? 500%. And he said, document it, and of course it's wrong. And I said, duh.
Wonderful. So is 179.9 degrees 500% wrong?
No, but you take many measurements and you see which ones are strange, okay? And they're probably a result of a mistake or a problem with the tool.
If you assume the Earth's a globe and it should be over 180 degrees.
You don't have to assume shit. You measure the same thing many, many times, and statistically you see what is reasonable and what is not.
And if you throw out the ones that don't conform to your worldview, you're only going to get one answer, aren't you?
If you do that in a manipulating way, then yes, you're lying. You're trying to make the observations fit your model.
You're not necessarily lying, bro. You already believe it. And so then you say,
well, you have no idea what you're talking about because you admitted you'd never tried doing any
If a
of this.
flat earther does the same measurements, he'll surely come up with the same number.
Cut me off one more time, Peter. You are getting
Right,
muted.
exactly.
Peter, if you
I
cut me
think
off one
the
more
point
time,
being made.
I hadn't finished. Cut me off all the fucking time. It's really annoying.
Yeah, you should ban me.
Well, I will. I'm home in like 3 minutes. I'll just fucking ban you. You could just behave better, and then I won't have to.
Carry on.
Anyway, yeah. So anyway,
Go ahead, good sir.
obviously, if you are already believing the Earth's a globe, then it would be ridiculous for a measurement to come in that doesn't conform to a globe. So then you throw them out, not because you're being dishonest, but because you are already within a worldview that result can't be true, and so therefore it makes sense to throw it out. However, it doesn't carry any weight for actually proving the shape of the globe itself. It does carry weight if you already know the Earth's a globe and you're trying to make measurements based on that assumption. Do you understand that difference?
Yes, permission to respond.
Well, when I stop talking, that's permission.
Okay, thank you.
Plus
yes,
the 5 cents.
I do understand that difference. And I would love to see some measurements that contradict the globe. Could you provide some?
As I said to you before, in the methodology itself, they tell you that they do this. If you actually had read the whole document, you know that. Anyway, I'm going to bed.
I would like to see measurements from your community that uses any other methodology that measures triangles on the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, I would just like the room to understand that he's obviously not going to address the things I actually say. He's going to kind of half address things that he
I
hopes
recognize
that people...
what you said. I acknowledge what you said, and you're correct.
He's agreeing that there is bias, right?
Yes, and I'm specifically asking, to your point, when you said, if I saw measurements or results that contradict the globe, what would I think? And I am personally telling you, I would love to see those, and I would love to look at them and make up my mind. So I'm asking, are there measurements of triangles on the surface of the Earth performed by your friends or people whom you trust, who are not biased and don't use the methodology that you mistrust? I recognize that. Do you have any that I could have a look at that would show a triangle that's 180 or under 180 or whatever that would contradict the spherical shape of the Earth? Are there? And please provide those.
You can use the measurements that they've already given us, because the fact of the matter is that they take these measurements and they throw out what doesn't match the model, and they take an average of all their shots and then they make it fit the model. Now that's the bullshit that we are arguing about, and that's why we have this position, because when you say that you're able to take a straight shot but then you're curving it to fit a model, that's where the bullshit comes in, and that's where we throw the flags in the field.
I understand, but that's not how we do it. In reality, if there's a scientist that claims certain theory and certain observations, and we question their methodology, and scientists bullshit all the time, so they will throw away the wrong results, whatever. When we see that, we don't use their paper to prove our theory. We go and we replicate a similar experiment ourselves, and that's how we prove them wrong. That's how scientists argue. So if you say that those people in that particular survey, they manipulated the data and threw away the wrong things, then I do not trust them. I reject what they publish, and I ask, is there somebody who has independently performed similar measurements about the same problem, triangles on the surface, that produced different results, and they did it more honestly and didn't throw away the wrong stuff?
No, you're
Please,
not.
there should be. Why aren't there in 150 years or whatever? Why
No,
cannot David Wise go and do that tomorrow?
no, you're not getting it though. When you're shooting, okay, here's the problem. When you're shooting, these particular shots, to give you a specific datum point, if you will. If you did it yourself on an Earth that we're standing upon, then you yourself can come up with this is what our measurements are. But what throws it all off is the formula that they invoke, which
Don't
is
use it.
I get it, but it's a biased formula because then they are making it so guess what? When it's not equating to what they are expecting it be to match the model, then that's when they just throw in their little notebook, oh, there is an error, there's we got it, there's a correction, whether it be higher or lower,
Okay, but I
to make
didn't
sure.
say they. Anything I said, I did not use the word they. I mean you. Like, why don't you go? You, the plural you. Why don't you
Right.
go, do the measurements, use whatever formula you want. You can use refraction, you can not use refraction, you can use anything you want, and make your measurements, describe them, do the calculations, and draw your conclusions, and
Well,
we, the plural we, the rest of the world, will look at it and we'll see maybe you made a mistake, we think, or maybe we'll say, oh, interesting.
no, yeah,
Has anyone done that?
no, I get what you're saying, but
No, is the
in the
answer?
world, I get what you're saying, but in the world we live in, that is not how they do it because they are adherent to the model. So
There
like
is no they.
when
Like,
you
stop
have
saying
surveyors,
they.
when you have surveyors that shoot elevations all day every day, they're shooting elevations that are straight and horizontal, and you get a point, and there's a datum point to that. All day every day, they are proving themselves flat, 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 all day every day. But it's this falsehood that geodetic surveyors will come in and they have to account for curvature because they're having a triangle that's greater than 180 degrees. Total bullshit. We already talked about it. They are literally throwing out other measurements to fit the model. So every day surveyors do this. A planar surveyor will always do this. Matter of fact, the argument there would be, well, they themselves say the curve is so insignificant, just treat it like it's
Wait,
flat. That's
let me
that's the
try and bridge.
reality.
Let me try and bridge this apocryphon. Do you think there would be any possible reason for why you'd want to throw away, for instance, a measurement that was absurdly incorrect, or out of line, or not according to the pattern?
The only reason why they do it is to fit the model. That's the only reason why.
Yeah,
Because
but
that's where they
do you
have
think? Do you
incorrect
think
error correction.
outside of that, for like something that has nothing to do with, for instance, the globe Earth, right? So just any measurement. So let's say you're trying to measure your penis, and you get between 6 and 6.5 inches, but one time you accidentally got 9 inches. Would you
Round
would you
up.
like would you walk around saying you've got 9 inches, or would you say it's probably about 6 to 6.5?
I always
Right,
round up.
round up. Okay, I see. The point is, like, outside of globe Earth, right? You would reject the outlier, probably, if you're being honest with yourself. So why is it a problem if you would do it this particular way and also reject the outlier? If even if there was an outlier that confirmed what you were saying, which would even if that is the case, because what you'd be talking about is a perfect 180-degree triangle, right? So someone would have to show that and then see it being repeatable. Am I getting this correctly, Peter C? Am I saying your point correctly, or?
Yeah.
Okay, I'll follow them. It's a new one though. I've not heard about this before. I don't know, guys. That was the first thing that came into my head. It's the only thing I've ever measured.
Haven't we all?
Not lately. Getting a bit old.
Yeah, me too. I'm trying to forget the result I got many years ago.
Either way, right? Is there an actual counterpoint to what he's saying? Because me being the stupid non-scientist scientist that I am, I don't really understand why a flat earther would reject this in practice.
That's a very loaded question.
Why is it loaded?
Because it has many layers to it.
Yeah, well, what layers does it have that's beyond what I just said?
Psychological, cultural, life experience.
Does it?
Yeah, like I'm not even trying to be funny. Like unless you have tried to measure something in a controlled environment in your life, didn't have to be science, could be even mechanical things, engineering, then you know, for example, what the term margin of error is, or tool precision, or why you never take one measurement. Even when I, measure the height of my son, I take 3 measurements and they're always off, right? So I know why you take many measurements and you have what you called correctly outliers. And I know what an outlier is. And I also know where people falsely reject data because they have psychological need to like prove their model. They have a confirmation bias, right? So they reject things that are not outliers, but they make them look like they are. But I also know what a legit outlier is because I've done this stuff like professionally. But there are people who
I understand
haven't.
what you're
It's
saying, but
not
I
their
think the
fault.
principle of what you're saying, like if I can understand it, and believe me, right, I'm no STEM major, right? I was very much not in that sort of realm. If I can understand it, and yes, it is something you would do at high school. You would, when you did any sort of measurement of anything you were doing, you'd do at least like 10 measurements of the same thing, right? So I think everyone in here gets the principle, but I think
There's a difference. Sorry, there's a difference between hearing it and getting the principle in abstraction. That there's a difference, and there's a difference between doing it in practice. And you don't need to have a PhD or anything. You could be a car mechanic, for example, and doing it in practice and knowing what a legitimate outlier is and what a false outlier is. Once you practice this a bit in your life, you get a much better hold on what we mean by that, and you can detect bullshit better. And you can also detect when it's done correctly.
Well, yeah, I mean, anyone who's gone to a doctor knows that if you ever had your blood pressure
right,
tested, you
right,
get tested more than once. You get tested 3 or 4 times.
and it's such bullshit, right? Like you can measure it in the wrong way slightly, and you get ridiculous results. And then what's your first impulse? You go like, let me take it again because this is silly. What I saw, I should be dead with this number.
Yeah, exactly. So, in principle, we should all get it. So now I'm confused as to the flat earth which is saying that some digits are thrown out. Not to be honest with you, it's kind of vague because I don't know what those digits are, what they're amounting to, or how they would. Because I guess what you're after is a 180-degree triangle, right? That's what you're after. You're asking them to provide you a measurement that would show you an 180-degree triangle on the dot, right?
What they're doing is they're
hubbub,
taking a median. They're taking a median of all their measurements, and that's what they're doing.
What's
That's
going
why
on?
they.
Did I miss some kind of something happening? What's
What
going
up,
on?
Miggy?
Yeah, we're talking about triangles.
Yeah,
not
and
in the way
how
you would
apparently
think.
they've been.
Okay, so what about triangles?
Peter C, do you want to explain your argument to Alpha Veritas?
Please. What argument do you have? Like, you know the
We were
channel name, right?
Yes, I do.
Okay, so is it pertaining to the channel name? Like, is it something contrary to what we're saying? Is it evidence for the Earth being a globe? Pray tell.
I will tell. I was asked a very specific question to which I provided an answer, and now we're debating that answer.
Yeah, we don't like to do that though, because it sounds like somebody wants to have a debate,
Then I won't
this
continue. Stop
yeah, no,
asking
it's
me
fine.
to
You
more
can
questions.
you can actually, once you fuck off, you can fuck off some more. Because I don't care if you're gonna throw a little baby tantrum. The only thing I'm
Oh,
You
concerned with
guys
in
ask
this
me
is
questions,
I'm gonna
right?
take
I'm
the
only
ball and go
answering.
home.
you can shut up while
Oh.
I'm talking, right? Really. So all we're concerned with here in this room is that there's evidence for the Earth being a globe. And now if you got that, then I'm all ears. But if you don't have that, then you can sit silently until somebody else provides evidence for the Earth being a globe. Now, the thing that we're looking for is Earth curvature, axial rotation, and the cosmic vacuum being something that we can actually travel to or that it exists like they tell us. So, very simply, do you have any of that evidence? Okay.
Yeah, I have. That's what we've been discussing.
Okay, so which one of those that I just named do you have?
Curvature.
Ah, excellent. So, can we have the primary source, a citation for the primary source, and a demonstration of the Earth curvature demonstrated to us in exactly how they tell us how we can measure it, right? Because they measured the Earth already. So, we just got to find out what method they use. So, you have this method. Please provide. We're all ears.
Already
Go ahead.
provided. That's what we're discussing.
No, we're not already providing it. I didn't hear it. I just got here. Please present that evidence.
I will repost the PDF in the chat.
I'm not gonna. Don't hurl a fucking elephant at me.
Sorry, I
I need you
posted
to
it for
tell
you.
me. I need you to tell me what it
Yes,
is that
the
you're
summary
presenting.
is this. The summary is this. When you measure a triangle on the surface of the Earth, you get more than 180 degrees.
Measuring a triangle, like on the floor. Can I make a triangle on the ground, and then I could measure it? What are you talking
Yes.
about?
Triangle on the ground, yeah.
How are you measuring this triangle?
You plant 3 sticks into the ground and you measure the angles between those 3 sticks.
Oh, that sounds very stupid. Who's done this?
Oh,
People who
retort.
like to jerk off to triangles.
I don't know
What a
what the fuck.
response.
I don't know. Sir, whatever your name is, just sit silently, please. We don't need your chirping. So, Peter C., what are you talking about?
Nerds who like to measure triangles very precisely have done it.
That's still not giving me context. What are you talking about?
Land surveyors.
Ah, land surveyors. Okay, so surveying. Surveying, right? Is this what you're talking about?
Surveying is the bigger game, but measuring a triangle is
Okay.
an isolated experiment
So
that you do using tools, yeah.
let's just qualify what you do because there's some people that are amateurs. Do you work in the field, sir?
Land surveying? No.
Yes. What is it that you do as a profession? Because if you're attempting to go down this path, if you're not qualified as a professional, then what are you doing talking about this?
That's kind of an appeal to authority.
I'm not going to talk to anybody else but Peter C. Anybody
I am
else that
a-
interrupts will
You-
be
you're committing a
swiftly muted.
fallacy.
You're going to be swiftly muted. It's up to you. Your choice. I can make the choice for you. I'm talking to Peter. Thank you.
Based.
Thank you. I am a software engineer with background in mathematics and physics.
Okay. Excellent. So, is that a field that we can look into, or are you going to tell us about something you don't have experience on, sir?
I have absolutely no experience surveying the land.
Okay.
I do.
Well, now that we've, yeah, but we're just gonna talk to the guy for now.
My bad.
So now that we've got that out of the way, we don't want to hear from people who had a good night's rest and a Holiday Inn come into this chat and proceed to tell us about a profession they have no knowledge on. Because if we press the person for any information and they don't give it to us, then its burden is going to be heavily on you, and I don't want that. So I want to speak to somebody that has this profession and done it, and then we're going to match them up with people in our team that will do the same. But also, the thing that I want to tell you, because a lot of people get really heated with this, it becomes a debate. And that's what I don't like. If there's any evidence to substantiate the claim, that's the only thing I'm concerned with. So if you can substantiate the claim in a manner that we can understand a method by which it can be done, then that's fine. But if you're presuming to tell me about something you have no knowledge on, if we're pressing for answers and you say, well, I'm not a land surveyor, I just work as an engineer. Well, then you've just overstepped your bounds. So I'm saying right now, if you don't know how to follow up and tell us everything we need to know, I wouldn't continue.
Based.
Just saying. But if you do, proceed. Because there's going to be a lot of follow-up things that we're going to say. And we're going to quiz you on the information you're telling us. And some of it's going to go outside of your knowledge. We've done
And you
this
need at
many...
least a 75% to pass.
Okay, dude. We don't need your help at all, period. Thank you.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So, back to you, Peter C. It's up to you. Ball's in your court. Pun intended. Do you want to proceed, or would you like to not go down the path? Because I'm a stickler for the information. So if you don't proceed and you can't give me what I need, you'll be swiftly muted. I don't want that for you. I want you to be honest with yourself. If you have some knowledge because you heard some anti-flat earther tell you some things, that's fine. If you heard an argument on the internet, that's still okay. But I wouldn't presume to go down this path because this is a very strict topic. It's up to you, Peter.
Answer. Permission to answer.
It's up to you. You can choose to go down the path. It's up to you.
I would like to risk going down the path to the limit of my ability.
Now that's good. I'm glad. Then buckle up, sir. So go ahead. Proceed to tell me what you need to tell me. Present your information.
Here is the information that I would like to present.
And don't hurl an elephant at me, please. As much as information as you can tell me over the call. Go ahead.
If you measure a sufficiently large triangle on the surface of the Earth, and you do that accurately, you will obtain a triangle that has more than 180 degrees as the sum of the internal angles.
What distance have you measured?
I have not measured a single triangle.
You wanted this. Just remember that. Ever since we're going on this path, you wanted this.
Yes.
All right.
No, I have not measured.
What's the distance you measured?
In my life, I measured triangles that were not
more than...
What is
the distance you measured, sir?
10 inches.
10 inches. Then how does that qualify for the information?
It does not. My measurements do not qualify.
All right, then. So then, I'm going to press you again. What distance are we looking for to measure that you have done to qualify your information? Go ahead.
I do not have any measurements that would qualify myself.
Then, we found ourselves at an impasse, have we? Because you're stepping over the line of saying that you know something that you have no knowledge on. So
no,
I'm going to go ahead.
I'm
going to go ahead and say that you don't know what you're talking about. And I'm very valid in saying that because you admittedly said you don't know because you haven't done it. So therefore, it is disqualified and inadmissible. I'm not going to even listen to it anymore. By your own volition that you said that you don't have any knowledge on it. You didn't do anything. Therefore, I'm going to toss it out. Do you have anything else?
No, thank you.
You're welcome. That is all. I'm going to mute everybody else. Andre and Laugh Out Loud. Go ahead. Anybody else want to provide evidence for the Earth being a globe? Please present your evidence. I will listen to it if you do know what you're talking about, and I will go down to, I will exhaust every possible branch of knowledge that you have to extrapolate the information for the knowledge that you have to substantiate the claim that the Earth is a globe. You must be precise and you must know what you're talking about. Go ahead, Andre.
Would I have to show measurements that I measured myself, or could I just point to an experiment?
Well, no, it's like this, because what I asked for is, let's say you don't know, but maybe you appeal to a consensus or somebody who's done it, so long as you understand the method completely. Now, I've given everybody at least that much, right? But if you don't come with the correct information, I will know the exact point that you're saying things that are suggestive, like, well, probably they've done it this way, or if there's an inch, I'm gonna know that you don't know what you're talking about. So people that do know because they've done the job before, or they've worked in fields that have these type of information, they've done it, they're welcome to. and people should listen to them because they know what they're talking about. At the same time, we could ask them questions about what they've done. But amateurs, this isn't the place for them. Those people who just want to belly up to the bar and say, "Let me try, honey, hold my beer," that's not going to work in here. So, sorry, but you might wax philosophical amongst your peers, but it's not going to work here. So it might sound really nice to other people when you're talking, but it doesn't mean a hill of beans if I'm quizzing you on everything that you're talking about, especially if it's something to deal with what this topic's all about. Because I've been doing this long enough, and I know when people don't have the information to substantiate the claim. I'll hear something suggestive in what they're saying. So I'm making everybody aware. It's not just listening to an argument or thinking you know. It's about actually knowing what you're talking about. And that's very different than somebody who's an amateur. So, anybody else like to present their information? But like I said, the criteria is there. All you got to do is meet it. Sir Bena-esque, go ahead and ask your question. You can ask what you typed in the text chat in the open voice chat.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I was wondering what credentials do flat earthers have for their position?
Many people work in different fields, and we don't have to disclose unless some people actually do want to disclose what they do. I would say for the majority of time, people do disclose what they do. And it's always in fields that are working around the type of equipment that is being used, that are coming to question, like the one that's being used right now, like theodolites, total stations, that sort of thing. So they're very knowledgeable because they've worked in the jobs that in the industry that actually uses these tools. So, and many other fields. So there's just like a spectrum of different fields that people work in. So my hat's off to the people that are in the flat team. Let's just say, I use that so that you can understand what I'm talking about. The people that are in this team. So, but they range from a different. Nobody needs to disclose what they do, but they just need to be super knowledgeable on what they're saying, because the moment that even a flat earther says something that doesn't line up with what their job is, or they're lying just because they want to try to win an argument, we're gonna know. And I'm saying that because it happens nobody can just come in here and say things. Let's just put it that way. You have to know what you're talking about. So yes, many people in the flat side, yep, they work in many different fields. There's a spectrum, so I can't tell you all of the different fields, but yeah, the ones
Yeah,
pertaining to here, for sure.
So are there qualified surveyors here
Yes.
at the moment?
Yes. Yes, they work in the industry, for sure. So yeah, many of them do actually, and a few of them aren't on right now, but ones that are, you should get to know them, and also join our server if you want to have more conversations with them. But right. This isn't an easy. This is not an easy place to be for both sides. I've stopped many conversations from both sides. So people that say that, well, I'm a flat earther, what are you doing? No, you're not. If you're saying dumb shit in here, you have to be on your P's and Q's to be actually having a position here. So it's a rough go for everyone, right? So, but if you do know what you're talking about, you will have the floor. Let's just put it that way. Laugh Out Loud said whatever. They say that you need to turn off your streaming because it limits the room.
What do you mean limits the room?
Yeah, that's what we're getting. That it's just a rule that people are saying that in this room you can't stream because it limits the capacity.
Oh,
I don't
okay.
know. As far as I don't.
I mean, yeah, like
it limits the
obviously, if it
bandwidth.
limits the room, then I will turn it
Bandwidth?
off. But like
It's the bandwidth. It doesn't
Oh, it's a
actually put a
bandwidth.
hard
Okay.
limit on the number that can join.
So
but
it's just the bandwidth. Okay. Well,
okay,
that's fair.
I'm sorry about that. Yeah.
I don't fucking know, dude. I'm just here. But anyway.
Let's go.
So yeah, if anybody else is in here, go ahead and chime in.
Why do you care about the flat Earth so much?
I care about the truth, sir. Flat Earth is just something we speak of that the Earth is, obviously. But the truth is most important to me.
But
I care about truth.
Sure. But it's a large part of your identity, right?
No. I'm a critical thinker. That's a large part of my identity, to critically think about information that's been given to me. So, as a consumer of information, I'd like to know the truth. If something is not true, then I'm going to expose it. Anything. I don't care what it is. Flat Earth, any type of information that I hear, doesn't matter what it is. I care about truth. And I want others to know truth. So, as you could say, I can care for my fellow man as well. I might come off a bit harsh, but I don't suffer fools. Not for long, anyway.
So if someone was lying about the shape of a banana, would you talk about it a lot?
It just depends on the context of whatever it is we're discussing. Usually in this room, it has to deal with very concrete things. So the things that are concrete, we examine as much as we can, as much as we possibly can. But I would say that once we discover empirically that something stands to be true, then it is unmovable. You have to thwart the efforts of that truth by combating it with something that's actually counter to that, and it better be the truth. Because if you're holding truth and I'm holding truth, one of us is only going to be the winner of this. Like, we can't both hold truth. It needs to be either you're saying that what you're saying is true, or what I'm saying is true. One of us is right, one of us is wrong. So basically, there's no gray area.
Yeah, but you weight things differently, right? Like some things, like if someone was lying about some insignificant speck, you wouldn't really care, right? It doesn't
Well, I
really
don't know.
matter.
What are you trying to qualify? What I don't use an example.
I talked about the shape of a banana. Like someone is
Oh,
saying
I
it's
mean, it's not. I don't know what you mean by that, but I
if
guess
someone
what do you mean
told
by
you.
lying about the shape? I don't know.
Let's say there was a government conspiracy to say the shape of a banana was a circle, right? And it was promoted and propagated. Would you care?
Like I said, I care about truth. So if it's not true and somebody's forcing that information onto you and pushing it and telling you to believe something just on the basis of somebody saying it, then that's wrong.
Sure.
Like, telling you what to think instead of telling you how to think, I think is a heresy. People should be taught how to think, not what to think. And a lot of the times, most of the people who believe the earth is a globe are just parroting things that they've been told what to think. They have you think about it. Most of the knowledge that's garnered from learning that the earth is a globe, you were being told that this is how things are. You're not given a choice. You're just like, this is how it is. Everybody believes it. You're an oddball that wants to question it. Don't question it, just believe. And so you take on a paradigm that's not your own and you believe it. And I think
Pretty much
that's
all people in all facets of knowledge defer their reasoning, right? That's just
I don't know. That's a
do though.
that's a generalizing statement of people that I couldn't tell you, because everybody's different, right? And we're all in different, I guess you can say, a spectrum of knowledge. Some of us are on the path to learning something, and others are just starting to become more of a believer than they are actually finding things out for themselves. So, and I think that's a travesty, really it is. But what we try to do here is build somebody up to actually really think about things, right? Not just, it might sound like on the onset, this is the stupidest shit you've ever heard. But when you actually dig just a little bit deeper, you're going to find out that it's actually getting to jumpstart how you think. because before you were just taught to think like everyone else, and the information you consume has been given to you. It's spoon fed to you. My God, all you got to do is hit a few keystrokes and you got all the world's library at your fingertips. But because of that, it disables your critical thinking, because all you got to do is type it into Google and Google spits out the facts, right? Or so you think. Next thing you know, you're sounding like everything that you see on the internet is being, like, you're parroting everything, right? But that's not all truth. It's mixed in with truth, right? There's truth and lies. So with that, you're taking on, like, losing the ability to critically think about things and understand what truth and falsehood is. So because of that, you're losing grips with reality. And I'm saying that in the very real way, that you're going to be able to realize that every wind of doctrine that you take on, every philosophy becomes it attaches itself to your paradigm, your worldview, right? And let me not bloviate anymore, but I'm just telling you this so you can understand that this place that we're in 24/7 flat earth, it's not just about flat earth. It's about understanding how to think. It's arming yourself with, like, the capability of getting your mind back, because it's been lost. It's been given to others, right? Well, I don't know. The scientist knows. Well, I don't know. The such and such knows. And you just, like, over and over again, right? You just give your mind away instead of taking it back and saying, you know what? I don't know. Let me check it out. So in this room, I respect more people that say, "Fuck, I don't know, but I can look into it, right? I could check it out." Fun on both sides. So if you're a flat earth goer,
Yeah.
it doesn't matter to me. The only thing that
Like,
matters is say, you know what? I don't know. I haven't heard that. It's interesting. I don't know. Fuck, let me think about it, right? Like,
Can I ask a question?
yeah.
Sure. So are there things in your life that you take for granted, or do you have to? Do you feel you must verify everything?
What do you mean? Like, as in, getting up in the morning and brushing my teeth, not worrying about where the toothpaste comes from, or like is.
Yeah. Like you don't you take for granted that the toothpaste that you use is not toxic. It's not filled with cyanide. You don't verify it. You just kind of
Yeah,
believe that.
I get what you're saying. It's that shit right there. Like, I would leave it up to you, but here's my take on it, right? Like, because I'm just gonna tell you from my perspective. It woke me up to the extreme amount of deception that we've been under. Like, I would say you've been asleep for a long time, and it's like waking up from a bad dream, and you're just looking around and you're like, dude, we're fucking, like, everything, like, all the fucking faucets of reality have been, like, tainted by corruption. And so it's a bunch of profit and greed, and you're caught in the middle of it. You're like in the middle of this fucking, corporate warfare, politicians arguing, like, and you're just stuck in the middle. You're just a guy that's trying to get along through life and, not harm anything. You're just trying to do right. And because of that, and it's a long way around, laugh out loud. I'm sorry about it, man, but I'm just saying, from my perspective, I think, like, when you wake up, you're like, fuck, dude, like, you mean that every fucking thing that I'm doing is all of it's, like, from the education system, from, like, how I speak to people, like, all of it's fucking tainted, dude, all of it. So you're trying to, like, get a grip, because it's so much. So you have to take it in strides, right? You have to break it down into, like, okay, so now I'm going to learn about this subject for now. I might not know about this other topic that they're talking about. Just give me a minute, right? Let me look into this shit first and see what I can find out about. And then so you don't say, like, okay, we're all fucking, like, all this shit's coming at us, so now we're just screwed every which way. But I would say, yeah, it's pretty screwed up. We can talk about different subjects,
Right.
but on this one, on the shape of the earth conversation, we've been fucking shellacked for a while with these guys, right?
Right.
And
I mean, right. So, I mean, I respect a lot what you're doing. I do think it's very commendable to get people to question, like, things they take for granted. A lot of people just don't do that. Not just for flat earth, but for anything. But with the most utmost of respect, I mean this. You did not answer my question. Are there things in life that you do take for granted?
currently, right now, because I haven't gotten to them yet, I would say probably. But if somebody made me aware of the subject matter, I would say yes.
Do you think if I were to like try to convince you, hey, your toothpaste does have cyanide, would you actually look into it?
If it was valid, yeah. If you had some evidence, you're like, look, dude, here's the study, or whatever. I don't care what you present it, so long as it's legitimate. Like this information that you're presenting has a reason for me to look into it. Like if it's just some guy saying that they put that shit in there, but they're just like, well, just trust me, bro. Like I'm gonna be like, dude, what the fuck would I even like look into it? You don't have any. There's nothing to support the case. But if you
Got it.
had some real stuff that came along with it, I'm gonna fucking take a look at it. I'm not gonna be like, dude, shut the fuck up, dude. Like that would be stupid of me because you're making a case for something that I probably need to look at, right?
Right.
But I'm saying it would fall on me that I ignored what you said. That's all I'm saying. Like,
Okay, I get where you're coming from. Thank you for answering my question.
yeah,
I love you.
I don't know about that, man. But like, if anybody else wants to chime in, listen, man. What I'm saying is, it just seems weird, right? When you first hear this, it sounds like the dumbest shit ever. But just, I promise you, man, just give it some time, ask some questions, and just be legit, dude. Like, don't be a jackass when you come in. Just be legit. Be like, dude, look, I'm gonna tell you straight up. It sounds like the dumbest shit I've ever heard, but I mean, I just want to hear what you guys got to say. Fuck it. Like, let's see what happens. Just be real. Fuck. I think I respect that shit more than somebody just being a fucking straight up troll. Any day. What's up, Jedi?
What's up, man? How you doing? You good?
Yeah. I just felt like well, and the conversation was leaning more towards people that are amateurs at like surveying and doing the triangle that's more than 180 degrees, and it goes into those conversations. We do have people that have been working in the fields for a while, but the thing is, there's some people who are attempting to get themselves in the argument because they want to be right about the earth being a globe. It's like, okay, so they've woken up from the bad dream that they heard that there's possibility that the earth is not a globe, and they want to go back to sleep so bad that they're willing to sacrifice even their own pride, like, and when it comes to this, right?
Yeah.
So, and I'm like, don't do that. I'm always warning people, stop. You don't need to. Nobody's out there gonna give you a gold star for like throwing your body in the gears, man. No one. Nobody cares, dude. Like when you wake up and realize nobody gives a shit that you're in here arguing for the globe. They don't care. They got all of academia to do that for them. So what we're doing in here is disseminating the information to us to a level where you could actually be like, okay, all right, now we got all the cards on the fucking table. Now we're gonna see what's what, right? If there's real curvature, or we just been fucking told that there is, and there isn't any evidence to substantiate it. So for me, what I'm doing is I want to make sure that everybody's got their A game on when they come in here. And if they're gonna come with the truth, it's gonna knock everything down that we've ever said. But if they're trying to weasel some kind of fucking amateuristic fucking way to come in here, I'm just gonna call them out. They'll be exposed immediately. There's no way. So I mean, I've talked to PhDs, cosmologists, astrophysicists, like, and those guys, I have some recorded on my YouTube. But there's Danny Faulkner. I don't know. You guys might know who that guy is.
Yeah.
He's a PhD. He works with Answers in Genesis. I've spoken to him before. There's quite a few other lads that have been in here. Me and Jedi. Actually, Jedi has credit to speaking to a lot of these fucking guys. I think you spoke to Mick West, didn't you, Jedi? Back when he was in.
Yeah, we did. Yeah.
You can look up these names that we're dropping, so you know who we're talking about. But
Nick West, MC2, fucking Fight the Flat Earth.
Do you still
Loads
have a
of people
YouTube
that
channel?
I can't even bloody.
Do you still have a YouTube channel?
who are you talking to, Jedi?
Well, either of you.
Yeah, I do. It goes under Mayhem.
Okay. Do you still
So,
post
yeah,
videos?
Find it. Well, they're audio clips.
All right.
They're, I guess, of past encounters. I think one I have is I labeled it astrophysicist. So I think it's the guy. His name is Itier, and he's come to find out allegedly he told Indio that he was a student, a fifth-year student. I don't know if it was true or not, but he told me that he was an astrophysicist and he was grading papers, and at the time that I had a conversation with him. So but you can hear from the guy himself. He said that he used to work on information to help. He wrote a book, I think he said also. He wrote a book and some other contributions that he's done for quote unquote science.
I've come to learn that I don't trust anyone's bullshit when they tell me what they do for work or what they do at school or whatever.
Yeah, that may be
I'm a
true,
truck driver.
but the problem is you can't know that. Like I can't. If you tell me that you are fucking whatever you say, I'm just gonna take you for it. Like I
The
don't know
reason
if you are or not.
the
Like
reason why I say that is because like when someone comes in, for instance, and says like on both sides, but they like just want to describe their like let's say their resume, right? They start to say like, oh, I was a flat earther, right, but not anymore. Or we always know the minute someone says that it's basically bullshit, right? When I hear someone say, when I hear someone say that they've got they're they're educated in something, usually they're actually just students, and students are dumb as rocks, right? So I don't really like rely on that either. When people say they do something for work, I mean, if I said I work for NASA, I could be a janitor there, right? Like it's really like I don't know. I don't buy
not
it when anyone
dependable.
tells me.
Like what?
Yeah, it's not reliable. When someone says that, I don't. I care about what's coming out of their mouth, not so much about their credentials or whatever.
Exactly. That's
Well,
about the
in
way I
all
look at it too, man.
in all honesty, like the janitor knows just as much as the engineer because they're all being lied to. They're all looking at a screen with fucking a computer generated numbers. Like they're all fucking on. They're all lied to. I don't know.
Yeah, I can see what
Fucking
you're saying, but
retarded,
I
dude.
guess
Holy shit.
I guess to the extent of like having somebody speak about what they're doing, I think that makes a bit of difference than it does like a janitor. He wouldn't know what an engineer does on his his work day, but an engineer could say about what he does. Like would at least give it some credibility to what he's saying. Like if he's saying like, "Hey, I've done this," and you can't tell him from Adam, so you're just gonna be like, "Okay, I guess I'll trust you." But once you start to know exactly if they've done something, then you'll know for sure. Because we have people like in all fields, so somebody from the field is gonna quiz him on some information, and if he doesn't know it, then we're gonna find him out to be a rat, or a weasel. So
Yeah,
it's better just to be honest. I mean, if you don't.
I think we sometimes trick ourselves into thinking scientists are beyond reproach because science is very gatekept as far as we're allowed to know what's going on. We're just told that this is the case rather than being able to
It's
investigate for ourselves.
departmentalized. I think that's the word you're looking at. Is departmentalized. So there's certain levels to like where people say, okay, after the certain boardrooms have met, then it goes out to the peons underneath and so on, and it gets spread out to the managers, and then like everybody starts to be able to know about this because there was meetings about these things, right? Before the information gets put out to the rest of us.
Yeah, I
So
mean, like I'm allegedly meant to be an expert in a field, right? But when I talk to people, people have no problem with trying to object to me and calling me stupid, even though something I'm meant to be an expert on. But when it comes to scientists or like people along those sorts of lines, they get treated like they're yeah, like literally just beyond reproach. That no one can object to them because that is the
well,
science.
it's almost like those guys they're held to a different standard though, Britt. Like I don't know, like in your field, are you held to that standard in your field? Like
What
when you say
standard?
when you say a scientist, that speaks to like people that are investigating the physical and natural world that you and I exist in. So if they say something about the physical and natural world and they've studied, whatever it is, and they speak on it, then their word is like, well, they're just telling you something about reality that maybe you didn't encounter before because their new discovery was this. And then versus what you do in your field, like it may not be as impactful as what they do. So they're a bit more highly regarded because they're helping
Well,
humanity.
I
And
think
I'm not saying that you're not, but I'm
no,
just,
no,
you
no.
know what I mean?
I agree. I agree. Like obviously, like it's like saying a doctor's more important than I don't know, fucking trying to think like an IT student. Sure, that's probably the
Yeah,
case.
yeah, and yeah,
I
they
think
could be doing, yeah.
yeah, I think what I'm more objecting to is not that that's the case. It's just that
no scientist should be beyond reproach or objection, right? So I'm happy for someone to object to me and call me stupid and whatever. I don't expect anything less, even if I am an expert in something. Whereas, I feel like there are some people who treat scientists like god emperors, that they can't be wrong, that this is the science and this is what it is, and everyone else is stupid for disagreeing.
Maybe.
Because you hear that
Maybe.
so often that this is the science. I mean, like a flat earther should know this better than anyone, because how often do people say that to you? Like, this is just science, bro. You know, that kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, I get what you're saying, but it sucks because we still have to, like, some people that are, can I say it this way? Like, some people that are on the globe side can still be trusted. Like, that's fucked up to me. It's like, I'm saying that because it's true. Because it doesn't matter if they're speaking about the Earth being a globe. Like, they could be working on some things that is, and actual reality, contributing to what we're doing, right? The things that we do, making life better and stuff. So that's not, you can't write, you know what I mean? Like, you can't just write them off and say, oh, they're all fucked. Like, there's no way, dude. Like, they're just working for the devil now. Like, you can't, you have to see what's going on. I think that's just, it's in all of us, right? We can do good, we can do evil. All of us can.
Yeah. Well,
But
there's
it's
two
just,
kinds of people. I said this earlier on to it's called curvature enjoyer right now. I said it to him earlier on. Like I think it's more in the minds of. I don't think scientists have caused this. I don't think scientists treat themselves like they're beyond reproach. I think that people have got it in their minds that this is the case. A scientist will be the first person to tell you, for instance, gravity and the theory of relativity could be false, right? You'd find that that'd be more likely a response from a scientist than it would from the average person, because the average person, their view on what science is like it's everything
it's a
that comes
gold
out of the mouth
standard.
is law.
And
Right?
dude, I can't disagree with you. Like, because on this point, even Neil deGrasse Tyson, when he's held, because he goes through a bunch of things and like what you call quote unquote science, right? Pseudoscience. But like when he starts talking and they ask him the hard questions, like, what's gravity? Gravity, what it is, we don't know. He just, because he can't say that they know. Like, that just puts him in a, it'll put him in a position that he's never taken. Like, he doesn't take an objective stance on saying something certain like that. But you know what I mean? So he has to at least tell you what it is, and then on the other side of his mouth say that he doesn't know what it is. You know what I'm saying? Like, in that, these guys who are at the highest levels of communicating this like scientific knowledge to the population, they say it that way. They don't hold to, like, they're not on the internet. Like, these guys in here, they'll die on the hill. They'll be like, dude, Cavendish, and that's about all there is to it. And you're like, dude, fuck, like, nobody out there is going to be saying the things you do, like, are saying right now, like, as definite as you're saying them, because people in here, the believers, they have a zealotry for their belief system. It's got to be true. There's no way it can't be wrong. So they'll say, well, at the very end of our discussions, well, guess what? I'm not a scientist, so I wouldn't know. You're like a fucking hour and a half in. You're like, fuck, dude, why didn't you tell me that at the very beginning? It would have saved us all the time.
Yeah, I think my point was more like when I said science is gate kept, I didn't mean it was like gate kept by scientists. I think a scientist is usually happy to explain something and be honest about what they do know and what they don't know, what could be true and what might not be true. I think the people who gatekeep science are, funnily enough, the layman, the person who
Fuck,
just.
dude, you're speaking facts right now. Like, fuck.
I always do.
That's facts.
But
That's
imagine
facts.
but imagine a scientist that spends an entire life, for his career and livelihood, and everything he studied was all based upon a lie and a misconstrued idea. So like what good is it if everything you studied was about a falsehood? Like that to me, that gives you no credibility, because you couldn't think with your own brain logically, critical thinking of all the things that we could interject and throw in there and say, this doesn't make sense, this doesn't work out. Matter of fact, it doesn't even calculate to what you're even saying it to be. So I don't know. I'm not trying to appeal to authority right now, with these scientists nowadays, because nowadays the scientists they're not even credible.
Yeah, bro, but they work within a construct. They're It's this world that they've made. They're working within the framework of that. So it's
Exactly.
like
That's my
it's
point.
like it's like the lore of the globe Earth. Like it's lore. So within the lore, they can safely think about things within that, and so they could talk about stuff that probably has nothing to do with our physical and natural world, but because they can postulate things that you probably don't think about, other planets or life on other planets that's farther away than we could ever possibly get to. Stuff like that gets published in that kind of, because it's like they're still in the framework of the lore.
And it gets passed as factual, and
It
that's
gets
the
passed,
problem.
yeah.
Yeah,
And
you
what
got to
happens
think
is
about
that
the scientists, like the way that they will view the world. I think is at least admirable, more admirable than most. But they also have like flaws, right? Where the world is theory laden, right? Like everything that we see is narrative based and based on our perception
yeah,
and biases. Where it's unavoidable, a scientist can fall into that trap just as much as you and I. So you shouldn't
yeah.
necessarily see them as like propagators of a lie, these great liars that they're all in this cabal where all the
Yeah,
scientists are
yeah.
kind
No,
of like,
I don't think.
yeah.
Well, for the majority of us, I don't think we're all down that path. I would say most of us are. We understand there's people that propagate the information. I would say majority of the laymen, and then some of the people in academia will do it too, unbeknownst to like their paradigm. They're just like they're doing a job. Plus, they love doing their job because they truly believe. It's like, can you imagine putting somebody in a in Santa's workshop that believes Santa all? Like, it's like, fuck, dude, they'll be like as happy as pig and shit, dude. Like they'll be loving it. They're in Santa's workshop. When Santa will arrive, who knows? But we're gonna be in Santa's work. So like they're in the lore. They're all up in it. They love it. They love to be there and doing it. So what we're dealing with though is the information, right? The information that they're saying. How do we know it's true? Testing it. And so the whole side of what they're saying though is that science never says that it can know anything to be 100%. So they build a system where no truth can be actually obtained. It's only good enough information. It's a statistic. It's a probability. It's measured on a scale. It's not given to you like, okay, this is this and that is that. That's how we know things are. And you're always believing the new hottest thing, right? The next new thing. After, because you can look it up, Einsteinian general relativity, that's getting outdated pretty soon. I don't know if you know that, but the new hotness is coming in, and that new theory that's going to come in, it wouldn't take Einstein's down, and then that's going to replace it. And so that's the way it works. Just the new thing, the new best thing, and everybody's going to be talking about it on the internet, and you know what I mean. It's going to be the thing that we're going to be going against in the future. But for now, we're dealing with Einstein, so this is what I'm saying. Like they've constructed a worldview where everything it's malleable. It changes.
Okay,
It's always
I think
evolving.
I think we're gonna cross wires. I feel like very soon, because I think we've had a conversation where, I think it's perfectly fine that that's the case, right? I feel like you might object to that being the case, that there are new theories that come and go, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying the thing that's happening though is that the story is just changing. It's not getting better. It's just getting different. So the stories that you hear, it sounds like to you like there's a progression, but to us, it's just the story's getting grander because
It's
something
like
else
a
just
lore update.
yeah. Is that's what I was saying, Jedi. It's like, okay, so that it's like, oh, it's like DLC content for a game, the new downloadable content, right?
New
Like
expansion.
you're getting an expansion, like an update. So the update to Einsteinian will be this new theory that the center of the galaxy is the main attractor. That's and it's like, I'm telling you,
But that's what
it doesn't
science
stop.
is by definition.
No, right, but see, listen, this is what we're saying right now. So the very first thing that came up was the guy that had the apple fall on his head, Newton, right? That whole thing, it started like this whole, and I'd say this, my friends, it was even way before them. So we can go back 2,000 years ago to some Greek philosophers, and we can look at what they were talking about, because they were saying things about the cosmos way before any of these guys were. So
I'm
the
sorry,
Greek,
Alpha, but Can I say something? You called me out on my lack of measurements of the land, which I
It wasn't lack of
conceded.
measurements. It
No,
was your
no.
it was your
Yes.
inability to be able to
Yes.
put yourself in a position like a professional,
That's
somebody that
correct.
works in industry. So that's why I did,
But
not because
I do have a degree in science, so I could speak to
right.
what science is, for example,
Well,
and
what's
what
your
it is
degree
not.
in though? What and what do you do? What do you do? You said it before, but can you repeat it again? Jedi, I wasn't
I
here.
am a software engineer, but I have a degree in science of mathematics and physics.
Okay, proceed.
That's mathematics and physics. Okay, buddy.
Yeah, what were you gonna say?
Should I proceed, or should I just take
I
the
don't know what you
ridicule
were
and
gonna
stop?
say, but that's why I'm saying I just want you to state that because Jedi wasn't here, but now that he's heard.
Yeah, there was no
How many
ridicule.
years did you go to school, bro? How many years of schooling did you have?
Yeah, but I just want him to finish. It's fine. I don't even care about that. What were you gonna say?
So
Peter?
everything you guys are describing here, I totally agree with. Science is the process of generating new theories that more accurately and more completely describe observations. So, for example, 500 years ago, we had fewer observations, and the theories that we created matched those observations pretty accurately.
Did you say
500 years
fewer?
later,
Wait. Did you say fewer observations?
yeah, we had fewer observations about the world, yes.
As in like the physical and natural world, or the sky, as in the cosmos.
All of it, but let's say the cosmos, like we had shitty telescopes, right? Now we
Oh
have
no,
better.
no. Wait. Time out. Hold up. 1 second. You're seeing something more clear with a telescope, but you're as far as like looking at the night sky, they were a bit more precise than you were today. Did you know
What
that?
I'm saying is there were things we didn't see at all,
As in?
like galaxies. Edwin Hubble saw
Oh, I
galaxies.
see what you're saying.
Copernicus didn't.
I see what you're saying. Okay, yeah, continue with what you're saying, but I'll let
Right.
Jedi jump in now.
So we didn't observe atoms 500 years ago, right? Or galaxies. Just two examples. So whatever theories humans were generating, tried to explain those observations to a decent enough degree. 500 years later, we see more things. We have advanced chemistry. We ask questions about atoms. Niels Bohr comes around. Einstein comes around to talk about atoms, photoelectric effect. People observe the sky more closely. We see things beyond the solar system. So more questions come up, and new theories are created to address those questions. Now, I can tell you right now, if we build a more powerful CERN particle collider, we will have more observations because we're limited by the energies that CERN produces today. And therefore, those observations may question quantum mechanics or relativity. Guess what? Someone's going to have to create a new theory. You're exactly describing in your conversation here the scientific process.
Well, to a degree, yeah. We seem to be circling on just observations at the moment and then giving explanations or better theories for those observations.
Right on.
But if we're going to be applying the scientific method, then observation of a phenomenon is just a first step. Obviously, we have to have a supposition of causing of that phenomena, then some kind of experimental setup where we experiment with presumed cause and effect relationship. I mean, it's okay to say we've got observations, but that's not the entirety of science because shit, you can stare at the sky all of the time, but you don't really know. That's why you come up with quote unquote theories with regards to the ideas of what these things are and how they work, and those stories change over time and stuff. But we're not necessarily using the scientific method as strictly as we can. Because, for example, yeah, okay, we can do things here on the Earth and they might work fine. We can experiment with things here on the Earth and we can manipulate cause and effect relationships to demonstrate cause and effect relationships. But when we're starting to look at the sky, we're only dealing with observations and then some type of story to give an explanation to that observation. So there's a cut-off point, or the two don't marry. We understand the scientific process, but we can't just isolate the very first step of observation and then jump straight to theory without experimentation.
Okay, so how about the things that we can observe on Earth that, for example, confirm relativity or gravity?
Okay, so you would have, I mean, if we're going to be talking about here on Earth, and we are going to be strictly using the scientific method, then all you've got to do is give me the hypothesis that I can test to demonstrate the cause and effect relationship. If you're
Can I
going to
give you
say,
one?
if you want to give me gravity, yeah, sure, if you want.
So what if my hypothesis is this? When you place mass in an area, it creates acceleration.
Okay, so your dependent variable would be acceleration. Yeah.
If I place mass, it will create additional acceleration, yes.
Okay, so your dependent variable will be acceleration and your independent variable will be mass, correct?
Yes.
Cool. What's mass?
I don't know.
Okay.
Oh.
So we'll just stop here then.
I'm sorry. If I take an object
Yeah.
and put it somewhere, it creates acceleration.
What
Yeah,
do you
but how
mean
do you
by
define
what do you mean
Object.
by object? Yeah, does what? Where? What are you talking about?
If I take what we could call here in this room a material object, something I can hold, and if
Okay.
I place it in an area, it will create acceleration for other objects. How about that?
Okay, you'd be a little bit more specific for me, so I'm not incorrectly understanding what you're saying.
So I'm
So an
starting from
object.
like a very simple basic point that we can all agree on without
Okay.
getting lost in semantics. I take a physical
Well,
object of
words
your
mean
choice.
things, dude. Words mean things, so we will get lost in semantics because I will want to understand exactly what you're saying. So if
Okay,
I
I'm
ask you
giving
to
you a
define,
hypothesis.
hold on, my friend, sorry, I don't want to interrupt you. If I ask you, it's only to clarify so I understand better. That's the only reason I'm doing so. So are we going to be dropping something, for example?
No, we can,
Okay.
but the hypothesis is this. We, let's say,
If
good one, right. So if we drop an object, it's going to fall with a certain acceleration. If we
okay,
introduce an additional object in proximity, the said object will fall with a larger acceleration.
okay. So things fall in dependent variable. Okay. Independent variable reason or cause of things falling. You
The
understand, my
presence
friend.
of the object, yes. In my hypothesis, yes.
Okay. So again, your hypothesis, a supposition or prediction of cause of phenomena. An
Yes.
independent and dependent variable. Independent variable cause, dependent variable effect.
Yes,
First
exactly.
step, yeah, good. So first step would be for you to give me the dependent variable, the phenomena, the thing happening. That's all I'm asking for at this
Yes.
stage, so I understand.
That's right. Yes. So can I rephrase using your model?
Please just use
So
the scientific method, mate. Yeah.
yes. So the dependent variable is acceleration, and
Awesome.
the hypothesis is this: if we take an object and let it fall, it will fall with an acceleration x that we will measure. And if we
Okay.
take the same object and introduce another object in the proximity, then the acceleration will be greater than x.
Sorry.
Now,
What do you mean by add another object within the vicinity? Are you dropping the first object with nothing in its vicinity?
well, no. With whatever, that's like we can, whatever surrounds the object in the first case is there. We
Mm-hmm.
drop it. Acceleration is x. Then
Mm-hmm.
we introduce another test object, changing nothing else, and the acceleration is greater.
So at the moment you're just giving me two phenomena.
No, the phenomenon is the object falls with an acceleration. The question is, why is the acceleration different in those two cases?
Well, at the moment, I'm trying to figure out what your cause of the phenomena is.
Okay, so here's my hypothesis.
Yeah.
I also
If,
isolate
sorry,
other variables.
excuse, we're not isolating other variables yet. We haven't got to the experiment. We're trying to formulate the hypothesis, and the hypothesis will literally be if this cause, then that phenomena, and if this, then that statement. Independent variable causes dependent variable. You've given me the dependent variable of an acceleration. We want cause of acceleration.
Okay, thank you. I get it now. So if I introduce an additional object, the acceleration will be greater.
What do you mean by an additional object?
An additional object to whatever the other objects are in the first experiment.
Okay, so I drop a pen.
Carry on.
No, that's it. I drop a pen. What do you mean by another object?
A large, massive ball of some material.
Ah, gotcha. Now I understand.
Couldn't be a ball. I didn't want to trigger you with the ball. Could be a cylinder.
You want to trigger me with a fucking ball? I'm not that sensitive, mate. Seriously.
Could be of any shape, is what I was trying to say.
Yeah, no problem.
Show that.
Yes, that's the point of the experiment, is to show that, yes.
Well, you've been claiming it. I'm wondering if you can show it.
Yes.
Show it.
Jedi, would you, but before we do that, Jedi, could you accept, like, would that be a valid hypothesis and a valid experiment?
But this is why I'm struggling when you said if I add another object. I was struggling to follow you along. I will give you dependent variable of I let something go, it accelerates down to the floor. But what is your cause of acceleration of objects down to the floor?
I have an idea, but that's what I'm trying to prove with my experiment.
Okay, well, don't hide it from me. Tell me what it is. What's the presumed cause of acceleration?
My presumed cause is that it's mass of another object that creates a 9.8 acceleration. Yes.
Yeah, no, sorry, I do apologise. I wasn't following you when you said you dropped an object and it fell down, and then you said, but if I had another object, it'll go down faster. I wasn't following you. But now, because obviously we're always dropping things here on Earth, you're not actually adding another object. You're just saying it's the floor that's making the object fall down at an accelerated rate. I get you. So
that's right. And I'm trying to isolate the fact that if I add more mass, then it's going to be faster.
Okay, got you. So just give me the if independent variable, then dependent variable. I have the dependent variable of acceleration. What's the independent variable cause?
If more mass, then more acceleration.
Awesome. You're not going to like this. What's mass?
If more objects, then more acceleration.
If more objects. What's mass?
Don't know.
Okay, so why say it then if you don't know what it is?
I misspoke. If more objects, then more acceleration.
Okay. If more objects, then acceleration. Okay, cool. So objects cause acceleration.
Yeah, my idea is this. Once we work through this, then we can ask what is an object, what are properties of an object. That's later. We start with this basic premise here.
We're definitely going to have to understand what you mean. I obviously understand that you removed yourself from mass because you say that you misspoke. That's fine. But if object, then acceleration. Okay. What's the next step, Sunshine?
What's the next step of what?
Well, you've built the hypothesis. Now what do we do?
We test it.
Good. So what's your experimental setup?
Measure the acceleration of an object, controlling for all the other variables that we know of.
Okay. So object falls, object accelerates to the floor, caused by the object of the floor. Okay.
Yeah.
You understand that we're going to have to vary and manipulate the object, the floor, right?
No.
No. Well, what then? I thought that was the object.
I could say object accelerates to the floor due to the presence of the universe around it. We don't understand it yet. Then I say
what? Object accelerates to the floor and now new independent variable because of the universe around it.
No, with that I cannot control it. It's not independent. Like the existing, because you're asking me to stay on Earth. So obviously whatever the Earth is doing, it is doing. I can't turn that off. What I can do is I can propose that if I introduce a independent variable, then something will happen.
Well, yeah, of course. That's what I'm asking you to do. You've said object. It's not really well defined, is it? I tried to go to floor
Because I'm
you
giving
said
you any
beer.
object. You can use anything.
Okay. Gas.
Yeah, but I'm asking that there be a lot of it so we can measure it. Yes, gas will do.
Okay. So if gas acceleration.
Yeah.
Okay. What's the experiment?
The experiment is exactly what I said. We drop an object, it accelerates. We introduce another object, and we will measure larger acceleration. All I'm saying is we have to use things that are within what we can measure using our tools, so they have to be significant
Can you
enough.
show that? Can you hurry up and show that?
Oh yeah, I'll share a link of a video that shows
You have
that.
10 seconds.
Yeah.
Someone said 10 seconds. The video has to be 10 seconds?
No, I mean, you have 10 seconds to get that video.
What am I
Cool stalling, but yeah, you have 10 seconds to post it.
I heard that, Alpha. I heard that. I wish we had the Jeopardy music on the board.
We have it in the 24/7 server.
It's posted.
Or the countdown clock. The guys, guess you guys didn't know what countdown is. Who's opening that link? 'Cause I'm.
Oh,
fuck, dude.
Alpha has to do it. Alpha has to do it.
Oh, fuck that, dude.
Nope, we said not it. 1, 2, 3, not it. Oh.
1, 2, 3, not it.
You said a video. Just post the YouTube video if you have it. What the hell is that?
He can grab Brendan's IP. It's okay. He's
No,
prolific anyways.
Alpha,
People
on the
know him.
spirit no, spiritards are exempt.
Spiritards are exempt.
Has to be a flat earther that clicks it.
I apologize,
Not
but
bad.
in 10 seconds, I could only go through my Twitter bookmarks.
All right, it's called x.com now, isn't it?
I apologize, but in 10 seconds, all I could do was to go through my Twitter bookmarks.
Usually Twitter posts do. I mean, like I think the link's obviously safe. I doubt like the last thing Peter C was interested in was.
I mean, think of it as a conceptual idea. Obviously, you're not going to take that as proof. You shouldn't as evidence. It's just conceptually, here's what we would do, me and Jedi.
What are you and him
here's
gonna
what
do?
we would do. So this is just the same thing that you've been doing, which is just hypothesizing or basically just conjecturing. Here's what would
Well,
happen.
that's what we're discussing with Jedi. Like,
Oh,
what's the hypothesis?
Dude, look,
what
you're
would be an
obfuscating now. You're
experiment?
just being a weasel now because what I asked you was to show it being done, and you just give me another example of somebody.
It is being done in that
Here's
video.
what we could. Well, okay, it's being done, or they're saying we could do it. Which one is it?
No, it is being done, but we should do it ourselves. We shouldn't trust the video, is what I'm saying.
So just to explain the experimental setup, we've got a Newton meter, which is basically a device where you hang things off of it. We've
Measures
got
acceleration.
We've also got a ball that's attached to the Newton meter. We show it first at this accelerating rate, and then there is a bigger ball that's moved underneath the smaller ball, and there is a 1/1000th of degree of acceleration.
That's right. You got it.
1 Newton gram, was it?
Thank you. Yeah, 1 Newton gram. That's it. Thank you. Or 1/1000th of a Newton gram.
What
I
sort of error
totally agree
margin are
with
we
your
working with?
description.
It's awesome. So just very quickly, what are the control variables?
All the other forces that we think we know in the universe.
Okay.
What about the ones you don't know?
The ones we don't know are excluded, and they will be the part of that magical reason for the acceleration.
Oh,
So you're saying that ball that you put underneath that fishing weight is overriding the gravity of the Earth and having an effect on that fishing weight.
My hypothesis claims it's adding to it.
So if you're on a mountain, if you're on a mountain, are you heavier than if you're at sea level?
If lighter, yes. I will tell you more than that. If
What are you talking
measure,
about? No, you're saying no. Hang on. You're saying you add something underneath that's already being attracted by gravity. So you're adding more of your what you won't say mass. You're just saying
yes,
more object underneath it. So if you're on a mountain, you should be heavier than you are at sea level. Correct?
no,
Why not?
because you're further away from the source. It's too hard. You're asking questions that are beyond this experiment. I can explain them, but now's not the time.
What are the control variables? What the ball's made of?
All the other forces we're aware of, the electromagnetic force, the weak force, and the strong force.
Okay, so what are the balls made of?
Lead.
I don't know in this. Lead, yes.
Looks like lead.
Okay. And we do understand that even though we are told that lead isn't magnetic, there is still a force that will be attributed to that as well, right?
Like I said, everything we think we know, we can measure. So we can measure if there is a charge, electromagnetic field. We can measure weak and strong forces. We know how they behave. Everything else we don't know. That's the big, enigma, right? And I'm proposing that when you place another object, that enigma that we don't yet know causes the additional acceleration.
Whilst discounting anything to do with electromagnetics.
Anything that we know how to measure, yes, but
Well,
whatever there might be.
Have you measured it?
Yes, of course. That's how we
Well, what is
control
it?
for those variables.
So what is it?
It's neutral, like there is no electric charge between the two objects. The strong and weak forces, we, in our understanding, have extremely low distances on the order of the size of a nucleus, so they don't impact. They're there, but we know that they drop off like beyond the nucleus of an atom, so we're not too worried.
So you're
Anything
saying that
else we don't know?
you're saying that they're gonna be pulled closer together, right? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
All right. So let me ask you this question. What do you think is stronger? The pull down to the earth or the pull to the ball close together? Which one's stronger?
Definitely the Earth. That's why, like Jedi
Okay.
said, the increase in acceleration is so minute.
So why would it go together if it just the vector down would have been stronger than the vector sideways?
Both are down.
No, they're not.
Yeah, it just adds to the acceleration that's already there.
Well, but I mean, you're saying the attraction between the two lead balls are going to be stronger than the attraction to the Earth.
That's not what I'm saying.
Well, that's what you'd notice because they're going to be clinging together versus it just staying down and not moving close to each other. So the force that's drawing the balls together are going to be a lot stronger than the one that the Earth has pulling the ball straight down to the vector of down, which it shouldn't move at all.
That's
Like
not correct.
it shouldn't cling to each other. It should be held straight down. The Earth should be pulling it down a lot stronger than it should be coming together. You feel
You're
me?
interpreting this particular experiment wrong.
Well, that's the way it should work. I mean, if the Earth is bigger than the ball that's next to it,
Not in my
it's a bigger ball.
hypothesis, maybe in yours, but I'm describing my hypothesis.
I know that, but like if you looked at the bigger picture, the gravity from the Earth being pulling the ball down would be stronger than the ball coming together and pulling each other close to each other. That's just the way it would.
Using your semantics, the larger ball is pulling the smaller ball in addition to the Earth.
Yeah, but the smaller ball doesn't have as much attraction as the bigger one, so the bigger one wins because it's stronger gravity than.
Nobody wins. We could talk about that.
Yeah, but the
in
gravity
addition.
the gravity that's being pulling the ball down would win. Then the other ball wouldn't have an effect on it because the big ball, that Earth, is pulling it down, and it's not going to allow it to go sideways.
You're asking me to describe things beyond this current hypothesis or this experiment, and I'm happy to do that. But why are you doing that?
Like, we're losing sight of the bigger picture, which is we're trying to provide evidence that the Earth is the one that's everything's attracted to. So if you're saying the lead balls are attracting itself to each other, that's not going to work because we have already a bigger ball that's going to be pulling on
I
those
didn't
balls.
say that at all. I didn't say they were attracting. I said an object creates acceleration. If you want to know, in my hypothesis, I'm going to say later when I extend it, that the small ball also creates acceleration for the large ball.
But the large ball is causing the acceleration a lot greater and more influence than the little ball that's next to it. So it
That is
wouldn't be
correct.
attracted to the little ball. It would just be attracted to the big one going straight down. So it wouldn't swing.
No, it
Yeah.
would be harder to show, but the large ball actually accelerates less towards the Earth because of the small ball. It's just harder to show.
So the
Yep.
little ball has more attraction than the big ball? Is that what you're saying? That don't make sense. Not to the theory of gravity, it doesn't.
The acceleration, I said. You're using
It
different
doesn't-
words.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter though, because the acceleration towards the bigger ball would always overcome the acceleration towards the other little ball that you're saying that would happen. Always.
And
It would
what's your
trump
point?
because you wouldn't see attraction to another little ball. Like the two lead balls that are hanging, they would just be straight down, not moving, just being like the big ball, the Earth, would be pulling it so strongly with its gravitational force, or pushing it down rather, than the force that it would take for the little ball to be attracted to the other one. So you couldn't get
Jedi, do you hear what's happening here?
But you hear, yeah. Do you see what's happening? Is the idea that the big ball, the Earth, is causing this bending and warping and push down force so a lot stronger than the little ball next to it. You wouldn't get that attraction.
No, you're just going off into the weeds. I said,
That's
in my
not weeds.
hypothesis, hold on. I said, if we provide an additional object, the acceleration will increase. If you take this video for the second, suspend your disbelief, as a valid, controlled version of this experiment, that is what we see.
I don't
That's
know.
all
what,
I'm saying for
yeah,
now. I'm not
you're
going anywhere
You're using
further.
You're using a Texas sharpshooter fallacy. You're just trying to construct something to where you only get the result you want to see, and it doesn't matter how many times you do that test. So long as you get the result you want to see, then that's going to be where you say, okay, we've got what we want. Out of the
No,
many
incorrect.
many failed attempts that happen, yeah, that's what you're doing. You only want to see something happening that you want to see. But every other time that it fails, you're just going to discredit that. You're not going to be like, yeah, but all the
No,
other
that's a
times that we've
false
done it.
argument. You guys were discussing science. Then you said, how would you walk through a hypothesis? I said that I'm not nearly even. I haven't even started building up the hypothesis.
But see,
This is
Cavendish
only the
always
first
fails.
step.
It always. You know what? It actually fails in the very first step. Where do you see it in nature? You don't go out in nature and see other like balls clinging to themselves.
Yeah, I
You
do.
don't see that. Where?
Everywhere.
Where do you see the Cavendish in nature? Where?
Why are you distracting to Cavendish? I'm not doing a Cavendish.
Isn't that what you're telling us?
Where I see a Cavendish in nature when I do the Cavendish experiment.
No, it's not.
That's when.
You don't see Cavendish experiments in nature. It's synthetic. It's man-made. You made that contraption.
So that's not nature. Okay, so then I don't.
You made the contraption. It's not. Where is it in nature? Where do you see that contraption in nature?
Never.
Okay, then. And why are we not observing a naturally occurring phenomena and then trying to figure out how the effect of it's being caused?
You're asking a very precise question, so expect
Yeah,
a
it's about
precise
nature.
answer. If
about
we
nature.
walk around the Earth, we will never find a Cavendish apparatus in the wild made out of organic
So,
matter.
doesn't that answer your question? If you don't see
No, it
something
doesn't.
in nature, this is natural science we're attempting to do, and you're saying something that's natural
That's
science.
why I didn't give you the Cavendish experiment.
Well, but here's the issue though, because if you don't, even the one you're attempting to say, if you don't see it in nature, why are we attempting to construct something that's not happening in nature right now? Because we don't see it in nature.
We're not. Like you're welcome not to ask any questions about beyond natural phenomena.
Where do you see what you're attempting to construct in nature? Where do you see it?
Specifically, what would be the nature's equivalent of this experiment?
Yeah.
You dropping a ball on the moon versus on the Earth.
On the moon? You can't go to the moon. You can't do that.
Then dropping it on a mountain like somebody, I'll give you a better one. You could take this instrument with the same small ball, no large ball, and you would measure a different acceleration on the equator than on the North Pole.
Yeah, but that's an effect. You're measuring an effect. No,
I'm
you're
just
trying to
told you
figure
in nature you could
Yeah,
see the same
yeah, but
effect, different acceleration.
listen. Different acceleration doesn't give you. It's only an effect that you're measuring, right? So the average rate of
Yeah, but
fall
you
would
ask me where do I
the
see it, so
yeah.
I'm
The only
saying that's
listen.
how you would see it.
The only thing you're gonna actually get from this is an average rate of fall. Like that's all you through the medium of air.
Yes,
So
but
when you
you didn't. I didn't propose this as an experiment because it's not isolated. I just said you said where do
okay.
I see it in nature, and I
So
told you
why
where I
right
would see it in nature.
you see something fall in nature and you say because something falls at a different rate in another place that we're going to say okay now that thing that you saw fall in that one place in a geographical other location it's going to fall differently in that place. So all you're saying is some things fall at different rates.
Yeah,
So
so
it'd be
I
like
wouldn't use
what to
this as
do.
any sort of proof for my hypotheses because I cannot isolate well. I'm just telling you it'd be like one of the many evidences in nature, which is the question you asked me, and now you're turning it around
No,
suggesting
but
that I'm
what
proposing
are we
this as an
what are
experiment.
you trying what device are you trying to construct to uh get to a conclusion here. Like I don't know. It sounded like Cavendish to me, but I don't know, Jedi. Did you understand what he was saying?
Absolutely not.
It sounded like Cavendish. Like what were you then? What are you making then? What is this if it's not Cavendish? Because that's exactly what you said.
You know what
Sounded
this
like to
is?
me.
This is scales, by the way.
Scales.
Yep.
So weighing something in a different location. It's all scales. Is that all your whole thing is?
In this very limited hypothesis, yes.
So just what are you trying to measure the weight of something in a different location?
Measuring the weight is measuring the acceleration, yes.
No, it's not measuring acceleration.
Yes, it is.
Sorry. So the word that I was looking for earlier was ferromagnetic. Lead does have some ferromagnetic properties, and I do apologise for my silence over the last 10 minutes, but I was very quickly trying to find stuff that I'd found a long time ago so I can at least bring it up in reference. So this is
I
why I
found
asked.
it too.
Yeah.
Can we
So this
measure
is
it?
what, yeah. So this is why I was asking you to isolate variables, and you kind of skipped around that, saying, well, things we know, things we don't know, we're not measuring it, and blah blah blah. I'll give you the understanding that by definition, lead isn't magnetic, but all things in nature have a positive and negative charge. So you're really going to have to start isolating this particular variable, and we understand that. Hey, look. The magnetic force is much, much stronger than any gravitational supposed idea. So, being as that is going to be a stronger force that you've got to take account for and
Of
control,
course.
you can't completely disregard them and just say, hey, look,
Absolutely
big
not.
ball attracts smaller ball because of mass of ball or matter of ball.
That's why I said we will isolate for every single thing that we know of.
So did you hear about his scales though,
that.
Jedi? So he's using scales here, and it's not Cavendish. So he's just weighing
Yeah.
things in different locations and saying, okay, so we weighed, whatever it was in Chile, and then we moved to the UK, and it weighs differently now. Like,
No, he's got a scale hanging a lead weight down like a fishing weight, and then it's measuring in Newton grams, and then he puts a bigger lead ball underneath it and increases by 1,000th.
Without going to Chile.
But what
That's
Jedi
good.
was talking about was relevant. Yeah, like
well,
you
I
know,
mean,
how
yeah,
do
but
you
I don't know. I'm
how
still
do
guessing
you
like what
isolate the
You
what's this
isolate everything else,
out?
yes.
Yeah, but what are you trying to achieve here? What is the purpose of this? Can you tell me the purpose?
I was working with
balls
Jedi
attract
through
balls.
a simple
No.
hypothesis.
What was the purpose of the outcome? What are you looking to achieve? What are
That
you
we
looking to
could make
achieve?
we could conclude based on an experiment like this that presence
Not
of
an experiment.
objects after we isolate all their other properties that we know of suggests that these objects have another property that generates acceleration.
So you
So
want to
we
find out if
isolated. Wait,
you want
let
to
me
find out if
rephrase.
something can cause acceleration?
Yep.
Is that what you're looking? Well, I mean, what is the point of all of this? What are you trying to
It's
do
not
here?
dependent
Like, I don't.
variable.
Show you how
Just-
scientific theories
Yeah, but
emerge.
like, okay, so let's get it back on track here. To what end is all of this for? Like, is this because this? What is it gonna say? And thus, the Earth is a globe. Like, I'm
No,
trying to figure out
no.
what are you saying? Okay, so if we're just waxing fucking
No,
intelligent
wait,
about
no,
some
wait.
things, no,
You ask a
listen, dude.
question
No,
and you
one
don't
second.
wait
Hold
for an
up,
answer.
dude. No, dude. If it doesn't pertain to an outcome of where you're gonna say something about the Earth being a globe, then it's a
Okay,
road
I'll
to
give you a
nowhere.
short. It does.
It's a road to nowhere, Peter. It's a road to nowhere. So are we gonna at some point tie it into the Earth being a
Yes,
globe?
right
Because
now.
then do
If
it.
you let me speak. So I'll give you a TikTok version, okay? So if we're going to show that objects have a property other than the other properties we know of that creates acceleration, we will call this property Bob, and then we will show that when there is Bob, it creates acceleration towards the center, and we will then claim that when there is a lot of Bob in a given space, then it will create spherical objects. And then we will say this is why
Never.
celestial bodies are spherical.
Never.
Wow, dude. You
That was the
honestly
TikTok
think that
version.
you honestly think that a pair of scales is gonna get us to that conclusion?
If you think through it logically and do
You are
science,
smoking
yes.
some really good shit right now, man. That
I'm
is
smoking nicotine.
wow.
Right?
Yeah, you might need to take another hit, dude, because that's fucked up. Like, there's no way ever
just did.
in this chat you would ever get to a point where you're using scales to get to that level. That is a lot of fucking hoops
Not
you
in
got to
this
jump
chat.
through. I mean,
How do
I'm
you
talking
isolate
about
the electro?
fucking Olympic
how do
mental
you
gymnastics,
isolate?
mental gymnastics, bro. Like, there's some. I don't know how you would. What is the fucking hat trick there? Because, fuck, dude. What? Not only do they become spheres, but they're going to the center of something you have no idea exists. Wow.
We could
Like,
make other
fucking wow,
experiments
dude.
to show you the
So
center thing.
I got a question for you, man. I got a question for you. So if you take that up in scale, yeah, that lead ball, take that up in scale to the size of the Earth, and so you'd have to, if that's attracting that and increasing that at that rate, wouldn't the gravitational force on Earth be like so heavy that no one could walk?
No, because you just explained what the gravitational constant is. That's what you just explained to the audience.
No, you
Thank
didn't.
you.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't.
The large G in the equation
No,
from
you didn't
Utah.
fucking
No,
do
I
that. You didn't
didn't.
do that,
You
dude.
didn't do
You
that.
didn't. You
That's
just
the
talked about little
scale.
G. You
That's
just
the
dressed
scale.
up. You just dressed up little G with fucking like putting lipstick on a pig, dude. That's all you did. You just dressed that
Yeah.
shit up, little G.
So how do
You didn't do
how do
shit
you
to Big G.
isolate? How do you isolate the electromagnetics of the two lead items?
You measure it, and then you do whatever you can
How do
to
you,
make
how do
it
you
sure
measure
it's
that?
neutral.
How do you measure that?
Well, how do you measure electrostatic charge?
How do you
Fucking
measure
hell, bro.
ferroelectric and dielectric electricity? And have you done this? And
You
can
measure
you
the magnetic field around
sorry,
objects, right? We
excuse
know
me.
how to do that.
Good. So have you done this?
I've done it at school, actually. This I did.
Awesome. So within the example that you gave to me on your fucking TikTok video, what was the result of that?
I measured magnetic fields, yes.
Was that you in the video, was it?
No, I didn't make the video,
So
no.
within the video that you posted for everybody to see, where there was a quote-unquote acceleration downwards of 1,000 newton grams, what was the control variable and what was the results of that electroferromagnetic effect and dielectric effect? And how did you then subtract that from the overall movement of the object to the floor faster?
In that video, it is ensured that there's no electrostatic charge measurable and no magnetic field between those two objects.
It didn't say that in the video. That wasn't in the video.
No,
Sorry.
it doesn't, because this is a TikTok version and I had 10 seconds to produce it.
Brilliant. So are you saying that there is no ferroelectric or dielectric influences within lead? Or that
Those
if there
objects
was,
in the video do not produce a magnetic field that would affect them
not
to any
listening to
measurable
what?
degree.
Awesome. So you need to read what I posted in the text chat. Come back to me when you've read it, and then show me that you've taken account for this. Remember when I said control variables? I know that lead isn't magnetic, but I also told you that everything has a positive and negative charge.
Yes. Now, can I ask you a question? I did
No, I
not
wouldn't.
suggest that you should take this video as proof of anything. It's just conceptual for this conversation. Would you be
Well,
willing to perform a similar experiment and introduce
I
the
did
controls
no,
that you deem sufficient?
no. See, I did this
Not
at
an
school.
experiment.
Would
I did
anyone
this.
in your community
My
be willing
fucking
to do
god!
that?
Excuse me. I did this at school as well, but it's only upon research over the last 5 to 6 years that I've come across dielectric and ferroelectric electricity, and all of these other things that are, we must understand. It isn't quite as simple as saying lead ain't magnetic, so it hasn't got a magnetic force, so we can rule that out. Everything has a positive and negative charge. I'm asking you, because I asked this right at
Not
the beginning.
everything, they're neutral particles.
I asked you right at the beginning for your control variables, and you kind of just sidestepped away from that. Now I want you to go back and demonstrate to me that you have reduced or subtracted ferroelectric and dielectric effects, and show me what the calculation is after the subtraction.
I am not going to do this because I have not performed this experiment, and I
Okay.
am only
Just
using it
you've
as
just
an
wasted my fucking
example
last 15
for the
minutes.
conversation that we
Excuse me.
had.
Excuse me. You've just wasted the last 15 minutes of my fucking life then, because whilst you've been talking with everybody else, I've had to go back into my annals of history and find and dig stuff out to try and run around and chase your fucking tail. Now you're saying and hand waving away that, nah, I ain't gonna fucking do that. Piss off, man.
You just sent me an article that talks about some effects that have no application to this experiment at all, as far as I can tell, reading
Jedi's
them
been
here.
gracious to you because it's not even an experiment anyway. You've failed to provide a valid dependent variable. It is
Yeah, for
not
sure.
a scientific.
What do you mean, the acceleration?
And you're only talking about little g. For God's sakes, dude. You're only
What the
talking about
heck?
little g.
What
You're not
little
talking
g?
about big G. It's not the cause of an effect, dude. You're just talking about the effect. That's the only thing you're
That
talking
is what
about.
my hypothesis was about.
Only the effect, not the cause.
The cause is the object.
No, it's not the fucking object, dude.
This
Do
is
you
what I get.
Even in
understand?
Jedi's argument, the object's the cause. He just claims it's some other
No,
property of the
dude.
object.
This guy is
Oh.
getting real close to getting put on moot.
Is she fucking
No,
right?
it's not. Unless he starts being rude, but he doesn't seem.
I'm
So-
happy
doesn't
to
seem
stop
be
any
like that.
time, but you guys were asking me questions, so I'm
Dude,
only
you're
answering
just
those
talking
questions.
about little g. You're not talking about where have you talked about the cause of an effect being the object?
When Jedi and I discussed it, he asked me specifically to make a hypothesis. I did. I said the object and some unknown property of the object causes acceleration. Then he said,
And
show
some
me
unknown
visually.
property.
Wait. He said, show me
Wait.
visually
I just want to
how
stop.
you would.
Hold on. I gotta
No.
hold you here because you
No.
just said something that the effect and the unknown effect. What the fuck do you mean by that?
Jedi asked me to make a simple hypothesis and then formulate it. I did. And then he said, could you show me visually how we would go about performing an experiment that could prove or disprove your hypothesis? I said, I will show you a example of how we could do that. Then someone said, you have 10 seconds. Then I produced a video. I am in no way suggesting take this video and become a glober. What I'm saying is, Jedi, if we were to actually engage in practical science, we would make a
You're not doing
hypothesis
practical
along the
science,
ways
fuckwit.
of what I said,
You're not
and we
doing
would go
practical
and
science.
test it. And
This
we
isn't
would
a
test
science
it using some
experiment.
mechanism like that.
It's not a science experiment, for God's sakes. We've been
What is-
gracious enough to you to hear you out. It's not an experiment. Number one, what's an experiment? Jedi can walk you through if you want to know. Do you know what an experiment is?
No, please
Measurements are an experiment. God
Wait
damn.
a minute. That just so you have a degree, or I guess you do, because you said you work in what are the STEM fields, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So how does this constitute as an experiment, please?
I wouldn't even dare to try and figure out what you mean by experiment. So please tell me.
Wow, dude.
Fuck me. This is quite
Huh.
simple. I mean, look, you were kind of dancing around the word object and not mass and more of an object. I mean, dude, you were literally a snake in the grass as soon as we started the conversation.
No, because
if
I am not giving a name to the unknown property that I'm
exactly.
studying, right?
Exactly. Exactly.
I can
You
use any
understand?
name to
I
say
ain't finished.
unknown property.
I ain't finished. An unknown property. How am I supposed to vary and manipulate an unknown property? To
You
show
don't.
that
You
it was
have a hypothesis
dude,
that objects have a property.
dude, the independent variable, the cause of the phenomena, must be physical, so I can physically manipulate it within an experiment. I might have given you too much fucking credence here, Sunshine. I must be able
Oh,
to
you're
physically
taking issue
I
that I didn't give a name to
must.
that property?
I don't care. At the moment, you haven't even given me a definition of the fucking property. You haven't even told me if it's
Because we're
physical or
only
not.
starting.
So
This is only the
how the
first
fuck?
hypothesis in the sequence.
Excuse me. How the hell am I supposed to vary and manipulate something that is undefined that you can't give me? How am I
How
supposed to
do
do
you
that?
think we discovered magnetism?
I don't care about magnetism, dude. I'm caring about what you say, and I will stand by this because I noticed that you did want to give the definition of your presupposition of cause as mass. You just said object. I placated you. Now I wish I fucking hadn't, because you must understand that all things must be physical. I must be able to physically manipulate the presupposition of cause. I must be able to
Absolutely.
add a I must be able to add a force to it. I must be able to add energy to it. I've got to literally be able to kick it to see if it causes the phenomena. I haven't varied and manipulated anything here. And I definitely don't know what control variables you've taken account for. You've just given me a 10
I'll give you
second
a better answer. Presence of matter. Would you accept that?
presence of matter.
Yes. I take matter and I add more to it. That's my independent variable.
What matter? Matter comes in many
Any
different.
matter. Any matter. You
Okay,
already
gas.
asked this. A gas, metal,
Gas.
whatever you want.
Gas.
Yeah, could be a large
So
orange, could be a
if
banana, anything.
excuse me, if matter. So what am I going to do to the matter? How am I going to
If
vary?
matter, then acceleration,
Why are
yes.
you interrupting me? How am I going to influence the matter? How am I going to vary and manipulate the matter?
Can I answer? I just showed you how. You don't have it, and then you have it.
What?
You're in
That's
the room.
fucking stupid.
You're in the room, and there's no matter, like whatever the floor in your lingo. And then I make a floor and an additional amount of matter.
Dude.
That's how you control it.
So we understand that any matter can have any amount of obvious effects. We've gone through the magnetic effect, we've gone through the dielectric effect, we've gone through the ferromagnetic effect.
Gotta
We must.
isolate those.
Pardon?
We have to isolate those,
You're
yes.
damn right we have to fucking isolate those.
Definitely.
So what type of matter? And
Any
how are you
matter
going
you choose, as
No,
long as you can isolate those
I
other
haven't
things.
finished. I haven't finished. What type of matter and how are you going to control?
So we can take an orange, we can remove all the forces or control that an orange we know could generate, and it will do for this experiment. I would suggest to use matter that is relatively neutral as far as the other forces.
It's not even a fucking experiment, dude. I'm sorry. This shit is not an experiment. You're not fucking running this, dude, as a scientific method. This is a fucking farce, dude. It's a farce for you to be continuing to
Which
say it's
part
a
of it
fucking
is a farce?
experiment. All of it. All of it. All of it. Every single time you open up your pie hole, it sounds fucking redundant. Like this is not an experiment. And you're fucking trying to shoehorn your bullshit example as it's something true. How the fuck are you going to control for any of the things you don't know what you're controlling for? Huh?
Oh,
No, I can
mean,
only control for the ones that I
Well,
am
then
aware
how
of.
the fuck are you going to control for shit you didn't even discover yet?
That's not my point. I'm actually trying to
It's a fucking
describe those
point, dude,
things.
because that's the problem. Numbnuts. You can't control for shit you don't account for.
That's what I'm trying to test
No,
for.
this
Like,
is not a
what do the
fucking
unknowns
experiment.
do?
Stop. I'm going to stop you now because this is getting fucking stupid. I don't want to be listening to your bullshit. Now, either you're going to come with some evidence for the earth being a globe or you're going to fuck off, dude, because this is bullshit. You're not going to waste everybody's time with this dumb shit. It's stupid. A TikTok fucking video. We're not going to be looking at this shit any longer. Kick rocks with this bullshit. Get on to another topic. There's fucking enough of it.
Well, it's a 30-second clip together video from the 60s, which doesn't actually demonstrate any of the claims in it. They just put some clips that go along with the claim, and you can't tell that anything's actually been verified. It's a bunch of crap, and this guy's an asshole time waster.
Yeah. We're going to switch off like fucking now to something else. So dig through the fucking anti-flat earth, commentary and see if you can pull something else out. Because this ain't working.
The fuck? Wow, this has got problems all over it.
Yeah, this fucking clown is going to keep saying it's an experiment. It's fucking, you can't control for shit you don't even know. It's bullshit, dude. I mean, us listening to it, just having him fucking think that he's waxing himself intelligent. Fuck no. Find something else. That shit is not going to do.
Oh, fuck me, man. I just don't even know anymore. I mean, Timbo was onto something. You go to the top of a fucking mountain, but you've got more mass underneath you. You're going to say that you're going to accelerate to the floor faster. Shit.
Yeah, he's all fucked.
And what if I'm in a cave, surrounded by mass, and there's more mass above me now than there was when I was fucking outside? Does that mean I'm going to go to the floor slower? I mean, shit. We've got a whole problem with regards to engineering if this shit's true.
Yep. It's all fucked out. Yeah. Some bullshit,
Doesn't that
dude.
shit on their doesn't that shit on their gradient?
We can't hear you, Brendan. You're really low.
Oh, sorry. Not that it even matters, but I mean, once this fucker's off mode, I mean, or even he could post in chat, like, what major is he? Because I couldn't even fucking follow him. He was so all over the place.
Yeah, it's.
Can
There's
can
no
we make
way.
it clear, like, what was the weight difference again? What was it?
I don't even fucking know.
1,000th of a gram? Is that
1,000th
right?
of Newton, yeah.
1,000th of a newton.
Yeah, a
So
fucking
1
gnat
newton
can
is
fart
100
and
grams.
probably
Yeah.
cause a bigger difference in that fucking decimal point.
But you know what, Alpha? When we backed him into a corner, what did he say? Little G, little G. This little C.
So-
That's what that's their fucking scapegoat, man.
It
So
always
if one-
always is. Always.
1 newton is 100 grams, so it would be 1/10 of a gram. Would I be right? 0.001 gram. 0.01 grams.
Yeah. Sorry, man. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm confused. I thought that
0.01
that
grams.
they claim that it's less on top of a mountain because it's further from the center. Is he trying to say it's greater on top of a mountain because there's more mass?
Nah, that was what I said.
Well,
You're
but this
correct.
is what he's.
Whoever
But
just
this
spoke
is what
is
he's
correct.
suggesting. Yeah, this is what he's suggesting.
Yeah, that's what he was suggesting too. So, yeah,
Which is
it's fucking fucked all over. Like, yeah, it's fucking just listening to it just making me fucking cringe, man. I can't hear. It's too cringy. Can't go through it again. I don't want him to fucking go. Like, if somebody came correct and they were even understood what the scientific method was, they wouldn't even fucking bring this up. They wouldn't. They would be like, "Fuck this! I can't do it. There's no way."
stuff. If matter. If I don't want to say mass. If object. If object, then object will increase acceleration of object.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck me, man. Crazy.
It's all it is really it's just cope. They're coping with the fact that they don't have any evidence. What evidence do they have of the Earth as a globe? They don't. And we offer the same platform every single day, every time airwaves are open. What evidence do you have? Bring it forward. Let's talk about it. Like fucking, this is it. This is fucking. It's all they got. Fucking TikTok videos and some kind of wacky test that they're gonna fucking do with ideas. Well, let's Jedi. Why don't you? I want to talk to Jedi. Jedi, you do this. Like he's forcing this fucking this test for you to do something, and then when you turn around and tell him to fucking do it, he's like, "Oh, fuck that! I ain't gonna motherfucker." Like you want to tell somebody to do some shit, but you don't want to do it. The fuck. Anyway,
Because he knows he can't control for variables.
Yeah. On top of that, he's like, "Well, there's unknown ones. Like, what the fuck? Then how are you gonna? You even said it yourself. They're unknown. What the fuck? How are you gonna control for them? You don't know what the ones you don't know are. Fuck. What an embarrassment. I don't know. I'm like you, Brendan. Whether or not he's in a particular field, fuck, dude. I don't know what he does.
He said computer science and mathematics and physics.
I don't buy that.
So
Yeah.
it's not really science.
On what
I don't buy
applications
that.
though? Like
I
fucking
don't
what
buy that.
applications?
You know what? Unless if this man got it from the University Discord School of Computer Science, I don't fucking buy it. That shit makes no sense. Because like anybody, science degree or not, should be able to fucking solidify your thoughts,
A coherency.
make
Yeah,
it
coherency.
and make it cohesive, right? And
Yeah.
just if we're gonna go by this scientific method, right, or the whole like fucking step-by-step process of that, it's pretty simple.
Yeah, what it is though
Really
is that they want to when they're in here they want to cowboy up. You know, it's like, all right, let's see if we can get these fucking flat earthers to listen to my fucking TikTok video and fucking it's stupidity, man. Like fuck on a massive scale.
if I would have given him more than 10 seconds, then he could have pulled something from the Harvard and Google Scholar. My bad.
I
I'm
doubt
sorry.
it, but yeah, go ahead and try. Go ahead and try.
That's my fault, guys. I gave him 10 seconds. I really put the pressure on him.
I have something from Princeton that we're going to be pulling out from academic collegiate sources.
Yeah. Never a dull moment.
These people still trying to prove mass attracts mass. Fuck no.
They forgot about entropic gravity. I'm not even going to tell them about that.
Oh,
I'm saving that one.
Yeah.
I'm on the way for the really pricky ones to come in here. I'm going to fucking shellac them 9 ways of Sunday on that one.
Yeah, Alpha's going to whip out the Uno reverse card.
Oh, yeah. See, that's the thing, though. It's like somebody like working out all the time. They get fit, they get strong. Exercising your mind is always going to be some way better than these guys coming in there that feel like they're gonna, well, if I just get a TikTok video, everything will be fine. I can just prove my point. Fuck, dude. No way. Does anybody in here have any evidence of the Earth as a globe? Go ahead and present your information. We got a few new people in here that I haven't talked to. Let's see. We got Stinky. We got Sack Tapper. Who else is in here? KHWR. Have we talked to that guy? Chipson, Bussy, and Anon 1794. What's up, guys? Bold Unit 323. If anybody has any evidence for the Earth being a globe, Dr. Jordan B. Peters. I think I heard you once or twice siding with the globe. I'm not sure.
Yeah,
If you guys are in here and you have any evidence for the Earth being a globe, please present your information. Well, that's that, I guess. No brave souls tonight except for Peter.
What about lead fishing weights being attracted to a lead ball at 1/100th of a gram?
Could have
What
sworn
about
you were
that?
talking about Cavendish.
I'm still struggling to figure out how any building is built vertically level with a plumb bob without the plumb bob deviating to the thing you've already started building.
Yeah. What if there's a mountain beside you? Then shouldn't the plumb bob be attracted to the mountain and then be put off vertical?
That's what I was trying to say. Like, that's what I was saying.
We've got problems building tunnels now, being just surrounded by fucking massive shit.
It's just going around in a circle. You don't know where the fuck you're getting your plumb line.
Yeah, you don't know what's up and what's down because you're in a fucking tunnel. So shit's getting attracted to the ceiling as well, yeah?
Well, this is what I was kind of bringing up earlier with his idea is if more mass beneath you, so like you said, top of a mountain, you accelerate faster. Well, what happens if I'm in a tunnel and I've got quite a lot of mass above me? Would that mean that I would reduce my accelerational speed and won't be at 8 meters per second squared? I'll be slightly fucking lower because I've got mass above me pulling me back.
You got it, yeah.
You got it.
You'd be
You
lighter.
got it. Like it's fucking like
You
he made
got
sense.
it.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Yeah, there you go. That's what I'm talking about. Fuck, dude. Shut the fuck up, dude.
I mean, I'm just
wouldn't
cheering
the
for him.
gravitational force be higher because it's closer to the Earth's core? Like, you guys talk in fucking riddles. Like,
In a way, yeah, yeah. So, in some
fuck,
ways
dude.
higher, and in some ways countered by the mass above him.
In some ways countered.
some ways, and how are we
You can
measuring
calculate
this, man?
it
How are we
precisely,
measuring it?
like to
precisely. Yeah.
the T. Yeah.
To the T.
You
Okay.
can't. You can calculate things, but you can't confirm them.
Have you done that?
Oh, you
Have you
could
done that,
measure the
Peter?
difference too.
Have you calculated it, Peter?
Go, show us.
Well, what? Can I
Have
have a
you
question?
Yes, I
What
had to
happens-
calculate examples like that at school. Yeah.
What?
So I have a question. If you're in that tunnel and the integrity of the mountain collapses that tunnel on top of you, what is that proof of?
That you're a dumbass?
Weight. Proof of weight.
But you didn't build the tunnel right, I guess.
Where does weight come from?
The weight above, the mass of the objects above you.
Yeah, but why would
But
it?
now
Why
you
would
wanna use
the tunnel
math.
collapse? Like because you dug it
What's
open and
mass?
you it was
Because there is
strong enough
more
to swing
mass
open.
below you, dude. Way more.
What's mass?
What do you mean? Wouldn't it be the mass on top of you that's falling? That's falling. That's
A little
collapsing.
bit, and a gazillion more mass below you. It's called the Earth.
What's mass?
Okay.
You
What's
tricked
mass?
me into saying
No,
the
I mean
word
that
again.
much I understand.
What's mass?
But that's why the wait. So you're saying the mass is
It's the
underneath
name for the
tunnel is
property
why?
that causes
It's the name
acceleration.
for the.
Yeah, okay.
It's the name for the property, Timbo. Duh.
He won't tell us what mass is.
Yeah.
He
Define
goes, I don't know,
mass.
but then.
What's the properties
but
of
then
a
he
physical
uses-
body? It's in FE's.
No, define
the definition of
mass.
mass is in FE's definition.
What's
Properties of a physical
what's the
body.
definition of mass?
The properties of a physical body.
That's an incorrect definition. History
Sure.
struck down to define that fucking term.
Go ahead
Maybe.
and your definition, FE. Tell me the first thing it says.
That's okay. I'll give you
Am I
several
asked a
sides.
question? Because I'm on mute out of courtesy.
Nah,
You're
because
not
you
even.
won't tell us.
No one's
You won't
muting
tell us
you.
what mass is. So
What's the definition for
moving
mass,
on to
Peter?
someone else.
For this conversation, it is a property
No,
of an
what the
object
fuck,
that creates
dude?
acceleration.
No, don't qualify by saying for this conversation.
What
Just
is
say what the
magnetism?
definition is.
What is
the
magnetism?
definition? What's the definition for mass?
What is magnetism?
Answer the question. Don't be
It's
a
a
fucking
property
weasel.
that creates acceleration.
That's the definition.
Yep.
Well, give me a citation for that. Let's see it. For exactly what you said.
Okay. More than 10 seconds?
Well,
Yeah.
Jedi's already
That
posted.
was
He already beat you to the punch, but
That was a joke before, man. You didn't need to take 10 seconds. You could have given us a better video.
It was exciting,
Someone-
though, to do it in 10 seconds.
You like being under pressure, do you?
I don't mind it.
hey, that's a mass joke, isn't
What
it?
do you guys? What do you guys consider matter? What do you guys
Huh?
consider matter? What do you consider matter? How do you measure matter?
Right. So just
what
very
does that
quickly
matter?
before yay, an Italian joke. Hey, what's the matter? Right. So moreover studies of I wish people would stop fucking posting. I'll tell you what, give me 2 seconds, I'll go back to the original post and read it from there. Every time somebody posts something, it moves my screen. Right. Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. That's the Royal Society of Chemistry that says that. Next one. Nature does not offer us any concept of the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the amount of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass. Edwin Taylor, John Wheeler, Space-Time Physics. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quality of matter. these concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept, remember that word? The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, we must very strongly emphasize, very strongly, not just strongly, very strongly, that the word mass has no meaning other than by giving a mathematical formula. It is the measure of the resistance to change of velocity. That's Max Born, Nobel laureate, Einstein's theory of
So they're
relativity.
defining. So that's a definition of mass.
Okay, so
Because it says other than in formula, so it says so they just said like it's the properties of the physical body in a mathematical formula.
So do you remember the bit where I said within physics mass has no meaning?
Other than, but finish. What is it? But then finish the sentence. Other than in a mathematical formula, which is what we're talking
In a
about.
math,
So it would make sense in this case.
which is conceptual. All right, mass is
Right,
both.
we're defining the concepts. So the concept of mass.
No. It's conceptual, meaning that it doesn't put itself into physicality. It's something that can be used in a formula, not in something that you can say that is a physical form. You can't say that a basketball has 10,000 units of mass or whatever. You can't put it like something physical. Do you understand? It's useful in a formula, not in a physical form. Because let's listen. How much mass does an apple have? Talon. Hello? Is this thing on?
Yeah, it's on.
Talon.
Yes, an apple has a certain amount of grams, so it contains a
I'm
certain
asking
amount of
about
mass.
how much mass it has. Don't say grams.
Yeah.
How much mass does it have?
What? The mass
How
of
much
an
mass
apple?
does an apple have? Yeah.
Yeah, I mean it's got a certain amount.
How much?
An apple's worth of mass. That's what an apple is.
Just
Like,
undefined. So that's what we're.
what do you like? How do you define?
Okay, I'll try.
That's
I'll
what
try.
I'm fucking saying, bro.
I would define mass in grams, and like it's a certain
read it out
amount of.
again? Do you want me to read it out again? So if
So
you're
again, you
going to
guys
keep
don't have any.
well, you keep going back to the amount of mass that's within a fucking apple, and I've already provided you with citations with regards to the amount of substance in a space. That is an incorrect definition, and every time people have tried to define it like this, everybody else has struck them down because it's an incorrect definition. There is another definition as well, which would be the resistance to acceleration. That would be the same definition as inertia, by the way, but the resistance to acceleration. Remember again that in physics, which is natural science, right, cause and effect suppositional and experimentation, the word mass hasn't got any meaning.
Right.
It means fuck all.
Other than.
In a mathematical concept.
Yeah.
Right.
But
So like when we're defining the mass of an
dude,
apple, we would use the formula for that mass.
Dude, in natural science, I must be able to vary and manipulate the supposition of cause. And being as in natural science, physics, the word mass has no meaning. How am I going to vary and manipulate something that has no fucking meaning?
Because it's got properties of a physical body.
Well, it's an incorrect definition.
Like an apple is a physical, because an apple is a physical thing. So
How
you can
much
measure
mass
that
does an
physical
apple
thing.
have? How much mass does it have? Once again, let's see if you get it right.
How much mass does an apple have? I mean, that sounds like a silly question because, like,
Well,
an
it's
apple
not
has
silly.
mass. Do you think doesn't
If you're
apple
saying
have mass?
if you're saying that we can use it to measure, so how much mass does an apple have?
42.
It's okay, 150 grams, between 150 and 250
It's not
grams.
grams. I'm not worried about grams. I'm asking how much mass it has. That's the question.
That's the mass.
How
I'm
much?
sorry, but do you know,
Gram is
like,
a
what
unit
unit of
of
mass are
measurement
you
of
using?
mass.
Okay, give us how much mass an apple has. How are you gonna find
So
out?
150 grams.
No, it's not grams. It's mass.
Yeah.
So how much mass does an apple have?
Grams is a unit of mass.
You're
Grams
measuring
are
in
a
a
unit of mass.
You're measuring in grams. I don't need to know in grams. I need to know how much mass it has.
Well, I mean, we usually
does an
determine how much
electron
mass
have?
something has.
Dude, why is someone talking when you're talking? Like, what the
I mean,
fuck?
I don't want. So, like, what are you asking for? Since you want the mass of an apple.
Yeah, I want to know how much mass an apple has.
Okay, well, it's got 150 grams. That's how much mass.
Yeah, but
an apple
grams is not
of
what I'm
apple.
asking for. I'm not asking for you to use another unit of measurement. I'm asking for you to tell me how much mass it has.
Well, I mean, like, what? So I've given you the answer, but
No, it's
if
not
you want
the
me to tell you
answer.
the mass
Grams
of
is
an
not
apple,
the
it's
answer.
getting
You're telling me
farther.
how much
So
it
you want me to
weighs.
explain like
I
the
don't need to know how
properties
much
of
it
an
weighs
apple,
in
the
a specific
skin?
value with grams. I need you to tell me
It's
how
made of
much mass
carbs.
the apple has.
It's made of sugar and carbs. Like that's the mass that it has. It
Still not
contains
the. It's
fruit.
still not the
It
answer.
contains nutrients. That's the.
He's
I mean,
hoping
I
that
feel
if
like I'm
he
answering
says
your
what
question. Like
he's
if you ask me
hoping
what
if
an
he says a
apple
lot
is,
of
I have
words,
to
he'll
explain
eventually
the apple.
go quiet. Shush. You're just saying words now. It would be
Well,
very
so are you.
simple, but you're just going on and not explaining yourself at all. What's mass?
I'm given a unit of measurement. I'm given a unit of mass.
What's mass?
What more do you want?
Give me mass so I can very manipulate it. What is mass?
Mass is a physical body. It's the properties of physical body.
Well, I've provided you
Physical
with several
things.
citations. Shush.
Like
I
an
provided
apple,
you with several
like
citations
substance.
that demonstrates that is incorrect. I've given you
So you don't think
citations from Nobel winning laureates. It's not me you're arguing with at this state.
you're arguing with them? Like what do
No,
you think
you are.
material is? What is material? What does
You
matter?
are
What does
arguing with
matter?
them. I've brought
I mean,
up
they keep agreeing
direct.
with me. That's why I
Why the
cite them.
fuck are you talking? Why is the dumbest person in the room talking? Shush. You have brought up an incorrect definition. You keep reasserting the incorrect definition. I've demonstrated that this is an incorrect definition. There's more than one definition for mass, and we're doing natural science here. Physical manipulation of causes to see if they cause phenomena. Being as in physics, mass hasn't got any meaning. You've got no horse in this race, Sunshine.
Yep. And that's why I was using the apple as an example, because you can't
Right, I
give
have an
me
apple.
you can't give me how much mass the apple has, because the apple
Yes,
is
I can.
physical. No, you can't. How much mass does an apple have? This is the third time we're doing
150
this.
grams
No,
of
grams is
mass.
not that's the unit of measurement
Grams
that
and
you're
value of
using to
mass.
weigh. You're
Okay.
using grams to weigh the apple. I'm not asking for that. I'm asking for how much mass it has.
Like, do you know what do you think mass is?
Exactly.
Like, it's
You
so
don't
bad.
know what it is. That's what.
I mean,
Listen,
I know an apple is
the
an apple.
point.
I know I can
Yeah, well,
eat
how
it.
much?
I know
Then how
it's
much
real.
mass does it
It
have?
fills me
If
up
you
with
know,
like,
if you know how much mass something has, then tell me how much mass an apple has.
Hang on. Let me look it up. Hold on. Let me look it up. How much?
Because you don't fucking know, dude. That's the point. It's not
I mean, I don't
defined.
memorize like.
You can't
All right,
use
here
it
we
in
go. So, I mean, you want
physicality.
mass? It is 95 calories. You want calories? How about calories? Does that count? That's
Everything
energy.
but mass. Everything but mass. Everything but mass.
No, like I said calories. So 95 calories
It's
is an
everything
apple.
but mass. Everything.
Calories is a unit of energy, I believe.
Calories of unit. So that is mass.
See how he's struggling, Jedi? Because it's not fucking defined in physical form. Like you looked at it and measuring
We can
resistance
do it in
of change.
pounds.
Resistance of change to velocity given by the formula. It's not physical, dude.
You don't think an apple is physical?
Oh
You're a
my
dickhead.
god.
Calories isn't really a
He
property.
doesn't get it, does he?
No.
It's,
But he's going to keep
I
saying.
could probably
He's
ask him
going to
again,
keep saying
Jedi.
words, though.
I could ask him again. He'll still be lost. How much mass does the apple have?
You keep saying that, and I keep saying like 150 grams, but then you don't ever follow
Why
up.
are you giving me
You don't ever go
grams,
past
bro?
that.
I'm not asking
So
for
why do
grams.
I keep saying grams? Because that's what
It's
the
not
unit
grams.
of mass is.
It's because
So
you're weighing it out as in grams. That's not what I'm asking for.
Yeah.
What I'm asking for is how much
that is what you're
mass does
asking
it
for.
have? How much mass does an apple have?
150 calories or 90 calories worth of
What the
energy.
fuck?
You really,
What's the sugar
dude?
content?
Calories is a unit of energy.
What the hell?
This is
I mean,
weird.
that's fucked up. Every time you say grams, that's just a fucking pressure vector downwards.
Yeah,
The
and
same
it's
pressure
also
vector downwards causes what the fuck,
yeah, it's
man?
not even mass. It's not even mass at all.
Of course it's not. He doesn't understand this.
He doesn't get it. Talon, if I ask you a fifth time, would you say how much mass does an apple have, Talon?
Go on, say grams again.
Say calories. Ah, silence, huh? Good.
I mean, if you want to go ahead and answer the question and show me up,
I'm
then
not
go ahead
gonna
and answer
fucking
the
answer.
question.
You seem to have all the answers that don't equate to the answer.
And I am the only one with answers. Correct.
Well, it doesn't seem like
No, you're
anybody
not.
else is chiming in.
Well, I
except
mean,
for
you guys can deny what an apple is, but that's not going to work. We can still go out
No
and
one's
get an apple.
denying. No one's denying what an apple is. Every time we ask you for the mass of an apple, you keep
Well, you
giving
said
us
an
grams.
apple's not physical. I'd like to
No,
hear an
that's
explanation.
not what. No. Don't be stupid now. No one said that an apple's not physical. You fucking idiot.
You literally no. I mean, you literally said multiple times that the apple's not physical.
Excuse me again. We're asking you to define mass. You keep giving us grams, or fucking hell, what else did you fucking give us?
Calories.
Calories. What the fuck are you talking about calories, mate? If you were to be able to define mass, then give us mass. You've done it several times incorrectly.
Oh, prove
Try
that. So
again.
I'm wrong.
What he
Seventh
was
time? You
trying
want to
to
go for
say,
seventh
can I
time?
chime in?
Wait, but we want him to
No.
answer. What is he? Talon, you got this, man. What's mass? How much mass does an apple have?
Mass is the properties of physical substances.
It's a property of
can
physical.
you do this again? Do I have to read it
Yeah.
out? Do you have to
I
think
argue
you do.
with?
And if you're, are you going to say
Like,
properties of a physical body? And then you're going to say it has no meaning other than in mathematical formulas?
Hold
Because that
on,
proves me right.
bro. Relax. He's gonna tell you the answer. Just relax.
I mean, do you want? Again, you're not going to be arguing with me. You're going to be arguing with Nobel laureates, dude. But fuck,
You're
if
just
you want
saying
to
that
have
I am. I'm not arguing. They're
no,
agreeing.
Let's go with Max Born's. Max Born's is fun. I like his.
which one? Where's Max Born's one? Fucking hell, I
Be
can't
the
see it.
last one right above the chemistry world.
Oh, yeah. This is the one that he likes. Okay. In ordinary language, the word mass denotes something like the amount of substance or quantity of matter. These concepts themselves being defined no further. The concept of substance is considered self-evident. In physics, however, we must I forgot the very bit. We must very strongly emphasize the word mass has no meaning other than given by formula, mathematical concept.
So what do you think grams? Do you think grams is a mathematical concept of mass?
Is that mass?
Is that mass?
Yeah. Do you know that grams is a
Is
mathematical
that
formula
mass?
for mass?
Is that
Yeah.
mass?
Yes, it is.
So why isn't it? Why are the words different?
They are not. They are not different. They all work together.
Yes, they fucking are, dude. One's grams and one's mass. What the fuck?
What do you mean? We measure mass in grams.
No, we don't.
No, you, dude, you're all
Oh,
over
you
the
don't
place.
think we do? Like, how much mass
Do
do
you
you think an
measure it?
apple
Do you
has?
measure it in calories too?
No, go ahead and measure it. Yeah, I mean,
You
we
measure
could.
it in calories too?
We could. Yeah, we measure apples in calories.
I knew you were gonna say that.
So, like, when I wouldn't eat like 20 apples in a day because it's too many calories. Why do you think we do that?
Well, why don't you just
You
say
can measure.
I wouldn't eat apples? I wouldn't eat too many apples today because that would be a lot of mass.
It's like you guys have like
Why
destroyed
don't you
the
use
idea
mass?
of
Why
concept
don't you
of
use mass
measuring.
instead of calories? Huh? Why don't you use
No, I
mass
said
instead
I
of
use
grams?
them. I use
Why
them
don't you
both.
use mass?
'Cause that's what-
Listen, you're saying they're interchangeable. Why don't you just use mass
Right.
instead of grams?
Why do you think we eat apples?
What?
Because they have
I switched
mass.
over because you guys were like you guys kept asking me the same question even though I gave you the answer already. So I gave you a different unit of measure.
I just figured this out as well. You're arguing with Max Born, who's a Nobel laureate, who's literally referencing Einstein's theory of relativity. So you're arguing
Yeah.
with them as well.
I mean, I agree with what he's saying.
Well, no, he disagrees with you.
No, he doesn't. You're lying about that. It's actually telling. It's saying what
I've
I'm
just read
saying.
it out. Dickhead. I've just
But
read
it says
out.
other than mathematical formula. Mass is a mathematical formula.
Yeah, awesome stuff. But
So there you go. So that means mass exists in his definition.
Shush. So not the amount of substance in the space.
It says quantity. It doesn't say quantity.
No.
Go ahead and read it again.
Looks like I'm going to have to go through all of them again for you. No problem.
Good. Do it. Yes, please. Let's do it again.
Cool.
Yeah.
Moreover, studies have shown that the amount of substance is often incorrectly identified with mass. The Royal Society of Chemistry. Nature does not offer us any concept as the amount of matter. History has struck down every proposal to define such a term. Even if we could count the amount of atoms or by any other counting method try to evaluate the amount of matter, that number would not equal mass.
Absolutely correct.
Yeah. Well, we got one more.
That seems like a really specific reason to not equal mass, but you would do it in every other aspect.
My OMG, dude! Like
we're not
you're
like
really,
doing it in that
you're
context
whistling
where
past
they're
the
like,
graveyard, bro. That's what you're doing.
What do you mean? I'm not whistling past the graveyard.
Yeah,
mass
you
is
are.
just
You are.
we're alive and well over here with Mass World.
They went all the way to quantum mechanics. You were absolutely correct, Jedi.
I mean, look.
Okay, so what is an apple?
Well, I'm asking, can you define it by saying how much mass does an apple have? Could you say that?
I would define it in its like matter and its mass. Yes, that's how I would define
It's
mass.
matter and its mass. You you
Correct.
didn't even. That's not even
Not
coherent
defining it.
sentence. That's not even a coherent sentence. How much mass
It's
does an
not.
apple have? Eighth time.
And the mass of an apple in grams would be 150
In grams. Well, then why don't you
In
just say
grams.
grams, not mass? You're
Because
interchanging.
I'm
you're-
referring to the unit of measure that I'm going to cite
Yeah,
as
well, then
the
just don't
mass
say
of
mass.
the apple.
Don't use the word
I mean, I can
mass
say
because
mass all I want.
I'm asking for
You
mass
think an
and you're
apple
giving
has
me
mass?
grams. I'm
We all
asking for
agree that.
mass and you're giving me grams.
Right. That's what mass is.
Right.
Is
No,
by
it's
And
not.
that's just a
grams.
pressure vector
No,
downwards.
it's not.
What are you talking
Yeah.
about?
Yeah. The
It's
measure
not
is that's a
fucking
unit of
grams,
measure.
dude.
It's not? Why do you think it's not grams? What is it?
Because it
That's
would
just
be fucking grams if I asked you, give me how many grams is this apple? Then you could give
All right.
me
So
the
what would it
measurement.
be? Well, what would it be?
I'm asking you. You seem to think you got a handle
I don't
on what
know.
mass
Well,
is.
tell me what do
So
you
how
think it
much
would
mass?
be? Don't ask me.
Ninth time. How much mass does an apple have?
I mean, I don't know. You won't tell me. I want to hear what you say.
What do you mean I won't tell you? You seem to think that you
Well,
can
I keep
define
asking
it.
you, like what mass? I mean, I've defined it my way, but you have a
It's
different way.
not your way. There's no way to
way that
define it
I've
because
defined
they even told you the
So
amount
how
of
do you define
matter.
an apple?
It doesn't matter how much amount of matter you have. It wouldn't equal the number of mass. You can't
We're
equal
not-
that. There's no way to do it.
I
Fucking
don't
what
get it.
in these
Why
what in
not?
these dude, what in these citations you don't understand? I have no clue. I don't know why you don't get it.
So let
But
me try to
seem
understand
yes,
your
sir.
position.
You seem to be
Can I
throwing
try?
around hold on, dude. You seem to be throwing around the word mass like it has a meaning. That's why we're telling you
Okay.
it does not have the meaning you think it has.
Okay.
Right?
What meaning does it have? What does it mean? What does mass mean?
We're not making a claim.
Oh my god, dude.
Oh, so you're not. So, oh my god, it's like you're teasing me with this. Like you're saying that I don't know what mass is, but then you won't tell me what mass is. I want to hear what you think.
Other than a given formula and the resistance to the change in velocity, that's the only thing that it could attribute to, and
So
it's a construct.
is that what you want to call mass? Let's call that mass.
That's not what. Listen, it's already
that's inertia.
defined. This, you
Is
are
that-
trying
okay,
to use.
and then what caused it? And
hang
like
on,
what
talent,
do we measure
talent,
inertia?
Talent. You're trying to use it in a context that it doesn't have the meaning you want it to have. So, in me telling you for the 10th time, how much mass does an apple have? What would you say?
I would still say 150 grams, but I couldn't remember what you said. I can't memorize that like
Dude,
acceleration or whatever.
even after the citations that you heard,
It would be the mass of an apple is in its acceleration.
I don't know. You are at this point. We can just say it's just lost cause with you. You're just not gonna get.
I mean,
it.
there's no lost cause. You can explain it. You just won't explain it.
They did. Like fucking how many times did
Man, let me say that one more time. You made a bunch of words.
Jedi went
I'm
through
not
the
going to hear it again.
citations like twice with you, and you were like,
Okay, so an apple is an
towards the end of
acceleration.
what?
So like, how would you measure that acceleration?
Okay, for the 11th time, how much mass does an apple have?
Oh my god, like that's such a hard question now. You keep freaking out when I say
Sorry,
50 grams.
hold on, Talon again. Talon, the other definition for mass is the resistance to acceleration.
Resistance to acceleration. Okay, so how much resistance to acceleration is an apple?
Again, that's a problem because that's inertia.
Yeah.
Okay, so how much inertia does an apple have?
Dude, you're weird.
I'm just fucking teasing you at this point.
Yeah, he's just
man.
teasing you now.
Well, I
man.
mean, that's fine. You can tease me all you want, but let's hear what.
No,
let's hear the
let's
actual
fuck it.
topic of what an inertia of an apple is.
Dude, so first of all, the thing that we had to get you off of is using the word for what you're trying to use it for is incorrect. And you seem to, I guess, trying to validate it with however your little mind thinks it's going to be working for you. You can't use it in the context that you want to use it for. It's just not applicable. You can't use it that way. When I say how much mass does an apple have, you have a lot of issue with it. You're like, well, what do you mean? I got grams, I got calories. What do you want? Like, I'm not asking for any of that. And you seem to think that that's interchangeable with the word mass, right? Hello?
Is it interchangeable with the word mass? That's a interesting way to put it.
Well,
I
that's
don't know
the
if I
only
can
way that
agree
you're
with that.
using
I
it
don't
right
necessarily
now.
understand that. So I'm still hearing, like, I'm still waiting. Okay, so you're saying an apple isn't mass, but but it has inertia because of its resistance to acceleration. And so, like, where does that take us in terms of what an apple
That
is?
means that the word, it's not, you're focusing on the fucking apple. We're focusing on you using the word mass incorrectly. That's what we're focused on right now. You're focused
And I'm
on
using it
something else.
incorrectly.
Yeah.
What am I using it incorrectly? So I'm using it incorrectly because
yeah.
it's not
So
mass,
when you say
or because it's resistance.
listen, when you say, and I just use the apple as an example, but when you say the Earth has mass, how do you know
Yeah.
how much mass does the Earth have?
How much mass does an Earth have? Because it was measured.
How much mass does the Earth have?
The grams does it got?
I'm waiting to see if he's gonna.
How much mass does the Earth have?
Yeah. How much mass does it
Quite a
have?
bit.
Quite a bit. How much does it have?
Let's look it up.
How many calories does it got?
How many calories does the Earth
Does calories does the Earth have? The Earth has
Yeah.
quite a bit of calories.
Dude,
because it's
are
such
you
a hot-
typing into? Don't type it into Google, dude. You're gonna have. Just listen. I'm asking for how much mass the Earth has. How much mass does it have? Talon.
It's about 550 gigatons of biomass on Earth. I mean, if you want to count like all the
550
food,
gigatons.
if we counted all the food on Earth, it'd be like all of us. Like, but like the
Gigatons.
Earth itself, like eating, like we'd have to like eat the Earth, or like
How do
are you
you
talking
know-
about like the core of the
Where
Earth?
did you pull that? Did you pull that number straight out of your ass? That 550 gigatons, or is that what Google told you?
No, it's just like a random factoid that I found.
Fuck me, dude. All right,
Wait,
so
how many?
once again,
wait, how
still
much
not
mass?
You didn't give me how
We're
much
talking
mass
about
the Earth
mass
has.
is the Earth. Mass.
Yeah, how much?
Does the Earth
How much
have?
mass
All right, let's
does
look
the
it up.
Earth have?
Okay, we can look it up. It's a
Can
lot.
you? It's a lot.
And
brilliant.
Looks like
He's doing it. He's doing it.
I mean, it's like 5.9722 times 10 to the 24th kilograms.
Awesome.
Nice.
So weight.
Weighs
yeah.
like
So wait,
zillion
yeah,
pounds.
a zillion pounds.
Yeah,
You
the
sound
weight
like
of
a
the Earth.
child trying to say, "How much is the Earth? Is it a zillion pounds? Like
Yeah, you can weigh the
a
Earth.
gajillion pounds?" Dude,
So
that's
mass
still
is
not
Earth
mass.
can be.
Sorry.
So is
mass
the Earth
just,
mass?
Talon, mass is just a pressure vector downwards, right?
The Earth is.
No,
Yeah,
mass.
the Earth is mass.
Mass
A lot
is
of mass.
just just and only the pressure vector downwards, right?
Pressure. I'm sorry, I literally can't understand what you're saying. Say that slow.
Mass is the pressure vector downwards, right?
Mass is a pressure vector downwards. I don't know about the words pressure vector or downwards, but
Oh my
towards the
God,
center
dude.
of the Earth is the way I see it.
Towards the center. So how do you? So how the fuck are you gonna weigh the Earth when it's in and of itself causing that pressure vector inward?
How do you weigh the Earth?
Yeah, how do you weigh it?
Oh, like
What-
relative to the sun, because you can use like the sun
Relative to the sun.
relative gravity.
You're way off into the fucking weeds. Do you know that, right? Like we went from
No,
you
I don't
not
think so.
understanding how to define mass to like now understanding that you don't even know how to fucking weigh the Earth because they're like you're using the sun to do it. Is the sun a scale now?
No, I'm just saying like some other gravity. So like since the sun's gravity is like swinging the Earth around a certain way, you can like
Oh, really?
measure the density. You could get the density of the Earth. And, like,
Oh,
so, like you
yeah.
could get doing like
I don't know,
all
Jedi.
kinds
I
of
think he's just pulling this straight out of his ass, dude. But what do you think?
No,
Is this
mate,
coming?
Yeah, just word salad. He's hoping that eventually he's going to stumble across something. Either if he says enough words, he'll get there, or if he says it often enough, we'll fucking concede and go, "Oh yeah, you were right all along."
Yeah, you're okay. We're being slung around the sun, so
No.
okay.
I want to
Makes
know what
perfect
you
sense.
guys think mass is. Like, what do you
No,
guys
I
think
want
mass
to know
is?
what
It's
you
the
think it
resistance
is
to
because you're
acceleration?
using it incorrectly, obviously.
Yeah,
But,
this is
okay,
it.
so
Talon,
what's the
Talon,
correct
Talon.
what's the
Do you want
correct
the
use
answer?
of
Do you want the
mass?
answer? Do you want the answer?
Yeah. Yes.
When we look into this, we've got lots of definitions. When we look at the amount of substance in a space, now these days that's called a mole. And as I've read out for you several times, when we try and define the amount of substance in a space, that is not going to equal mass. We have another definition, like I gave you earlier, the resistance to acceleration, but that's the same definition as inertia. So mass seems to be thrown around all over the fucking place, but really, like I said, it doesn't have any meaning apart from conceptualization within mathematical formula. So it's not physical then. How the fuck are we going to do natural science on something that isn't physical? That's the point. There is no definition for mass. People just like to use the word because it adds what? Gravitas to a situation?
Yeah,
This is
it
why
dresses it up a little bit.
Yeah. So this is why Alpha's been like asking you for the mass of an apple. You keep giving grams. I've tried to help you along by saying what mass is just the pressure vector downwards. Then, I mean, come on, Sunshine. We've tried to help you here.
Yeah. So maybe the 12th time you got it. Let's see if you got it, Jedi. How much
So, I mean,
mass does an apple have?
asking me. Oh my god, I'm not gonna answer that question anymore because you keep asking me and then telling me that it's wrong, but
Well,
then
you
you
should know the
never
answer
follow
by
up
now.
with like.
You should know
But you're
the
saying
answer
it's
right
just
now.
You're saying it's not mass isn't mass.
No,
that
well,
because it's only resistance to acceleration
Yeah,
that
so
we're somehow
listen.
confusing mass for inertia,
Yeah, so listen. How much
and that mass
mass
isn't
does
real
an
because it's really just inertia.
right? So how much mass does an apple have? What's the correct answer?
Oh my
12th
god,
time.
dude!
12th time.
It's there's the only one I know of is the one with grams, the unit of measurement.
He did it. Oh, I fucking got him to do it 12
So
times.
you have to give me a different. What
Oh.
unit of measurement would you use to
Say
identify
calories, dude. That would help.
an apple? Like, well, tell me what you would use. You keep saying what I've used, but you won't say what you would use. What
Fucking
unit
Jedi
of
told
measurement?
you. He just finished telling you. Like not fucking 2
Well, what's the
minutes
name
ago.
of it? What's the name of your
Are
unit
you
of
fucking
measurement?
serious?
Resistance to acceleration? What's the unit for? What unit is that? Resistance to acceleration. So, like, is it miles per hour? I don't understand what you're saying. Like, is the apple
I kind of get that for the
a
last half
certain
hour.
speed? Is the
Yeah,
apple
for the
being a
last
certain
half hour,
speed?
you haven't understood. I'll concede to that. You definitely haven't understood.
No, I mean,
Well,
I haven't understood
I'll do it.
because
I
you
will do
won't
it
give
again.
me an
I will
answer
do it.
over what.
Yes, I have.
He's giving you the
Fuck's
answer,
sake.
bro.
So it's
No, you
resistance.
didn't
So what an apple is resistance to inertia.
So resistance to acceleration, which is the same definition as inertia, right?
I don't know. You tell me.
Okay,
Is that the
cool.
same definition? Let's
And
look
the
it up.
amount of substance in a space, that's now classified as a mole. And like I've pointed out several times, even if we could count the amount of substance in a space, that would not equal mass. Mass
Substance wouldn't equal mass.
has no defined properties.
So you're saying that substances don't mean anything. Any substance could mean
No,
any,
I'm not
any like.
saying that substances don't mean anything. I'm saying
Okay.
that substances, just because they, okay, let's try and do this. The amount of substance in a space isn't going to cause the amount of substance in a space to be attracted to something. Resistance to inertia, resistance to acceleration. Resistance to acceleration isn't going to attract resistance to acceleration. Do you understand the magic yet? They just say words because conceptually in mathematical formula, you can come out with mass when you weigh the apple and say it's got 150 grams.
Mm-hmm.
There is no definition for mass. It's not physical.
And why does it keep coming out? Why do we weigh it?
It's conceptual. Let me put it
Conceptual,
like this.
dude.
It's not physical, Sunshine.
So the weight is just conceptual, like the weight on my
No,
scale is
dude.
only
That's weight.
physical.
In your paradigm,
Mass.
okay, you weigh the apple at the North Pole and then go to the equator. Did it lose mass?
No, did it?
Got you thinking, didn't he? See?
No, I mean, like, depends. Like, is it like the same kind of apple?
Oh my
Like, you have the
god,
same.
bro. Seriously?
They would have to. You'd have to weigh them equally in one place, and then go to the
It did not
different.
lose mass.
Don't use
No.
don't change
Well, like an
don't
apple,
change listen,
an apple
listen,
ripens
listen,
over time, so it wouldn't.
Talon. Don't change the fucking example just to make yourself sound like you're right. Just use his example that the apple didn't fucking change, right? It's the same fucking apple. It didn't change. It just moved to a different geographical location. That's all he did.
No mass was lost. That's the difference
That's still
between mass
mass.
and weight.
Do you understand?
All right. So that's mass.
Oh
It would still
my
be
god,
150
bro.
grams, no matter
Seriously?
where it is. Isn't that
The
mass?
apple still has the
I don't
same
think you're gonna get it.
property,
I really don't.
inertial
Honestly,
property.
Jedi, I don't know what we can do anymore. Like that's. If I said it a 13th time, he'd probably answer the same. How much mass does an apple have?
Dude, if you ask me what a mass the apple has, it's
Well, how
150
much mass
grams.
does it have?
150 grams
There you go. I knew it. I fucking knew
worth
it.
of mass. That's what mass is.
13
Are we like?
times.
Can
I
you tell
could
me
go
what it
on.
is?
I could probably go on
Tell me what
forever,
it
to be
is.
honest. If
No,
I
but the
really
one
wanted.
thing you can't do is tell me what unit of measurement you would use.
What, to figure out what?
What mass for mass? Like what unit of
It's got no
measurement do you
fucking
use
look.
for mass?
14th time it has no fucking meaning.
No fucking meaning, except for the
Well,
150
how do you
grams.
measure
Like, what about
inertia?
the gram? What do you mean? So you don't think there's a unit of measurement for mass?
What unit of measurement do you have? Can you tell us?
Grams.
Gram.
Oh, so everything can be measured with grams. Everything.
So mass, yes, mass can be measured in grams. Correct.
How much grams does a Earth weigh?
A lot, like 6 kilo. It was
No, I liked it when
hold on, let's see. I just brought it up.
Oh fuck!
liked it when you tried to give fucking calories. That was hilarious.
It's
Calories of the earth, please.
Yeah, how many calories does
6
the Earth weigh?
6 ronograms.
Ronograms?
Yeah, ronograms. It's
Hey guys,
RONNA grams.
anyone that's trying to tell you the weight of the Earth is trying to kill you. Just letting you know.
Just an estimate.
Why are you guys memeing about calories being ridiculous?
Because
Okay.
Well, I mean,
because we're asking for the mass of an apple.
Yeah,
Our friend here turned around and gave us calories. So when we
Yeah, and
asked
I
for
showed
the
you a
mass of
diagram of the standard model which uses calories, just calls
why are you
them
talking?
electrovolts.
Talking through me. Damn it, you spoiled my joke and everything. I was literally going to
Okay,
tell
so-
you why it was funny, but you had to talk through me. Don't ever fucking ask me a question again if you're going to talk through me.
Peter is known for that. He'll talk through you, bro.
Well, he's never going to talk to me again. And if he ever asks me a question again, I'm not going to answer it because he talks through me every single time.
So we're asking for how much mass does an apple have? Peter C. Should I ask you how much mass does an apple have, Peter?
Yes.
Based on what unit of measurement is what I'm asking.
I'm not asking you, Talon. Peter,
Can
how
I
much
try?
mass? How much mass does an apple have?
Thanks. And sorry, Jedi, my bad. I did interrupt you, so my bad. An average apple has 8.4 to the power of 34th electronvolts.
That's not fucking mass.
Unfortunately, it is. An apple consists
Unfortunately, it's not. You're telling me electrovolts. How are you?
What is
You're
it then?
measuring electrovolts. Why can't you just tell me an apple has this many electrovolts? An apple has this many grams. An apple has this many calories. That is not interchangeable with fucking mass. Peter C.
Okay.
Okay.
Can I address? Permission to address.
I have a question. I'm onto
No,
something. I
I'm
just would
talking
like
to Peter.
follow through.
Peter, do you understand what I'm saying? It's
Maybe
not
that's changed.
interchangeable. You can't use those other words for mass. Mass is mass. Now, how much mass does an apple have?
An apple has 8.4 to times 10 to the power of 34th electronvolts because
Once again, the same. You give me the same answer,
well,
right?
let me finish.
No, you don't need to let you do nothing because it's not electrovolts we're looking for. We want to find out how much mass does the apple have.
Unfortunately, mass and energy are interchangeable.
You're not telling me how much something mass the apple has. You're not telling me the mass.
It has as much mass as it has energy.
What's
And
energy?
how much?
No shit. No, sorry. I'll let you go through this because if I start asking questions, we're all going to start falling apart. I won't ask what energy is.
What do you think energy is?
What do you mean? Well, I don't know. It's a bunch of pixie dust. That's what I think it is.
Okay.
It's fucking equal to what you think it is, right?
Do you like free energy?
Oh my god, dude.
Can we
Peter,
please get back
shut
to what I
up.
was asking? Because he's like totally derailed my point or like my questions. I
All
wanted to
right,
know
so
what you guys think, Graham.
for the 15th time, how
Yeah.
much mass does an apple have?
Oh my.
So like before, I have a question answer for that. But what do you think grams is? If I said grams, what do you consider grams to be?
I don't want to talk about what you consider grams, dude. I
okay,
want to know
so
how much mass does an
Yeah.
apple have?
I would need to know what unit of measurement do you want to use to determine the mass of an apple.
Mass.
So what unit of measurement of mass do you want?
How much mass does the
There's-
apple have? One
So
red
I
apple.
don't know. So it's
I can
one
be,
apple.
listen,
If you just want
I can
the
be
mass, if you
specific.
just want like the
I
mass,
can be no.
like the
I'll
mass.
be specific. Let me be specific, okay? How much mass does a red apple delicious apple have?
Got one, I mean, I want to know what unit of measurement you want me to use. Like, what do you consider?
I want you to tell me. I want you to tell me how much mass does a red apple delicious have? There's a brand
one
called the Red
apple's
Apple
worth.
Delicious.
So, like, the only unit, since we're talking about a unit of apple, and the only unit of measure that you're giving me for apple is an apple. So my only answer that I can give you that would follow the unit of measure you're giving me, that is an apple, is the mass of an apple is the apple. So I have to give you one apple. That's the most accurate way I can answer your question.
Can I try one more time,
If I
please?
use my unit of measurement, like, because you refuse to give me a unit of measurement to use to give you the mass of an apple.
He gave
So
you
we
one.
need.
Mass.
He said
Mass.
resistance. No, mass isn't a
Use the
unit.
unit
Mass is
of
the.
Can I try? I cracked the code. I know what the answer is.
No, please tell me what the fucking unit of measurement is that you guys would take.
Dude, you're missing the point. I know. Alpha,
Did you say
can I try,
electron
please?
volts? Hold on. So you're saying,
No, I'm not going to do the same thing. I'm going to try a new thing.
Are you answering my question, or are you just going to leave it hanging?
Your question. Your question.
Okay,
I think you're
answer my
getting it
question.
wrong, and I'm getting it wrong too. Alpha, can
What
I
is
try your
the
question?
unit? What is the unit of measure for mass?
You see, I know how they think, so I'm going to answer their question. Can I try? So here's the
Yeah,
question.
go ahead.
An average apple, your question was how much mass does an average apple have? The correct answer is an average apple has 150 mass. Thank you.
Oh, okay. I guess like mass units.
They're using the word
Units of
mass to mean a unit. So the answer is it has 150 mass.
Oh yeah. Okay, I see what you mean. Yeah, that makes sense. There you go. There you go, AB.
We cracked the code,
unit of,
okay?
if that's, like, I guess that's, is that the unit? Is that the unit that you're
Well,
using?
this is
The
logically
thing is-
consistent with how they think.
The thing is when you
pretty
when you measure the mass of
Teal's
something,
recording this shit.
it requires a
Measure the
unit of
mass.
measurement.
Oh my god!
Not according to Alpha.
And they're not accepting those
What's mass?
those numbers that
They're not
done in
giving
the
us one
unit of
unit to
measurement,
measure.
which means they're
And they
just
won't tell us.
trolling. They're not
They won't even
actually.
tell us.
They're just
Jedi, go
arguing in
again.
bad faith.
Wait, hold on, but
they're
let
complete
Jedi go.
idiots.
Tell me what
Dude,
unit.
just
They're
let Jedi
absolute
go.
idiots.
You gotta
They're
let him
not
go,
even.
man. You're not even letting him go. Can Jedi say
No,
something?
dude, you're just an idiot. You're not even accepting. They answer the question, and you don't
What's mass?
accept it because you're a fucking idiot. That's all you
What's
are.
mass? Yeah, but
Like
what's mass?
to measure the mass of something, you have to
mass?
do it in a unit of measurement. They've given
What's
you the
mass?
answer. You don't accept the answer. You're a fucking
What's mass?
idiot.
What's mass?
So like
Alan,
mass, I
2
would
seconds.
consider like a substance,
Alan.
right? Is mass a substance of matter? Is mass
Yes.
just made of matter?
Shush. Who was the gentleman who just butted in?
It was Bussy.
Okay, so what's mass? Hello? Interloper who decided to come in and spout his shit and then fuck off again. What's mass?
Answer his question, Bussy.
Listen, you've been spouting
What's
shit all
mass?
night, dude. I'm
What's
not even
mass?
gonna have the conversation.
What's mass?
You're just
What's
a bad
mass?
faith actor, and you're a
What's
fucking
mass?
idiot.
Oh, he's
What's
not.
Shut the fuck up, dude. Honestly,
Don't get
shut
fight
the
with him.
fuck up.
Bussy, quit being
interrupting.
sour.
Seriously,
I wanna
shut
ask-
being
the
sour.
fuck up.
Just
Okay, wait a
answer
minute. So
Jedi,
Shut
bro.
the fuck off,
Can you-
Alpha, whatever the fuck
you
your
be
name
him?
is. Go fuck yourself. You're
Yeah,
a piece of
Whoa.
shit.
Whoa.
Honestly,
Your name's
you're
Bussy. I
fucking
think you
need to
fuck
relax,
yourself more
bro.
than anybody.
These people
Calm
actually
down,
have a
Alan.
conversation.
This
Get
man
the
should-
fuck out of the conversation. You're not even in it. You're just here trolling people. Shut
How
up.
do you,
Everyone
Bussy?
should.
And you British sounding motherfucker. Shut the fuck up.
Bussy,
Honestly,
Bussy,
shut the fuck up.
let Talent talk, please.
No,
No,
that British
He's
motherfucker
not
and that
British.
alpha motherfucker both can shut the fuck up.
No
I mean,
problem,
you say
dude.
go fuck yourself, but you're a bussy.
Excuse
I think
me,
you fuck
I
yourself
need
more
you
than
gentlemen
anybody.
as well. Do I have to mute everybody?
Go fuck yourself.
Do you have a black
Can you
dildo
shut
on
up?
your table, just ready
Can you
to
shut
disembowel
up?
yourself? Because your name's Bussy.
Shut up. Shut up. You do realise, my friend, that you're not actually arguing with me or Alpha Veritas.
You do realize you're not
Can you
arguing
shut-
with anybody either. You're just
shut up?
trolling. You're arguing.
shut
You're not
up?
even doing any argument at all.
Well, just
Shut
wait, man. He's
up.
trying to
Just
get
shut
something
the
out.
fuck
He's a
up.
mod. It's not your space.
I don't give a
Stop.
fuck if he's a mod. He's a fucking retard.
Dude,
Oh, he said
literally,
the R
you're
word.
not
That's a
arguing, my
mute.
friend.
That's a
Good.
mute. That's a mute. That's he
Shut
said
the
the R
fuck
word.
He can
up.
mute me if he wants. I don't give a fuck.
Good. Then listen to this. You're not arguing with me or Alpha Veritas. You're arguing
Listen,
with.
I'm not gonna listen to you, buddy. I'm not here to have a
Okay, then fuck
conversation
off
with
then.
you. I'm just telling you
Then
to
fuck
shut
off.
the fuck up. That's
Well, that's
all.
not going to
So
happen.
shut
It's
the
not going to
fuck
happen.
up.
Bussy, why you
Not
gotta
gonna
be in
happen.
your bonnet,
Shut
bro?
up.
Why do you gotta
Not gonna
be in your
happen.
Shut the
bonnet?
fuck up, dude.
Okay,
Not
guys,
gonna happen.
don't
Honestly.
agitate,
And the other guy,
aggregate.
shut the
Don't
fuck up.
just
Let
let
these people
talent
actually
talk.
have a conversation.
We can't hear talent because Bussy's opening up his pie hole.
I know, Bussy, you want us to have a conversation. Let's just be quiet then. Thank you.
Let's
Now,
relax,
Talon,
Bussy.
continue. Can you continue, Talon?
No, we're not going to let Talon continue. I'm going to address this fucking idiot.
What are
gonna
you
finish my-
doing? What?
The fuck up.
We're still on a unit of
I can
measurement
see
of
why
mass.
Bussy doesn't like you, Jedi. It's because you just
Didn't
keep
give a
talking over
fuck.
everybody.
There's no
Dude.
point in talking to the British dude. He's just a fucking retard.
Yeah, the British dude is he's just slandering at this point.
No,
You haven't
duh,
even let me
dude. Don't
finish my
worry.
fucking
Don't worry
sentence.
about
Yeah,
him. Honestly, just mute him. Like,
Bussy, there's no
carry
point
on.
for.
Yeah, I'm
this
gonna
isn't the
mute the
place
British
where
guy too.
we're just trying to
Yeah,
address.
just mute the British guy and mute the Alpha Veritas guy and actually have a conversation.
No problem. So if everybody's going to start muting moderators, then you will get muted and removed from the server. It's very simple.
Wait,
If you don't
remove
want
from the server. This is a fucking
guest room.
private space.
remove
What are
from
you
the
This is a
talking
server.
guest
about?
room. Yes, it is. Listen, this
It's
is
a
a guest room,
guest
and the guest
room.
mods get to say whatever
Yeah,
they want,
Jedi.
dude. No, the guest rooms get to. Jedi is a guest mod. Listen, Jedi is a guest mod. AV's a guest mod. I am not a guest mod. You have to respect their
He
rules
can't just like
for the
admit
guest mod. Yes, you can. In guest mods, you can do whatever. In guest mod rooms, you can do whatever you want. This is the Flat Earth 24/7 guest room, so they're very strictly following their guidelines. They can do whatever they want. You cannot complain about their modding. Go to a different channel if you don't like it.
And it's quite simple as well. I appreciate that
Mhm.
talent, but just give me
What's
20
up, guys? I'm
seconds.
so sleepy.
Like, seriously, if one more person fucking interrupts me, I'm going to get pissed off. Shut up. All right, so this Bussy guy, like I'm trying to tell you, Sunshine, you're not arguing with me or Alpha Veritas. You're arguing with Max Born, Richard Feynman, Nobel laureates when defining what mass is. We're just providing citations, which I presume you have failed to read, as I've posted them in the text chat. I will do so again if you require. It's not a problem, but I'm just reading the citation. And according to these gladiators and giants of physics, mass is incorrectly defined as the amount of substance as a space. It is also incorrectly defined as resistance to acceleration, which is fucking inertia. And within physics, natural science, the word mass has no meaning.
Has no meaning.
These are not my words. These are their words. I'm not fucking trolling you, Sunshine. I'm just providing citation. If you don't like that, you can fuck off.
There it is. So when I ask for the 15th time, how much mass does an apple have? What should be the correct answer? That I leave up to you guys.
What would Richard Feynman say?
Well, ask
being
him.
yourself, yeah, go and ask him. I provided you with. Let me look again.
Wait, are those two you losers still talking? I don't even
Yeah,
know. Dude.
that's unfortunate. So Edwin Taylor,
I
John
assume they
Wheeler,
fucking
space time
are.
physics. I also gave you Max Born from
I don't know if
Einstein's
they know that
theory
they're
of
just
relativity, by
muted.
the way. So you are arguing with Einstein here, and Max
Or did the
Born
whole
is a
channel just
Nobel
stop
winning.
talking? I don't
Shut
even
the fuck
fucking
up.
know.
I don't care. You're not arguing with me at this stage. Now you're arguing with fucking
I don't
Einstein.
care that they're guest mods, by the way. Whoever said that, I don't give a fuck. They're
But
fucking
Jedi, if
idiots.
you asked Feynman what a mass of an apple was, what do you think he would have said? He's dead now, so we cannot ask.
He already did say. That's the point we're
That the
telling you.
mass of something
He
required.
already did say. Bussies, you need to unmute us, man. But he already did say. That's the point we're making to you. He did already say, and we're telling you what he said. You know what I mean? So that's the
About
only
the
thing we can
apple,
show
you
you.
mean?
No, about mass. It's you're hyper focused on the apple. That was never the point of contention. The point of contention was the incorrect usage of the word mass. That what was the focus was.
I agree with that.
Right.
I
So that
yeah.
we were looking at the word mass, not the apple. The apple defining mass in the apple was just a derivative topic that we brought up because of the fact that it was being misused. And so,
That's fair enough.
and I graciously corrected everyone in here so that we can all know from the correct usage.
Right, and I actually agree with this summary. Mass is defined as kind of a property of how things interact with certain forces, but not others. It doesn't have a clear definition, to your point. It does not. It's a certain property of how you react with.
I don't know. Maybe I could say like it's been colloquially used as a certain way, a connotation. It's been used.
Exactly.
It's been tossed around, right? So maybe people are using words. Words mean things. We call it semantics, right? But words mean things so that when we say them in this arena, they have special meaning. When we say something has mass. So if you said something has mass, well, what do you mean? Right? So we're going to ask you. So in physics, it doesn't have the meaning you think it does, so that you're applying it. You're kind of in your head, and this happens a lot, right? People use words that they think that mean something. Like, I'll give you another word: experiment. People toss that around like it's something that you can do experiments on everything, but you can't when it's not applying to the specific thing that you're like the physical natural world. You can use it for that, but you can't use it for like mathematics.
I agree. Could I just say something in agreement with you? I'm not trolling or anything.
Okay.
So, mass doesn't have a strong definition. We have been discovering this property of how objects interact with certain forces for a very long time and very incrementally. So as we discover more, we kind of redefine it. Now I'm going to say this also applies to something like electric charge. If you look into quantum mechanics, you're going to find a slightly different version of what an electric charge is. And I know you like electricity. So what I'm saying is, it's not that just mass is mysterious. Pretty much all the forces and interactions have like layers of meanings to them in physics.
What the fuck, me? You understand that within, say, the definition and scientific assertion for gravity, mass is used in both forms of that gravitational idea. One, mass attracts mass. Oh shit, that's a fucking problem because we've managed to not define mass properly, if at all. It just seems to be a word, right? Mass taken from massive. It's big. Brilliant. Well done. And then we've got Einstein's idea, which I read from his papers earlier. Now, with regards to mass, that is sitting in the fabric of space-time. Do you want me to go through that one as well and point out how that is a reification fallacy? Or do I think that everybody's tired and I'm just going to get heckled for doing so?
Can I answer?
Man,
I don't want to interrupt.
If they want to go through it, I think it'd be kind of. I don't know if. What's your name? Let me go back down.
We don't have to go through it, but I'd like to address what Jedi said.
Peter C. Have we talked? It seems like Peter C's name is familiar. Were you on the 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, Peter?
Yeah, it was.
No, it's the first time.
He was there earlier today.
I think I've seen you there before.
You guys literally just promoted me to a speaker like an hour ago, so I'm able to speak for the first time.
I thought I meant prior, like maybe, like I've
No,
seen you on the
never,
server like
never.
months or years ago. Anyway, that doesn't really matter. But
Can I address what Jedi said?
No, I'm saying at any rate, I think he's probably going to go through. I don't know what Jedi feels like doing though, but he might go through.
I mean, I've just had a cup of coffee, so I'm up for anything at the moment.
Well, I mean, he doesn't.
What I won't be is heckled though.
Can you explain to me what sorry, can you explain?
I might start talking, Effie.
I just I did physics A levels, but I completely flopped it. I just want you to tell me what energy is. I know there's.
Can I respond?
Yeah, I don't know if Jedi wants to go to Peter C's question first, though, big guy.
All right.
Yeah, 2 seconds, man. I'll get to you in a minute. What's
You
up,
might
Peter?
want to remember that, though.
Okay, so you're correct that there are different definitions. We don't use that mass attracts mass anymore at advanced levels of it. We don't. Because we know that mass attracts photons and they don't have any mass. So how does it even make sense? So right. So mass does not attract mass. What we say is energy and mass are equivalent, and they create something we call gravity. That's what we say.
Okay, so what's the mechanism?
We have no idea. Actually, whoever figures that out is gonna
There
be
you have it,
celebrated
folks.
like the second Einstein.
There we go. So we can just stop there.
No, we're not. This is actually a field of very intensive research, and you're
Okay.
guaranteed to be another Einstein when you figure it out.
Okay, so another Einstein. What does Einstein postulate?
He just says that when there is mass and energy, it affects space-time, and therefore, you could say attracts things.
What space? You're going to hate me for this. What space-time?
It is the three spatial dimensions and what we perceive as time.
Okay. Now, being as we're doing science here, physics, where all things must be physical, I've got two questions for you. Is time physical?
We don't know because we perceive it as a rate of change, but we don't have the ability to look at it as a real dimension as opposed to spatial dimensions. So we don't know.
So not physical then. Let me put it like this.
No.
Can I add energy to it? Kilojoules, electron volts. Can I put it in a bucket, paint it with, and set fire to it?
Not today.
No.
Not today.
No. So not physical then. Awesome. Is space height, width, length, absence of anything physical?
In some ways, but it kind of falls apart at lower levels.
Yeah, on just a description of space, absence of anything. So if no thing, not physical then.
No, that's not what I meant.
Well, this is what I mean, because height, width, length, space is conceptual, and we're not talking about a physical thing here. We're talking about absence of physicality, so not physical. This is again one of the magic tricks that Einstein decided to pull. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
But I disagree with your statement, so I don't get it.
Okay. So you disagree that space, absence of anything, that is actually physical. No thing is physical.
No, I think space, like in dimensions you described, up and sideways and whatever, stop losing meaning at a very small scale. Not just when we look very closely at quantum phenomena, it kind of stops making sense. Even that, kind of like time.
Awesome. So being, as we're going to be doing physical, natural science here, where all things must be physical, I'm going to ask you again. Do you know what a reification fallacy is?
If the definition is it must be physical, then we cannot do any science.
Bingo.
Because dimensions are not physical in the meaning that we use that word, so we're kind of fucked.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that's the crescendo to the point. I'll explain what a reification fallacy is for the rest of the class. A reification fallacy is taking non-physical things like concepts and giving them physical properties, like time, space, love, hate. Right? Non-physical things, and giving them physical properties. You'll note that Einstein called it the fabric of space-time, giving space and time physicality. It is then bent and warped with mass, whatever the fuck mass is. The amount of substance in a space, that's an incorrect definition, or its resistance to acceleration, the same definition as inertia. But we must remember, however, and emphasize very strongly, that the word mass in physics has no meaning. So you're right, Peter. We definitely don't have any science here whatsoever.
No, we don't have any science at all.
Yeah, at all.
Not just here, at all.
It's so far down the well that it's almost like fuck, dare I say it, like a fantasy.
Let me summarize, okay? So what we said here, we said to do science, we must have physical things. And if we dig deep enough into any phenomenon that we observe, it is not physical in the sense that Jedi described. Not weight, not dimensions, not time, not electricity. Nothing is physical in the sense that's being discussed here. So we should just go home, not do science. By the way, you can have a very happy life without doing science.
No. I'm not going to
You're not
stand for
even
that.
doing science, man, to be honest.
Yeah, you're not doing any science here with regards to gravity when we've got conceptual ideas. But the scientific method will elucidate cause and effect relationships in the physical and natural world. For example, when I apply heat to water, the water will boil. That is a cause and effect relationship. The prediction of cause is heat. I keep all variables the same, like the pressure, and the water will boil when it reaches a certain temperature. Science will very much elucidate cause and effect relationships in the physical natural world. However, when we're talking about gravity, we have to stop science right there because we're using concepts now, and concepts are not physical.
Thanks for playing. See you next trip.
Well, what about how did you get if I may ask, how did you get the water into the pot in order to boil it?
We're not gonna go down that rabbit hole, but like, listen, Jedi was very thorough, and it's like, thanks for playing, but there's really no winner to this game. It's just people saying things, right, without no evidence. So where do we go from here, gentlemen? Because there is nowhere to go.
Well, I thought the foundation of science was philosophy, and
Well,
it's not. It's not as if philosophy is like illogical. Philosophy can be very logical.
Right, but here's the issue that we're having here, and the way that we formalized all these understandings, right? Like from the point where you might think that Einstein or Newton proposed something that was a theory that could be tested scientifically, it can't even be thought of into the physical and natural world. You can't even put it into reality. So how then can you test it? Codename.
How can you test a philosophical idea?
Well, I'm specifically mentioning like Einstein. How could you test it?
E equals mc squared.
No, I'm not talking about a mathematical construct. I meant how can you test in physical form what he
Test
said?
what exactly?
Well, what do you mean what exactly? What is it? What is the general relativity talking about? What does it mention?
Time is relative to
Yeah.
time is relative to speed or something, or
Yeah, but what there's other variables. Like what are the variables is he talking about? What causes the bending and warping of the fabric of space-time?
it would be the movement of objects through space.
Well, it's the mass of an object within space and time.
Right, objects. I don't know. I thought I said it
Well,
right.
but I meant the object itself is bending and warping the fabric of space-time. So
Yeah,
how could
makes
we?
sense to me. Things
Well, I
interact with
know it
one
makes
another.
sense. It makes sense in an idea, but how do we put it into the physical form?
What exactly are you trying
How
to
can
put
we
into the
test for
physical
this?
form?
How can we test for this?
The physical form being an experiment where you very manipulate the supposition of cause to see if it causes the phenomena.
How could we test for it?
Right, so if you're going the speed of light, which you can't do,
Let's just stop right there then.
Yeah, you just stop there. I mean,
if we can't do
Okay.
it, then we can't do it.
Right, but
what but do you have? Like, what are you gonna get pull out? Watch me pull a
I'm
rabbit out of
just
a hat? Like what?
wait. All right, let me figure out why we need to go for the speed of light first.
No, it's not even that's first of all, you can't put it in physical form. Like Jedi was describing it, you would need to if you were going to demonstrate a cause of an effect. You can't do that.
Right, so you're saying, I mean, isn't it an issue of instruments and measurements that we
No.
can't?
No.
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 Mm-mm.
No. We're dealing with concepts. Now, just because we've got instruments, it's not going to make those concepts physical now, is it? In science, natural science, all things must be physical. Concepts, not physical. We just stop right there.
But let me just mute myself so I can do some Einstein research.
No problem.
Okay.
Find me the hypothesis.
Knock yourself out.
And again, bloody appreciate your honesty. We're not like, having a go or trolling you or anything. If you want to go and do the inquiry for yourself, then please, by all means, do so.
One thing we do when we challenge people is go exhaust yourself in the information. Try to figure this out. Good luck.
No, I think what happens when people challenge you, you guys just mute them and say you're right. Just an FYI.
Okay, who are you? What would you like to talk about?
JC Denton.
All right, JC.
Nothing, bro. I'm the undefeated person in here. That's it.
You're the what? Awesome stuff.
Yeah,
Have you
I'm
got...
waiting for you guys to tell me where to go to find the ends of the earth, bro. I'll always come out here and ask you to make you look stupid.
I'll give you the answer. Point in a direction. Go that way. Tell me what happens when you get...
No, you tell me. You tell me. You tell me. I want you to tell me.
Excuse me. How... This isn't my claim. How would I tell you about something that I've not experienced?
So then why do you stand for it?
What do you mean, why do I stand for what?
Are you a flat earther, bro, or what?
Yeah, but again...
Okay, so how is it? So explain it to me.
You're talking. Shush. Be succinct in what you're asking me, please.
Bro, I want to know how to find the ends of the earth. That's it.
I just told you.
It's a simple
go in a direction.
A simple question.
Yeah, exactly. And I've given you
show it
the
to me.
answer.
Source.
Dude, I told you. If you want to find the end of reality... No. But that's the question that you asked. I'm trying to ask it.
Give me a real flat earther, bro. This guy's a loser. Give me a real flat earther.
Why are you talking?
Mute him, bro. Mute him.
I'm definitely a real flat earther. You asked me, how would I find the end of the earth? I told you, go in a direction and tell me what happens when you get there.
Just relax, JC. Be all right.
Why would I make a claim to something that I haven't
I'm very
experienced?
relaxed, bro. Don't see the thing is like now you're coaxing me and you're trying to like find a reason to ban me and mute
chill.
me.
No, I'm not finding
the same thing, dude. It's the same thing every time, bro.
Well, no one's muted you just yet.
Bro?
Trying to figure out.
You're setting up the stage. You're like, JC's actually getting really loud. Maybe we should mute him. Oh, that's why we muted him.
You're getting
in reality. I'm just asking him a question, dude. I would love a source,
he gave you the answer. He told you go in whatever direction you want to go, as far as you can go, and when you get there, send us a postcard. Right? That's what he said. So knock yourself out, dude. Go and figure it out. If that's what you really want, if you're really after that, if you're really hot under the collar,
that's like telling someone to go on Google, bro. That's like saying that's like telling someone to go Google it. It's a weak response, dude.
Hey,
it's not credible.
You have.
It's a losing response.
If you have means to get around, go find out. It's not like we don't need to go do that. We already know the earth is flat and stationary. We don't need to go to the ends of the earth. You want to do that? Knock yourself out. Go and do that.
Right, but you're making the claim the earth is flat, not me.
So what?
Yeah.
What?
The burden is upon you, bro.
The burden is upon me for what? Not to go to the ends of the earth. That's what you want to do. I don't want to do that.
I want a picture or a source or a country that's on the end. Like
then go fucking take one, Denton.
Because you said the earth is flat, not me. So you need to provide it.
Go there. You want to go over there. Go fucking knock yourself out. Go take as many pictures as you want and then send us a postcard when you get there.
You're not a flat earther, bro. I want a real flat earther. Anyone else? Is there any other real flat earthers in here?
JC, you'll deal with me and Alpha, my friend. You won't deal with anybody else unless another flat earther decides to jump into the conversation and we yield the floor to them. The demonstration of the surface of the earth being horizontal and flat is nothing to do with the limitation or edge of our environment. That was your point of inquiry. You asked me, how would I find the end of the earth? I told you, go in a direction. Eventually, you will come across it, I would have thought. Tell me what happens when you get there. Why the fuck would I make a claim to something that I have never experienced for myself?
So you think, bro, I am so confused here. You're making the claim you haven't seen it, yet you're advocating for the earth being flat. Do you realize it's a contradiction?
No, it's not a contradiction. A limitation.
Yes, it is. Yes, it is. Don't say it's not, because it is. You have to be very clear. Unless you're saying the earth is infinite.
Oh, okay. We've only got two choices, right? It's either infinite or finite. Brilliant. But that doesn't preclude the fact that when directly observing and measuring over distances of water, there is no measurement of Earth curvature unless you could provide me with a direct measurement of Earth curvature.
Okay, first off, you're trying to deflect me asking you for evidence. And second off, when did I ever even say the Earth was actually round?
You did.
You're assuming I think the Earth is round. No, I never said it. I never said it. Did I ever say I'm defending the position the Earth is round, dude? I've always made it very clear, bro. The Earth is a triangle, bro.
JC, you're coming. you're coming in pretty hot about this, man. So obviously you have some angst against the Earth being flat and stationary. For some reason, it can't be that. Anything but that. Please, God, let it be anything but that. What's wrong with you,
I just
bro?
want any evidence
like
whatsoever
mentally
that the
wrong.
Earth is flat,
Yeah,
bro.
go out into the ocean and
No,
go
no, no,
look
no.
for
You
yourself,
show
dude.
it to me. You show it
All
to me.
right.
I don't have to show. Hold on, code name. Don't jump
You
into shit.
lose. You lose.
Nobody loses anything, dude. You're on a trip right now. This trip that you're it's like a power trip. Go to another room and go.
Am I 12 and
Go
0 now, bro,
power.
or what?
Yeah, go power trip somewhere else, bro. We're having a conversation here that we didn't need you to interrupt. So go
Right,
away.
right. Well,
All right.
Go
whenever you want to
away.
provide me with a source, bro, that'd be great.
JC, go away. Go away.
Okay, so I did a
Go
bit
ahead,
of
Codename.
reading, and you know, like I said, I completely flopped my physics A level, but I sort of remember bits and bobs, and I reread the Wikipedia article for theory of relativity, and from what I've gathered, the best argument I can make for some sort of experiment is so for the mass energy equivalence, E equals mc squared. We can measure the speed of light, so that's a constant. And then I was listening to you talk about mass, so you said you can't define what mass is. I
Correct.
didn't. But
Because
if you
that's
want
part
to,
of that's part of the formula, right?
if you want to
Codename?
count, well,
Yeah, it is. It's a part of it.
yeah. I
Okay.
don't understand why you can't calculate mass, but
Well, we'll get into that, but finish what you're saying about your.
right. So if you take a given mass, shit, man, I'm sure that calculates the energy, right? Fuck. I mean,
You might want to go back to the drawing board, man.
yeah. Let me read up on mass
Yeah.
energy equivalence.
Hey, go for it. We'll be. Well, I might not be here. Jedi will probably be here.
Maybe.
Einstein is safe for now.
It's getting quite late.
Yeah, JC, if you really want to know what the edge of the Earth is, just go find it out, man. Go figure.
All right, so
take a
it
boat.
says here
Oh.
for something that's moving, right? So if you throw something, you measure the mass before you throw it. Wait, what?
No, that's not it, bro.
No, that's not it.
Yeah, no, let me address JC. JC, if you really want to know, man, that answer to that question, you can go discover things on your own. So, oh, he deafened? Okay. It's quite an interesting day, though, for sure. We had some people come in here earlier.
Is it getting close to 1 o'clock in the morning for you, mate?
Fuck, man, it's gonna be close to 12 right now.
Oh, is it? Okay, fine enough.
Oh, this Sandman's already dropping his sand on my eyes.
Honestly, this shit makes no sense.
It
used to somewhat
preaching to
make
the
sense.
choir, man.
It used to somewhat make sense to me when I was studying it, but I just think I've completely forgotten everything, and I didn't even put it into my long-term memory.
You're fine, dude.
It is actual nonsense.
I agree with that
Actual
statement.
nonsense.
Well, I mean, it's got the maths to back it up, you know.
Well, it's a construct. I'll give it that. It's a mathematical construct. So that's all it is, though. It's math. All right. Yeah, I don't know, man. I think I'm gonna bow out.
Okay, so
Later, Miggy. Later,
Later,
Alpha.
bro.
Take care.
See you later, brother. Take care, man. See you tomorrow.
So
Yeah, see you tomorrow, man.
in terms of proving that gravity exists, well, I would go about it the way of defining different types of energy. One of those energies would be gravitational pull. No, gravitational potential energy. Yeah. Gravitational potential energy.
Okay, so you drop something.
Yeah.
Cool. So no one's going to disagree with the phenomena that things, solid objects, fall. That's little g. We can calculate the rate of fall of that object, and we can use it in mathematical equations when we're engineering things, when we're kicking footballs, when we want to shoot guns. Not a problem.
Okay, so doesn't that kind of prove that gravity exists?
With the phenomena, yeah, things go down at a countable rate. You can call that little g gravity if you want to. The question really is here, what causes that to happen?
Oh, okay. Right.
You understand, yeah? We can all drop pens and whatnot, and that's the phenomena, but we want to know the cause of the phenomena, right?
Oh, okay, yeah. I'd say that would be the interaction of subatomic particles.
Okay, that's what you would say.
Yeah.
The interaction of subatomic particles causes things to fall.
Yeah. Sort of
Are
how
you
every
you looking for a
everything
graviton?
No, I mean sort of okay, so sort of how atoms are attracted to one another, right?
Oh,
But they can repel one another as well, right?
Well, they don't attract each other at all.
Do they
So,
not?
for example, for example, gas. So, if gas is, a matterous state, let's call it, for want of a better word, mass. So, does gas attract gas? No, it doesn't. Gas doesn't attract gas. Gas isn't also attracted by anything physical.
Well, I think atoms can both repel and attract depending on how they're interacting with one another, depending on the chemical composition. Yeah, the charge. Yeah.
Yeah. But when we look at, say, for example, gas behavior, so for example, we look at the water cycle, right? Also, the evaporation cycle. So the sun comes out, heats the water, the electron bonds are broken, and the gas moves freely and randomly in all directions. The gas now is not going to attract itself to other gas molecules. So we're going to be starting to have problems here very, very soon. Things don't attract each other to other things, apart from weak and strong nuclear forces and weak and strong electromagnetic forces, dielectricity and ferroelectricity.
So when the sun heats up the water, the H2O, okay, that would be 2 hydrogens, 1 oxygen, H2O, yeah, 1 oxygen. Okay, what does that do?
Then the electron bonds are broken, aren't they?
Right.
Water.
So the sun has given
energy.
it the water energy, and then so the gas particles have energy, so they can repel gravity.
It's not repelling gravity. We haven't observed gravity yet. Gases.
Right,
I mean,
but the water acts like gravity exists until you give energy to it.
What's gravity, though? At the moment, we've already said that.
Gravity would be gravitational potential energy. So
that's the object falling.
Yeah.
But we want
so
falling.
the water is falling.
Kind of a bad description. Is it falling, or when you put water into a container, is the pressure vector not just downwards but outwards as well? You put a solid thing on the floor, the pressure vector is down. You put water into a container, the pressure vector is downwards and outwards. You put gas into a container, the pressure vector is in all directions. We understand that there's a difference between states of matter.
Yeah, but it's all because of how they interact. Surely. I mean, So I mean, it's kind of like when I asked my physics teacher. Oh, I'm not trying to tell you like teach you anything, but I asked my physics teacher what is energy, and he was just kind of like, energy doesn't really have. It isn't really. It's not really anything, you know. It's just kind of the transfer of different sorts of
Potential
movement.
to
I
do work.
think.
Yeah, this is probably what was going to be elucidated about 10, 15 minutes ago. When people try and start defining energy, we're going to start tripping over ourselves really, really quickly. Right? Same with the word mass. Going to trip over ourselves really quickly because these things really don't have any definition. Even if mass even exists at all. But with regards to energy, we understand that with regards to the first law of thermodynamics, energy can't be created or destroyed. It just changes state, right?
Energy can't be. Yes,
Created.
yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Yeah. But then again, we've got to define what energy is. And the energy can be defined as maybe the potential to do work, but then what does that fucking mean? You spoke about potential kinetic energy when you drop an object. Okay, that's fine.
So there's different types of is kinetic energy, electric energy, thermal energy. No, thermal energy. I'm trying to remember I think there's about mechanical, electric, magnetic, gravitational, chemical, ionization, nuclear, chromodynamic, elastic, mechanical, etc., etc. You know.
Yeah. Yep, spot on.
Well,
the only one that in there that I think anybody would have any kind of issue with is the one that is called gravity. Now, we would definitely agree, like we agreed about 5-10 minutes ago, you drop an object, potential energy, there you go, down it goes. Now, that can be gravity if you want it to be, but that's the phenomena. We're still trying to find the cause, right? And there is no scientific experiment that proves without any shadow of a doubt that gravity, whatever that is, causes anything to happen. We just have the observation of a phenomena. Well, we got two observations of a phenomena, really. You drop an object, it goes down, or gravity is also attributed to orbits of things in the fucking sky.
So, I mean, okay, so you have you have an issue that you don't know the exact cause of the interaction. Okay, obviously you said that. So for say elastic energy, I could come up with some sort of criticism of elastic energy where I say I suppose not. I mean, I mean, you could say that atoms don't touch or something. I don't know.
Well, when we look, I mean, you keep saying the word kinetic. So when we look at kinetic molecular theory, for example, and we look at how gas molecules interact, they are described as interacting with elastic collisions. But those elastic collisions do not lose energy.
Okay, so
I just posted that in the text room as well. 6 minutes past 6.
Let me say something that actually counters what you're saying.
Okay.
Kinetic energy of a microscope. So seems that there's no single agreed upon definition of why, of the concept of. I think this is beyond my pay grade, as they say.
Yeah, no worries, man. No worries. But yeah, I don't want to be rude or anything, man. I haven't been to bed yet, and it's after 6 o'clock. If you got another question, I'll answer it. But if not, I'll pass you over to somebody else.
I mean, do you think that the Earth is flat as a like sort of sardonic, skeptical outlook of life, rather than you actually believe the Earth is flat? You know, like
Yeah, no, I have first-hand knowledge. It's a knowledge claim. I know the Earth is flat and stationary. I have this knowledge because the Earth is demonstrated to be horizontal, flat, with long-distance observations, direct measurement of the surface of the water, and by the way that we practically use the environment with regards to aviation, navigation, communication, and engineering. The Earth is practically, observably, and measurably flat.
as in you can't walk around it, basically. Just to clarify.
What do you mean by can't walk around it?
As in you can't go from north to south to
Yeah,
north
yeah,
again.
yeah. I would assume that would be impossible.
Okay,
Yes.
so that obviously sparks some questions, like if we keep digging down, what's below what's below what we know exists?
Right, good question. I wouldn't be able to answer that for you because one, I haven't dug down. Two, the furthest anybody has dug down is about 8 miles. That would be the Korla super deep borehole in Russia. That's about 7.68 miles down. The Arianas Trench is roughly about the same depth as well. So I don't have first-hand knowledge, mate.
Okay, fair enough. I mean, I would assume what the scientists have said is correct and it's a magma core, but I've never done the research. I suppose the next question would be, if you keep going in one direction, parallel to the plane of the surface, what happens when you reach the edge, or is there an edge, or etc.?
Yeah. So limitation of the environment. Now, this will be a speculation because one, I have never been there. But I would suggest, through logical reasoning and demonstration of gas pressure, that we would reach a physical limitation to our environment. Being as the definition of gas pressure is the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of the container, I would suggest at some point you would reach a limitation to the environment.
I don't
know
understand.
what that is.
That's where you've lost me a little bit, because
Right, let me put it like this. You understand what gas pressure is, right? You put gas into a
sure,
tire.
gas
Right.
has energy, so it's shooting around, and it and it causes pressure on the container. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. So the gas pressure is defined as the force that the gas exerts upon the walls of its container.
Oh, so you think we're in a container?
Bingo.
Okay, so you can't. All right, so you're saying we can't pass through the container.
No.
Okay,
Also,
so I assume you the logical leap I'm making is that you think there's a conspiracy with the aviation industry where they're hiding the truth or something?
Well, yeah, being as the predominant worldview is the Earth is a spinning ball in the vacuum of space, I will demonstrate to you, given enough time, that there is no curvature to denote a ball. There is no motion to the Earth, whether it be axial or rotation around the Sun. And the vacuum of space, as we're told, can't exist because it breaks the second law of thermodynamics, which describes energy and gas movement, so entropy, and the definition, like we just went through, of gas pressure requiring a container, being as we're told the Earth is an open system, so devoid of containment, we shouldn't have gas pressure, and the gas should increase in entropy and disperse into the lower pressure environment, that being the vacuum of space. Now, I will say this very quickly. We do not think that the Earth is a disk in the vacuum of space. We would easier concept the Earth as the floor of the universe, and everything we observe above us moves above our heads. Sun, moon, stars.
Right, so, I mean, you would have to conclude that right, okay, so I have a few issues with that, obviously, right? The first being, I don't believe that pilots around the world are all capable of
Okay, so very quickly,
flying
what
in
do you mean by pilots? What, people in aeroplanes? Why would you
Yeah.
suggest that they're lying?
Pardon?
Why would you suggest that they're lying?
Well,
I'm not saying they're lying.
Well, I mean, if you can go from I've gone to China. If you can go from like London to China, and the pilot says, "Hey, I went from north to south, and then on the journey back, we're gonna go from north to south, and then south, and then north to south." He could say we're gonna go around the whole planet, and to be honest, I'd just believe him because he's flying a
Okay.
plane.
Okay. So north to south navigation, like I said, would be impossible in flat Earth conception. But if you're talking about going from London to China, that's just flying from London to China and back again. That's going from from west to east, and then back from the east to west. That's all that is. I'll tell you what, because I want you to understand this, because many people think that we think the Earth is square, north at the top, south at the bottom, east and west, left and right. This is, it's going to take a minute or two to load up. I'm going to give you, there you go, 15 minutes past the hour in the text room. This is a navigation chart from 1942. So we understand that with regards to this navigational chart, the Arctic North Pole is in the centre, and even though Antarctica isn't defined on this would be the circular circumference to the Earth. So flying east to west or in any direction within this coordinate system is completely possible on a flat Earth. And that's a navigational chart, so a chart that navigators use to fly around the Earth. That's their information, not mine.
Okay, but what if I told you? What if you got in a plane and a pilot told you they flew over the Antarctica? What is that? It's really hard to read.
Yeah, it's pretty small, isn't it? Well, there have been a few suggestions that north to south and back to north again, circumnavigation has been done. I think one was done about 3 years ago. Blue Origin, I think it was. When we look at the flight plans and examples, we find that this isn't an actual true north to south circumnavigation of the Earth. But again, I can provide you with the information regarding that, but you'd have to look at the flight charts themselves and where they went.
Yeah, go on then. I'll look at it. I'll look at it.
Yeah, no worries, mate. It might take me a bit of time to dig up. Who am I talking to? What's your name, mate? And as in your handle in here.
Well, people call me code name. People call me big
Okay,
guy for
cool.
you. So you call me code name, yeah.
All right, cool. So what I'll do, man, so I'll send you a message just now, and then what I'll do at some point when I wake up is I'll provide you with the Blue Origin stuff.
All right, yeah. I mean, I'm not a great interlocutor, as in like I'm not very you know, I'm more curious than anything because I'm not anti flat Earth, so
No, you're fine, man. You're definitely not acting like somebody that I call an anti-flat earther. If you've got reasonable questions, mate, I'll give you reasonable answers. It's not a problem at all.
it just literally just if a pilot told me he flew from over Antarctica, I'd probably believe him, you know. It's
Yeah. I get you, but with a little bit of investigation, we don't necessarily have to trust everybody at face value. With regards to north to south circumnavigation, that has never been done, but you will find certain instances where they fly north for a bit, turn approximately, the fact that they even turn would suggest that they're not doing what they should do, because they should just be able to fly straight over the north and straight over the south. But with regards to Blue Origin, you'll fly up to the Arctic Circle. You'll start turning at 90 degrees. So let me put it like this, so maybe you can conceptualize this in your head. They left from Cape Canaveral, from Florida, flying north up the east coast of America, going up towards Canada and then towards Greenland and then into the Arctic Circle. They then banked right at approximately 90 degrees, and then they came down through kind of the border between Europe and Russia. They came down the east coast of Africa, and then they went to Antarctica, turned around again, and then came up South America and then back to Cape Canaveral in Florida. The problem is, as they turned around quite a few times, and if you're talking about going circumnavigation, you wouldn't turn when you went over the North Pole, and you wouldn't turn when you went over the South Pole. You'd just fly straight over them, right? But being as that wasn't their course, then we can demonstrate that this wasn't a true circumnavigation north to south. But I'll dig that information out for you, mate, and I'll send it to you tomorrow, mate. All right.
all right. Are you going to you gonna go to sleep?
Yeah, I'm afraid so, buddy. But hopefully somebody else is in here. And if you've got any other questions, I'm pretty sure somebody else will answer. Flatsy Klein's in here. Foosley Jerry. Get Getty's around. Julius J. Who else have we got in here? Brit Nat's in here. Manufactitum. Mark J's in the house. Old Space Goat is here. And he's one of our new moderators. Who else have we got in here?
So wait, it's probably easier to say who's not a flat earther.
Oh yeah, that's true. I'll tell you what, who's not a flat earther? Quite a few flat earthers in here at the moment. Peter C, he's not a flat earther. Pat Gold 24, never heard of him. He's not a flat earther. Kid, not a flat earther. Captain Saint Wong, not a flat earther. Anon 1794, not a flat earther. Chibson, not a flat earther. And Nostalgia at the top, not a flat earther. But if Lulu's around, or Old Space Goat, Timbo, if you're around, Gemzy, if you're around.
Who?
What happened?
Yeah, I'm around, man.
Good stuff. All right, guys, I've got to start going to bed because it's coming up 6:30 in the morning. But if you can help
Have a good night.
here, that'd be awesome.
All right, peace out.
You're not allowed to sleep. What? No.
The fuck.
You need
All right. Well, I'll put
batteries
myself
like
on you.
AI Ardent, mate. You need to.
I thought 6 in the morning was more of a time to get up, not go to sleep.
Well, yeah, that kind of didn't happen because you guys kept me entertained for the last fucking 4 hours. So I appreciate that.
All right,
But yeah,
buddy. Don't worry
if you
about
can
it.
help, that'd be good. I'll still be around. I'll still listen to you and stuff. But hopefully, you'll put me to sleep after a while.
See you on the other side,
Have a
mate.
good one. All right, all right. He's been too nice to you. So
Yeah.
I'm joking. I have no idea what you guys were talking about. I just heard my name and
Yeah,
popped
me
in.
neither. I just jumped in, Lulu. So I don't know
Okay.
what.
I'm not the only one. Good.
Yeah.
I just jump out suddenly because there's a storm rolling over.
Oh. The old. What's it called?
Well, you know, I don't want to question your beliefs because the foundation for my beliefs aren't very strong. Yeah, the foundation for my beliefs aren't very grounded in like much research.
At least you can admit that.
But I don't know. It seems pretty, out there.
It does seem pretty wild, man. It
I've been
does.
unemployed for the last 10 years, so I've had all the time in the world to do that research.
It takes a changing of the mind to actually realize what's gone on, and the lies that have been told from the start. And once you find out about these lies that have been told, everything else is built on top of them. So if they start with a lie and then they build on top of a lie, what are you going to end up with?
Another lie.
Big fat lie.
Amen, brother.
Fair enough.
What are you doubting anything that you've been taught, or are you just
Nah. I'll probably always be I don't know what you'd call me, a globalist, but that's not what it means.
I don't know. I'd probably call you a normie, man, because
Yeah.
yeah, this is what normal people get taught, and that's what they end up believing. There's anti-flat earthers who just hate flat Earth. There's people who love the globe, who we probably call them globers. They'd be more people who are kind of invested in the globe, like part of their work may be to do with the Earth being a ball. Maybe they work in the satellite industry or something like that. They'd be more globies, but you'd be more of a normie than anything else.
Well, oh well. Fuck it.
All right. What do you want to know?
Nah, I'm probably gonna. You know what? I stayed up all night as well. But I got problems where like I don't go to sleep till I'm exhausted. Like absolutely.
You know why?
Yeah.
It's because the truth will set you free.
I sleep like a baby, man.
Because you have no issues. I mean, you probably do have issues, but no life. No, like heavy emotional issues or scientific issues or no doubts in reality.
Yeah, there's no asteroid coming to kill me, so I'm safe there.
I don't have satellites that can crash down and explode my house every day. You know what they say, once some satellites come hailing down, we're all screwed.
All right,
You
thanks
got to
for
look
the
at it, man. Just go and have a look, see where all this information comes from.
Yeah,
See
but
you know.
like my one question would be like, how come you guys don't get physics degrees? Like, if you can recognize it's theoretical and you can't necessarily like test the science practically.
Why don't we get physics
I'm
degree?
not interested in physics, man.
Does a physics degree prove globe? I mean, does it make
I
me more
mean,
integral?
couldn't you use a physics degree to sort of get into the whole, the heart of it and come up with
How?
your own flat Earth theories or?
Oh, I'm sure there can be many ways to produce flat Earth theories and models. It's just not a funded industry. No one's going to make money spending their entire life for resources trying to come up with something that's consistent, right? The issue with flat Earth versus the alternative is infinitely funded, right? People actually get paid to tell you shit. We don't get paid to go out of our way to learn, research, and figure things out. Like if someone was to say, "Hey, here's 50 mil a day, come up with some experiments and theories and consistencies," right? Oh, I'm sure there'll be plethora of them. That's just not happening.
Yeah, and you don't need a degree to do research. Like I can still learn the same as someone who studies physics.
Yeah,
All
but
the
physics is very hard to understand if you're not good at
It's
maths.
not, bro.
If you're not good at maths,
learn it.
The maths is very high level. I've tried even I didn't even go to uni for.
You know what
just
they say, Mr. Codename?
What?
It's only hard till you understand it. Once you
Yeah, that's
understand
right.
it, it's no
I
longer
think
hard.
it would be like for
I think
Americans, it
you're
would be a high
underestimating
school.
people.
It would be like the upper
I've got
levels
a
of.
I've got a structural engineering degree, man. So
That's pretty mad. I
I
can.
build houses for a living. So, so does
Yeah, I mean,
I am correct. He builds houses too. So like we're not walking around in life doing nothing and then going, oh, okay, I'm going to go and get a physics degree. Like we have lives, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
fair enough.
there's doctors in astrology that know less than a retard on Discord. How do you explain that? They'll tell you everything, and then a year later they'll come back and say, you know what, I was wrong. Then a year later they'll come back and say, you know what, I was wrong about being wrong again. Like these guys are so inconsistent with all their theories. It's like, who gave them your PhD?
Yeah, they don't actually know anything, and if you ask them how they know, they say, well, we're working on an assumption that the Earth is a globe based on a radius of 3959, and everything else from the cosmology comes from that.
You want to
So
know
the size
something
of the
really
sun,
funny, Timber?
the distance to the sun, the planet's size, the planet's orbits, stars. It's weird, man, and they
Let
don't
me
even
tell you
know where the
something.
radius of the sun. Yeah.
Let me tell you something incredibly appealing, right? So recently in England, in the UK, a bunch of teenagers or adults, early 20s, went to a beach and dug a big hole, right? Have you heard of this?
No.
No, so 3 or 4 grown men went to the beach. They started digging a crater, like a little hole. It was about a
Yeah,
meter and you heard of that? About a
I've
meter and
heard
a
of
half
that.
in
It's
depth, right?
ridiculous.
Yeah, so they dug it out and then they cleaned the edges and left. A few days later, a doctor in astrology or physicist, whatever his name was, a very popular physicist in England, came, brought his own rock and put it underneath and contacted the media. And he said, guys, a meteorite has dropped into the beach. We don't know what it is. It's some sort of mystery rock. We need to discover it. And he started bragging about it. It's like, this is a revolution for astrology. Some breakthroughs about to happen. It was ridiculous. It was all over the news. He wrote a paper about it. It was one of the biggest trends in astrology in the UK recently. And it
I
all
think you mean
started.
astronomy.
Yeah,
Astronomy.
astronomy.
Astrology
Yeah.
is like
I
Star
don't know what
signs.
he is. So I'm confused on what he is. He's a doctor in something. Astrology, astronomy. If he's, I don't know.
Astrology, star signs.
Let
Yeah.
me find it.
It's astronomy or maybe theoretical physics or something
I,
like
I
that.
don't
Yeah.
know what he was a doctor in. It was a
I think
mystery period.
he's actually an expert in bull jutsu.
Something, right? And what happened was it was all over the news and
Is
people
that
dubbing it.
real though, Oliver?
It was
I
real.
never looked into it further than just as a joke.
It was completely real. There was
Oh my
articles up the arse. Every news media jumped on it. This guy started claiming he discovered something. It was absolutely real. And the truth was, some kids dug up the hole. The guy has no idea what he's talking about. And he's a doctor, by the way.
I don't think it's too surprising. I feel like I've heard of similar stuff like this happening before.
Crazy. But the worst part is he brought his own rock and chucked it at the bottom of the hole, saying he found it in the hole.
This is a good time, I think, probably to remind you, pseudoscience by definition is anything that anyone at any point in time claims to be science when in fact it doesn't follow a scientific method, which, by the way, astronomy is that exactly. People refer to astronomy as science all the time, like Neil deGrasse Tyson, take for instance. But astronomy doesn't fall into the category of science. It doesn't follow the scientific method. So it's pseudoscience because it's advertised as science.
Wasn't it ridiculous?
And by the way, for anyone that might be a little confused by what I just said, just remember that doesn't mean that anything that's not science isn't important. There are many things in life that are very technical and very important and don't involve science, the scientific method. Like architecture or engineering. The step of knowing how one component works or another component works, that may be science, but
What happened there?
Just a mute expired. Don't worry about it.
Who was it?
It was JC. Tass, whatever his name is. Jedi, go to sleep. Go to sleep.
I can't. I pulled my neck last night, so I'm finding it really hard to get comfortable in bed. So, yeah, I can't sleep too well at the moment.
Dang, that sucks. Put some ice on it.
Fucking, that's probably why I got the neck pain in the first place. I think it was too cold in my bedroom last night, so maybe something hot would relax it. I don't know. But yeah,
Hot
it's
toddy, mate.
reasonable.
Suck on a hot toddy.
Yeah, that's probably what it is. Yeah, have some whiskey in my coffee.
Put some whiskey in your coffee.
What happened to Codename? Did he jump out?
Yeah, he said, I don't care what you guys say. I don't care what the truth is. I don't care whether you showed me a photo and told me it with certainty. I'll always believe.
He said he'll always be a glober.
Yeah.
He's
they
a
always say-
globalist. He's a globalist, not Glover.
Yeah, true.
Glober, what's the difference?
But yeah, I unmuted JC. He was muted earlier because he couldn't shut the fuck up. He might want to ask you questions about the Edge, and he said that me and Alpha
Oh,
Bear
is that him, is it?
are Earthers, so yeah,
Is that
have
the
fun with
same
him.
guy that the Earth can't be flat because there's no edge?
No, that was a different guy. That was Sanri, the guy who said that he could feel Earth curvature. Remember that guy?
Yeah.
Oh,
the wind.
God.
Yeah, but
The wind
JC
is Earth curve.
Yeah.
He's deafened at the moment, so we'll talk to him when he
What
comes
for
back, I
that?
guess.
Stay away from that guy.
Wait, who?
The guy that can feel the curve.
I know, right?
I have a question.
Who's
Yeah.
that?
This is Talon.
You're still around.
So I was just wondering what you guys thought about grams. That's where we last left off my line of thing.
Yeah, that was the
Here.
conversation about mass, wasn't it?
Something
Depends
to
what
do with
type
math.
of gram you're talking about.
But I figured out. I understand what you guys thought about. I figured out what you guys think about mass, but now I want to understand what you guys
Why
think
do you
about
say
grams.
you guys? Like we all think like a
No,
one big robot or something.
I was talking about FE and AV. They generally speak for everyone. I just meant that those that.
No, they don't.
I didn't know they spoke for me. That's
I'm sorry, I didn't mean
thanks
to
for letting me know
insinuate
that.
that they did, but they
I
were the
didn't
ones
know
I was.
that.
I'm just
Yeah.
saying they're the ones I was talking to.
I will be your fucking leader. You will fucking respect it. Come on.
Well,
I'm
it's fine. I
sorry,
mean, it's fine
boss.
if you guys want to tell me a different. What do you? If regardless of what they said to me, that's where I left off with them. And so, if you guys want to tell me about what you think about grams as a unit of measurement, that's where I'm like now.
Yeah, it's
what I want to know.
it's pressure put on a surface, yeah, grams.
A surface of what?
Or on a scale, yeah, because that's the
Like
only
on
way
your
you can weigh
face?
it.
But
On your nose?
what is on a scale though? I want to know what
It's
are
a
we
measuring
scaling?
device. It measures weight.
So the grams is weight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Why? What else would it be?
Well, grams is mass. Mass has weight.
Well,
Mass? What's that?
Well, it's
Mass is
it's
a.
just weight, isn't it? It's just weight.
Well, mass has weight.
No, but grams are weight.
Grams are a unit of measurement of weight.
Yeah, you're just changing the words around.
But does mass attract mass?
Does mass attract mass? Are you asking me that?
Yeah.
Yeah, I would generally agree with that.
So when I go to the store and I see the massive lady over there, why don't I feel attracted to her?
Because there's other mass that's bigger than you, so we're all dealing with that one. But we do.
Do you have
We
a
do
practical
actually.
demonstration? Do you have a practical demonstration of mass attracting mass?
So we do because.
Here we go.
So the thing is that lady in the grocery store, you do have a gravitational pull over her, but your gravitational pull is so weak because you're so insignificant that
So
you
you
can't
do,
physically
but you
move her.
can't demonstrate it at all. So you're talking a bunch of shit as usual.
But it's relative to the Earth, so we
No,
wouldn't expose
it's
the
it's
lady.
that there's a pole according to you, which isn't even what it should be according to Einstein. But you can't demonstrate it at all because of a blah 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 excuse. So you're talking a
We
bunch
got
of shit as
grams.
usual.
I got grams and mass.
Well, I'm
on with
gonna tell
this.
you right now, I'm the one with the first-hand knowledge, and I didn't feel any attraction towards her. So you're wrong, bro.
You can't feel it. It's too minuscule. It's like
I
nano,
didn't
Yeah,
feel
like
it.
microns of
Yeah. So what I said, there's
gravity.
an effect there, but you can't demonstrate it at all. It's as if it doesn't even happen. So insert blah 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 excuse, and your claim is still true.
Well, we're still because we're all experiencing 1G at the same time, so that's why we're not like gravitating towards each other because we're all like.
Yeah, cool stories. Do you have any evidence for anything you speak of, or do you just have excuses for why we don't experience any of it?
No, I don't have to make it. I'm not making excuses. I'm just talking about what
Yeah,
is.
you're making excuses. So where's the evidence?
What of matter? Like the lady.
Yeah.
like the
Okay, so
grocery
this
store?
happens, but we
Yeah.
don't see it happening is not any kind of evidence. So what is?
Well, we see that we're like not. Yeah, we can't see the gravity between like me and you, or like the lady in the grocery store, but we can see the gravity of like the Earth and the two people in the grocery store and how they're walking around and being gravitated towards the Earth, along with everything else.
Are we really gonna do this again?
So what's
You're
gravity?
just changing the name of. You're just changing the name of things.
Yeah,
Well, I
we're
mean,
being
just the
gravitated
weight.
towards the Earth, so it sounds like you're also making a presupposition about what the Earth might be.
No, the Earth is like the thing we're standing on. It's like
Thing
pretty
we're
obvious.
standing on. And we're being gravitated to it. What does that mean? What is
like-
gravity? Define gravity.
Gravity is like the thing that's keeping us against the Earth.
Well, that's all pretty vague.
No, it's not. Like, you know when you like drop a pen on the ground and it like hits the ground and stays there, and then like we stand up and jump up and down, and it's all the same gravity.
Yeah, there's a thing
All the
that's
same
causing it to
thing.
go to the ground. Do you have any idea what it is?
Yeah, it's gravity.
Yeah, what is that?
Gravity is an
That's
interaction.
just a word for the thing that causes stuff to go to the ground, but you can't elaborate any further than that.
I mean, why would we have to?
Yeah, it's a word. It's letters on a piece of paper. He writes it down, and he says, "Look."
So we're
gravity,
observing a
causes
thing.
things
We
to happen.
observed the gravity.
No. Now you're flipping the observed phenomenon with your supposed cause. What you observed was a thing going down. What you attributed to was gravity. That's not what you actually observed. That was just your interpretation of what caused it to happen.
So I mean, everything is at rest, stays at rest, and anything that is in motion stays in motion. It's like just
That's really cool, but now you're off of what we were just talking about.
No, this is still. I mean, we're still talking about mass and matter.
Mass? What's that?
Yeah, like the pen that I dropped on the floor and my body jumping up and down. We're mass. You guys talking, sitting there.
Yeah. You're just like, I'm going to just give a word to whatever it is that causes this, and that's about as much as I'm going to say.
Well, because we're matter. Matter's. I guess you would say matter is causing the mass.
Where do you see this
I think that's where it goes.
motion remaining in motion? Where do you see that?
Physics.
Where?
In the universe? What are you talking about? Like physics in the universe?
Where do you observe it?
Observe what? Gravity?
Oh my god. You're not even worth talking to, man.
Yeah, you're totally idiot.
No, I mean, so just say yes. If you want to just say yes, then that's.
So I'm going to help you out. When you talk about observing things, right, that would be your phenomena. That would be like your pen going to the ground. That would be the effect. That would be the phenomenon that you observed. Then when you talk about gravity, in your case, you're saying that that was the cause of the phenomenon. It's not really what you observed. It's what you suppose caused what you observed to happen. You just keep conflating the two. and just mixing them up and jumbling them up and jumping between one and the other all the time. And so nobody can have a coherent conversation with you because of it. Stop being such a bullshitter and just learn the basics of what you're trying to say. It'd be easier.
Okay. So when I say like things fall down from gravity, like we named that phenomenon gravity. That's what we named it.
Oh, so now it's the phenomenon, and it's not the thing that caused the phenomenon.
Well, no, the phenomenon is happening every time, and so like and it continues to happen all the time. So that's a phenomenon.
Yeah, right. So it's not right. Okay, so it's just the phenomenon cause of it.
So yeah, so there you go. There's your observed phenomenon.
Wow. Okay, great. Thanks for that. Thanks for taking a pen falling to the ground and calling it gravity for us. That's really helpful. Thank you.
Awesome. I'm glad I could help. I'm really glad I could talk to you guys.
Things fall down. So what? So what? Like the only difference is that you say they go towards the center of a ball. Now we don't even observe the ball. We just observe up and down. Now, can you prove to me that I'm? Can you prove to me that I'm antipodal to you?
What's your longitude and latitude? I'm just kidding. That's doxing you. I'm just kidding, by the way.
Doesn't matter. No, I don't mind. I'm in Melbourne.
I would have to know. I would have to know. Well, that's how I would find out if I wanted to find out.
No, but that's not
our modality.
That's not proving to me that I'm antipodal to you. That's just proving that your lines in the sky are you're putting them onto the ground and then saying that I'm upside down compared to you. That's
so
not
the observed.
what happened. You need to.
Well, so the observed phenomena.
Can you prove the observed phenomenon is things go down? Yeah.
Yeah. Well,
Now
so like also
prove that my down and your down are different.
Well, the other observed phenomena is the Earth. So, like the thing that goes down is always towards the ground.
Well,
so, like
of
the
course
ground
it's
has
towards
something to
the
do
Earth.
with it.
It's up and
Do
down.
you see how we've got two phenomena. We've got things falling down.
Do we have anybody who's not an absolute obfuscating tard to talk to instead of this? Because this is just fucking pointless. Everything he says is going to just be pure nonsense.
I agree.
Yeah, I just want to point out the Earth is not a phenomenon.
I know,
I'm pretty sure
exactly.
it's
This is the kind of thing he's going to waste your time with, right? Like the pen going down, that's a phenomenon. Then we have another phenomenon. He's trying to assert the cause of the phenomenon. Now he's talking about the Earth being a phenomenon. He's going to spend hours of your time in these sorts of weeds, wasting it.
What a weirdo.
He's a fucking idiot.
I'm so glad I muted him for you.
Yeah, actually, better question. I mean, you're a rampant bullshit artist, and that's really clear. My question is why, Talon? What brings you here to bullshit us? I'm more interested in that at this point, because you're not coherent in anything that we say on topic. So, like, why the fuck are you here doing this? That's what I want to know.
I'm muted. Oh, cool. I mean, I'm just having a discussion with you guys. I don't understand what the issue is.
Right.
I think that might be the problem.
We're talking about gravity and looking at it in a
No,
simple way.
no, we're not. We're not.
Oh, we're not.
No,
Well, you guys
we can't even
down.
pin down what gravity is with you. 1 minute it's the cause of the pen going down. The next minute it's just the effect of the pen going down. The next minute the Earth is a phenomenon too. I mean, we can't get to anything coherent with you at all. It's just all bullshit and obfuscation and just all a waste of time.
The consistent thing that I'm saying is that everything does go towards the Earth. The thing that fall down part is that it's always the same thing that it falls towards.
That's cool. Yay. Yay. What are we to make of that?
So we can assume, so that way we can infer that there's an interaction between the two things, the Earth and the object falling.
We all see the same thing. The only thing that you've changed is that you live on a ball. Now we don't know that. We can't see that. You can't experience it. You can't measure it. So you can't prove that everything accelerates to the center of a ball. It's fucking
we know
man.
that things accelerate towards the Earth.
Yeah, the up and down. Yeah, great.
Okay. But that's not necessarily true. It's only dependent. But it doesn't matter. Up and down doesn't matter with gravity. It only matters that it's going towards the center of the Earth.
Well, you're just
no matter where
adding
you are.
something on. You're adding
No,
something
that's the
on that you
truth.
don't know is there.
That's just the truth.
No, you're just adding it in there.
No, I'm not adding anything. It's just what happens.
Yes, you are. You're adding in that it goes to the center of a mat. That it goes to the center of a ball.
Well, because gravity is
adding
always like
that
a
in.
right angle.
Right. Look, you're presupposing your ball when you say the center. Everybody here hears it. So now you got to show us the ball that you're supposing is the cause of things falling down.
Because the ball is what everything is attracted to. Like that's the thing that go. Like nothing else is
Cool.
gravitating towards other things. It's always the
Cool.
ball.
Cool.
It's always
Show me
the
that
Earth.
ball. Cool. Show me that ball.
Show it to you. I mean, we have photographic evidence.
Oh, cartoons now.
Well, we have
This is where it
cameras.
gets really
Cameras
stupid.
do exist, so you can take a picture of
What
it with a real camera.
me and you have cameras that can take pictures of this
taxpayer,
ball.
the American taxpayer.
Oh, so not you at all. Government
No, it's me.
agencies.
I pay
They do
taxes,
cartoons.
and I
Yeah,
have
and they
cameras.
send you cartoons, and you take it on faith that they're what you live on.
No, it's real cameras.
And you verified that how?
Yes, it's like because it's America. We have a constitution. Like
Right.
you can check.
Because we have a constitution, you were able to verify.
You can
these
go to
cartoons
because you can
what
go to
live-
Camp.
Yeah.
That's what tax. That's what we pay our taxes for.
Even though they themselves tell you that it's strips of data and then they draw a cartoon for you.
Because you can like see the. No, you
You
can see. You
heard
can
it.
see the budget.
We got a constitution. Therefore, these cartoons from the government have to be what we're living on.
Right. You see you can just like look and see
Right,
the
right,
mirrors when they're making telescopes. You can watch them polish the mirror for telescopes and for like cameras
You're
and
just
stuff.
being a dickhead.
Well, I mean, you can just look and see it on the budget, like with the camera that they bought, and it'll be like
so
a NASA camera. It'll be a
Telescopes are
camera with
real,
film.
therefore the Earth is a globe.
It'll be 35 millimeter.
right.
They send IMAX cameras up in space. They take all kinds of cameras into space. Every kind of camera.
Yeah. No one's saying that cameras aren't real, mate. We're saying that
Why don't you show us one of these?
I muted
Sorry,
him.
Timbo. Yeah.
No, you're right. You can
No,
unmute him.
why yeah, if you want to unmute him for this question, I don't care. I'm driving, so I'm not going to be able to myself. But if you want to show us one of these pictures that you think are valid, that would be great. Just take any of them that you think actually represent the thing that we're on and post it in the chat, and we'll scrutinize it.
I just
we'll go
did.
by them one by one.
Who did?
I did. Peter, hello.
Hey, you did.
Peter,
You take over his claim for him?
That's a cool
No, just found the picture.
Yeah, no, I'm out of time, guys. Have a good night. I will talk to you guys again. You can look at the other pictures this guy has.
Really
I trust him.
Yeah,
I'll talk to you guys later. Thank you so much for letting me speak.
Yeah, clock out.
Who's going to come in and replace him?
Peter.
I say Peter
I volunteer,
took the. Yeah, he took the.
I'll take the punch.
So what
Not the
photo's
punch.
that,
What
mate?
is the thing when you pass the baton? There you go.
The baton. Hey, Peter, what's that photo of?
I ran into the guy the other day on Twitter. He's an amateur guy like you and I, and he launches rockets into space. Like 300,000. What?
Have you got a video for that, or?
No, but I'm sure he does somewhere. I posted his Twitter account.
What island's that underneath?
He says it's Gulf of California, the Sea of Cortez.
That's the Sea of Cortez.
That's the claim in his tweet, yeah. You can click on the tweet link, don't worry. Use the incognito tab.
That's so the land underneath is the Baja Peninsula, or what?
Literally the words, I'll read the words, okay? If you cannot click it. This is my favorite shot, looking southeast. It looks like you can make out the northern shore of the Gulf of California, Sea of Cortez.
Is that Planet California?
Yeah, I know. How high up is it, the balloon?
This is a rocket, not a balloon. I think, I don't know.
How high up's the rocket?
I'm guessing that's about 80 to 90,000.
Yeah, because
Someone
look at
said
the definition in the land. That's not very high.
Yeah, I can see a few buildings.
You know what? I'll find another picture that makes a claim
Not high at
regarding the
all.
altitude.
I think I can see my house from there.
You can see like the definition on the mountains, like trees and stuff like that. There's a house.
I see acorns.
Yeah, that's not going to cut it, mate.
So that's the curvature of the Earth I'm looking at?
I think it's a window through the rocket.
It looks like a window of a
On
plane.
this last one, he posted the height, so it's 230,000 feet. That last one here.
Right.
It disagrees with what Paul Larson tells us, but you're telling us that that's the curvature of the globe?
No, I'm telling you, someone said, could I see some evidence of it? And that's what I'm giving you. You can do what
It's
I
just
know
a
what
straight
you're gonna do
question,
with it.
dude. Is that the curvature of the globe or no?
Yeah, it is.
It is. Okay. So that would mean a geometric horizon distance of 1.2 times the square root of the observer's height in feet? If that is indeed what we're looking at, that's what we should see down here on the ground when we're looking out over the ocean or a lake.
If you did from 230,000 feet, yeah.
Seriously, mate, just think about, look at that photo, look at that picture again, and then just look at it, and you can see definition in the mountains. Now, if that's a mountain and that's the curvature of the Earth, that mountain is fucking huge.
Yeah, mountains are huge.
That's like a whole country with one mountain.
Sounds pretty
He says
exaggerated.
it's the southern Sierra Mountains in that last photo.
I think Timbo's onto it. It sounds pretty exaggerated, going by what the planetarium directors tell us, which is that we shouldn't even see any
1,000?
visible left to right curvature from even 250 miles above the surface, let alone what you're giving us.
Yeah. It
I guess
just
you
looks
win.
like an aeroplane window that he's kind of like changed the contrast to, because look, it curves, and then in the top corner it goes back up like a little flick. Can you see that?
Yeah. So the guy builds his own rockets, and he puts the camera inside of the rocket.
Yeah, that's not a rocket, man.
Did he build his own camera? Did he build the camera?
No. I'm
Does
hoping
the
he's using a Nikon P1000,
okay?
but probably not.
Does the camera has like a lens that might be showing curve where there's no curve? Is that a possibility?
Certainly, yeah, that is very much a
Yeah,
possibility.
I think it is, because when we go to look for that curve at the beach, when we're looking out over the ocean, that curve should give us a geometric horizon of 1.2 times the square root of the observer height in feet. We definitely don't have that. We definitely see a lot further than that. So there's no indication that that curve actually
Why is
physically.
your voice shaking?
Fuck are you talking about?
I see your voice shaking.
That guy, by the way, he publishes the specs of his
Hey,
camera
how about
very
what I
carefully.
actually? Hey, what about what I actually said?
I take a loss for the globe here.
Okay, but I was trying to pile something else onto it. You don't want to acknowledge that. You already took your loss. I guess fine.
Another loss for the globe.
We have a very poor track record.
Yeah, I mean, I guess I was just beating a dead horse. So fair enough. Any Globers left who aren't
So
going to just lay down and die?
He sends that rocket up to 250,000 feet. Is that what you're saying, Peter?
Yep. And you do need a permit for that.
50,000 feet is 6. Miles at 30, so 90. 60. It's like 50 miles up, yeah? Is that right?
Did he just say you don't need a firmament for that? I think it's worth pointing out, if he just said that, it's worth pointing out, your attempt to make a joke doesn't make logical sense. I don't know if you're aware of that, but it doesn't actually make sense.
I said you need a permit for that.
Oh,
to
well
shoot
then,
a
yeah,
rocket,
you're
you
right.
have to coordinate with the FAA. You have to tell them they don't want you shooting down a fucking airliner, right?
Yeah, yeah, and on top of that, it's kind of hard to find information about this, but I'm wondering exactly what the specific laws are about altitude and flight in an independently chartered
guy.
aircraft.
Sure, that guy
Because I
is a
mean, to the
nerd.
best of my knowledge, you're not allowed to take a privately owned aircraft above 10,000 feet altitude. But I'm not entirely sure about that because again, it's hard to find information about these things.
Well, you can follow that guy who's a nerd, and he describes this in nauseating detail that I even find hard to follow myself. So you'll be plenty satisfied.
Where's the Kármán line? 60 miles?
What?
Where's the Kármán line? Is it 60 miles?
What line? I didn't get that.
Kármán line. Well, if you don't know what it is, then you're not going to be able to tell me what height it is.
No.
Hey, can I ask this guy a question? What reason do I have to doubt that the Earth is flat, if any at all?
Just high altitude pictures that he can't stand by.
Oh, was that a question to me? Sorry.
Yeah.
Well,
what reason do you have to believe that the Earth is not flat?
Essentially, yeah.
If you're an average person like me in your day-to-day life, none whatsoever. It could be flat, it could be a globe. You couldn't care less.
So no reason at all. So I have no reason to doubt that the Earth is flat.
Absolutely not. Like in day-to-day life, I mean, no.
Well, so you're putting a qualifier on there. So what's not day-to-day life that would give me reason to doubt that the Earth is flat?
Like launching a satellite or shooting an artillery shell, 20 miles out.
Care to elaborate on those things?
Well, if you're an artilleryman or a long-range sniper, you'd have to look at the Coriolis force, but maybe you could explain it differently than a globe.
Well, I've heard that's just it. I've heard rumors and legends, but at this point in time in my life, it's only been rumors and legends. I've never actually seen a demonstration of the Coriolis effect in regards to the alleged spin of the Earth. I've only seen nothing but demonstrations of the lack thereof. So, as far as demonstrating the Earth to be spinning via the Coriolis effect, I'm sorry, buddy, but when a hot air balloon goes up, it just goes straight up. If the wind blows it, it goes one direction or another, but that's because the wind blows it. And the same thing with the artillery shell. I know, but I'm just saying, like I've seen enough things. I've seen a lot of different things go up, and I've never observed any Coriolis effect. And I've never known of anyone to even claim to have measured a Coriolis effect. So at this point in time, if you're going to talk to me about the Coriolis effect as being some kind of a proof of the Earth spinning, and you're not going to demonstrate it like with absolute definity, you're just
I'm not
it's just
telling
empty
you
words.
this.
What I'm trying to say is what you're saying in regards to the Coriolis effect, it just boils down to just empty words. Like, it's just
Okay.
words. Talk is cheap, but
Just calm down.
demonstrations are expensive.
Calm down. You asked me what reasons do you have, and I correctly told you that you don't have any in day-to-day life. Then you asked me what things in your life could you do where maybe some of these problems would start showing up. Then I said, for example, if you shot a satellite into the orbit, well, then somebody chuckled, okay, that's silly. Let me tell you this. If you were a long-range sniper and you were shooting around 1,000 meters, you would notice that your bullets start deviating, and not because of wind or whatnot, they just start deviating. And you might ask yourself, why the heck are they deviating? And maybe if you looked into that, you would discover a Coriolis force. If you were
Also, by the way, in regards to the bullet, you do understand that a lot of bullets spin, and they tend to move towards the same direction that they're
yeah,
spinning.
but that would be different, you see, because depending on where you are on Earth.
Yeah, I know, but listen, buddy, you haven't demonstrated the Earth to be spinning. You have to demonstrate the Earth to be spinning.
I'm not even gonna try to. I'm just answering your original question.
I know, but let me ask you then. So, like, you're not even going to try to, but why would you even say that? Like, is that just a cop out or what?
Do you understand? You asked me a question. And I am answering your question. You can ask me another question, and then I will answer that.
Well, you made a claim. You said, absent all other forces, you will find that there is an apparent Coriolis deflection of a bullet, but it was just words that you said. Do you have any demonstration to back this up?
Would you accept a ballistic calculator?
No, it's just not if it's calculator. So a calculator. So that's on paper. That's on paper.
Right.
The calculator is not
the
actual.
one that's built into
No,
a
listen.
scope.
If your calculator is just presupposing the effect that you're trying to demonstrate, then no.
Okay. So when a sniper uses that calculator and it takes like
okay, let's take a look. Let's take a look at their calculations, but actually what I asked for was a demonstration that this deflection even occurs. If it does, you could just hover a drone. You could just hover a drone or fly it straight overhead and you would have a Coriolis deflection. It would be the exact same thing. It would affect everything that leaves the surface of the Earth if it affects a bullet, like you say, and can't demonstrate.
I'm sure this
So just demonstrate it. We don't need somebody doing calculations on paper like Orion said. Just show it actually happening in the real world.
Let's point out to him how
Let's
he
go
can't
shoot
do
the
this.
rifle.
So you know what the scientific method is? You know, establishing cause and effect relationships. So you're making a cause and effect claim. You're saying that the bullet. Well, yeah, you are. And I'll tell you how.
Not yet.
I'll
I haven't. I have not. I didn't mention the globe. You did.
Well, you're making a claim in regards to a bullet coming out of a rifle, and I'll tell you exactly how
yes,
you're
I
doing
am making that claim.
All right. So let's clarify this now. So you're claiming that the bullet's coming out of the rifle, and then on its way towards the target, it's moving just a little bit to one side or another, and it's doing so. That's the effect. You're saying that the cause is the spin of the Earth. Am I correct so far?
No.
Well, how am I wrong?
What I'm saying is that when you shoot the bullet, depending where you are, depending on the direction where you shoot it, it will deviate in different ways, in very calculatable ways. So it's not random deflection.
You're just saying exactly what I just said,
And
dude.
then I'm asking you, how are you going to explain it?
Explain what?
Okay,
Show
dude,
us.
shut up. Like, shut up for a second. So you just said exactly what I just said. Do you understand what you just said? Exactly what I just said. I wasn't wrong. I didn't say anything wrong.
No, you didn't.
Okay. So moving forward, if you have a long enough attention span, I'm trying to make a larger point to you here. Okay. So I'm pointing out to you the lack of science. So there's no science here, and I'm pointing that out to you. So you're making a cause and effect claim. You're saying that the bullet is coming out of the gun and moving one direction or another, whatever. It doesn't matter what direction, just moving some direction. And it's not hitting the bullseye. And you're saying it's due to the spin of the Earth. Now, this is an effect that I'm stating first, and this is the cause. So you're making a cause and effect claim. Now, the thing is, in order for you to prove this cause and effect claim, to be real, you would have to conduct a scientific experiment. And in this scientific experiment, the Earth would have to be spinning, and then you'd have to stop the Earth from spinning, shoot the gun, and let the gun hit the bullseye, and then let the Earth spin again, turn the Earth spin back on, and then observe this effect of the bullet not hitting the bullseye. So since you obviously cannot do this, that means that you cannot conduct a scientific experiment to demonstrate what you're saying to be true, which makes what you're saying nonsense.
Yeah, all you have are assertions, dude. And you haven't even backed them with anything presentable. Like, you just make claims and then you show us nothing to go with them. And then you're going to give us some numbers on paper to go with those claims. Yay. As if you don't understand what the words physical demonstration mean. Right. Suddenly the English language breaks down when it comes to this one conversation. Weird. Almost like you see where this is heading and you're just desperately trying to get out of it any which way. But hey, that's just my take. Hey, so Peter, do you have anything other than baseless claims?
No.
That you're going to just talk to try to avoid having to provide any backing for?
I do not have anything that could be accepted in this forum.
Well, that's because all you have are baseless claims, and that's what's not being accepted.
I agree.
Do you have actual measurements?
Of the Coriolis force?
Oh, I was thinking of curve.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. Then why'd you give us that crappy fucking high altitude picture that you couldn't verify?
Because
that you
somebody
had to
asked for it. Jesus Christ. Somebody asked for pictures not made by NASA.
All right. Well, Lulu's asking for measurements of curve. All right. I don't know why you would show that instead of measurements of curve if you have those, but I'll let her get back to your
Because
conversation.
someone asked for a picture of the globe taken by a regular person.
Okay, that's fine. That's fine. Can you provide this curvature of the Earth, please?
Okay. Would you accept like dimensions like the radius?
Dimension, like what do you mean? Do you have
Well, if I give you the radii of the Earth, because it's not a perfect sphere, then you'll get the curvature from it, right?
Okay,
There's only one
we
way
already
to make a
have.
sphere.
I'm talking about in reality. Like, did you measure the curvature?
I have not. No, personally, no.
Okay. Do you have other people's measurements?
Yes, we discussed that earlier today.
Oh, you did. Okay. I wasn't here. All right.
Hint: it was rejected by this room.
And what was your what did you present?
Results of a land survey from 150 years ago.
Land survey from 150 years ago.
Yes.
Yeah, back in the time of the Flintstones.
Not really, but close.
It doesn't matter. It's just a joke.
Haha.
Surveying. You're talking about triangles, right? Spherical excess.
Yes, and I was told not to talk about it since I am not a professional land surveyor.
Are those straight lines between each point?
And no, there are geodesics.
So they're curved lines between each point.
That's what we find out from the measurements, yes.
And they're lines of sight, yes?
That's correct.
So they're curved lines of sight.
A straight line on a sphere is a curved line.
So it's a curved line of sight.
Yep.
And that tells you that the world is a sphere.
No, the fact that the triangle has more than 180 degrees of angle.
The triangle of what? Lines of sight?
Yep.
Which are curved.
You see the thing that you're measuring the angle against. You don't look at the line.
Well, you said that you need the lines to measure the angles in the first place.
Take a basketball and stick 2 fingers on it and see what kind of line you have.
Wonderful, except my
And
fingers
measure
aren't
the angles.
my fingers aren't a line of sight, and you're telling me that that's what those triangles are made out of. So what does that tell me about the surface below?
I will explain. So take a basketball, put 3 pins in it, and measure angles between all 3 points. And you're going to get a spherical triangle, and it's going to have more than 180 degrees in angles.
So you want me to put so you want me to put
triangle.
You want me to put pins in a basketball, and what am I going to do? Tie string between them and form triangles?
No, you're going to observe with a precision tool, like from one pin to the other, and then you're going to go and buy a new basketball.
Really? Okay, so I'm going to have lines of sight between those pins, and those are going to curve, those lines of sight.
Depending on how far you put those pins, obviously you gotta put them close enough.
So I put the pins in far enough, and then the line of sight from one pin to the next on the basketball is going to be curved, and that's going to prove that what I have there is a basketball.
You got it.
Wow.
Not a basketball, it could be anything, but that it's not a flat surface.
Well, it's just that your triangle came from lines of sight, not the surface that you were trying to prove the curvature of.
But
hey, what else
thankfully,
got muted, by the way?
you can see objects that are far away, that you can make a big enough triangle that you can measure. And not only do you get the angles in the triangle, but guess what? You get the radius of the sphere on top of which the triangle is.
Yeah, we can
Simple
get back to
geometry.
that. You don't, because plenty of those triangles come out to less than 180. Some of them come out to 180. Some of them come out to a bit more than 180. It's within error. But the point overall is that what you're actually working with the triangles are lines of sight. You're not working with a physical line over the surface that you're trying to prove the curvature of. You're actually taking a line of sight and then extrapolating that to the thing that you're on.
Don't ask me about this because I was told not to talk about it since I'm not a professional lens surveyor.
Okay.
But I do know what a spherical triangle is.
Yeah, but it's a triangle of lines of sight. It's a triangle of sight. So are you proving that our vision is curved or what? Like,
No, a spherical triangle has nothing to do with sight.
You just told me it did, because you said that the lines from point to point that you're taking your angle measurements from are lines of sight. And they're curved. Okay, you got curvy lines of sight. That means that you're on a ball, right? I mean, it's not even true, because some of these measurements, they don't come out to more than 180. They come out to 180, or they come out to less than 180, and they're within an error margin, and then they project them onto a datum. They take an ellipsoid that they already have, and they computate the angle measurements that they took for that datum. They correct them to their presuppositions that the world's a ball in the first place.
That's what surveyors do, but not the ones who try to establish the shape of the Earth. Only those who leverage their results.
That is exactly what they did. Like the transcontinental arc of the parallel, for example, that's exactly what they did. They corrected all those measurements to datums. They used the Clark and Bessel ellipsoids, precursors to the WGS 84 thing that they have now. They're just taking lines of sight, basically, and matching them to a datum that they already have to begin with. And still, why is Jedi muted? Did I miss something?
No.
Okay.
Lily muted me because she thinks I should be sleeping. That's what
fair,
happened.
fair. Okay.
You have no proof of this.
And you have no proof of the globe, so go on mute. Well, I mean, usually when you ask the straight versus curved lines question, they answer straight. Then you just ask, where's the more than 180 coming from? But you didn't take that route, so there's no use in beating that horse. I guess I was too mean to this guy. I shut down the conversation. Someone else take over.
Yeah, just a little bit mean.
I drank a couple cans before I came on here. I shouldn't be allowed on Discord.
You should always be allowed on Discord. That was funny.
They should breathalyze me before coming on here. I put my Helio on and wrecked the chat.
You summoned your inner Helio. I get it.
What, Peter, what is that supposed to prove? I don't understand your
Which part, sorry?
the way you posted in chat.
Oh, just on spherical triangles and geodesics. It doesn't
Yeah,
prove
but
anything, it's just geometry and abstraction.
I mean, it looks pretty.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it doesn't prove, just to settle that on the terms that we're using, what a spherical triangle is. That's all.
Spherical triangles don't exist.
Well, here's one that has all three angles at 90 degrees. How about that?
No, you cannot have angles with curved lines.
Well, I just showed you that you can.
Go hide yourself. No. I know
Are you
you can
guys all
draw
in
that.
denial
I
of
know you can
geometry or
draw
just this guy?
stupid things. I know you can draw stupid things, but that does not mean it's geometry.
This is not even about the Earth. It's like you have a ball, you can draw a triangle and measure
No,
the angles.
seriously. Seek for help. Professional help.
Here, let's just see what else you got. Like, so the Coriolis effect, we've already established. You
Can I
can't.
ask a question? Sorry, I will answer your question, but are there more people in the room with us who argue that on a ball, not the Earth, when we draw a triangle, it won't look like what I showed in the picture?
You cannot draw a triangle on a ball. It's impossible.
Are there more people in the room with us who share this belief?
So let me ask you a simple question to figure this out. Are there any flat surfaces on the surface of a sphere?
No.
Okay, so is a triangle made up of straight lines?
It's made up of geodesic, which is the definition of a straight line in n-dimensional space.
Dude, you don't need to get. You don't need to
Well,
say what you
that's what
said.
it is.
Is it made out of straight lines? Yes or no?
In a sense,
Yes or no?
yes. In a sense, yes.
No, not in a sense. Yes. Just say yes. Just say it.
Yes,
Just fucking
yes,
say it.
Yes, yes.
Okay. So since a triangle is made up of straight lines and there are no flat surfaces on the surface of a sphere, you cannot have the edge of a triangle, you know, on the edge of a sphere. Like you could have the line intersect the edge of a sphere, But at the edge of what I'm trying to say, one of the sides of a triangle you cannot find parallel to the edge of a sphere.
Okay.
It's geometrically
here's-
impossible.
You're right. Let me rephrase. What you can do on a sphere is you can mark 3 points on the sphere. With me so far? 3 points. And you can connect them with lines that are the shortest distance between each point. Okay? And this will form a, wait, hold your horses. And this will form a shape that has 3 points and 3 lines, and these lines are the shortest lines between the points.
Wrong.
He's trying again.
That's wrong.
He's already trying
Those
again.
lines conforming to the curvature of that ball are not the shortest distance between 2 points on a sphere, but the straight line which goes through the sphere between those 2 points. That's
you're
the
right.
shortest
Let me
distance.
Yeah, they'd be a chord line exactly like he's saying. They go through it. That would be the shortest distance.
Okay, so I misspoke. So on a sphere,
You have not
can
misspoke. You shown yourself that you are illiterate. You have not
Yes,
misspoke.
that's correct. So I apologize for
Also,
that.
by the way, it's on the topic of being illiterate. Technically speaking, I'm pretty sure technically what you're describing is not lines, but they fall into the category of arc segments, which together do not make a triangle, make a different shape, an irregular shape.
Let me rephrase. So on a sphere, you could put 3 points, connect each one of those points to the other using what did you say, Captain? What did you say? What were the words used?
Arc segment.
Using arc segments that are the shortest distances on the surface of that sphere, and you would end up with a figure that has 3.
That is not a triangle.
That is not a triangle. We're going to call it
And doesn't have angles.
It does not have angles.
That's why it's not
he's
a
right. He's
triangle,
right.
because it doesn't
And
have
the
angles.
things between
It
the
technically
arc
has an infinite number. So when you try to find the angle on 2 arc segments together, the answer comes up as an infinite number of angles. So yeah, there's no angle.
So what are the things on the picture?
Curved shapes.
Definitely, yes. Do they have 3 points?
Yeah. Triangles
How
are
are
not
you
curved.
getting 90 degrees on that thing, man?
That's the angle between those two, or whatever you're going to call it, thingies.
But
Like if you were standing there looking down one of those thingies, you would have to turn 90 degrees to look at the other one. If you were on the top where the 2 thingies connect, and you were a little ant or a mouse, and you were to look at the other one, you would have to turn your body by 90 degrees. That's what we mean. And not by infinite degrees, but by 90 degrees.
yeah, but you okay,
Does
you
that make
need a
sense?
straight line for 90 degrees.
Imagine you're
Angles.
standing on the point where those 2 thingies intersect, and you're looking
Thingies
down one of
intersect.
them.
Why are you calling them thingies?
Because I'm afraid to say lines. I was told that I was an ignorant person because I used the word line, and the other one is too complicated for me to repeat.
Lines of what though? Sight? Are we doing this again?
Not sight, no. You're standing there at your feet, and you're looking down at your feet, and you see one of those lines, and then you turn 90 degrees left, let's say, and you see the other line. You're standing at the intersection.
Yeah,
I'm trying
you
to explain
posted
what
an
90
image in
degrees
the
means
chat
on a sphere.
about that. I know you posted an image in the chat
Right, yeah, I did.
with
I'm
that
referencing that image.
shape. So I want you to tell me the website where you got that image from.
NASA.gov.
From nasa.gov? Yeah, can you give me the link?
Now I'm just trolling you. I'm sorry. Like, what website would you like me to get it from?
Just give him the
No, I
website
want
you
you
got
to
it
tell me
from.
the website you got that image from.
It was Wikipedia.
You copied from Wikipedia. Yeah, can you give me the link?
Yeah, 1 second.
Thank you.
I'm still. Are Gebiget, are you talking about the ball angle?
Yeah, it's a
E?
ball where he has a so-called triangle with 390 degrees angles on a
Yes.
ball.
Just posted, and that's the image I was talking about. I'm sorry, I didn't realize you guys were not looking at it because it was in the chat.
Okay, thank you.
Does that even make sense to you though? And like, just forget the flat Earth, globe Earth, or whatever, right? That makes sense to you. A 90-degree angle on a freaking ball.
So now that let me ask you this. Now that you're looking at this picture, right? What I was trying to explain, are you looking at it?
Yeah, that was the one I
Okay,
was referring earlier.
Now imagine you're standing at the intersection of those two lines. I'm just gonna use the word line, and if you call me out for that, I'm just gonna call you names, the other person. So
I don't
if you
care.
not you, the other person, the lion guy. Listen, if you stood on the intersection of those two lines, right? And imagine you're not even looking far out. You're just looking at your feet, and you're looking at the beginning of the line, right? And your eyes are aligned with it. And I told you, hey, look at the other line. You would have to turn 90 degrees on that spot without moving. And then you'd be seeing the other line at your feet. That's what 90 degrees means because there are no flat surfaces on a sphere, but there's a tangent. So a single point, or if you remained on that point, you're looking at one line, you turn 90 degrees, you look at another line. That's what it means, 90 degrees on a sphere.
But you're just looking at a tangent point, like you're not looking
No, you're
down over a
standing on it.
curve.
You're
No,
standing
no,
on it.
hold on. If you're standing at that line in the middle, right, the intersection of those two lines, unless I'm misunderstanding what you're saying, you're
That's
standing
what I'm
at the
saying.
intersection, right?
Yes.
And you're looking to your, I guess
Straight
it would
ahead.
be left
Straight
or
ahead.
whatever. Okay, if you're looking straight ahead, that you're not looking straight ahead down. You would be looking at a tangent point because the bottom right angle would never be in your line of sight. So you can never
No,
see
wrong.
that line.
That's not what I'm saying. Sorry. I only interrupt to correct. What I'm saying is don't look far out. Screw the horizon. Don't even look anywhere. Just look at your feet and let's say your toes are aligned with the line, right? That's
Yeah,
what I
but then
mean.
you'd just be on a flat surface.
I
It's
know.
not a
That's what
ball.
I know, but you could do this on a ball. You don't need the earth
No,
to be
you
the ball.
can. So that's the point. You can't do it on a ball.
You can do it on a large ball. Not
Bro,
earth
you will
earth.
never be able to see the other 90-degree angle.
No, don't look at the other angle. I'm telling you to look at this angle that you're standing on.
Yeah, but the point is about. Okay, go on.
I'm not trying to trick you into saying the globe is real.
I
I'm not
know.
talking
No,
about the earth.
it doesn't matter what you're trying to tell me. It's just that this right here in reality doesn't make sense when you're trying to stand on the intersection and you're looking ahead. If you just follow, unless you're talking about a tangent line going out, right?
Yes, that's what I'm
Into
saying.
space,
Yes.
you'll never be able, that line will never be in your line of sight.
Can you perform the following thought experiment with me? Okay, just for 1 minute. Imagine you're standing on a large bouncy ball that's rigid, okay? So it doesn't dent when you stand on it. And it has these lines as shown here on it. And you're standing and your toes are aligned with one of those lines, right? Sure, you might not see the other intersection because it might be over the curve, right? That's fine. What I'm saying is, if you turned on a dime 90 degrees left, your toes would now be aligned with the other line, yes?
Yes.
Okay. And now, if you magically went to the other intersection, we rotate the ball, whatever, it'd be exactly the same. You would have to turn 90 degrees right to see the other line. And then if you went to the other intersection, you would have to turn 90 degrees right again, and then you would go straight and you'd come home. That's what a spherical triangle is. And when it connects,
No. Because what you just made me imagine, you said on a large bowl. However, when you're standing on a large bowl, if I'm turning 90 degrees to match the line, it would have to be on a. I would have to adjust for that curvature. Like you're talking about a tangent line, bro. Like this doesn't
Okay,
make
let me
sense on
try
a
again. I
ball.
have a better example, okay? This one was too
Listen,
confusing.
hold on. No, it was not confusing. Okay, I imagined your ball. Well, the ball that you talked about. Okay, but the point is, what you're either have to be imagining a tangent line or a flat surface. You can't have it on a ball. This
Okay,
right
I'll
here
do it
does not
without
make
any
sense.
of these. I'll give you an example. Please bear with me one more minute.
I've been bearing, dude.
Okay, I appreciate that. So imagine this ball exactly as on the image here, right? Imagine it's big enough and you're on it and you start from the rightmost intersection here, okay? And your toes are pointed, let's call it north, okay? All I'm saying is, whatever your name is, walk forward. Just walk forward, okay? You would walk, following this line all the way to the next intersection. Then I would say, close your eyes and turn left 90 degrees. And then I would say walk,
I would
wait,
say who's done this. Who's
wait.
done this?
Okay, wait.
No,
I said
no,
thought experiment. I'm explaining geometry.
we're
Wait.
not doing thought experiments. It's stupid because
Now
no
you're
one's ever
not being
done it.
honest intellectually, whoever is speaking.
No one's ever done it,
It's
mate.
I'm talking to the
stupid
lady.
B, but let him finish.
I'm talking to the lady. So you got to the intersection. I told you turn left 90 degrees. You did. Go forward. You would reach the next intersection, and I would say turn left 90 degrees. You would walk forward.
Peter, because you were ignoring me. Who did this? Has this ever been done? This is a thought experiment and no one's ever done it. Why are you bringing this up?
Can I answer?
Yep. Why are you doing it?
I have done it on a ball, on a basketball with my fingers.
Real life, mate.
In real life, yes.
Yeah. Has
No,
anyone done
not
this in real life on the globe?
No, because we live on a flat stationary plane.
now it's
Welcome to
just
Flat
trolling.
Earth.
It's just trolling
But
now.
what I was explaining to this gentle lady here was the concept of a spherical triangle on a
She understands that.
on a sphere. Okay, I'm sure she does. So that's all I was doing.
But it doesn't. It only works on a sphere.
Yeah,
It does.
Doesn't work in it doesn't work in reality.
dude.
I wasn't
That's what
making
I'm
that
trying to
claim.
tell you.
She's saying it doesn't work on any sphere, like on a ball. It doesn't work. That's what she's saying. I disagree with that.
It doesn't listen. It doesn't work because you'd have to. When you're talking about the line, the straight line that you're talking about that you show here, you have to be imagining a tangent line or try to do it on a flat surface. That's what you don't understand. That's what I keep repeating to you. Because this doesn't
In my
work on a
experiment,
ball.
did I mention a tangent line? I just said walk until you see the intersection and rotate 90 degrees and keep walking. Where was the tangent line? Where was anything?
For someone who says he's in the science industry, why don't you know what an experiment is?
I'm not performing an experiment. I just
You just
explained
said in my experiment.
thought
Okay.
experiment.
I'm back. Sorry if I interrupt something, but Peter, I posted the name and self-description of the person that edited that Wikipedia page last time, and the person name on Wikipedia is Golem, yeah, aka Smeagol from The Lord of the Rings.
I think you are unwell.
I'm still trying to figure out why we've been listening to you for the last 15 minutes talk about triangles on a fucking ball. after you brought up spherical access with regards to land surveying from 150 years ago, and then you turn around to us and say, well, we live on the flat plane. What relevance does this have to fucking anything?
I don't know. Ask the people who asked me the question.
Well, you were
You
supposed to
no. You posted that. That's why this was brought up.
Yeah.
As in response to a previous question.
Yeah, but I verified it.
I was quiet for like 1 hour until someone called me out, said, do we have a Glober here? Oh, here's your Peter, let's meme on him. So here I am. Continue.
Spherical access, 150 years ago, land surveyors.
Just keep
Right
pushing
now
this
we're
crap,
arguing about geometry, nothing to do with Earth.
That's not geometry.
This link
Beg
is
the
not
question.
from a golem, by the way, so maybe you can use this link instead.
Oh, you gonna give me Harry Potter now?
Well, I'm looking for you to tell me what kind of deity is behind this website.
Dude, the point is, it doesn't work in reality.
Spherical triangles don't work?
Yeah, they don't. They don't exist. They are not called spherical triangle in geometry.
What are they?
By reality is on the surface of the Earth. You can draw triangles on a board if you want to, but with regards to reality, the surface of the Earth.
Okay, I'll take that. If the gentle lady says, that was my only point for her to say, I agree that on a ball, not Earth, there is such a thing as a spherical triangle, because we do not have a consensus here.
I was talking about right angles.
The Jedi, do you think...
That made no sense.
Okay, let me triangulate. Jedi, on a sphere, is a triangle with 3 90-degree angles possible?
You've just shown that, but it wouldn't be defined as a triangle anymore, would it?
A spherical triangle, yes.
Well, okay, so a spherical triangle, yeah, you've demonstrated that. But it's
Okay,
no
so
longer
Jedi agrees with me.
Yeah, but you've shown that with your demonstration of a sphere with it being divided into 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 equal parts to get those triangles. So with reference to the Earth, that would be from the North Pole to the equator, and then
That's
along
right.
the equator and back up to the North Pole again. But that wouldn't be applicable to having a line of sight on the surface of the Earth.
That's correct. And on a large ball, even the size of a room, let's say, of my house, you also would not see them.
Of course, regardless. We're trying
And I'm
to
not
demonstrate.
using this as an argument for a globe Earth, just basic geometry.
Okay, but as long as we understand that it is not a triangle anymore.
It's a spherical triangle.
Well, it's a triangle that's drawn on a sphere.
Yep.
Okay. Well, I mean, we'll have a few other problems along the way with that, but if we're not talking about the surface of the Earth and spherical access, as was spoken about earlier, then I mean, I don't even know why we're doing this anymore.
Only because people asked me about that very thing.
Okay.
You just keep resetting on this same thing, though. It's been dealt with again and again. It doesn't work. You should probably come back to something else. I mean, was this the one trick that you brought with you?
No, that's the one I was asked about. Earlier, someone asked me to post pictures from rockets sent by regular people. I did. 3 minutes later, people said, "Why are you posting this? You guys have an attention span of 1 minute."
Yeah, you had to concede that they were non-verifiable too.
Of course, that's like my default here. I'm conceding everything regarding the evidence I provide.
All right, fair enough. Thank you.
I mean, that guy could have made CGI, right?
Well, it's just that it doesn't comport with what we observe on the ground.
There you go.
And it doesn't comport with what the mathematics show and so on. It doesn't comport with what the planetarium directors tell us, which is that you shouldn't see a visible left to right curve even from ISS altitude, even though they show it in those ISS videos. Shouldn't see it until about 1,000 miles altitude, they say, above the ball of the claimed dimension. So we have all these conflicting claims, and then when it gets down to the brass, well, when it,
I know
we have
all
all
that
these
already.
we have all these conflicting claims, and then when it gets down to the brass tacks of it here on the ground, and we try to look for this curvature here, we don't measure it, we don't observe it, we don't see the consequences of it in the form of a geometric horizon or any of that, any of the stuff that should be obstructed if it is there. So, yeah, I mean, this is what we're working with.
Look, I'm going to save us some time. I know all these arguments, and you know all my arguments. So just cut to the chase, find a good example you want to debate, we can do that.
Oceans are flat, prove me wrong.
Okay.
Shit, now I'm going to actually have to get some coffee.
It's time.
It is time. Fucking 4 hours later. Here we go then.
You're as bad as me, Jedi. I was up at 3 a.m. today.
Yeah, it's terrible, isn't it, man? Discord is bloody terrible for sleep. I mean, it's gone.
Off.
What is it? It's coming up 8 o'clock in the bloody morning.
Why don't you just reach for your phone and press the red cross, and it turns off.
Jedi is a goddamn stormtrooper.
Because you lot are too funny. You make me laugh. And I bowed out of a conversation earlier because I was talking too long and I was getting tired and whatnot. And then I got comfy in bed and here I am still trolling, listening, and it's funny.
We need to open up 24/7 Flat Earth Discord, anonymous, and therapy sessions, or how to get off this place.
Sorry.
I will request for a air show where I could use hypnosis technique to actually cure them.
I'd fuck off if somebody would give me a curvature proof. I'll be done.
That is true, though. We just need that curvature proof and we'll be gone.
Mm.
But it's not just us, man. Like, the Globers just keep coming back over and over again.
Would you guys prefer it if Glovers didn't show up and you could just talk to each other?
No.
No.
You're welcome.
Yes,
Then.
go away.
You're welcome. That's why I'm here.
Yeah, it's no fun at all.
We enjoy the back and forth.
So
that's why
PhD
I'm
Tony
here.
says that oceans aren't flat, because why?
So I'll tell you real quick, and you can ignore PhD Tony. I'm sure he's controversial with you. He quotes a lot of papers in that video. Actually, earlier today, someone asked me, so I had to retype the fucking whole thing from a slide just to satisfy them. But listen, the point is this. The oceans are not flat. I was surprised to learn all this. Not just because of gravity and such, which we can just dismiss, okay, for now. There's a lot of shit going on with the oceans, and they're hilariously unflat. They're a mess, basically. So watch that video. It's kind of interesting. Just shut your ears when you hear gravity. And the fact that they're measurably like 100 meter, I think, difference across the globe was very surprising to me.
100-meter difference. What, like from shore to shore?
Between the
or-
highest point and the lowest point, I think.
Okay, but that doesn't even come close to the amount of curvature drop we should be seeing.
Forget the curvature. I'm just saying it's not flat. So next
But
time when
that's
you
what we're looking for, though.
So don't say flat, because you said Oceans are flat. Not they're
How'd they
going to
measure
be
that?
embarrassed because they're not.
Okay, I meant that they're flat, as in they don't exhibit any spherical convexity over the surface like you would have on a ball.
Much better.
Horizontal.
Sorry, how did they measure 100-meter difference?
Because they measure the sea level
How?
using many techniques described in the video.
They measured sea level, so where
How
the
do you
water
measure
is.
a mountain? How do you measure Mount Everest?
They measured from where the water is.
Yep.
And then measured in reference to what?
And water somewhere else.
How do they do that?
The way one measures topography.
That doesn't make any sense.
Watch the video.
I'm stuck at the
I'm gonna waste
context
my time.
is
That guy's a
made.
retard.
Then don't ask the question. You could live without
Well,
asking this
you
question.
said you've got the video, so maybe you said you
It's in the
watched it.
chat.
You said it worked really well. So why don't you explain it, and then we can get
There's
some.
like 20
Then
different
we can get
techniques in this
some
video.
talking points.
Okay, you know what?
Give him one technique.
Just one technique.
I mean,
Okay, just give me 1 second.
even without backing it up, your claim kind of refutes the very thing that we were asking you to support, which was the globe. You said 100-meter difference in elevation over the course of the ocean would be a lot more than that if it was dropping.
It's not due to curvature that's
Yeah,
different.
I know. That's my point.
You think I'm stupid? I'm gonna prove to you that the Earth is a globe. You think I'm that dumb? You think I'm gonna be the first glober who comes in here today and just proves to you that the Earth is a globe? Dude, you're so far in, it's impossible. So give me some credit. Give me
You
some
might be the
credit.
one.
Fair enough,
I'm not
man.
that stupid.
That's probably one of the more enlightened comments I've ever heard from a glober.
Also, just
fair
take
enough.
it and move on.
Yeah, making assumptions is not proof
There,
of
like I
anything.
didn't hear that before. Okay, so let's just.
Fortune telling is not prophesizing.
This is the first time I heard the word fortune telling in the flat Earth space.
Can you give me one of those methods of how they measured the sea level? 100
And
meters
altimeter measurements of Lake Erie.
from a what? Lake Erie.
Yes.
It's a lake. It's a lake.
Okay, a large body of water.
You measuring the lake or the ocean?
Everything, dude. The entire water all over the planet.
Well, the altimeter. What height's Lake Erie at? Is it above sea level?
Yeah.
Are you kidding
Yeah,
me? It's the measurement of the water within the lake that it's not uniform across the
You're
lake. saying
saying they measured 100 meters difference in water levels on Lake Erie?
No. Oh, fuck me. I'm out with this video. Either watch the video or stop asking me about the oceans.
Well, what are you talking about? You said oceans. You said oceans again. You're talking about Lake Erie.
Because you said give me one random example from the video, so I gave you one.
Did I say
Okay, another
random?
one.
I didn't say
All
that.
right.
I didn't say random once.
Okay, I apologize. Here it is. New CNES-CLS09 Global Mean Dynamic Topography computed from GRACE data, altimetry, and in situ measurement. All of oceans.
So now Lake Erie's an
Altimetry.
ocean.
So
What the fuck?
what altitude was it made from? What was the altitude that they took those measurements?
I'm quoting for you a paper. Go read the fucking paper. I'm sure it's gonna give you so much detail. You're gonna beg for less.
How did they took that altimetry data?
I do not know. I don't care about the shape
What
of the
was
Earth. You do.
what was their sea level?
5
5 what?
grams.
I'm starting to warm to you, Pierre. That's funny as fuck.
But I'm stuck at the context to me where you said in this video there are many quotations, of scientists, and
Do you see
you
the image
said
I just posted that has the
you
actual
said
DOI number of a
you said the
paper?
guy
Did you
in the
type that
video
into Google?
says you said the guy in this video said there is a lot of shit that proves the globe.
He's not even talking
So
about the
I'm
globe there.
curious who was quoting
Oh,
when
I'm
he said
curious,
that.
but I'm not going to shut up to hear an answer. I'm just going to keep yakking on. Okay, here it is. The video's not
No,
even
I'm
about
not
the globe.
acting
It's
on.
not
I
about the
mean,
globe.
this is what you
Hey,
said
read my
with your
lips.
own
Read my
words.
lips, lion man. It's not
I'm not
even about the
reading
globe.
your lips. I want to know to explain what you just said.
Okay,
Your
well, why
own
don't you
claim,
listen to me?
your
So,
own
because,
words. I want you to
okay, okay.
explain.
I apologize, I lost my cool for a second, so I'm back to normal. Okay, here it is. In that video, a gentleman by the name of PhD Tony with a hilarious British accent talks about not even the globe, but the fact that the term
Isn't
water
he
is flat.
Australian?
I don't think so. That water is flat is absurd because we have measured very significant differences in sea levels across the globe. Then he goes on to masturbate for 10
What
minutes.
was the instrument of measurement?
Let me tell you. So he goes on to masturbate for 10 minutes with multiple scientific papers, which are all quoted in the video, that discuss in detail all the different techniques that were used for measurement. And he goes on and
What do you
on and on.
mean he was masturbating with scientific papers? What does that shit
Clearly,
mean?
he is clearly showing pleasure from discussing all these minutiae of how these measurements were performed to the point of arousal. Okay,
So
so you can
masturbation for you is pleasure? Are you sick in your mind?
participate in that exercise with that gentleman when you click the YouTube
No,
video
I
instead
don't
of
take
trolling me here.
Oh,
exercises in sickness.
just let Peter explain. We've asked him to fucking explain. So explain.
I have explained. He
Okay.
talks about different methods used to measure ocean levels, completely unrelated to the discussion about the shape of the globe. And the point here is, when you say oceans are level or flat or whatever, well, they're not. Even on a flat Earth, they probably would not be flat. And that's the only, this video is so geeky, it bores me, okay? But if you want to study oceans and levels of oceans, watch it.
Okay,
More
what
boring than listening to you.
I
I
know, I'm
asked
boring
you,
myself.
listen, I asked you a
Um,
simple question. What was the measurement instrument that he used? And you went on a
Altimetry.
story rambling about nothing.
Altimetry.
Altimetry. What is altimetry?
Measurement of altitude.
Okay, so what measurement instrument did he use?
For example, a radar.
Radar.
It measures the
Uh,
distance between two objects, and you can use it to measure a topography of land masses as well as
okay,
ocean.
can you show me a radar that can measure the distance between two burning fires?
I'm not sure, but every time you fly on an airliner,
Oh
there's a
shit.
radar measuring altitude between your ass and the ground.
with with a radar.
There are two usually altimeters on an advanced plane. One uses air pressure for large altitudes, and one uses radar when it's close to the ground.
My God. So he had an airplane with two radar systems, yeah? He used to fly and take these measurements.
Oh, PhD Tony?
Yeah.
No, he didn't fucking fly.
Oh, then why did you say that he used an altimeter?
He did not.
Oh, don't you think there is a problem here?
I do not.
I mean, 2 words ago, you were telling me that PhD Tony used a altimeter, which you described it to be a altimeter that measures the air pressure, establishes the altitude that you are based on the measurement of air pressure, and the second one was using a radar, yeah, shooting a radar signal towards the ground, which radio wave bounce back to the airplane. Therefore, you can theoretically measure the distance. Okay, I get that. Now, you said he did this, he used these. These are his measurement instruments that he used to measure those altitudes. Yeah. And now you're saying, well, actually, PhD Tony did not had an airplane nor the radars, and he didn't took measurements.
PhD Tony's too fat to fly on an airplane, and he, in his video, walks you through different papers that describe what people who do this professionally for a lot of money have done using different tools. One of those tools was altimetry, including radar and laser altimetry.
Yes, and a minute ago or 5 minutes ago, I asked you what was the altitude, yeah? He was taking these measurements, and your answer, you gave me a number. You said 5.
5 grams.
5 grams. So
It's a meme
he
from
took.
earlier in today.
Oh, so he took. When he used the radar, yeah, the two radar systems, they both show him that he is at an altitude of 5 grams.
You guys gonna let him troll for much longer? I'm okay with this if you guys are.
But this is what you're saying.
Are people okay with me going back and forth with this troll? I'm happy. just don't yell at me. You wanna do this? I can do this all night, dude. There's a chance we could do this in another language too, if I speak it.
Whoa, chill out. What's ¿Qué pasa, man? Calm down. I'm reading something right now, so I didn't catch all of exactly what you guys are talking about, but keep it
You
peaceful.
didn't lose much.
Okay, well, carry on.
Hit me with your best shot, Lion Man. По-русски говоришь, братан?
Oh, you're Russian.
Нет.
Bleach brain.
Нет.
Yeah. Yet.
All right, I'm glad you guys settled that one. That was good. Good job.
Another loss for the globe.
So, what PhD does Tony have?
In something related to seismology, and he's into gravitometry, which you know what that means.
Yeah, I know what that is.
We don't speak about that here.
Oh, you think I don't know what a rubidium axis suspended on six, inertially suspended on six axis? You think I don't know what that is?
No, what I'm saying is, since there's no gravity, there is no gravitometry, so it's all bullshit anyway.
Oh. So, what is gravity?
Three people have to say they're okay with this, otherwise I'm gonna stay silent because we did this before.
Jeez, man, just have your conversation.
Okay, I'm just trying to be gentle.
Just listen, as long as you're respectful, you're not calling, you're just having a cordial conversation, then you're fine. Just
Okay. Well, you weren't here. We yacked about this for like 2 hours, so I don't want to wear people out. Okay. Like Jordan Peterson here might get a stroke from this.
okay.
Okay. Just random icon that I looked at. Okay. I see Jordan B. Peterson. I see Trump. They've been here for a while. You guys want to
Okay.
go over gravity again? I'm game.
What the hell is it?
It is a shape of space-time.
And how can you prove that that's the cause of anything?
By dropping objects into space-time.
And then just asserting that space-time bending and folding was the cause?
It's kind of one way to describe the observable effect, yeah.
Okay, so just asserting that as the cause for the effect that you observed.
No, it's the opposite.
Oh, so you observe the bending and warping of space-time, and then you assert whatever you saw as the cause.
No, you observe things behave in a certain way, and then you come up with some maths to describe how they behave, and then you give them names in the English language, or actually German language in that case.
So it's what I said the first time. You observe a phenomenon, then you assert that the bending and warping of space-time was the cause.
Yeah, and then everybody looks at it and goes like, that makes the most sense out of all the theories.
Oh yeah, that
you
totally
get
makes
a
sense.
prize.
I drop a pen and I talk to my buddy about it, and he goes, "Man, that was a space-time gravity well that thing fell in." And I go, "You know what? That makes more sense than anything I've ever listened to."
If you spent 50 years thinking about it, you might reach that conclusion.
Well, I haven't had that many years yet.
No shame. I wouldn't have come up with it either myself.
Is the curvature of space-time visible or not?
Very visible.
Okay. What's the effect when you drop an object that you observe?
When it moves, it follows the shortest path in space-time.
The shortest path in space-time to
Yes.
where? To where?
Wherever it's moving.
Oh. So if I shoot a bullet towards the Alpha Centauri, it's gonna take the shortest path to Alpha Centauri?
Yeah, or if you shoot a laser, that'd be better.
Oh.
Go faster.
So no. I'm those things I don't afford. I'm, a decent man. So I shoot a bullet towards the Alpha Centauri in the sky. And according to what you're saying, that bullet will take the shortest distance towards the Alpha Centauri.
The shortest path, yeah.
Yeah. So that bullet is never ever gonna be found on the surface of the Earth anymore.
It will,
Yeah.
because that's the shortest path, unfortunately.
No, actually, bullets, when we fire guns, vast majority of guns are shooting bullets with supersonic speeds, but they don't reach hypersonic speeds. That means they are very, very far away from achieving escape velocity.
You nailed it, yes.
Oh yeah. So that bullet actually never gonna reach Alpha Centauri.
If
So
you shoot it
now,
from the surface of the Earth, yes.
well, where else can I shoot a bullet from?
You can only shoot it from the surface of the Earth.
Yeah, correct. And the bullet will never fly forever. And when it loses its kinetic energy, it's gonna fall down to the ground. It's not gonna fall to Alpha Centauri.
That's right.
It's not right, because a minute ago you were saying that the bullet is gonna take the shortest path to the Alpha Centauri. So which path is that?
Unfortunately, in this case, the path is uphill.
What do you mean uphill?
Up the hill of a gravitational well or a dent in space-time, and like you said, it just does not have enough speed to overcome that hill. But if you shoot it with much higher speed, it will, and then it will carry on all the way to Alpha Centauri.
Well, so that gunpowder burning, yeah, at a very fast rate and producing, expanding its volume exponentially in a split second, causing the bullet to accelerate, yeah, at supersonic speed, inflicting kinetic energy in the bullet, yeah, that expansion of the violent expansion of the gases, yeah. You're saying that is gravity?
No, absolutely not.
Oh, it's not gravity. Good. I'm glad you can see that. So when I drop a bullet, yeah, that I hold in my hand, it will start accelerating towards the ground with a almost 9.81 meters per second square. Yeah.
Yep.
So this is the effect that we observe when we drop things.
Yes.
Physical things. Yeah. Now,
yes. I know there's going to be a great conclusion to this, so I'm waiting patiently.
What conclusion do you know?
I don't know, but it's going to be great. So carry on. Just speed up a little bit if you can.
No, just just tell me. I mean, yeah, I like people that are capable of making fortune telling and stuff like this, you know. So tell me.
I mean it. Carry on. It's like watching a French movie from the 60s. It goes on for 3 hours and two things happen. Go on.
I mean, that's how we felt for the last 10 years, waiting for globe evidence.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm here. So, Lion Man, carry on.
So
You had me at 9.8 acceleration. I love it. Carry on.
yeah, where do I see that space-time curvature in this phenomena that I'm observing in this case of dropping a bullet?
You do not see it.
Oh, but moments ago when I asked you, is the curvature of space-time visible or not? You said yes, it is visible. Now you say that I do not see it.
It's just like
Yes,
the curve. That's the
because
curve's not visible.
you gave me an example that is so simple that we described it way before we
No,
had
I
to even
didn't give
bother
you
about
an
space-time.
example. I just asked you simply.
Okay, so I'll give you a proper. So you don't observe it, but we observe it. Yes, the bullet is falling through the curvature towards the bottom.
Okay, so curvature of space-time. Look, I'm
Yes.
going in a train station. I have a bullet in my pocket, yeah? But I'm going to the train station with the motive to wait for a train, yeah, to go to a destination. And that train, I can read on the board, is gonna come in 5 minutes. Therefore, I have time to smoke a cigarette, and I also have space, yeah, where on next to the train line where I'm supposed to wait for the train, yeah. So being present in that space-time there, yeah.
Yeah, but
How
excuse
can
me,
I
but
bend
Dave,
it?
what dimension are you in, mate? Are you in the third dimension or the fourth dimension? I mean, we've got to consider this as well.
Yeah.
Don't forget the time in space-time, right?
So how do I bend those 5 minutes
How do you
that
bend
I'm
them?
waiting for the train? Yeah.
If you smoke weed, it's gonna feel like 30 minutes instead of
No,
5.
no, 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 no. Don't say I'm smoking bullshit. I smoke cigarettes. Yeah. I'm not a person that intoxicate myself just like every ordinary. Yeah. So don't make those assumptions.
No, I just gave you a possible solution to, bend
Yeah, I don't
time.
do drugs.
Then don't do it.
I mean, this fourth dimension must be some place.
Don't tell me to do drugs.
I said don't do it
Now,
then.
anyway. Now, waiting for the train, those 5 minutes. If I jump, yeah, is that gonna bend those 5 minutes?
A tiny little bit, yeah.
And what does that bending mean?
That the relative time between you and the train will be different, but you will still perceive the full 5 minutes. There's no escaping that.
Okay, so now I see you are trying to explain this in a relativistic manner, right?
That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, good. So that means like time flows at a different rate for my head than my feet. So my head is older than my feet. And
I was going to give you this example. You nailed it.
Yeah, actually, the train is gonna arrive earlier for my head, but later for my feet. Yeah.
Actually, without introducing your head into the equation, the time that it's going to take for the train to arrive will be less than if you just calculate it using classical mechanics, distance over speed. It's actually going to be less, but such a tiny amount, because trains are lame, they go very slow, that you won't even notice. But if the train was going at the speed of light, you would have noticed.
Oh, but we don't notice, but we could have noticed if it was happening in reality.
Yeah.
Fantastic.
And we do, but not in the train example. We do every day, like
No, we don't.
hundreds of times.
No, we don't.
Lion Man, push your train story, because I want to know where you're going in the train.
I told you the destination is irrelevant. It's
the journey.
Any destination, yeah. It was about the weight. Yeah. And you didn't have an explanation for
I told you, you're going to wait 5
the
minutes no matter
bending
what.
of those 5 minutes. I don't understand how you bend those 5 minutes.
Yo,
Yeah.
You don't.
Karks, I think astrology just needs to be seen as man, to be honest.
Is the apparent movement of the sun altering in this 5 minutes, or is that staying the same?
Oh,
Are you server muted, Kirksaw?
You know, the sun, how we measure time, is that altering its apparent location and angle?
I'm so tired. Did I get my fucking perms back yet?
Oh, how do you measure that?
I don't know. How do you?
I'm asking you. You're the one saying time bends. Is the sun
It
bending
does.
time? Yeah. So what happens to the sun during this period that's altering in a conceptual manner?
The time perceived relatively between you and the sun is different.
Let's say what time is. What is time?
A rate of change.
A rate of change.
We only have an operational definition for time. We don't know what it is.
Oh, so
Yeah,
you
we do.
think it is something?
Yeah, we can. The sun gives us the time. Its position
No,
in
it
the
doesn't.
sky. Yes, it does.
That's just one way to kind of reference time to a change.
That the sun is the time reference. There's nothing else to reference. What
Okay,
you're
how
talking about.
about a decay of particles?
Yeah, but it all originates from the sun.
No, it doesn't. Like
Yes,
regular
it does.
particles. I don't
Yeah,
need the sun. I can be in a bunker underground and measure time using decay of particles.
Yeah, so show me how you bend a conceptual timepiece.
Okay, very easy. I take a particle that should live 2 microseconds. I accelerate it to high speeds, and it still lives 2 microseconds, but I perceive it to live like a second.
Oh, and how often do you do this?
Hundreds of times per day.
All right. And you're not a liar, are you?
Not me, but a guy I know personally does that at CERN.
Oh, so he gets a particle, and what does he do with the particle? A particle of what?
It could be an electron, a positron, a proton, a
Oh,
muon.
so he gets an electron in his living room, and what does he do?
Accelerate the fucker.
Oh, and why does he do this? Why does he do this?
To study what happens.
So what's he proving by doing the electron, splitting the electron in his living room? What's happening then?
Time dilation.
Oh, so what happens to him during that time dilation?
Well, he's sitting safely in the room, hopefully not in the pathway of that electron.
And if he didn't get the electron and didn't do anything, would anything have altered in the first place, anyway.
I didn't catch that. What?
If he didn't get the electron and cut it in half and do whatever you said he did, would anything have altered in his life at that moment?
Absolutely not. He'd be eating a pizza.
Right. So what's the point of your conversation?
A lion man asked me about gravity.
Yeah, what is gravity?
That's what he said. That's how we got here.
Yeah. And you're talking about your friend cutting electrons up in his living room. And if he didn't do that, then everything would remain the same. Do you realise how pathetic you sound at this moment?
You specifically asked me about who does this, and I told you about my friend.
Yeah, and I specifically asked you if he didn't do it, what would the alteration be or not be? And you said they would not, nothing would have altered. And I said, what's the point then?
The point is to answer questions that some people ask about how the world works.
Right, so your friend cutting an electron in his living room, nothing's altered if he wouldn't have done it. How's that proving gravity?
I don't need this to prove gravity.
What do you need to prove gravity then?
No, I'm talking to Lion Man who started to interrogate me with very precise questions that I've been answering. I don't know why.
Okay.
Yeah, but
okay. So when you've got when you can prove gravity, give us a shout, mate.
Okay.
Dude, your friend needs a straitjacket. I'm sorry.
Yeah, by the way, my name here is Get Beget, the Lion Man.
I will always think of you like that.
Wait, why do you pronounce it that way? I thought your name was Jet B Jet.
Yeah, well, I'm telling it to English people, so.
But it sounds better the other way.
If I say Jet Beget, an English person might not understand. So, therefore, not know. Thank you.
Just let them figure it out. It's Jet B Jet.
Yeah.
It sounds cooler.
Yeah, thank you.
Well, I appreciate Peter C. filling in as the resident Glober. Do we have anybody else?
Apparently, no. Not in the VC.
Resident Glober goes hard.
Say what?
Resident Glober. It's a good one.
He's been doing an okay job at it. He presents stuff. I mean, he takes the criticisms for it. He moves on to the next thing, takes the criticisms for that. I mean,
what else can he do?
If he's gonna hang around and like provide filler for us, like he's okay. Go ahead, Space Goat. Sorry about that.
I just said he's a pretty effective troll, I will admit.
Yeah.
I don't
He's got
know.
some hilarious stories. Like
He sent me
people
a.
must be insane to think that that's
Sent me.
true.
He sent me a study on triangulation that was 1,000 pages long.
Well, that's an elephant hurl.
It was good. I went through all 1,000 pages.
There's no point in hurling a study that big at somebody if you can't just cite the relevant parts.
He had to go through it himself to give me relevance. He said, hold on, let me find it.
Did you ever find it?
I don't think so.
There you go.
It was
That's what
1,000
usually
pages long.
happens. Hang on a second. Let me just go get that. And hey, while I'm getting that, then they divert to something else.
I mean, even if it said what he said it was, 1,000 pages long, and he didn't know where it was kind of crazy.
All good.
Yeah, I've seen these funny guys in Africa. Africa Got Talent.
Africa's Got Talent.
Yeah. A guy was saying that he can read. He's the fastest reader in the world.
That guy.
Yeah, he
that was
could
funny. I saw
read
that.
he could read a whole book in a couple of seconds.
That was a skit, no? It was like a little prank show. He came on like multiple times saying he's the strongest man, the fastest reader, if he was no pain, things like that. One of
Yeah, so
the
he
one
said
segment.
something like blah, 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 and then he had a friend who's the fastest hearer. And
He was the fastest reader, the fastest hearer.
yeah, so he heard everything that guy said so fast, and now this guy was actually telling the story of what this guy just said. They were funny. I was thinking, the event of these two clowns actually came to my mind when Peter C. was talking about the lifetime of a electron.
Yeah, just get an electron in your living room, cut it up, and see what happens with time. Nothing. It doesn't
Yeah.
alter anything. It just everything remains the same as it was, as if you wasn't doing it in the first place. Great proof of nothing.
I'm amazed that it does have a half life of 2 seconds, but it doesn't appear that way to us. Like, how the fuck would you know that?
Yeah, 2
Easy.
microseconds.
You want to hear an example from actual nature, not from my friend's basement? So,
Well, electrons are.
is that a yes or a no? Electrons never decay, so you want to hear it? So a muon is like a heavier brother of an electron.
No, wait, stop. You made a positive claim, which it has no meaning because nobody here ever said that electrons decay, so that you can actually tell us that electrons never decay.
Well, he said half life, right? So electrons have infinite half life.
Yeah, electrons.
So
They
back to
don't
my
have
story.
a
The
life.
muon, the heavier brother of an
Electrons are
electron.
not alive.
Okay, so muon.
Electrons can have a charge. Yeah.
Like I was saying, the muon, the heavier
And they
brother
will
of
conform with the electric field according to their charge. They will be attracted or repelled by the corresponding plane in the electric field, positive or negative. Yeah. So who's talking about lifetime in here? You are. And it makes no sense to say that electrons do not decay because nobody said that electrons decay. Yeah.
We're in agreement.
And
So going back to my story, the
no, we're
muon.
not in agreement. I need to know what are the things that actually decay.
Many things do decay. One of those things is
Yeah,
a
tell
muon.
me.
One of those things is a muon, the heavier brother of an electron. Muons are generated in the atmosphere due to collisions from particles coming from the sun. those collisions produce muons.
Collisions with what?
With particles in the atmosphere.
What?
When we go
Tell
up,
me the particles the atmosphere is made of.
a shitload of particles and electrons and
Yeah,
all
which
sorts of things.
particles? No, it's not made of electrons. Atmosphere, the air, is not made of electrons. Newsflash.
Every single atom has electrons in it, right?
What the atom has is not the makeup of the air.
What is the air made of?
Atoms.
What do they have in them?
It's irrelevant what do they have. We are guessing what they have in
Nobody
them.
fucking knows.
Okay, so going back to my story. When
Yeah, it's a story, all right.
Yeah, it is. Want to hear it?
Not really.
No, we
Okay.
don't.
Can
So
we hear
the
something a bit
air
more
is
tricky?
not made of electrons. The air is made of atoms, which form, which actually establish molecular bonds. Yeah, and that makes the gas molecule. Yeah, and that thing we call it a gas. O2, oxygen 2, for example, is two atoms establishing a molecular bond. Yeah,
How, pray
because
tell, how do they
oxygen,
establish that bond?
listen, I didn't finish. Because oxygen in nature does not like to be present in a monoatomic state. Yeah? Very much like all elements.
NASA reckon that they perfected that and made this wonderful oxidizing cleaner.
Oh, like monoatomic oxygen solution.
Yeah, they claim they've made a cleaner out of it. Yeah, they use it
Wow.
to clean like the outside of the ISS and shit. I'm sure I read that somewhere.
Yeah.
A bending of space-time in a fourth dimension. Ho, ho, ho.
Yeah.
Whole lot of dimensions, you feel me?
This guy thinks that actually a molecule is one and the same thing with an atom, but a gas molecule does not have properties and behavior of a single atom because it's not. It's two atoms, O2, it's two atoms of oxygen which established a molecular bond. They form a molecule of this gas, and it has these certain unique properties according to that. But the atom of oxygen by itself, it shows totally different properties, which many of them are lost when atoms of oxygen molecule. And that's why we actually experience gas as what it is, because of these molecular bonds.
Do you think matter has a propensity for a certain state? Like, I mean, I know it's like it's dependent on conditions, right?
Yeah. And also state of energy. This is very important.
Right.
It's the main thing which dictates how substances behave and what state they have. And about his magic decay. Decay is a property of radioactive elements. All radioactive elements, materials, they have a half-life in a certain period of time. Tritium, for example, hydrogen-3, has a half-life time of 12.3 years, something like that. So after a period of 12.3 years, at least half of that tritium that you have is going to turn into tralfium, helium-3, which is a element that cannot be contained. It flows through anything. There is no solid matter that can contain it. Neither electromagnetic fields, supermagnets, or any kind of things.
I thought you
It
could use
cannot be
temperature to
trapped.
manipulate it.
You mean like attempting to distill perfluid liquid helium?
Button off. Can you turn off your stream, please?
Oh, we're not allowed to stream in here.
No.
Oh. What do you think about rules being introduced, right? So if someone's receiving payments from any faction that exists, they have to declare it when they join a chat.
What does that mean?
Who the hell receives payments to be here?
There are some individuals.
Which ones?
Everything gets paid. He's keeping all the money to himself.
I should be.
Scott Mackey.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, it's my channel. If someone else is getting paid to be here, what the fuck? Why are they getting the money and not me?
That's what I'm saying.
What Heretic is doing here, gold is not valuable enough to pay him for what he does.
Maybe one day. When it's a big
Well,
ass cult going, we just have.
I'm kind of with Get Be Get on that philosophy. It's not want of the things of the world. We're doing something better than that.
Saving a human soul much
Yeah.
cannot be bought.
Yeah, you can't place a value on it.
Yeah.
And I
Yeah.
do it for one anyway. That's not the motivation at all. But who the hell is getting paid to be here is still my question.
I don't.
Definitely not me.
Can I get a split of that?
You'll get the bill. Don't worry.
I don't want to do it. It's not payment, bro. I'll take 10%.
%10 of nothing.
10% off the top.
Sounds good on paper. I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it.
Is that a swine? Oh my god. Do you really live in a pig shed? Swine shed?
So, if no one's talking, can I grab the floor real quick?
No, thanks for asking though.
Well, anyways, tell us about this channel. Whose channel is it? How did it come about?
Were you just listening?
You want to read a book? Shit doesn't really matter.
Oh, it's just a conversation. You don't have to entertain it.
Why not?
You are collective.
You notice no one else is responding?
No, I'm just saying. Do you speak for the whole room? That's interesting.
When no one else speaks, you kind of get the memo, bro.
He who speaks for the room. Fair enough. Do you do that a lot?
I do what a lot.
Speak for other people.
Are you upset?
So
Am
weird.
I upset? No.
We might go back to the topic.
Oh, have we finished with electrons yet?
Sunday speculation is over.
Try not to focus so much on the people as the content. That's our main goal here. Just to get out of the way of the subject, you know?
Sorry?
Oh, I was just telling Butterknife that, you know, my main goal at least is to just get out of the way of the topic. I don't want to put myself in, you know, mess anything up. Just trying to facilitate the convo.
Mm.
It's not about the people or the personalities here or who did what or who started this or that. It's just about the Earth. Is it actually a globe? Looks like no.
No. I mean, even the people who come on here saying it's a globe can't say they've ever seen the globe or they don't know how it's measured.
They never used it as a globe.
But they want to live on a globe. It must be a globe.
Yeah.
It has to be the globe spinning in space. It's got to be. Because if it's not, the life will be shattered. That's their world. I mean, it is their world. I mean, that's what it is. We've all been through it. We've all come to the realization that it was a big lie, and you either just deal with it. Well, deal with it in different ways. Sometimes it might be a bit devastating.
There's stages to it. Stage one is denial.
Yeah, there's stages. I've been through every fucking stage.
I find it funny how they take the celestial sphere, the terrestrial sphere. They mix one with the other.
I mean, it doesn't matter what you're talking about, whether it's measuring an elevation angle, celestial navigation, you're talking about the celestial sphere. They all need a horizontal baseline. They never used actual curvature of the Earth to that never comes into the measurements. It's always a flat horizontal baseline, and it all comes back down to a flat Earth. All roads lead to a flat Earth.
Yeah.
There's no curvature. It's never taken into consideration anywhere for anything ever. And I'm not just saying that. I mean, it's true. It's never taken into consideration in life, in engineering, in flight, in fight. It's never ever comes into the picture, ever. But you get people coming on here telling you that they live on a globe. It's spinning at 1,000 miles an hour at the equator. But you can't feel it and you can't see it. But it is happening. Just believe it. Don't question it. It's all been worked out for you already. Do as you're told, sit down and shut up. Just keep repeating the plan. You'll be okay. I mean, it's easy to be a glober. It's all, you can just repeat the nonsense. Feel confident that, you're in a majority of people and just keep repeating the nonsense about sphere-shaped air and gas going down, go boom, boom.
It's a religion for the cowards, because the coward's mentality is that better be in the group, in the herd, than by yourself against it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
Yeah.
Who was the first person to be awake to this?
Back to this shit again.
Back to what shit? Am I not allowed to have allowed to participate? You got a problem with me?
Who was the first flat earther, bro? Who knows, man?
How's that even possible to say? I mean, most of the ancient civilizations said it was flat. So probably somebody back there. Maybe Adam. I don't know.
Maybe Adam.
I mean, it is described in the scriptures, isn't it? I mean, when was the scriptures wrote?
Well, I will say the first flat
Not that long
earther
ago.
will be God himself.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, if you go with the creation story, then
He made it flat. Yeah. Yeah.
I wonder why people get really angry when you try and say you don't live on a globe. How does it make them feel?
I know exactly what it is. I believe on it.
Sorry?
Well, it scares them because it challenges them to actually stand against the herd,
But I mean, I find it quite. I mean, if I was just a global like I used to be, and somebody mentioned this, I'd think, well, I'm going to have a little think about this. It's quite interesting. I'm going to have a little think about what people are saying before I make any judgment on, it being absolutely absurdity. And look at the points and have a look around myself and have a good think about it. It's very interesting.
Yeah.
If you have a little think about it, but that doesn't come into it. You can't think about it. You stick to the script. You stick to the story, and you have to live on the globe. There's no other way it can be. It's been worked out. You've been told this. Stick to the story.
Yeah. It's not yours.
And that's what we're dealing with. This is the people we're dealing with, which we all. I mean, I wasn't one of them as a globe believer. I was just, I was just taught I lived on a globe. When flat
Yeah.
Earth came around to me and it hit me, it wasn't like I was fighting. I know it can't be flat. It's got to be a globe. I just thought, well, you know what? It fucking is flat. It just. I don't see any curvature. I don't feel any movement. And then when you
Yeah.
start looking at the globe evidence, lacking of none, that is, there is no evidence of globe except for pictures and NASA. But when you go back to when the globe, when they say it was measured or discovered, or there's no measurement of the globe.
Yeah, but you find that out in the time when this paradigm has been challenged in your mind by the flat earthers, and thanks to your healthy critical thinking, you actually went investigating, and when you don't find evidence to prove measurements, whatever, that we live on a globe, on a spinning wet ball, then yeah, it's very easy to break free. Unless you are a coward and you fear of stepping out of the crowd and stand against the crowd.
Yeah, that's the big one, isn't it? I think because we've
Yeah,
all done. I mean, I'm in that. I'm in that paradigm still with
yeah,
friends and family. I'm sort of I stand alone most of the time in my
yeah,
work life and in my family life. But I can't alter that. It's just happened. You know, I
yeah,
can't pretend that I don't know the Earth's flat now. I can't think. Well, I'm just going to wipe that from my mind. I'm not. I want to just go back to the globe, and people don't look at me like who's this person who thinks the Earth is flat and I'm an idiot. I can't do that. It's happened, but yeah, I stand alone most of the time.
Well, with family, I know it's accept them as they are, uh, whatever they believe. You love them unconditionally. Yeah, but it does make you um, feel like alone when you are in such a family.
Yeah,
I know
it
how
is.
I was telling my father about. So my mom saw that documentary. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon, and instantly she said, "Oh God, the moon landing is fake." So I asked my mom, like, "Whoa, do you really believe that?" She said, "Well, yeah, they show documentary fake. I had no idea about that, but it really was fake." She was totally convinced. And I said, "Yeah, you see, special effects, magic, trickery they used in those times to fool people." And she was like, "Wow, I never thought it's a magic trick. But now she was convinced. When
I
I
mean,
told
back
her
in
about flat Earth, she was like, "No, that cannot be. Like, that's too much."
yeah,
But
going
I'm
too far.
okay that she's with the fake moon landing at least. Yeah,
I mean, the absurdity of living on a spinning water ball it
yeah,
is when you just actually think about when you go back to basics and just think we're
yeah,
told we live on this water ball spinning through
mm,
the sky. It's absurd. It's absolutely
yeah,
absurdity. But people think the notion of a flat stationary Earth with
mm,
luminaries moving overhead in a contained and we have containment for the pressure that we breathe is absurd.
yeah,
But that's more. I
yeah.
mean, that's just like that's realistic and obvious,
It's the most
and
logic and
yeah,
realistic.
it's the
Yeah,
most
I mean, it
logical,
follows the
easy.
laws of nature. Yeah,
Yeah, yeah. You just
yeah,
it's easy. There's no complications really with it.
yeah,
We live on a flat stationary plane. We have luminaries that move above us for whatever reasons, for times and seasons and whatever else they're there for. The
yeah,
creator knows more than that than we will ever do. Um, but what's so absurd about that? What's so absurd about that? I mean, to me, it just seems so logical.
yeah. And I personally, I don't like the word gravity or the term or theory or whatever. I like to say the downwards acceleration vector, because this is what it really is.
Yeah.
Why do I have to call it gravity when it's actually a downwards acceleration?
I mean,
And
why?
it's approximately the same for all kind of elements. It's not the same for all elements. It has slight variations,
Mm.
But we can actually see that magnetism, electricity, electrostatic, all these forces of nature, they can affect directly this rate of acceleration. So
But
why
again,
do I
Very
have
good way
to
to
call it
describe it.
gravity? Yeah.
I
mm,
agree.
it's what we observe. But
Yeah.
within the heliocentric paradigm, there has to be an explanation, and there's got to be an explanation of why we live on a globe.
Yeah.
So, Lionman, if you could coin the term that's shorter, that the downward acceleration vector, could you propose
Yeah.
one word, like just for convenience, is what I mean?
No, I don't need to. I mean, it's actually an observation of what it really happens. And it also explains what it happens.
We could call it DAV. Can I call it DAV, DAV, downward acceleration vector? Because I will use it. I promise that I will always use that word.
Yeah, if you want to make this kind of, shortening term, I don't mind, but you will be probably the only person who will use this term. And
In our
when you try
conversations
to
is what I mean.
speak with, well, yeah, when you try to speak with other people, they will not understand what you mean. So, yeah.
To those people, I'll just say gravity.
There's nothing wrong with just observing things within the medium of air that are denser than air, accelerating down to the ground at the average speed that this happens. That's what happens. We observe it. Why does it happen?
For example, if
I
I
don't know.
take four neodymium magnets, the same dimension, and two of these magnets, I put them together the way they attract each other, and the other two, I glue them together the way they repel each other. So now I have these two objects, and if I drop them at the same time top of the building, those magnets which are glued together the way they repel each other, those will always be magnets who will fall to the ground last. And those who attract each other, they fall the first. So we can see a slight different acceleration just by manipulating magnetism, magnetic force. So why do I have to call it gravity when there is actually a direct relation? Magnetism shows us that there is a direct relation between this force and this downward acceleration. So
How is
it
there for
is.
objects that don't respond to the magnetic field?
Sorry?
What about objects that we observe falling or accelerating downward that do not respond to a magnet?
Oh, you mean non-magnetic elements?
Yeah.
Well, let's say plastic, but you see, plastic, they show electrostatic behavior, yeah? Strong electrostatic. If you rub them, they get charged very quickly, yeah? And we also see that the electrostatic charge these materials affects the downwards acceleration. These tests have been done in laboratories in vacuum chambers. They have been thoroughly studied. Now, these results, yeah, they don't come and actually change uh, this curriculum in these, yeah, they don't come to correct it. They still let teachers to teach natural science children and students, yeah, the way they did 100 years ago.
Are you now talking about those forces like being able to counter the downward acceleration vector?
Well, the only forces that we can counter the downward acceleration is, yeah, electromagnetism and
What
even
about when you jump
electrostatic
up?
force.
When you jump up, or when you build an
Well,
airplane
that's
and just
kinetic energy. That's kinetic energy. So,
okay, so we can also use kinetic energy.
yeah.
That pretty much
But
covers it, right?
I
That's
mean,
everything now.
a jump, uh, your legs, yeah, muscles, um, you create something like a spring, yeah. When you lean down, bend your knees, you lower yourself to, and then suddenly, violently contracting your muscles, yeah, to jump high. That is kinetic energy, and you
Yeah, so
will reach a height, yeah, according to that force of your
that's right, yeah.
yeah. But now you've overcome the downwards acceleration, but only for a short period of time, because once that momentum consumed, you will be
Yawn.
falling back down to the ground.
Well, depends on how hard you jump.
Yeah. So I did say every man has his own strength, so he's gonna jump as high as he he physically can, you know.
Or he could
That's
build a
the
tool to jump very, very hard.
well, yes, but that is not anti-gravity.
No, no,
You
oh,
see?
don't say
Yeah.
gravity, right? Don't say gravity.
So jumping is not anti-gravity,
Absolutely not.
or yeah, and um,
Actually, there's no way
When
that we
you
know of to get rid of the pesky downward acceleration vector.
yeah,
So you can't
but
turn it off.
yeah, that's the thing. You see, you cannot turn it off because uh, this thing is not caused by uh, one one force exclusively.
All we observe is that it just is.
So I would say that this downward acceleration vector is actually the cause of it would be the existence of and magnetic properties of element of nature, electric properties, and electrostatic. So we have these main governing of nature at work, and there could be also involved like nuclear forces, yeah, which we observe in the study of atoms and subatomic particles. So I don't deny these forces, but altogether, yeah, um, they create this down vector. And by using only one, for example, electromagnetism, I can levitate, I can make any object levitate, living or non-living, yeah, liquid, solid, gas, or even plasma, yeah, they can be levitated using electromagnet, supermagnets, and stuff like that. Obviously, these are not going to be devices that I can use to make a flying machine.
You know, we're very close to agreement because
Yeah,
from the
yeah, supermagnets are very. I don't think we can ever build some sort of flying machine magnet. You know.
in let's just say mainstream science, we observe currently 4 interactions, but out of those 4, 3 reduce themselves to actually one single force. It is only the pesky downward acceleration vector that kind of stands out, at least today. So one day it is proposed that all 4 could be explained using one interaction.
Yeah, I know. I've learned this about the magic equation in physics classes in elementary school. Our physics teacher told us that, yeah, you see, the force, the electric force in nature, magnetism, um, fused together. So we discovered electromagnetism, and we see a direct relation between these two forces. Having an electric current flowing through a circuit wire will generate a magnetic field around the wire circuit. And using magnets, state them next to a coil circuit of copper wire stuff will generate an electric current into that circuit. So yeah, um,
Yeah, but since then we've also learned that the other 2 interactions that occur at nucleus level in atoms can also be reconciled with electromagnetism. So
yeah,
we've reduced 3 to 1.
yeah, and they say that if you can actually merge electromagnetic gravity and clear force, then we can finally reach to a one single equation which would be capable to explain all things, calculate all things, and like it's the unlocking key of the whole nature, the inner workings of nature. But no, it's a nice story, it's a nice deduction, I think that's the only thing that it is. It's not verifiable through deduction. It's an assumption. By finding a relation between two forces of nature, that doesn't mean that all of them are actually related to each other. Now, Peter C., you have along some way, so I hope you open up to being an honest person and search to be scientifically correct, because these are the things that we appreciate. We don't like stories like unicorns. If this, then it could be that. If and maybe.
Unfortunately, with science, there are only two options: press forward or stop asking more questions. And that second option, the latter, is much easier, because the moment you stop asking questions, the world magically becomes simple. But if you continue pressing on and asking more questions, how, and why, shit, there's a lot of to unpack.
Yeah, it's some sort of fractal.
Yeah, but at any point, nature says you are welcome, human being, you're welcome to stop asking more questions, and you will be fine. But humans are curious animals, so.
We are not animals. We are rational beings.
It was a form of speech.
Yeah, I know.
I figure
Default. Default form of speech. Well, in our conversation, I a little bit insulted you, but you were making darndest claims. That's. But I'm glad to see that you're a person that you can talk to, and I advise you not to take the position of a anti-flat earther, because those kind of people are truly dishonest people. I advise you to consult yourself with natural sciences to be very scientifically correct when you make your claims, judgments, critiques, anything. So, and you will be very far this channel here, this server.
This is the best I found so far, I have to say, I mean it.
You mean the best channel?
The best place to talk about flat Earth related subject, yeah.
Oh yes, yes, yes. This is today best, yeah. Back in the days, yeah, we had, and we still have 24/7 flat Earth, but there's not much going on there now. But yeah, in that server, we do have a lot of documentation, uh, videos, archive. So yeah, you can find a lot of good information there, which a lot of flat earthers gathered it over the course of almost a decade by now.
Political commentator, I forget what his name is. He's known for saying, like, water that makes the frogs gay. He uses the term globalist, but I think he means like global elites, but I'm not sure if that's what he means. What does he mean? Do you guys know? I forget what his name is.
Oh, I don't know. We should ask him.
He's a political, like a popular person. It's probably hard to get in contact with him.
Oh,
He's the guy who recorded the Bohemian Grove rituals.
oh, really? Wow.
Forget what his name is.
So what did he say?
He says
The
the term
frogs?
globalists. He says the water's turning the freaking frogs gay. It's
Oh,
like so what he's known for. Kind of. He's like a chubbier Republican guy, Christian guy.
What does he have to go to the topic?
Huh?
What does he have to do with the topic?
He just says he doesn't have to do with anything. He just says the word globalists. And I know globalists is what like flat earthers call people who believe in that the world
No,
is
no, they're
round.
globers.
Huh?
Globers, not globalists.
Oh, globers. Oh, okay.
but
Not a
actually the
derogatory
word
term.
globalist is also a correct term, but this term is actually frequently used in the politics domain, which represent these politicians which stand for a one world government.
One world government?
Yeah.
Like a new world order type of thing?
No, these are the globalists which are pushing the agenda for a world government. These are the people that are called globalists.
Gotcha. Okay, I understand. Thank you for the clarification.
You're welcome. But according to the word's definition, globalist, um, it it also means a person that believes in a spherical world. You know.
True.
Yeah. So you're not wrong when you're saying about person that believes he lives on a spheroid. Yeah, that
What
he's a
do you
globalist.
what do you guys think of energy hotspots around the world?
Oh,
We're
Like
not too
there's
sure
energy
what energy is.
like ionization in the atmosphere.
well, energy weapons are not the domain of sci-fi. They are real weapons. The military complex is developing. They already have in use.
I'll link what I'm talking about in the chat.
Oh shoot.
Kind of these energy hotspots come from different variations and differences of uh, gravitational fields than the Earth. The energy kind of tends to collect in those areas more than other places on Earth. I'm just curious what you guys think about that. Because it doesn't seem to fall in line with a flat Earth model. Any thoughts?
Well, earlier today we were discussing that we do not know what mass is and we don't know what energy is. So how do we interpret this picture?
You don't know what energy is?
No.
Energy is the accumulation of electromagnetic charge, electromagnetic charge particles, like electrons. Do
What does it mean though?
you know what an electron is?
No, we had a convo with Mr. Lyon. Is he gone? Oh, okay. He was saying there are no electrons.
What's lightning?
I don't know. I'm just representing the consensus in the room at that moment.
What is the consensus on lightning?
We didn't talk about that, but he was saying that there are atoms and they bind into molecules, but when I tried to talk about electrons, he kind of shut me down.
So for lightning to exist, electrons have to exist. Otherwise, you can't explain lightning. Electrostatic energy exists. You can observe it by rubbing a balloon or rubbing your feet if you're wearing socks against like hardwood floor, for example, or a carpet, and then touching something, or going down a slide, a plastic slide if you're wearing wool or cloth, and then touching something like metal. You discharge that energy. You basically collect electrons and you discharge it. There's a charge.
I'm with you. What I'm saying is don't take that for granted, okay? Because we had a deep philosophical discussion about, what is mass. Some of us believe like the concept of mass is kind of fundamental to explain certain things, but we didn't. There was no consensus. And then later, when we mentioned energy, as some of us believe it's kind of equivalent of mass, in some sense, we were also told that the nature of definition of energy is also very elusive, kind of like mass. So what I'm saying is fresh. That's fresh in my mind. That's why I say this. So, we could have that conversation. Like, what are you showing on this map, and what is energy?
The sun gives off solar radiation in the form of
Does the sun have mass?
sun gives off energy. You can observe it within the aurora borealis. Unless you're saying the aurora borealis doesn't exist.
Hey, what about the surface that we're standing on? Is it bending 360 degrees in every direction? Can
That's
anyone
the $1 million question.
What are you standing on right now?
Nothing, I'm sitting.
Okay, then you're not standing on anything.
You understand the question, right?
Well, I can't
Okay.
talk about something if it's not happening. If you stand on something, then you're standing on it.
Okay. My chair is standing on it.
Okay, what is the chair touching?
The ground.
Okay. What is it like? The ground, if you can take a...
Oh, I don't... Dude, listen. I don't want to play this game. You definitely
game?
know what I'm talking about.
You're asking me questions and not allowing me to answer, then don't ask me questions.
It's a simple question. Is the ground, which I just use as a generalization for the surface of the Earth, is it bending 360 degrees in every direction? Let's not make it complicated, man. You clearly understand what I'm talking about.
For me to address your question, I have to lead you down a series of questions and get a consensus on whether or
No,
not
you
we
just
agree.
need to provide evidence for the bendy ground. If you have that, that's good.
Genau.
I
Flat or globe?
Agreement of things. Otherwise, you're not gonna agree on the end truth. If you
Dude,
can't
I
agree on
don't care about semantics, okay?
What semantics?
Flat or globe? That's what he's asking you. Go.
Get a leveler at Home Depot. You can get a long one, and it will be level, meaning that it's straight.
Can you provide any evidence of a bendy ground that bends from the position you're standing on the Earth 360 degrees in every direction to create a ball
Your
that is in a
chair-
vacuum of space on
Your
a tilted
chair is on
axis?
level ground. Your chair is on
No,
level
you can't.
ground.
Okay, you can't. Obviously.
You're asking what it's standing on, and you used your chair as an example. And I said your chair is on level ground.
I'm asking, can you provide evidence for the Earth's surface to be bendy, which means to bend 360 degrees in every direction, in order to create a ball in the supposed vacuum of space?
Now, this question is fundamentally different than what you're standing on, and whether or not that area that you're standing on bends 360 degrees.
You're a time waster, dude.
I don't talk to people who don't want to use rationale and logic. You asked me two different questions. I tried to address the second one, and then you asked me another one.
It's the same question. I just simplified it because you were going off into semantics about what I was talking about. I simply asked for the proof of the bending of the surface of Earth to create this ball that you probably believe in, by the way you're talking.
Mark, you have to identify yourself when you come in, globe or flat. I am globe, okay? Just do it and cut to the chase.
Peter, do you have any proof of a bending ground that creates a perfect sphere that is in a so-called vacuum of space?
Absolutely not.
Well, that's an honest answer. Thank you. That's all I wanted to hear. Because I can bring forth a lot of experiments that show that we have falsified the supposed bendy ground in every direction 360 degrees from your position to create this almost roughly sphere or pear-shaped or ellipsoid-shaped or however you want to call it in your paradigm. So if the foundation or the fundamental foundation of the globe is not given, which means it needs to have a bendy ground, a ground that goes 360 degrees in every direction to create a sphere, then I can disregard every assumption about space, about stories, about the skyworks, and so forth. I don't need to assume any spinning, wobbling, tilted spaceboat flying through an ever-expanding void of darkness we're hurtling around other planets. That's a false assumption if I've falsified this so-called fundamental question if the Earth is actually formed into a ball. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
You appreciate what?
His position.
Why?
Why not? Why would I be here if I didn't?
I appreciate you, man, for being intellectually honest about my position.
Why do you appreciate his position? Do you appreciate his position just because he holds it?
Because he's a human being and he seems pretty genuine.
You appreciate any position any genuine human being holds?
To an extent, yeah.
I appreciate you, man, for appreciating that. And I mean it. It's rare that someone says that.
I haven't observed anything on a micro scale or subatomic scale or atomic scale that has a flat dimension. Most things are spherical. Water droplets, for example.
Dude, you do the same thing as someone just yesterday. You know how many times I heard this? These semantics, these you know, if you just feel like you're standing on a spinning ball,
I don't
it's
see
just
anything that's representable on a smaller or on a human scale.
Dude,
atomic,
listen,
subatomic,
listen.
any scale.
Are you talking
Listen, it's
about?
very simple. Listen.
Why would Earth have a special flat property?
Bro, it is very simple. You don't need to see anything on a micro subatomic, whatever you're talking about, perspective, or you don't need to see. It's very simple. You just need to either have the supposed mathematics of that bendy curvature, or you don't have it, and if it's not there, if we listen
from a micro scale
Listen,
From a
if we
macro
have,
scale, from a
if we
little
have,
scale.
if we have, oh dude,
But
if
why
we
do
have
you
hundreds of
think
black
the Earth has
swans,
special quality, which makes it flat, and nothing on a smaller
so
scale?
are there flat spots on a globe? Do we have hundreds of black swans all over the supposed globe that somehow measure flat? Is that like an anomaly? Is the Earth like a cube or a hexagon, or what is it? Or a sphere that is made in Minecraft that we have like flat spots, like a rough sphere? What is it, man? It makes no sense.
You didn't answer my question. Why do you assume that Earth is special compared to everything else?
I
You came
assume the Earth to be special. That's the claim of heliocentrism. They assume a certain curvature rate that needs to be given in order as a foundation to make orbits, planetary assumptions, the spinning, the tilt, the wobbling, the flying through space, a proven, not a proven thing, but at least a logical assumption. But I can't have this logical assumption in the first place if the supposed bendy ground that creates the sphere has yet to be proven, which we have already falsified.
Bitte, kann ich sprechen für einen Moment? Mark,
Yeah, but in
check
English.
this out. Mark, check this out. Why do I, Peter, come to Flat Earth Spaces? Because it's a great opportunity to observe that people can use the same observations about the world to draw dramatically different conclusions. And Flat Earth is a great example of that. So that's your starting point. Like you're in a group of people who have a very different interpretation of similar phenomena that that you observe. So I already know after 2 months that yelling at them with my view will not advance it any
I'm the one
iota.
yelling.
No, just engage at the right level. He says flat, you say
I'm not
globe.
engaged.
Let's say go from there. Just you're not going to convince him, and he's not going to convince you.
I'm
It's
not going to be
impossible.
put into a trap.
First of all, let me correct this real quick. There is no interpretation and there's also no convincing I need to do. It's just scientifically observation, which means we have over hundreds, if not almost thousands, if I would count all the smaller channels of private people or whatnot. But we have enough evidence from private observation, not even talking about official documents, talking about a non-rotating flat surface. We have enough evidence collected, which I call them black swans, that falsify the supposed mathematics of this heliocentristic globe. So if the foundational premise is not given, I can disregard every assumption of space, about what the sky does, what the sun is, what the moon is, and all the other things revolving around that topic, because at the end of the day they're just great stories, and I appreciate that people can come up with great stories to explain phenomena that they observe. But again, I don't need to waste my time with this or even give it space in my head if the premise is not given. So that's why I am asking if there's anyone here that has proof of that bendy ground. Please stand up.
And I was
You've
honest
never,
when I said
never.
I have no proof I could give you that would work in any way whatsoever.
You've
So
never
why do
addressed
you
that.
So why do you still adhere to a spinning, wobbling, tilted space with flying through never expanding void of darkness or hurling around other planets if the fundamental foundation is not given, or even better, is falsified?
Because sometimes interesting questions are asked in general, and they're interesting to explore with people who have a very different view on reality than I do, and it's intellectually stimulating.
But that's I accept that, and that's okay. But it sounds more like religious talk than scientific talk.
No, I get 2 for 1. I gotta run, you guys.
Okay.
Clay, you never answered my question.
Bitcoin.
You never answered my question.
Bitcoin.
I tried to, but then you just changed your question.
No, it was always the same question. You just falsely interpreted, and I tried to simplify it in order for you to understand it. But I actually think you understand it. You're just trying to avoid the main question.
How do you know that a ball is round, like a soccer ball?
Dude, I'm not gonna play this game.
I know how you know, because you can see it from multiple sides, and you can rotate it and see its back. You are not a large cosmic being that has eyes that can see Earth from one side and then go quickly behind Earth and see it from another side. Until you can become that being, you will never have the evidence you are looking for.
Golly.
Am I wrong?
Yes.
Yes, you're wrong. Because we're not talking about an overall shape or an overall description of the entire thing. We're just talking about the quality of the surface that we live upon,
You're
which is
shifting
obviously
from the question.
a horizontal plane with topography, right?
You're shifting from the question.
This guy is. I really think that he is willfully trying to avoid.
Why do you think
Yeah,
that Earth is
he's
special?
trolling.
Why do you
trolling.
think that the Earth? I'm not trolling.
Listen,
You're not
I'm not going to answer any of your question before
Wait,
you either
why
say
do you
yes or
think
no
the
to
Earth
my very
has a
first
special
question.
quality that's
If
not
you,
observed
dude, I'm
anywhere
not
else?
going to play your game if you're
Anywhere
not going to. If you
Anywhere.
just keep avoiding my
Anywhere at all.
question, dude. Thank you. Thank you, guys. That will keep my breath and keeps me from
Yeah, if you're
wasting
just
my
going to
time.
keep talking over people, then you'll get a server mute.
Yeah, you interrupted me and let me not finish my. Again, the thing is, I put a question to you, which was the first question. You avoided that question, and if you just be intellectually honest, like the last Glober who just, in his own words, run away.
To be intellectually honest with you.
He's doing
I
it
have to
again.
tell
He's
you
interrupting me
that
again.
you have to become a cosmic being.
I'm not gonna talk to you if you're gonna interrupt me.
Don't worry about him. He's just dribbling nonsense.
Yeah, he's spiraling. Anyways, what I'm trying to say is, if he, as long as he's not either saying yes or no, like the last Glober was intellectually honest. He just straight up said, "No, I don't have any evidence for that bendy ground." And I appreciate these type of people. That's it, we can close up the conversation and move on, whatever. But as long as you're just running away or like trying to avoid my question, then there is no further like asking me and hoping that I give you any answer to your question. Because I want to have this premise set. I want to know, does this guy have evidence or not? So do you have evidence, Mark, of the bendy ground? Once again.
Like a soccer ball, and then see it from the backside.
I'll just let him talk to himself.
Yeah, good job.
Unbelievable people like this.
It is unbelievable.
I dropped a video of a flat earther being interviewed by the Good Liars. Do you guys know who it is?
With someone in the Flat Earth Society.
Oh, I don't know. It was just they went to a flat Earth conference. I just want to know if any of you guys
Yeah, it looks
recognize his
silly
voice or the face.
from the title.
Yeah, he thinks the sun. Everyone has their own individual sun, and it's cold. What a goose!
Fascinating.
Wow, that's
Actually,
amazing.
a lot of people have that theory that it's cold.
Why do they have that theory?
It's kind of like saying you're always on top of a ball, you know?
Why is that ridiculous?
Exactly.
Okay, well, I can explain why it's not ridiculous.
Yes,
So it
I'm
happens
sure you
in a
can.
way that would only
Yeah, you
happen on the
laugh
ball.
at something you think silly when we
um,
think you're silly.
Oh, yeah, so the difference is that I have like logical arguments and evidence for why I think
Yeah,
we're
so
on a
do
spin
we.
ball. But you don't have. Well, this guy doesn't have logical arguments or evidence for the
So
cold
we don't
sun.
associate with him. So what?
So I was bringing up this guy and this guy's arguments. I was laughing at this
Why?
guy's argument of a cold sun.
Laughing at
because
some
it's
unrelated
ridiculous.
dude that we don't even know and bringing it to us to try and mock us for some reason.
No, I'm not. I'm seeing if any of you guys know him, because it'd be interesting to
course
talk
we
to him
don't.
to see why he thinks the sun's cold. And then, did you forget the part of the conversation where someone said, "Oh, some of us have that theory," and I went, "Oh, that's ridiculous."
No, I didn't say some of us had that theory. I said a lot of people have that theory.
Okay, and it's ridiculous, so I laugh at that. Ha 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 ha! People shouldn't have that theory. It's dumb.
Yes, just like you're ridiculous. So should we repeat that whole paragraph again?
Yeah, we can try, but my ridiculous theory has evidence and logic for it, so I'm justified in my
So
belief.
bring it to us. Stick it in the chat. Until then, shut up.
No, I'm going to keep talking. I mean, if you guys don't want to talk to me, you can just ask me to go away.
Sorry, what?
Beautiful.
Oh, I forgot to mention I'm now mod.
Excellent.
That's beautiful, man. I maybe you can pose the fundamental premise of a bendy ground to create a sphere. So all his assumption and theories about the sky observations and the space can maybe not be a waste of time. So
Yeah,
if
great.
that fundamental, do you have that fundamental premise of curvature?
Yes.
Okay, so post it.
It's not postable. It's just a common experience we all have. You understand that people all have the same experiences about the sun, sunset, and how the sun moves on the earth and where it is. That's common experience.
Yes, we all are living in the same place and on the same place. Yeah, I know that, man.
Yeah,
Trust
so
me,
if I'm standing on a hill and I'm watching the sunset, it goes below my eye line before it sets. That shows that it's on a ball.
Okay. That's your proof for curvature?
Huh?
That's your proof for curvature?
Yes, it's a logically valid and sound argument, so therefore I constitute that as proof.
It's just an assumption. It's just your assumption of perspective, thinking that there's a physical barrier while you are spinning backwards or falling backwards, while the sun is the earth is spinning backwards, you have the assumption that you are falling backwards with the ground, and the sun just looks like it, as if it's going to sink behind the physical barrier of your proposed assumptions about the earth. But again, all this doesn't matter. All these assumptions of what you see in the sky doesn't matter as long as you don't take the time and actually look at the ground and talk about the fact that we have over hundreds of experiments, if not thousands, that show us all over the plane that the supposed mathematics of that heliocentristic globe is fundamentally disproven. So again, can you give us a fundamental foundation of that bendy ground without using anything about the sky or any other stupid assumption? Any other assumption?
So I reject that you can't use the sky to show the shape of the ground.
Okay, well then we're done here.
Can you give me a reason why I can't do that?
Yeah, it's called perspective.
What's your argument?
It's called perspective.
It can't be perspective because perspective is a convergent point. It's not a.
Okay, I'm listen.
Excuse me. Can you address that? Can you address that?
Listen. Yes, I'm going to address it. I'm doing the exact same. When I say perspective, I just did the same thing as you. In a scale of providing nothing more than personal assumptions and personal perspectives. Okay, when I say it's due to perspective and you say it's due to your perspective of assumption of looking at it as if you're spinning backwards and the sun is just being hid behind a physical barrier, then it is just two assumptions against each other. But I have something much more interesting, which is directly going to the source of it all, which is the ground.
So it can't be perspective because perspective causes things to drop in elevation to a convergence point, which is your eye line. Whereas what we see with the sun is it drops below your eye line. So that violates the laws of perspective if you claim that's what's causing that.
Listen. Again,
I did listen.
we're not going to talk about our assumptions of what we think the phenomena is that we're observing. We are going to talk about the ground here that
You assume
is
it's
supposedly
perspective, don't
bending.
you?
Listen, we're talking
You
about the ground.
perspective.
Listen, don't you get it, man? We're talking about the
I
ground.
have
We
listened
don't
twice
need
to your
to talk.
spiel.
We don't need to talk about your sky phenomenons. We're talking about the ground.
Can you give me an argument for why I can't use the sky to show what the shape of the ground is?
We don't need sky phenomenons and your personal assumptions about what the sky is doing if we can have physical evidence of what the ground is.
Yeah, needing isn't the same as can't use. So you can use. Are you admitting that you can use the sky to show the shape of the ground?
No.
We just don't need it?
No.
Okay, what's your argument for that?
My argument is this: I'm not going to waste my time about entertaining your assumptions of sky phenomenons. I'm going to get to the very important point of looking at what the ground is doing.
Okay, that's great. So what's your evidence based on the shape of the ground? Because I'm happy with my evidence from the sky. That's enough for me because it's positively indicative and it can only work on a
So you don't have any evidence for the ground bending. Can you just admit that?
No, I could give some potentially, but right now I don't want to because you don't want to listen to my sky stuff, so why should I give you ground stuff? Unless you can give me an argument why I can't use sky evidence.
Listen, man, you're not playing the game here. You don't come in here to make the room focus on your sky assumptions. Oh, look, sky means ball, dude. That's not how it works. The premise that I have set into the room with the other guy that was just spiraling into nowhere, and the other Glober, there was another Glober in here who was actually intellectually honest. The other Glober said directly, no, I don't have any evidence for that bendy ground. That was an intellectually scientific, honest person. You are not that person.
You've outed yourself. What you said is you're not playing the game. I'm not playing your game. Yeah, that's true because I have evidence that can only
Then
indicate
kick
one
rocks
of
to
the
the
two
loo.
hypotheses.
Bye. Kick rocks
I
to
have
the
evidence
loo.
that can indicate one or the other,
Bye.
and you want to move to different
Bye
evidence
to the
because you don't
loo.
like my
Kick
evidence.
some rocks. Bye. No one cares. Thank you. What a waste of time.
I spent 1 week wondering if I should bother about figuring out what was in the sky before figuring out the Earth.
It's hilarious, man. It's just a waste of time. Who cares about the assumptions of what the phenomena is that you observe? What we can do is just talk about the ground, man. That's the main focus here. Is it flat or is it a ball? That's it. Keep it simple, man. Not this yip-yapping all around all the time. It's so annoying. But sky, but the moon, but the sun, but the stars. Golly. Man, that's a nice start into the morning, man. I really enjoyed that. I'm really and honestly impressed by that one guy that unfortunately is already gone, who just straight up said, no, I don't have any evidence. Dude, I just want to highlight that. See, there's still even Globers out there who are intellectually honest people. You know? That was a great guy.
Yeah, I was about to say something to him too.
What?
I was about to say, like, God bless you or something.
Yeah. Yeah,
Because,
that
he
was
did start off pretty trolly.
Oh, well, I didn't catch that. But Yeah. But he seems sincere when he came to the conclusion of what he
Yeah,
observed in
I
here.
think he realised a lot of people in here are a lot smarter than he assumed.
Yeah, but I personally even think you don't need to be smart when it just comes to the ground measurements of the surface that we live upon, right? It's just about either you have the measurements, you don't. We have them. We have enough measurements to falsify the supposed ball mathematics. Because I'm too lazy to actually write, I'm just gonna tell you, man. You've been given multiple chances to talk about the surface. You didn't. That's your problem. Dude, if you're using McFool's proof of his website for any... Dude, this is so hilarious. Thank you for the laughter in the morning, man. Golly. Hey, you want to see some pictures of a Walmart compressed and it turns out to be curving? Even the parking lot curves upside down.
I
Or
want to
some
try
way
that with
convex.
photos.
Dude, these people are so... Oh, sorry, I don't want to... No, never mind. I don't want to say that. Dude, you have been given a chance to talk about the service. Now you just want to move on and talk about a picture that Mr. McFool made. The most... Dude, you can't imagine how many times I've listened to this guy, also being in other Discords. Listen to his extreme dishonest personality. I'm not going to discuss any of these pictures because they're nothing more than pictures, and I've already for myself debunked the stupid notion of compressing a picture in order to see surfaces bend. Absolutely stupid. I'm only going to talk to him if he's going to talk about the surface.
Go on, give it a go.
Yeah, awesome. So that image by McToon shows the curvature left to right, and when it's compressed, it's a lot easily viewed, so a lot easier to view. So what's your problem with this image?
Can you talk about the surface?
Yeah, it's showing the surface of the Earth from left to right. What do you
No,
mean? Like
what you're showing is a picture that has been compressed. Nothing more.
was it compressed vertically or horizontally?
Dude, it doesn't matter.
Okay, you started
You're
answering
talking about
horizontally.
horizontally, but you're talking about a picture that has been artificially edited and compressed. And I talk to you, do you want to see pictures of a Walmart or a parking lot that is normally a straight and level and flat looking picture being pressed horizontally, and I show you that the Walmart is bending? You want to see that? It has to do with the lens of a camera.
Yeah, go ahead.
I can also show you the flaws in the experiment of McFool if you also want to see that.
Well,
but it will take at least 10 minutes because I have a new computer and I don't have that stuff on this computer anymore. But yeah, I will do it for you because you don't seem to understand how photography works. Photography works, sorry.
I don't understand how compressing an image left to right will change the vertical distances of the image.
Have you ever compressed any other? Have you ever compressed any other image left to right?
Yeah, actually, I'm driving right now, but I have at home an image of a straight line, so a ruler that I took on a table in the center of a camera, and then I compress that left to right, and the ruler maintains its straightness. So can you explain why compressing left to right would change the vertical distances of the objects in the image to change?
Wait, why am I doing this? You're doing exactly what every other
Doesn't matter because those images aren't even ours.
Yeah, I understand that this makes you uncomfortable, but it's not that hard to just engage.
No, it doesn't.
It doesn't make me uncomfortable. It's just the diversion tactics you guys always do. You always do that. Always. When it's you're a globe zealot, aren't you? You're a globe zealot. I can already tell. Only globe zealots do this.
The reason that we do it is because this is evidence that positively indicates our position. It's
Dude,
something
your
that has
evidence is pure bullshit.
variables being controlled. Say again.
Your evidence is bullshit.
Why is it bullshit though?
I'm going to post it. Just wait. Hold your breath. You will see why.
Okay, but why is it bullshit?
Again, so should I repeat myself? Maybe you seem to not understand. I'm going to post it in a minute. Hold your breath. I'm going to post it in a minute, and then you will understand why I'm saying it's bullshit. Why pressing pictures together in Photoshop is bullshit. I posted 1 second. Save as. Save on your computer. PNG. Desktop. Save. I'm already doing it just for you, and if I have entertained your stupid game like all Globers try to divert, then we're done here, okay? So this is the original picture of Walmart. This is the picture when you press it together. You will see the roof is bending, concave, then the middle part of the brick section is bending into a curve, and then the cars are also bending into a curve. Wow, amazing. Is the brick wall curved now? And somehow the roof has been made concave when they build it? Absolutely, it says absolutely nothing. Pressing pictures together says nothing, dude. It's absolutely stupid. And there's the proof for you.
Excuse me, Clay. So the image that you posted, the roof is towards the top of the image and has no reference to show that the roof is straight according to the way the lensing of the camera
Or
works.
do you need stupid...
Come on, give it a rest, dogs.
No,
You're just so disingenuous. Piss off.
Wait,
do you need lines? Do you need lines? Okay, I give you even lines, okay? Straight lines.
My own photo footage compressed does it as well.
Let's give the zealot some lines so even this stupid argument falls out of the window. Oh, it's so annoying, man, to deal with these people.
I agree.
Is that Zoidberg?
No.
Oh, it's just another gauge.
Sounds like it.
Gauge.
So what, you guys actually believe the Earth is flat? This isn't a skit? This isn't...
No.
Oh.
We know it's flat.
Oh, okay. Alright. How is it flat?
It looks flat, it's measured as flat, and it's used in engineering and surveying practically as flat.
Do you believe in the Bible?
Oh, I've been reading it recently, and I've
Do you
been
believe in
atheist for
God?
40 years.
Does the Bible
I
say
believe
anything
there's a
about
creator.
the Earth?
No, I just want to know, like, are they religious types who use old theology, old church theology, or is this some kind of mental handicap?
This is more of a critical thinking room with all types.
Alright, alright. I don't think it is.
Well, that's your opinion.
True. What do you think, Zoidberg?
Is there... Huh?
What do you think? Do you think this is serious? Do you think...
First of all, my name is Zaid.
Oh yeah, Zaid.
Al-Barouk.
Zaidberg. Zaidberg, okay.
Hey, do you have any proof that the surface is bending 360 degrees in every direction?
Me?
No, Mr. Army.
Do I have proof?
Yeah, that the ground is bending.
I went to space and I saw that the Earth is flat. How about that?
Were you a waste of time? How about that? Can someone mute him?
Who is it? Peter?
Army Starry. He had his chance, man. I mean...
Oh, I'm a Starry. Yeah, fuck off, dude.
Okay, someone else that actually has any evidence of a bendy ground?
I mean, that's... I mean, topographically, the ground is bending.
See, the thing is, just saying no is actually something I would appreciate. I had just had a Glober today who did it. He said, no, and I highly appreciate, even elevated,
Hey, Peter.
this honesty.
Hey, yeah, that was me.
Oh yeah, yeah. I very much appreciate people like you, Peter. And I'm with even if you now introduce a new topic, I would even entertain it just because you have been intellectually honest about my first question. So even if you now have a different question, I would entertain it just because you showed scientific behavior, which is also sometimes just accepting that you can't provide a certain evidence, and that's okay.
Clay, what do you think about philosophy?
What should I think about philosophy? It's just individuals making assumptions about things they think about. It's just the entertainment of thinking about things and discussing them.
No, not necessarily. We have.
But there's many interpretation of philosophy, what it does, what it is, and so forth.
Okay. What do you think about the philosophical concept of fallibilism?
Well,
Do you know what that is?
How come every Earth discussion has to
Yeah.
eventually devolve into some philosophical mumbo
Well, I
jumbo?
mean, I was gonna make an argument for both sides.
well, I'm curious if the Earth was flat. Like, what if we go like downwards on like the y-axis? What do we run into eventually? Is it like the obsidian, like Minecraft, or what do we reach eventually? I'm just curious. Is there any flat earther philosopher that know the answer? Or flat earther expert in here?
What's the furthest anyone has ever dug straight down?
Dug or like observed?
Actually seen, dug down, yeah.
I think we've seen the bottom of the Mariana Trench with a submarine, I believe. That's
Okay,
we
so
didn't dig down that deep though.
right, so you got down that far.
Mm-hmm.
How does that relate to Earth shape?
Well, I mean, if the Earth is flat, then okay, there's like two axes here. There's the x-axis and y-axis. If we go downwards in the y-axis,
Why do you
like,
think it's not infinitely deep?
yeah, like is there like an end point, or how does it like work in the y-axis?
No, but why do you think it's impossible for it to be infinitely deep? Is the question.
Well, what would be the infinite, like the infinite sediment, like just obsidian forever, or like does it like turn to lava forever? Or
Well, Speculation Sunday was yesterday. So,
oh, okay.
Yeah, you're one day too late.
I mean, let's hypothetically say that, yeah, it could be infinitely deep. Right? It could be deep as deep the universe is, and you'll never see the bottom of it, right? What does that
Pretty
change?
much.
What does that change? For you, for the person asking.
Yeah, I mean, the heliocentric model says the universe is infinitely expanding. Earth is infinitely expanding. Why not?
Yeah, but he's supposed to answer. Like, what does he think about this? So I'm curious what's his
Well,
response going to be.
if I know like what lies below our feet, what lies in the x negative y direction. Sorry, then that knowledge can like enlighten me. It'll give me a better understanding of the world I live in. So, like, I don't know what you guys' beliefs are. Like, I think it might be lava forever if the Earth is flat.
Dude, why always introduce beliefs? No one needs beliefs regarding this very topic we're talking about. Can we just get some evidence of the surface bending 360 degrees in every direction to form a ball? Do you have that evidence? If no, then just say no and we move on.
Just presuming the Earth is flat, then.
Have you understood my question?
Do you think the ground is a ball? Y2K.
Oh.
Okay. Does anyone in here think the ground is a ball? All right.
Um, I think before people have these conversations, they should like agree on what is acceptable standard of evidence for them both, right? Because otherwise, the conversations would be futile and frustrating for both ends.
Well, do you think the ground is a ball?
The ground is what?
Do you think that the ground is a ball?
The ground is the Earth is a ball. You mean?
Well, Earth is the ground. Do you think you're standing on a shape?
Yeah, I do.
Okay, now, how did you prove it?
I let other people prove it, and I trust them, basically.
Okay, case closed.
So it's a belief.
Yep.
Yeah, sure.
Okay. All right.
Is that wrong?
I trust my parents that they didn't lie about Santa Claus.
Well, yeah.
Are they wrong? Is Santa Claus?
I mean,
Santa Claus is real, right? Everybody must be in on it. I mean, I've heard other parents tell me that Santa Claus is real.
I
So
mean, if
believe
I
them.
find out that Santa is not real, I'll stop believing my parents about Santa. That doesn't mean I'll stop believing my parents holistically, right?
So imagine there is evidence that falsifies the claim that Santa is real. Would you still believe the ones who claim Santa is real, even if they're the majority?
If I'm convinced myself that Santa is not real, sure, I won't believe them, obviously.
But how can you convince yourself if something is not real if you just believe that someone else has figured it out already? Maybe you need to do something yourself, right?
Yeah, that's the thing. I subscribe to probabilistic reasoning, so
Okay,
I
so
think that something
you're in
is
the perfect
probably
room.
real.
You're in the perfect room, right? We have collected evidence that falsifies the supposed bandy curvature of a spinning wobbling tilted space with length and average spinning world of darkness. So the only thing you now need to do is you need to look at that evidence of falsification and either be intellectually honest to yourself and realize that you're not living on a spinning wobbling tilted space with length and average spinning world of darkness or hurling around other planets.
You said that
Or-
too fast. I didn't. It was unintelligible.
Oh,
I didn't
sorry.
understand.
He said no.
I'm
He
just
said it
gonna
good.
keep. I'm just gonna keep it short. A spinning ball. Okay. I just always want to bring the full thing in it to just remind you of the ridiculousness of the assumption of what you live upon regarding the official model. That's why I always use the full description of that proposed
No, it's not.
claim.
It's not an honest description. Let's not be dishonest. You're not.
Oh
that's
no, no, not this guy, dude. I'm not gonna debate this guy.
And
AK is a
also,
time
you
waster.
mentioned like you
He
just
is
need to
the
look
best
at the
time waster I
falsification.
know.
I did that. I look at those falsifications, those supposed falsifications, and they always fall short. They either straight up dishonest, lies, they are non sequiturs, or strawman fallacies. That's what I found so far after a decade of looking into this.
It's very important.
That's exactly
Wow,
what
you
I.
spent a whole decade.
That's
And
what
why are you
I.
still here?
That's why
Because of the benefit of the doubt, just because someone's reasoning is wrong does not make their position wrong. That would be a fallacy.
Dude, I'm a German.
Well,
He's a
obviously,
German. I cannot
you've got
debate
no
this
evidence,
guy.
so you can just wait for the next person.
He claimed evidence. Clay under the seal
Well-
claimed evidence, right? He claimed a falsification.
No, but it's
and I'm
fine.
pointing
Give
out,
me all
hey,
evidence.
what he's
I'll read
pointing
it.
out is not actually valid.
Give me all of it.
Listen, Mr. Time Waster. I've bettered you many times. It's just at the end, I always recognize that I just wasted my time talking to you. But again, can you provide your claims of false? Can you provide your claims of falsification against the falsification?
Well, we can go through one
Debunk the
of the
play.
things. What is the dead on? What falsifies the claims that they are making?
Just debunk
Dead
any
on.
black swan. Any black swan.
Any black swan, the black swans as they are formulated are either strawman fallacy or are not sufficiently
Okay, I'm done talking to you.
they're not tracking what the path of light is and excluding that the path of light would make the observation possible on the globe. They're claiming outright that's not possible, but when they're claiming that's not possible.
Okay, Zaid, I think you were talking to Clay, so you could continue.
No, I was just saying, like, give me evidence. If I think it's enough to pass my threshold for like dismissing the
We're
view
not
that I
here to
have, for
convince
sure, I'll
you.
change my view. No,
We don't give you evidence.
But Clay said that they had evidence that can like disprove my beliefs so far. So, and they were offering. Clay was offering evidence. I'll look into it. I've been in this chat for
But
a while.
what I mean is, it's not to convince you. We're not here to convince you. We can present you with stuff. It's up to
Okay,
you to
that's
convince
fine.
yourself.
I mean,
I presented
that's
two
fine.
pieces of evidence and you guys just dismissed it, muted me. So why's that? If you
Oh
guys
my
aren't
God.
presenting evidence and I am, why won't you guys?
Wow.
Well, in any case, I'll still hold
Go
to my
back to
belief.
another room and get demuted again.
So, if I travel on the x-axis of the Earth, do I just end up back where I started somehow, or is there like an edge of the flat Earth?
Well, axes don't curve, do they?
Oh, okay. Like if I'm in California, I start traveling westward in like a plane or whatever. Like, does me going to Japan, like, does that, like, am I just like going through an infinite like loop? Like, do I reach the end of like the Earth's flat x-axis, and then I just go back to like another point?
You ever do a circle?
Not a circle, like through like if I say Japan is at 100 not degrees, sorry 100 integers, and then California is at negative 100 integers. Does me traveling across the Pacific just take me to Japan? Am I like warping like along the flat Earth
How
plane?
many integers are you traveling?
You're just going point A to point
They all
B.
block up at once, eh?
Hey, are you guys still talking? I dropped off for a second.
Go ahead.
I forget where my conversation was at.
But
It's on
I think
you can go.
To finish my point, we all have to agree what is acceptable evidence in arguments. Otherwise, there will be just these kinds of conversations.
Do you think shapes are a popularity contest?
I mean, triangles are
What do you
definitely
mean?
a problem.
Well, don't you think shapes could be measured and not agreed upon? Like you're
I
talking
mean,
about the
the
standards of
universe is in
evidence.
a shape. Can you measure it?
Well, you were talking about the ground, dude.
Yeah, but you asked in abstract, and I'm responding in abstract.
Yeah, but triangles are so fucking pointy and shit.
See?
Can I say something, guys? My thoughts on this situation, if I may.
No. Now I'm getting bad. Go ahead, man.
That is very rude.
So is the Earth like disc shaped? Is someone trying to understand? Because that would make sense of how I end up in Japan, leaving from California. Or is it like rectangular? Not rectangular, but like 2D rectangular shape actually.
I would say it's gray.
I talked to a gentleman that resolves this issue with an Einstein-Rosen bridge.
What?
Well, there was a gentleman in this channel that said that yes, you can travel from east to west, but once you reach the furthest west point, you enter an Einstein-Rosen bridge, and then you come out on the furthest east point.
Yeah, that's the Pac-Man model.
Is the Pac-Man model? Is that it? I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's kind of cool if it's true. Like, imagine an Einstein-Rosen bridge.
I
That's
mean, you never
crazy
know.
cool.
Like, you never know you part of the Pac-Man model because
So Earth is rectangular, not a disc. That's what we're trying to understand.
I got a fucking picture of that. You want me to show you too?
Hey, Brinch.
I mean, that's highly.
How does Branch actually end up at every FE Discord discussion I've ever went to? Like, this guy is just like
He
popping up
likes the flat
everywhere.
Earth. What's wrong?
No, it's not
Yeah.
negatively. I'm just saying it's like a phenomena, man. Branch is just everywhere.
I mean, I do it anally, bro.
I'm sorry, what?
He does anal, he just said.
Oh, Jesus.
Branch, are you intoxicated?
No, not at all. I'm just saying, like, I usually.
I think he
talk
was
about-
just joking. That was a joke.
That's Branch, man. Branch would typically say something where he knows that he's going to be muted for, and then he will be muted for a couple of weeks until he's unmuted for like a few minutes, and then he does it again, and then he's muted for a couple of weeks and just stays in the chat. That's Branch in a nutshell.
It seems like you like him.
Well, I'm just fascinated that he's always there. I mean, he seems to be listening, but I've never actually heard him talk about the specific reason of what the whole channel is about, no matter which Discord.
Well,
Which makes him kind of like, I don't know.
it takes
fun.
all kinds to make a world.
Oh man, gotta go grocery shopping. But I'm also very
What are you
entertained by
gonna
what
buy?
is happening. I don't know yet, but I'm actually
Ice
entertained by what.
cream?
Maybe. How do you know? Anyways, no,
I'm Italian, bro. Of course I would know. We're
Oh,
neighbors.
I'm also. My mom is Italian.
Oh, based.
Yep. But no, I still have ice cream. I don't know yet, actually.
You know what?
There's-
People say in the winter you should not have gelato. That's just bullshit.
That's true.
I went shopping today. This is what I got.
You should always have gelato. It's amazing.
Oh wow, that looks way too healthy.
I made V8 juice.
Nice. I mostly I eat very late. I just drink water
Oh, you
in the
shouldn't.
morning. I can't eat breakfast.
Even if it's sweet.
Even if no, especially when it's sweet. I never eat sweet on an empty stomach.
What about some cheese and salami and bread for breakfast, like a salty breakfast?
Well,
some cold cuts and cheese.
I prefer brunch. So like later, a little bit more later. Like really in the morning, it's just water for me.
I see. That's fair enough.
Got to get the stomach ready. Anyways, let's switch back to topic. Where did we stop? So yeah, you already said that currently your proof of the model is not really a proof. It's more like a belief in that other people have
I
proven
rely
it,
on
right?
other people. Yes, that's correct.
Okay, but that's okay. That's an honest answer, and I appreciate that answer.
I mean, it's the only answer I can give you besides lying to you. So yeah.
One more quick thing. I just want to ask Peter, because Peter also said he doesn't have the bendy ground evidence. Peter, would you be on the same boat with Zayed, that it's just momentarily a claim based on the belief that others have the proof?
Not entirely, no. There's too much that I understand, or I think I understand too well myself, to rely fully on others.
Okay. Is it about the sky?
Oh, it's about many things.
Okay.
Yeah. But I do certainly rely on others for some evidence that is not like the necessary evidence. But I, for example, believe that one of the best evidence for Earth being a globe is that we sent a vehicle into space, we turned it around 180, and we took a photo. But I don't need to hang my belief in Earth being a globe on that. But that's a pretty good one, I would say.
Okay.
Did I do it myself? I'm going to preempt the question. No, I didn't. But I do believe my American, Russian, Chinese, Indian, Israeli, and European brothers and sisters that they did it.
Mm-hmm. Right, the same nations that have a peace treaty where they protect ice and penguins, right?
And the moon.
Would you say that raising the question of why countries that actually are in like an enemy officially against each other when it comes to economics and so forth, why when it comes to a shelf of ice and penguins and a little bit of environment are now capable of keeping peace upon that very lifeless part of the supposed globe?
It certainly does. It makes me warm inside to know that humans can, agree on something at least.
Okay. Well, maybe. So. Sorry, man. Anyways.
In the famous words of Sting, Russians love their children too.
Okay. Ignore my laughter. Anyways. Maybe you misunderstood what I was trying to point out.
Oh, trust me, I got it.
Okay.
I know about the ice wall. I know about the lands beyond.
But I don't make claims about an ice wall. I've never been to that place. In fact, I've never been to Antarctica at all. So I don't know, right? I don't know. I'm just like you said. I don't have any evidence for bendy ground. I say I don't have any evidence for either wall or more land, right? That is just all based on assumptions when it comes to that topic. The only thing I can do is poke holes and ask the question, isn't it kind of sus that politically we have are being presented with enemies like Russia against USA, but when it's about the parts of where a normal human being can't go, they are peaceful friends, even further like brothers and sisters, so to say, when it comes to space and International Space Station and a bunch of penguins and ice shelves and support scientific research on these ice shelves. So you would say it is a sufficient poke into the consistency of political ongoing phenomena on this in this current time and age, right? It's kind of weird. Like
Yeah,
how
I'll give you a better one.
Yeah.
Right now, the US and many European nations are in a semi-open conflict with Russia, right?
Mm-hmm.
But right now, on the International Space Station, there are 2 or 3 Russian astronauts sharing the same bathroom with American ones.
Yes.
If it's all fake, why bother and CGI the fucking Russians into it?
If it's all fake, why bother and CGI all the Russians into it? Is that your question?
Yeah, why wouldn't we just say there are no Russians on the space station? Screw those guys.
It have to be that they're CGI.
Why are they there in the first place?
Yeah. Why would it have to be that they're CGI? Why can't they just actually be on the studio like the rest of the Americans?
Yeah, why have them in the studio? Why bother to
When
have
you
them
find
there?
that out, let us know.
Well,
I'm
as
just
far as
putting
I
the same
know,
argument to the lion person.
well, as far as I know, the Americans actually most of the time travel to the outskirts of almost a desert-like place in Russia in order to be shot into space. It is another poke in the hole, or poking a hole in the whole thing. Why always these launches are either in very remote areas where there's like nothing going on for kilometers and kilometers, as if it's the perfect playground to shoot rockets somewhere, which the trajectory is just a very small curve to let them plumb down to the ground again, either near the
I don't
ocean
know,
or
right?
in a desert, right?
Like,
So
just
again,
replay the question to yourself. Why wouldn't you want to shoot a large chunk of metal next to New York City or Moscow, right?
well, not next to the city, but I'm just saying it's kind of interesting why these positions are given. Anyways, it's not really that important. But yeah,
Why is
it's a
Russia relying on Kazakhstan to shoot its missiles, rockets?
it's a valid point to say. It's a valid point to say that it's weird that that the Russians and Americans share the same coffee on the space station.
Yeah.
If you get the joke, right? That they share the same toilet and the same coffee, which the coffee is made out of.
Piss.
They do drink their own poop, yeah.
No, piss, not the
Not
poop.
poop, not.
Both.
To truly drink
Keep taking
their own
away from it.
pee.
Chug a coffee.
Can I ask a sort of a silly question, but it's in a good spirit? It's kind of just to cheer everybody up.
Yeah,
I
go
want to
ahead.
hear it.
You guys play video games, right?
Yeah.
Do you find it cynical when you play video games like Starfield or No Man's Land?
No,
I don't.
why?
Because there's
I
planets and atmosphere and all
no.
that, gravity.
I have multiple ships in Star Citizen, man.
But you
Still,
don't
I'm
believe
a
in any of that. Like, isn't it
well,
kind of...
It's a fantasy. What's the
it's
problem? It's a
yeah.
fantasy.
It's
I knew that answer before I heard it.
But
yeah.
doesn't it bother you?
Not at
It
all,
would bother
man.
me.
Why would
Okay,
it
well,
bother
that's
me,
fine.
man? It's I know that I don't live on a spinning wobbling tilted space while flying for an epic spinning world of darkness. and there is no empty void of darkness to go to right above our heads. What my personal belief means, what is right above our heads? Right above our heads is the heavens, and way much more higher is the throne of the one who created all things, like it's in the scriptures. But that's my own personal belief. I'm not saying that this is the reality. I'm saying this is my belief, right? I need to distinctively separate my beliefs from reality or from what I can prove.
Sure.
So again, just because I'm a flat earther doesn't mean I don't enjoy watching Star Wars or watching science sci-fi movies. No, I actually enjoy them, but doesn't mean that they are less interesting because the Earth isn't a sphere.
No, I gotcha.
For example, I enjoyed watching. What was the last movie I watched? A remastered version of. Oh, what is it called again? The movie by Stanley Kubrick.
2001, Space Odyssey.
Yeah, exactly. That movie is, if not one of the best I have ever watched about space.
Ooh.
And it really shows me how Kubrick was deeply involved with the Apollo missions. There's like, if you understand the fingerprint of someone like Kubrick, you see the fingerprints all over the Apollo missions.
I see.
He
What
was
about
a genius.
the ISS? Who's directing those?
Whoever the current director is.
Yes, I don't
How
think
that
it's
works.
Kubrick.
Because they're kind of boring, so I'm sure it's not Kubrick. And not Tarantino, definitely.
No,
Yeah, if it
definitely.
was Tarantino, you would hear a lot of N-words.
Oh, the Russians would be fighting the Japanese. It'd be epic.
Are there any Japanese on the ISS? What the fuck? My knowledge of the ISS is...
Oh, the Japanese have their own module on the ISS.
Really?
Yeah, it's called the Japanese module.
It's literally called the Japanese module. Like, it's not there, like...
No, that's
And they had
they have people there.
they had a YouTuber go up and do like live streams from there, showing what they eat and stuff.
I'm checking on the website who is there right now.
Yeah.
Oh, there's Zarya, Unity module. There's Vesda, Destiny Laboratory module, USS Lab. Japanese experiment module, that's true. Nickname Kibo.
So right now we have the commander is from Andreas Mogensen, Denmark. Flight engineer is from USA. Japanese guy, flight engineer. Another American. And three. So we have 2 Americans, 1 Japanese, 1 Danish guy, and 3 Russians.
Yeah.
And a gyroscope that's worth $20,000.
Wow, dude, that's crazy.
Rock you like hurricane. You got scammed.
Is it the same one that Bob used?
One thing is for certain. Everything that goes up needs to come down.
Unless it goes too fast to fall down.
Exactly, it's end up in a magical place where it constantly falls down, but never reaches the ground. That's the place that Disney calls space, the final frontier. But it's made in a Hollywood basement, according to Red Hot Chili Peppers.
By the way, the photo I posted of the astronauts, the globe behind them, that's CGI, guys.
These are real heroes. Have you ever actually listened to like how passionate these people are about their job? It's almost like as if they have no passion at all for what they do.
Yeah, they're total nerds.
You think that's why they're so stubborn and unpassionate about when they talk about the things they do? Like with the supposed people that went to the moon when they came back, and they were very much passionate about what they experienced. Like this kind of passion. The passion as if your mom just died, you know? This kind of passion they had in their faces and in their voice. Yeah, I just went to the we went to the moon, and yeah, that was a great trip, and we can't wait for more moon trips, and yeah, it's definitely real, and yeah. This kind of passion. I love astronauts' passion. They make me sleepy. The passion of boldly going nowhere. Imagine your job is just being an actor. I mean, if I would be lying to everyone, I would also have this kind of passion of a liar. Dealing with the problem that he can't speak the truth because they have them by their balls. Make them do stuff that they secretly record, and then they can't really ever go against.
If I were
Their
directing
handlers.
the space station, I would make it more like the Friends, you know, the TV show. I will make it more like that. Cool characters, you know, funny, some sexy women. I
Did you
would
actually
spice it
know
up a
that
little.
there's many people who have spoken out about how you can actually rank up in the American military, or in general in militaries in general, to get in a very high position? There's certain things you need to do, and then they record you secretly, and then they have you, so to say, as a way that you really never going to speak out, because then they would, literally release that footage that I have of you to your family, to public, and so forth. And then you like under blood oath, so to say. Isn't it funny that almost all the astronauts are from a military background, coincidentally?
Not anymore.
Well, not anymore, not all of them, but especially in the foundations back in the days. Anyways, these people always seem to me very desperate, as if they're like hiding something. They have no passion for their job. Like I can listen to someone who is keeping cows, or has a farm that is 100%ly the triple or 400 amount of passionate and happiness about his job than these astronauts are. Dude, someone talking about his cattle and how much he loves his cattle can be 100%ly more passionate than the ones who went to the moon.
As a fellow European, I'll say it reminds me of the German sense of humor.
Yeah, it's just what I observe, man.
That's how I feel when I watch a German movie.
Oh, you're gonna just take that lying down, Clay? Fight back, crack a joke, show him for being wrong.
Show me who's boss.
No, I don't fight, man. fighting is very, very it needs a lot of energy, which I have, but I don't want to waste it. So I mostly don't
You don't need
fight.
to fight. You just got to show that he's wrong by suddenly saying something hilarious.
Show me German Monty Python.
German what?
Monty
Fliegenden
Python.
Zirkus.
Genau.
Isn't there the Fliegenden Zirkus? Where the Monty Python guys pretend to be German? Because that's quite funny. When British people pretending to be German is quite funny.
Remember the episode when they write a joke that kills?
That's right.
And they translate it into German?
No, what happens when they translate it into German?
So they have to use a different translator to translate one word at a time, because if someone sees more than 2 words of the joke, they might die. And then they give it to soldiers in the field, and they read it out in broken German. And then Germans, start falling down trees and die in the trenches from laughter.
Oh, that's good fun.
Post it in the chat for you guys, that skit.
This is a good meme. Bad at golf, bad at space.
Wait, I'm confused. There was some guy talking about how the moon landing was fake. Can you elaborate on that?
What is real about the moon landing is the better question.
I mean, you made a claim, right? You said it was fake, so just want to hear your evidence.
Wait, when did I say it was fake?
You literally said it like 10 minutes ago.
No, I talked about the passion that these people had that supposedly went to the moon when they came back. They had the passion of that their grandmother just died. That's the passion I see in these men's faces.
Cool. And that leads you to believe the whole thing was faked?
No, never said that. That's a claim, or that's a conclusion you made. You can keep that conclusion, but it's
How
not.
about you just take a stance? Do you think it's faked or not? Do you think this
How
happened?
about?
Do you think it's real?
How about I don't care if I'm gonna take a stance or not. I choose to if I want to, but I don't want to waste my energy right now because
How is it wasting your energy just saying I believe X or I believe Y?
because first of all we're talking about believe,
Yeah,
and
you don't
second,
He's
know,
not gonna
right?
do it. He's not gonna do it. Let's ask a different
Well,
question. How
I
many?
use the semantical word believe because I have a very hard time believing that you have hard evidence for knowing, right? But I might be wrong. So tell
do
me,
you have evidence for the
do you
polymissions to
know
be
or
real?
believe?
Do you have the
Try not to
do you have,
wait.
one second, do you have the telemetry
Sounds
data
like
that
you're
has been,
wasting a lot
do
of
you,
energy right now.
listen, do you have the telemetry data that has been destroyed? Do you have the technology that has been destroyed? Do you have the evidence that anything of it was real? If so, bring it forward, man. Maybe you can show me something new.
It's okay. I will go to my stance in a minute, but try not to answer a question with a question, right? Try not to flip a convo. So if you don't have an answer or a stance, just say, hey, I don't have one. Cool. Then I'll happily give you mine.
I think there's a good chance it was faked.
All right. So someone's willing to talk. Awesome. And why do you think that?
Do you think it was real?
Absolutely,
Do you
yes.
think? Okay, what makes you confident about that?
Wait, come on, man. We just did this. Like, you had a stance. I was ready to hear it, and you flipped it on me. So now I have the
Yeah, do you
burden
not
of
want to
proof.
talk about it?
Yeah, because we asked the questions here, not you.
No, let the Glober go against the Glober. I wanna see the Glober going against the Glober. This is amazing.
Okay, go for it.
Clay.
Wait,
Clay, you
what is
Leave it on
ruined
this?
it all
topic or
now.
put it on your mute.
Actions, go on, man. Tell him, you're a
But
Glober
you
at least,
ruined
so
it
it's kind of
now.
funny.
Now the fun's all gone.
Hey,
Why?
bro, I think the flat Earth theory is real
Interesting. How so?
because no one's ever like dug a hole all the way down to China. You know, like America can go down to China. So crazy.
So
Like, has anybody ever told you, like, just dig it
You're so
down
funny.
inside?
I mean, if
You're
we
so
take that
funny.
statement in good faith, right? Couldn't you also say, well, you can't believe flat Earth to be real because nobody has ever dug a hole through flat Earth and fall down on the other side?
What
Like,
if, right? You know how, like, in a cake, you
what
can, like,
if
scrape
you
the
thought
edge?
before you spoke? What if, right?
Oh,
Let me
geez,
finish.
dude, are you okay?
Ooh, Glover
Let me
Tell me that the
against
finish.
flat Earth
Glover.
touched you.
Close the flat area, my flat Earth theory. So you know how when you scrape the edge of a cake, it doesn't go all the way down; it comes off from the end, right? So what if, right? Hypothetically speaking, you dug a hole scraping the edge of the Earth. Now, would you go down or would you go up?
Okay, I think eggshells and
Any
AT
intelligent
were talking.
questions?
I have no idea what I have no idea what he wants me to say to that question. I mean, it's so poorly formulated that I don't know. Maybe I'm just having a hard time
I'd like
understanding.
to hear AT continue the moon discussion with eggshells.
Sure.
Do you consider it impossible that they faked it?
No, I wouldn't say it's an impossibility. No,
Do you think it's possible that governments lie?
of course.
Right, just not about this one.
Well, I mean, you already made me say that I do believe that it is a possibility or that it's not an impossibility, right? But it doesn't follow that because something is a possibility that it is, right?
Yeah, agreed.
Right. So there's like probability added to the mix. I think it's more probable that it did happen, significantly more, and I have like a string of
Sure.
reasons why. I don't have like
Okay.
hard classified information, and you guys don't, and I'm sure probably everybody knows, a bit of information that others don't. But I think what's laid out for the public, it's far more likely that it did happen, that it did not.
Fair enough. What do you think's the single strongest?
So I think if you go on it on a logical sort of angle, the whole premise behind faking a moon landing was bankrupting the Soviet Union during the Cold War, and it was sort of like a propaganda scheme to make them waste resources, right? That's like the whole reason why anybody would fake it inherently. And I think that sort of argument rests on on the Soviet Union and our whole government and intelligence agency not being able to spy or get any leaks that it was fake and still believe it during the event, and you somehow
Okay.
having the knowledge to, despite them having a whole agency, spying on the U.S., you have the ability to sort of, make out for yourself that it was a fake. I think that when it
You
rests on that alone, that's a pretty strong evidence
Okay.
for it. Yeah.
do you
So if
honestly
that's
think
the
of that?
strongest evidence, what if I suggest to you that Russia could be in with them? That's like a fake. It's a fake conflict
Oh, they were
because it would be
colluding.
very effective. It would be very effective, right? Where they go, don't worry, we've already got an enemy. They would have told you if this was all bullshit. So if your whole argument is like somebody else would have told me it was fake,
The
then
opposing
all I would
side.
need to do if I wanted to like trick you was like make that person have that fake like person running interference. And that's like this is a strategy that's used regularly, right? You see this with riots where police deliberately send in agitators so they can whip a protest into a riot so they can crack heads and arrest people. We've got the CIA running Iran Contra, doing Air America. I would struggle to list them all. We'd probably be sitting here all afternoon if I showed you cases of any government, US government as well, particularly, pretending to be the enemy in order that they can achieve some nefarious aim.
I think that's a good one, but you would have to add China at least to the mix, and India.
Right, but I mean, what I'm suggesting to you is these guys could all be in cahoots.
Yeah,
Because,
they would have
exactly as
to
you
be.
said, your strongest bit of evidence is somebody else would have told me it was a lie.
Because they
Nah,
So
would have
what
nah.
you're
interest
what you're
in
saying
that.
there is I outsource. What you're saying there is I outsource my critical thinking to other people because I presume that the system works, that my enemy's enemy is my friend. But if my enemy doesn't actually have an enemy, if my enemy's enemy is a fake enemy who's actually both working on the same side, because they're both up there now supposedly in the ISS, shaking hands and drinking one another's piss coffee, then that sort of makes it a little bit sketchy, doesn't it? Where you're like, okay, so they're firing Stinger rockets at one another in the Ukraine and swapping javelins to blow apart one another's tanks, but they're drinking one another's piss just 400 kilometers in the sky. Isn't there something a bit sketchy about that to you?
Logically,
So
that makes
wait,
sense. But I
wait,
think, like AT said, it's the
why is Peter?
probabilities.
What
Sure.
Peter?
So logically it makes sense, but it's a probability. I think that's a good argument. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry, mate.
We can have a three-way.
We
But
can,
I was under
if you're
the
up for
impression
it. We're all consenting.
it was a back and forth, but it's cool. I think if you boil down my argument to I outsource critical thinking to other people and that the other side
Mhm.
would have told me so, I think your whole arguments boil down to, well, a bunch of what ifs, right? Because
Tell me what
essentially
my argument is so far.
you've demonstrated no collusion under the Cold War between the Soviet Union and the US. And as far as I'm aware, there were only like very few colluding, or you could say agreements made between the two states at the time, one of which were like the nuclear sort of control at the end, where they were like trying not to have that many nuclear warheads at being active at the time.
Oh yeah,
But
anti-proliferation.
right. And then we're like a very minor, like few like space collusions where they actually used each other's um I forget the name, but like where you kind of like dock like
Assets.
yeah, right. Very few. But other than that, they were not like in on anything together. It was a very heated crisis, and although no full breakout war occurred, these guys weren't exactly friends. Unless I'm missing something historically you can sort of put forward,
I
right?
don't think you're missing anything. I think you're just taking it all as read. And the entire point that I'm making is, what if that assumption you're making is wrong?
Yeah, but what's
Right?
the
If
evidence of
this
that,
thing you're
right?
taking that it's a legitimate, well, I don't need much evidence at this stage. I just need to show that your case is weak.
It's not weak because there is a probability of something else being the case if it's very improbable for that
So what's
probability
the
to be the case,
probability?
right?
What's the probability that people who never got into an actual all-out conflict, who were making phone calls to one another the entire time, how much evidence do I need to stack up to say that it is possible that these people that shake hands and drink one another's piss on the ISS might have never actually been in a conflict and might have been frenemies all along?
You would need very hard evidence because there are so many sources and
Okay.
citations that I can give you, and we can go into this. This can be a long talk. If you want to, we can go into specifics. But where things were very heated, in fact, especially during the Cuba crisis, where you had huge tankers riling up to the borders, you were very close to a
Okay.
full-out nuclear breakout. And although no war
Sure.
did occur
How do you
because it
know
was the
that
Cold
though?
War, we have people on
How do
both
you know that
sides.
they
We
were
have
close to a
historical.
nuclear breakout?
We have people on both sides reporting the same event, kind of like how it's set out
Who
to
though?
be.
Who's reporting it? Right?
I mean, we can
Because
go.
if there
Yeah,
is a
both
nuclear
parties,
war,
of course.
if
Like there
there
were
is a
no
nuclear,
like China weren't present as like a third party observer. Is that what you want? Like,
right? Yeah, nobody. But what is it? Well, Gorbachev was the Kennedy and Nikita Khrushchev, wasn't it, at the time of the Cuban Missile Crisis? Right. So nobody but those two, I think, should ever be confident about what happened there. If they actually started firing rockets at one another, then yeah, we're going to have tens, hundreds of thousands of service personnel, civilians, all manner of people being like, hey, some shit went down. Right. But it seems really weird as somebody who I'm guessing was born after the Cuban Missile Crisis, who isn't Robert F. Kennedy, who isn't Nikita Khrushchev, being like, we know exactly what happened, while world leaders were having closed door meetings and phone calls with one another and supposedly amassing things on one another's borders. Like, I haven't been to Cuba. I don't know what would make me super confident that they were even bringing nukes there. And even if they were, like, it doesn't take much for two friends to pretend to be cranky at one another for a bit of benefit, right?
Yeah, you're right in the
It's not
possibility, but
strong
first of all,
evidence.
I don't think they brought nukes to Cuba. I think it was more so about if a crossing were to happen with a missile base, then nukes would be launched from Moscow and from the U.S. But anyway, we have records of people at the border, and I actually believe I read this in an article where they were actually given like a nuclear launch go from the
Mm.
I forget how to say this name. Khrushchev. But
Khrushchev,
one of the
yeah.
right, but one of the commanding officers halted for a while and didn't press, and
Yeah,
so
this is the
nothing happened.
script for Red October that they
Right,
think might be real, right? That he,
right.
but it's
But
not. It's so just to clarify the official story on that, because I think what happened in reality we can get to second. But my understanding, maybe I'm wrong on this, but my understanding of that was not that he was given an order to fire, but he was given a truncated communication that, if interpreted one way, could look like an order to fire, and he
yeah, and
decided not to, and was right
yeah,
because the truncated communication didn't tell him to fire a live warhead.
yeah, something along those lines where it was entirely a possibility had another person being command. We had a full-on,
Right. So,
more.
how many people do you think need to be involved for that to be a fabrication?
That story or the whole Cold War?
Either. It would tell me which one you more want to talk about.
Probably the Cold War as a whole, because a single event
Okay.
is more condensed
Okay.
by nature. Yeah.
So we have no. I think we'd agree on the Cold War is like we have lots of stories from spies whose job it is to lie for a living. We have stories from world leaders. We have lots of news footage and stuff telling us what's going on. But like, if you were to be generous to a skeptical view right now, how many people do you think it would take to just make all that shit up, for it to all be just baloney?
The whole Cold War?
Yeah, that they were frenemies all along.
It would have been a lot of people. It would have been like, because you gotta keep in mind, not only do you have to make it up, but you have to sustain the lie and you have to sustain it. So it's never questioned really, right? Especially at the time. I mean, later on, maybe evidence could be dug up and skeptics like you could question it, but at the time, it would have to pass on both ends, right? And to third parties as well. So it would require, like, obviously both governments. It would require, and I mean, like, not just one person like hiding information, passing it down, and having like a trickle down, believe the lie effect. You'd have like the whole government being in on it together. Um,
So
I
how
don't
many?
know, like a
But hang on.
number, probably
How
like.
does the whole government need to be in on it? Are you telling me that a member for some state legislature in Kentucky needs to be in on the Cold War being bullshit? Or somebody can say we're in a kind of not really conflict with Russia, and he's like, oh, okay. And they're like, well, that's why the taxes are going up, because it's kind of not really conflict with Russia. How is some like senator from Kentucky going to know that that's bullshit?
Because there's I believe you have like a republic in the U.S., right? But there's like a trickle up effect as well from the voter of the representative, where every critical voter usually will question local changes, and if there are a lot of questions put forward to the local agent, they will also bring it up. So there is both like a trickle up and trickle down sort of a balance there happening, where if you had a lot of policies put in place, especially during a Cold War, people are starting to question minor details, and if you just have two people smoking cigars, shaking hands, making like backroom arrangements, and you think you can fool sort of a whole agency and the whole public, um, you'd have to demonstrate for me that has ever happened ever, right? Which you
Hang on.
probably can't
Sorry.
during the.
I'm getting kind of lost. I said, how would a senator from Kentucky know? And you said there would be a trickle up effect, so that you're saying the ordinary electorate would smell that something's fishy. I think you need to establish a few things for me in this. How does the average person, who is, I'm going to presume, less informed than their local senator, come to question this? How do they convince the local senator about this? And how does the senator work out that he's been fed on a diet of bullshit for the last 6 months?
It depends on yeah.
Maybe you need to reform that argument, because it sounded so incredibly silly that I must be straw manning it.
You were strawmanning a little bit when you said the common electric, but I think that's the only part that was kind of like off. The rest of it was pretty on point because, first of all, Kentucky isn't made up of electrics and uneducated people. And when I say uneducated, I don't mean that an electric is inherently a bad profession, but it's not really a red profession as a scholar would be, right? So there are scholars, there are college-educated people, there are critical thinkers. It isn't just electrics. And when you have people like that used to examining knowledge, being critical thinkers, and both looking at side 1 and 2, you do actually have, yeah, people, ordinary folk, as you call them, writing to their senator, their local senator. They
So what
are
is this?
writing.
What is this? What is this well-educated Kentuckian? What are people from Kentucky called?
I don't know Kentucky especially, but it could be any state. Like if Kentucky is like
Right,
a
but
very
I'm sticking with
uneducated,
Kentucky for this because it's a funny sounding state to me.
it
So
is
you've
funny
got an
sounding,
ordinary
yeah.
Kentuckian who's like, hey, this is a bit sus. What do they look at in the conflict to go, this is a bit sus? Aside from, I guess, like my main point that sus is like, we're in a war where no shots are being fired. Right.
Well,
So there's
it's
extraordinary curtailments on freedom of speech. There's extraordinary curtailments on like taxes, all sorts of things like that. They're hunting down and rounding up people based upon their political affiliations, right? Which gets a bit bigger under McCarthy, but like, and so that looks sus to me in hindsight. What about this would they see where they go, I've got the smoking gun for you, Mr. Senator? What are they looking for? What would tell them that?
Well, it's not about a smoking gun as per se. It's about a build-up, and as you lay out, there are a bunch of sus events, and in everyday life, you'll pick up on these as they go. You won't just have one day. Well, it's kind of weird that the local taxes increased by 3% over the course of perhaps like a 3-year period. But when these things build up, you sort of do see like a breaking point where people will start to question the reason behind it. And if there are no reason given, right? If it's just all like smokes and mirrors, people will examine and people will find out, right? And if you're like honing in on Kentucky, I mean, the only thing I know about that state is I'm pretty sure they invented like some pretty ass chicken, right? Fried chicken. But
Yeah,
other than that, I'm
allegedly.
not really like a Kentucky connoisseur. I don't really know a lot about this state specifically, but I do know that in every local circle, you do have trickle up effect to the politicians, and that also trickles up into the government and the responsible, and eventually to Kennedy at the time. You do have like sort of a build up in
So
terms of
can I like bring us back on track to talking about the moon landing?
yeah.
And can I challenge you to maybe question, when I said what's your best evidence that we did land on the moon, do you still think this is good evidence
Absolutely, yes.
that Russia would have told us? And
Not
the
that
best
Russia would have.
evidence you have is they were our enemies. And the best evidence you have that they were our enemies is that ordinary citizens would have smelled something was fishy and called it out to senators who would have done something about it, and we would have found out about it.
Absolutely. I do think that if you
That's
have
your best evidence.
so your best evidence, right? If you wanna wanna go and strawman everything, your best evidence is there is a possibility
Is that
that
a
two
straw? No, sorry,
people.
I don't want to
Wait,
straw
wait,
man
wait.
you.
I heard you out, right? So,
Yeah, sorry.
there exists a possibility where two men are shaking hands in a room, making up a war for profit or for power or another reason, right? And because that
Mm-hmm.
possibility exists, it is entirely probable that it happened. And you've never made that link. Like you've
Yeah,
put
but
forward
that's not what I've said.
no, but you kind of insinuated that when you said the best evidence in pro of a moon landing was that the opposing party would have sort of like caught on to it, right? Especially when there was so much espionage and
Hang on, that's
and
what are you talking about? I'm getting confused now. First step is you said I strawmanned you. I really don't want to strawman you. I want to take your argument as it is, because if I'm defeating an argument you're not making, I'm not beating your argument.
that's
So
fair.
which about what I said was strawmanning what you were saying?
Well, I mean, the semantical approach was that it was improbable because something else was also probable, and so the best evidence that I put forward, right, is that the best evidence that I put forward is that the opposing side would have told us, but then you kind of in the same way made a segue to it is just as likely that they wouldn't have and they're just colluding, right? Which I feel
Well,
like was never
obviously
really backed up,
that's the
right?
situation. That's the situation you need to consider, right? So that's the thing you need to show with your evidence at the moon landing. Because if your strongest evidence is Russia would have told us, the only defeater for that is maybe for some reason they didn't.
Well, but
Could they
you
have
have
been
to lay out
frenemies?
that reason,
So you
right?
need to
Because
show that it is improbable that they are frenemies, right? I
well,
think that is
wait,
necessary for your position.
I don't think so because as you say, like if the strongest argument is that they would have told us, right? All you have to do is either show there's a reason why they didn't. So find
Mhm.
instead of just having like a probability, find me the evidence for why they didn't. Instead of just
Sure.
giving a probability of how it might have happened, like on a whim.
Okay, I can get if you want
Or
reasons why it might have happened. It's a bit of
no.
like we
I
usually
want
do this
evidence. I
on
want
Sunday.
evidence of it, not reason. I want evidence of it, right?
Excuse me. I think we need to be clear about what is and what is not evidence. Opining about what Russia would have told us during a supposed Cold War is only opinion. It's not evidence. So I can give you the same, but let's not play like Russia would have told us I gave you great evidence. Now I'm going to demand something, written in concrete for my evidence, right? All I need to do to offer that is a contrary opinion that works as well or better. Don't you think that's fair?
It doesn't work as well or better because you're saying that every
What doesn't?
historical source that we have currently on the Cold War is somehow manufactured, made up, and it's just like smoke and mirrors for what was actually happening. But you laid out no evidence, no historical context, no writings, no witnesses, no
Do you think
captured
how many witnesses would you need? Like
a lot. I
it's a
already said
tricky
this,
question, I think, which
right?
is like because I haven't read many books on the Cold War, but I think if I opened them, the foreword before they even got to chapter 1, I just have this sneaking suspicion, and it's based again on not reading Cold War books. I reckon the foreword would say, of all conflicts in human history, this is among the toughest to be sure about anything, given this was no war fought on a battlefield, no shots were fired, no missiles were fired, no bombings occurred. There wasn't a front line. We don't have a large number of soldiers whom we can trust. We have a large number of spooks who lie for a living and who, according to many of their own records, go fucking rogue during this, right? Many of them are switching sides. They're selling secrets to dodgy people. They're doing all sorts of like extracurricular dodginess.
Mm-hmm.
And I think you would agree with that, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
That
Yeah.
it's a pretty
Can you
murky
address
conflict.
the Korean and Vietnam War between America and China and America and Russia, respectively?
Wait, try not to.
That's a good one. Okay, so yeah, Korean War or Vietnam War were all-out conflicts. But I don't think we're suggesting that the Koreans would have known whether we landed on the moon, right? Well, the Vietnamese certainly.
It was a
There
war
would be
between US and China, not between US and Korea.
exactly. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I
The
get what you're saying.
Korean
But
War
also at that stage,
was a
like if
war.
you look at photos of what life was like in China, if you see the output of what they're producing in terms of astronomy at that stage, I would be pretty surprised if they could tell whether or not something the size of a small car landed on something 250,000 miles away. And I think you would agree with that.
No espionage from China against US?
Sure. But I mean, the espionage needs to get to a very specific place, right? They need to be like, if it's fake, I think we would all hold with the view that it could have, or if it was fake, would have been faked in a soundstage somewhere.
So China and the Soviet Union, who were allied in the Korean War, did not perform sophisticated espionage in America.
No, I think they did, but the suggestion that they got into that soundstage, into that like the most top secret area, and that they weren't frenemies as well, and that they would want to expose it if they found it, we're stacking conjecture upon conjecture, right? Both sides of this
How
case
about the fact
require a
that
lot of
they
conjecture.
stole nuclear technology from America a few years earlier, the Russians?
Did they? I haven't heard that one.
The Rosenbergs?
Rosenberg stole. I hope it's a new story for me. It's an interesting one.
Wait, eggshells. I just like have one last thing about this, then we can move on to other evidence or a new topic if the room is bored. But
Sure.
so what I'm like trying to wrap my head around is, if your opposing argument, right, is that they could be frenemies, they could be colluding, and China might be in on it as well, perhaps other people, right?
Well, I think
It's
the China case is conjecture upon conjecture. Right.
okay.
Your strongest case is the Russians would have told us, so let's stick with the strongest for now.
Cool. That's fair. Because that is what I led with. But if the case was that they were colluding at the time, right, and they fabricated this whole thing for a reason you still haven't mentioned, right? I'm just guessing that might have been like for a monetary power or something like that, control. But you could happily provide one if there's another. But if they were colluding this whole time and they fooled the whole world, are they still colluding? And if so, can you lay out how all these trade barriers are benefiting mutually both Russia and the U.S. today?
Sure. So, how they would be colluding now, like, if to do this, we've got to get into speculation. So I probably need to be mindful of how I do that because it's not Sunday.
That's cool.
But I guess we ask ourselves, this is sort of spitballing now, what would be the benefit for being frenemies? If I were going to become a frenemy. Yeah. I mean, still right now, what's going to be the benefit to them for entering into that agreement in the first place and for not exiting it still, not suddenly going, fuck you, we've never been friends, or starting to piss one another off. I think a significant one is control, right? You have control of population. My understanding is there is a staggering fact, which is no president has ever been voted out during an active conflict. And as a result, no president ever, until Trump, didn't start a conflict, because it became very clear quite early on in America's political history that you wouldn't get voted out if you started a conflict. So the opinion goes, you make up a conflict, suddenly send people into Afghanistan or somewhere, and then you know you're not going to get voted out, at least for the next term. So if you can do that, but yeah.
Is it okay? Because otherwise I can wait and we can take it after. But I think it's you say because it never happened, it is due to that, and I think there's
I don't mean to go ad hoc or go prop the hoc. I'm not saying because of it has never happened. This has never happened after that. Therefore, this is the cause of it. But I think that to make that case, I would simply need to say presidents may think that is the case. And if presidents may think that is the case, then enough is done to go, well, then if they think that, then maybe that's the case. But then if that's the case and we're just doing conjecture, wouldn't it be better, easier, if you have fake people to go to war with? So sometimes, sure, you're going to blow up a few ragtag militias in the desert because they don't threaten your worldwide hegemony, but you still have these basically sport matches where you're like, oh no, the Afghans, they're a big threat, and they're never a fucking threat, right? I've never been to Afghanistan, but I just went to Pakistan for a few weeks not long ago, and they're not a fucking threat to anybody except sanitation, right? The main threat you've got from Pakistan is their water, should you drink it. So why do we kick up all of these stinks about it when we have this big, scary Russia, this actual concern where we're like, oh, it's about democracy, when Putin keeps getting these 99% votes? And, then if you've got that frenemy there and you can create that thing and create that fake conflict, you can also basically fuck with your own people, right? You can go, oh, you got to pay more for your gas, right? Because Putin's done this. And so he's changed the price for actual LPG gas, natural gas. And because of what that does to the energy markets, you need to pay more for fuel. And everybody goes, oh, okay, that sounds like a reasonable thing. Everybody also notes, it doesn't seem to go down again afterwards. Isn't that a little weird that the prices go up but never go back down when the conflict's gone? So if what you're asking for sounds like what's the benefit in that, you can collude with them when you want to, and people go, oh, look, they're getting along. They've got this Antarctic treaty where they all agree to not go down there. They all agree that they're going to stop anybody else from going down there. How nice that they're colluding. Oh, how nice it is that they're working together and drinking one another's poop coffee on board the ISS. Oh, it's good to see they're getting along from now and now. But then suddenly, like, we won't get into the big thing that happened recently that caused a lot of people to lose their jobs. But then there's also like energy things. Suddenly you've got these excuses and this extraordinary ability to grab power. And it's like, just read 1984, and it's like the 1984 playbook, right? If you have a real conflict that's costly and risky, you might lose it. Things might go wrong. But if you have a fake conflict, then everybody can just totally lie, and you can dial it up and dial it down whenever you want to exert a bit more control over the masses. Would you say that, like, if what you are asking for is a reason to collude, those are some reasonable, conjecture about why one might collude?
Yeah, I think I would agree with the chain of logic up until you said something that got me thinking, because you said, well, are most people not really thinking, well, isn't it weird that it goes up but it never goes down? So that's kind of like the trickle up I was mentioning earlier. Just thought I'd
Sorry,
mention that.
I've had a correction from the chat. It's piss coffee.
Piss coffee. Thank you for the correction. But yeah,
All right, guys.
even there, you're
Trying to get
recognizing
back on topic.
that common folk will, like, we are on topic. What?
More
It's
on
about the
topic.
moon landing.
You were drifting
More
off.
on topic.
We're talking on the moon landing, which is
You were
flat
drifting
Earth.
off. It was fine.
Into space.
Just watching it. And I'm gonna go to bed. So keep it on topic.
Oh, cool.
Jesus, it's early. Oh, hang on, Eastern Seaboard. It sounds like Space Go. Or is that Timbo?
It is early. I'm an early person. I'll get up at 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning.
I don't talk about those things. That makes me feel uncomfortable. Enjoy your sleep.
Cheers. See you.
Yeah, no, I think it was fair up until that, and then also what I can see sort of how the elitist would sort of sustain their power and pool money up until the public had enough, or they saw enough red flags to think, well, it's weird that these things are happening, as you mentioned. So that I don't think it's a sustainable strategy. And if you're putting forward the case, well, not only did this start during the Cold War where they made it up, why has the U.S. or the Russian government after the Soviet Union fell, the Russian government or the Soviet Union at the time, why haven't they made up other fake wars to sort of sustain this? Or if they have, can you tell me which and why they were fake? And on top of that,
I don't know about fake
right.
wars as much as I think that it is well accepted that many of these conflicts are basically bigger players fighting via proxy.
Yeah, no, that I agree on.
So arguably, then the answer is every conflict, right? Every conflict is a proxy war between bigger players.
But then it's still a real war, right? Even though it's by proxy.
Sure.
But if there were no but there were no proxy war in the Cold War, right? Was the argument. It was all made up.
But right. No, I'm not saying all wars are fake. I think you're right. I think there's a chance that they were like, it's kind of risky to just have no war at all, because not going to be able to keep driving people's energy prices up or rounding them up and listening to their phones and to curtailing their freedom of speech. It might be a little bit difficult to keep doing that so consistently and so freely. Maybe we can just have real conflicts, but the real conflicts involve murdering desert people, basically.
Right. So now you're implying that all wars since the Cold War were fought by proxy?
No. I didn't say that. Careful not to straw man.
I said implying, right? Just to be clear.
But it's not. But yeah, you said implying all wars. I'm not suggesting all wars. I wouldn't know which wars are and which wars aren't. But any of them could be.
These parties were involved, right?
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
I'm sorry if I was unclear, but I mean, that was kind of insinuated that we're talking about, U.S. and Russia, and that these parties, when they fight a war, it's by proxy, and it's sort of like a way to keep the curtains up, if you will, right?
Yeah.
But my question is then, today, right, as we stand in 2023, we have actual trade barriers. We have we have prohibition, and we have like even traveling regulation being put forward on these states that aren't economically beneficial to either party. So
Right.
are we either lying about the economics about it, or did this sort of collaboration stop at some point?
Well, it's not beneficial to who?
Well, you could look at the bottom line on the import-export ratio to either U.S. or Russia during the development of 2023 and the Ukraine war, and especially the end of 2022, and how that impacted the bottom line. And you
Right,
can
but
see
who
that
does
there
that,
is,
when you say impacted, I think you're meaning impacted adversely. Who did that impact adversely?
well, it impacted both of them adversely. So you have
But both of them,
energy.
but sorry, I should have asked that question more precisely. Russia isn't a person, nor is the US a person. So which Russians and which Americans did that impact adversely?
Well, I mean, me being neither American or Russian, I can't give you like personal anecdotes, but I will say that if
Can I
a
take a
government,
guess?
well, you're going to say the government, you're going to say the numbers are fabricated, right? But I've
No,
I'm
no, no, no,
talking.
no. I'm gonna take a guess, and my guess about who it impacted adversely is just the poor people. I'm going to take a guess that if I looked over that time, the vast majority of billionaires increase their wealth.
Yeah, but that's because when you already have wealth accumulated, it's easier to be opportunistic and shift your wealth during times of like price volatility. This is
Exactly.
commonly known,
Precisely.
right?
Precisely. So what you're saying is they wouldn't go to war because it would affect them adversely. But then I'm like, but did it affect the kind of people who make the decision about whether to go to war are the kind of people who you're saying will come out on top regardless of which way things go. In fact, the worst thing for people who are in that kind of power, the worst thing they can do is maintain a happy status quo. Right? Because what you need, if you've got those insane amounts of wealth, is fluctuations in the state of quo. So you can jump from gas to gold to oil to
Yes, yeah,
futures to tech. And the more that market fluctuates, the more you can get ahead of it and manipulate it and stay on
absolutely,
top. Whereas the
absolutely.
poor person, the person who's just trying to get by and be a delivery driver for Amazon, keeps getting fucked in the ass both ways because you've got to pay more tax and then you need to insure yourself and you're getting fewer sick days and you kind of just get screwed every old which way.
Absolutely, and it's a great point. But I will say an add-on to that is that whole thing rests on that Amazon driver maintaining his work, keeping buying groceries, not defaulting on their home, or if they're defaulting, that they don't go bankrupt and stop working altogether and become homeless. Because if that happens and you have sort of a breakdown of the working class to a level where wares are degrading and investments are falling off and high skilled workers are leaving, then you don't have wealth accumulation for the wealthy anymore. Uh, in fact, both
Well,
stocks and
do you? What we would need to do to test that is go, did this uber wealthy class suffer when the subprime mortgage crisis happened? Or did somebody quite possibly come in, sneak into a room and say, hey, these stocks are looking bad. You should probably consider, selling out of them. And still, even when there's a massive downturn, it's only the poor mums and pops with investments that get fucked.
yeah, but it also took the U.S. like 9 years to recover from that crisis, and even so, the working class
Who
is
in the
still
US
worse
though?
off. And then, well, the economy as a whole, I mean, inflation
Right.
has run rampant. Housing has gone crazy. Mortgages has been increasingly difficult for working people to get without credit. So yes,
Sure.
you're right. I mean, in short term, the wealthy built a lot more wealth by the whole subprime mortgaging and grouping together the mortgages and trenches and fucking corrupting that whole scheme. Even when the banks defaulted, they were fucking bailed out. So yeah, that whole thing
Yeah.
was sketchy. But even now, right? Even now, you have the working class people being worse off still than they were in 20 years
Exactly.
ago.
Things
Getting a
get
house.
better, and they only get better for one group, and then they get
Until a
worse,
point.
and they get
Yeah.
worse for one other group, and then they get better again, but they only get better for one group, and then they get worse again, and they only get worse for one group. And it seems like, as Carlin put it, it's a big club, and it feels like we're not in it.
Yeah, no, that I agree on, and then that I'm with you on. But I'm having a hard time believing that if you're entering sort of this wealthy circle, and I'm talking really wealthy, I'm not just talking about making a few millions. So if you're entering this sort of elitist circle, then automatically, like it sounds like you're part of like this Illuminati cult where now you sort of organize fake wars by proxy to have even more money, and this whole schemes can only run so long until people have had enough and start rioting and stops working, and then you have like a complete meltdown, and then you either A, have to like build up the whole thing from the ground up, or B, you'd have to leave the country, which is probably not like what they want. So it seems a
Well,
little bit
leave the country. Like, I
far-fetched
do think
to
there's a bit of a
suggest.
case to be made.
Right.
Go on, sorry. I do
No,
think there's a bit of a case. Go
yeah,
on,
go
go.
on. Go on. It's fine.
I was saying, I do think there's a bit of a case to be made, which is like, do you want to fuck the country so much that you don't even want to go down the streets, right? That it's just everything shit and nobody's working anywhere and stuff like that. But the thing that's that makes me question that more and more is like, I don't know if I'm being sold a weird story about America because I'm from Australia, but when I look at videos of it, I'm like, how is this the richest nation on earth? Because anytime, like, people just keep uploading day after day, it pops up on my Reddit feed where somebody's like, here's me driving down Portland, Oregon, and people are on Trank and they're like standing hunched over in the street and they're like, look like zombies. And then it's like, oh, here's Skid Row, and it's LA.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's crazy.
San Francisco. It's insane, right?
Yeah.
Where it's like, some of the suspicion has to be, are the people who have control and have this power so wealthy that they are so detached from that they aren't even like, at least back in the day with your like Roman senators and stuff, they had to walk through the streets of Rome to get to the Senate. So they didn't want them too fucked up, right? And they knew they could get lynched on a moment's notice because the people rose up, and that's why they went back and forth from being a Republican. It's a kind of interesting sort of question of how much do you fuck people over? But
exactly.
It gets super sketchy when you're like, these trillionaires live their lives in jets. They get choppered to the tops of buildings. That they're overseas and traveling around the world on super yachts. Like, are they really having to walk through the streets? Are they really scared of the average person anymore? Increasingly, my impression is no, they're not. They're really not.
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say whether or not you can get lynched today. Of course, defense is way better, and you have the option, as you say, to just travel on a yacht. And how are they going to get you? But I'm also at the same time hearing that you're acknowledging that if things are running rampant, and people are getting out of their job more and more, then society is declining, and they wouldn't have to directly lynch the rich or eat the rich, whatever. But a lot of people have 401ks or private investments, and if they start pulling out money or if they start not working, either one of those would lead the stock price to decrease. And if a lot of people are trying to then drop their stocks at the same time, you have like a complete dip. So
I think there is something that's very true about that, which is they need billions of people doing 9 to 5, living off credit, because that creates slaves of them, right? They can't change their job, they can't move country, they can't just pack up and go, fuck this system, I'm going elsewhere. It makes them subservient.
Exactly.
I don't know. I think that what we could be coming back to now is the whole point of why would they fake this? And what I feel I'm making is a compelling case of, if they fake these conflicts, if they pretend all of these things, if they pretend you're on a meaningless, sloshy water ball spinning and wobbling through the dark meaninglessness of space, could they trick you to the point where you will waste your entire life paying off some bullshit fucking number on a screen, pressing buttons for some person who lives on a yacht somewhere else in the world because you've been sold a fantasy?
I think the only problem I have with that is, although entirely possible and sounds like pure melancholy. I don't know how to say that word. Shit. But
Melancholy, yeah.
melancholy. Thank you. I still have an inherent issue with you and I being, well, I'm going to speak for myself, me being like a common
hmm
folk, right? Having the ability to sit down and sort of like think over all these options, all these
Mm.
possibilities, and then like sort of like outlining how that scheme would look like, and other people have that inherent same ability, right? I mean, there is no ordinary extraordinary thing about me. So if everybody can do it, if everybody can sit down and like pinpoint a scheme like this and how it would look like, and they
Mm.
also can look at reality and sort of or maybe I don't have that ability, but can sort of like look at the actuals, examine data from not only side A and B. I'm European, for instance, right? So I'm not neither like US favored or Russia favored. I mean, I'm leaning toward Western ideologies. Of course, it is an ally, but um, I inherently don't have corruption in my nation. Or maybe I do. Maybe you say that all nations are inherently corrupt and they're all in on it, but it seems that if that were the case, such a complex scheme and fooling everybody all the time into just work slavery, and bogus wars by proxy, that
Mm.
inevitably somebody would have a leak or somebody would have hard evidence. Like when you had Snowden, for instance.
That's why we're here, man.
Yeah, but I'm having a hard time thinking like a chat room on Discord would be like the end all be all leak of like a whole world of agencies colluding together. It's too far fetched for me, man. I think the reality is way more
Yeah, it
simple.
takes a while to come around to. It definitely does, and I'm not there yet. But it takes some time to come around to.
It's not about coming around to it. I mean, I've thought about this before, and I've looked at both, possibilities or options, and inherently, it just seems far-fetched to think that either things happen as they are, although there are corrupt politicians and we are fed lies on occasion, there is too much information and too many people involved that most of what we see can actually be tracked down into real life events, right? And we have it documented on third parties as well. And then sometimes we also have video evidence to support these events, right? And either that is the case, or everything you know is inherently like just a spoon-fed lie, and you're indoctrinated and everybody is colluding to sort of like have you as their free work slave, and you're to question nothing, and you're a nuthead if you do that. And all
That'd
evidence
be
is
the
like
best psyop, though,
fabricated,
right?
and all videos of the moon landing is in a studio, and even like the retrieve like moon material, which has like completely different isotopes than on Earth, are like fabricated as well, because you haven't held them in your hand, you haven't looked at them, and you need a doctorate in astrophysiology. I can't say that word. Fuck me. But you need a doctorate in that to even examine that and be. And even then, your degree might be fabricated as well to have like taught you the wrong knowledge. And then everything from the Cold War and up has just been like one big hoax. It just seems too far fetched and too unfeasible without any evidence to support it, other than it might be the case. And because it might be the case, you would never know, because that's how it's kind of
Well,
like the
yeah,
argument of God, right? It's kind of like, well, um, God
indeed.
exists, but he exists on the premise that you cannot prove it. Therefore, you just have to believe it, and I don't have to prove it to you. And that's just how it is. And if it is a possibility that he does exist, and he exists on the premise that you wouldn't know, you have to believe, then you just have to believe, bro. It's kind of like, oh yeah, man, maybe, but you don't really have anything. You just have a bunch of like maybes and what ifs.
Absolutely. A lot of it does end up being conjecture. But what like the starting place is to question, like, could it be the case? Could these people perpetrate such a bald-faced lie so hugely? And
Yes.
then the next question is, can I find Earth curvature? If they tell me it exists, can I detect it?
Right.
And if I can't detect it, why do I believe it exists?
Yeah, I think that part, the idea behind it, I'm with you completely. And I think a lot of people are led blindly into believing things they are indoctrinated, especially in school, especially through media? Yes, absolutely. But I also think that a lot of the things we are taught without question is because they have been proved over and over and over. And when you go to examine them, they do actually hold up most of the time. I don't know about you,
Yeah.
but I've
Well,
I've
the
I've
challenge
done the
is,
whole like is Earth round examination and looked at horizons and ships and refraction, and I've made up my mind. But um, I think it's a good exercise to question knowledge. I don't think it's a good exercise to question everything and be a skeptic of everything and always demand proof, because that stunts the rapid great growth of like learning, right? Because you'd have to like redo everything. It's kind of like if you didn't believe any proof in math
yeah.
and you need every math proof to sort of like continue. I don't know if you've ever gone through like deep mathematical proofs, but they can drag your hair out, man. Like they're not fun. I mean, I'm in data science, and when you go into the deep mathematics, I don't know about you, it's tough. So sometimes you just have to take something to be true, right? And then somebody else can do like the groundwork. If you have to do it for yourself every time, you're getting less done than you could otherwise. Although questioning some things some of the time with rational sort of skepticism being put forward, absolutely, I'm with you. I'm with you completely. But I don't agree. I still don't agree. I think you make good points, but the only contention sort of I have is you're leaning on a possibility being a probability, and a reasonable one at that, and without proof other than the inherent probability of it being the case rules out all evidence or possibilities of proof, which is kind of like with God, right? That's also why, although I am a theist, I would never be convinced by someone else to be a theist. It's something without logic, right? So I would never say
So,
that a theist
what
could
kind of a
logically.
theist are you, out of interest?
I don't know. Should we go into like religion?
Well, it's certainly related, I think.
Yeah, certainly. I wouldn't say I label myself as a Christian, although those labels are what falls closest to my theist belief and experience.
So,
I don't believe in the Bible, no.
so okay, that's okay. Do you think that God is all powerful?
In what sense? Like innate possibility to be, or controlling at all times, being the sort of like the creator and you know backroom person behind it all.
Yeah. Well, I mean, could God create a flat Earth?
Well, I mean, again, we if we go into religion, and that's why what I said before, there are good arguments if you already sort of like concede that this is the case, and if this is the case, then this follows. But I would never concede to that in a talk about physical evidence, such as like flat Earth or any other sort of uh, like real life tangled talk, right?
Yes, it's a
So
very good question first.
right, so because if you concede that point and say, well, now we're taking God into the equation, then everything is a possibility, right? If you believe him to be all powerful, I mean, even you could be you could be fabricated, right? I mean, you could be non-existent. You could even be that without God nowadays, but be harder. Probably hear your voice being like out of tone at some point. But yeah. But I think the flat Earth talk is more interesting than moon landing, because I would say there are way more good, I wouldn't say evidence, but there are way more good cases being built on recorded events that don't align completely with global Earth, right? And how it would work. And those events, when they're examined, can sort of like be looked at and be put under a microscope. And then sometimes, well, it looks like there are other factors at play, such as refraction, right? When you look at the Black Swan video and stuff. but there you have something to go at, right? Where if you had like, and I know it's hard, right? Because why would you have it and not everybody else? But if you had like sort of a um like, I don't know, like a video, there were a video at the time, you have like the moon landing film. If you have like a video of somebody like in this studio at the time, you know, or if you had like one leak, like one guy in on it, you know, coming out saying this, that, or found like a recording, that would be something to go on and put under the microscope, right? But until that, it's a very like it's a you have like, I follow your thoughts completely, but they lack like a grounded substance, I think, where the flat Earth don't. But I still don't agree with flat Earth. But that has like a lot of substance underneath the arguments, I think.
Well, thank you.
Yeah, but I mean, I think you're actually like very like well thought out, and you can relate to what's being said on the fly without being obnoxious. So I appreciate that a lot, because that's not something you see very often.
No, thank you. It's very kind of you, very charitable of you to say that.
Yeah, I'm an asshole most of the time, so you caught me on a lucky day. I've been talking for long enough. Does anybody else want to take over? I'm gonna listen for a while.
It's good.
Did we kill the room?
Yes,
No, the discussion just has ended.
still dead, man.
So, Dr. Brief, how about we pick up then?
Dr. Breeze, they don't talk too much. He breathes a lot, they don't talk too much.
Yeah. Maybe for the better, he's already on tilt.
He's always on tilt.
Wait, who's on tilt?
Yeah. Dr. Brief. Or cut the shit.
In a good way. Yeah.
Wait, I don't see him.
Harry, how about we talk then?
Who?
Who?
You.
What do you want to talk about?
Well, you seem to have a lot to say. You have me blocked, but you keep replying to my messages. Keep
Yeah.
faithfully clicking on all the blocked messages. How about what's up with that? Huh?
I think you're
No impulse
funny.
control.
I think you're
It's
funny.
funny. That's why you have it blocked.
That's right. You're funny and weird.
I'm funny and weird, and that's why you have me blocked. But you
Yeah.
still click on all the blocked messages to see what's in them.
And everything you post is like a mile long, rambling waffle. So, like, you never argue
waffle.
anything in good
Jerry,
faith.
just because
It's
you have a
always
comprehension issue doesn't mean
bullshit,
that
dude.
what I'm saying does not make any sense. You see,
You
there's
just
like a
blather on
disconnect.
about
Like
nonsense, dude. Like,
you not understanding any sentence that's longer than 5 words does not make a sentence that's longer than 5 words waffle. And those are two different things.
see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, you don't have a position on Earth shape. You say, I'm not, like, I don't know. We
Flatness is
can't
not a shape,
know.
Jerry. Do you know that?
It's just
Do
blithering
you have a position on its
nonsense.
shape? Do you have a position on its shape?
No, I don't. But
You
I do have
don't.
arguments.
Oh, but you ridicule me for not having one.
Yeah,
So
I do.
somehow it's wrong for me not having a position, but for you to not have a position, that's natural, right?
Well, I have arguments,
Oh.
unlike you.
Oh, I do also have arguments. Actually, no,
Okay.
I have.
What?
I usually stick to trying to find evidence, and when I'm presented with evidence or an argument, then the first thing I do is put it through scrutiny. So I investigate
Right.
its validity.
All you do is scrutinize.
Yeah.
You don't have any
Yeah, what's the problem
positive
with that?
arguments. You have
It's the
no
life of a
positive
skeptic.
arguments for anything. You just blather on.
Okay, I'm
just waste
honest and
people's
say
time.
I have not obtained the evidence myself that I would need in order to when I have conflicting claims on evidence. Like one person says I observed higher, and another person says I observed lower. Then I'm like, well, I need to do that myself in order to sort out who's lying and who's deceptive and who's truthful. That's intellectual honesty. What's the problem with that, Jerry?
Do you have an argument for anything?
I have loads of arguments for loads of things, but they are not relevant in the face of
about
evidence. And when someone is claiming proof, then the first thing that needs to be is that it needs to be valid in principle in the first place. The reasoning needs to be sound. And when the reasoning is not sound in the first place, then I don't need to double check if the numbers they presented are right or not, because the reason they presented is not correct in the first place.
AJK, not arguments. Proof. What's the proof of curvature?
What do you mean? What's the proof of globe Earth?
Curvature.
Yeah, you would need to measure curvature. So,
right. Do you have any proof of Earth curve?
No, I have not measured it myself.
Okay, then shut the fuck up.
Why? Jerry also doesn't have a position. He also doesn't have proof.
I have arguments and proof.
Somehow it's okay Oh, what proof do you have?
2 points of equal elevation establishes a straight horizontal line.
That would be the case on a globe as well, so it doesn't differentiate flat Earth and globe. Go on.
Well, yeah, it's not an Earth argument; it's just a reality argument.
Yeah, but it doesn't differentiate the thing in question here, so it doesn't prove anything.
Yeah, this is your.
If the thing that
This
you're
is what you
saying
do,
does not
man.
differentiate the thing in question, then it doesn't prove anything with regards to the thing in question.
Yeah, you get
I don't.
triggered by stuff like that, and you just say,
I'm
"Oh,
not getting triggered at all. I'm just
that
trying
would
to
work on my
explain to
model
you how
too."
you're saying is self-evident and is not useful with regards to what is being discussed.
Oh, it's useful, all right.
How is it useful? I just told you it doesn't differentiate with regards to the thing that we are trying to differentiate, that we are trying to prove right or wrong, or which side is right.
Do you agree?
God, yes.
Good. So horizontal is a straight line, right?
Horizontal is a straight line by definition, yeah.
Wait,
Good.
I have a question to that. I don't want to take his position, but as a third party, is equal height always producing a straight line? And can you prove where that is? Because I don't think that is the case.
Okay, so
That is a good question. A line that is of equal elevation at each point is producing a straight line. That would be a claim that differentiates flat Earth and the globe.
well, it's 2 points in space, right?
Well, not just 2 points. Every point in between those 2 points, connecting the 2 points, also being on an equal
The shortest distance
elevation.
between those 2 points is a straight line. Do you agree with that?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah, but
That's a
when you say,
horizontal line.
but wait, when you say a
Yeah,
straight
by
line,
definition.
it's not the same as a horizontal line because it can have a curvature, right? Not the line
No.
itself is bent, but it can come from an angle. So if you have, for instance, well, I could probably draw it better than I can explain it. But if you have a paper, you can draw a diagonal straight line, but it wouldn't be horizontal, right? So when you say straight
So
line, I'm just asking, is it horizontal straight line you mean?
he's saying the straight
Like,
line has 2 endpoints that are on the same elevation. Jerry, the thing is, if you connect 2 points that are on a straight 2 points on the same elevation with a straight line between them, then you have not made a statement about all those points on that about the elevation of all those points on that straight line.
The
You're making
shortest
the statement
distance
that they
if
would
it's
all be on the same
between
elevation,
2
making the claim
points.
that they would all be on the same elevation, it would differentiate a flat Earth from a globe, because on a globe, even though the straight line that you established is a horizontal to the
This is
point
what I
in
mean when
between
I
those
call
2
you waffle
points,
boy.
and
It's
even
just
though
blithering
and
nonsense. You just
even though there's no
you just
problem, and even though there's no nonsense in what I'm saying, okay, where did I lose you?
No, it's just trash, dude. Listen, it's so simple.
How is it
2
trash? Which part is trash?
the
Go into it.
shortest
Like,
distance
point
between
out.
2 points.
Yeah.
That's it.
So
That's a straight line,
yes.
right?
Yeah.
wait,
Yeah, that was
I have a
part of
question.
what I was saying.
Wait, AK, can I ask a question? So, the shortest distance from 2 points might be a straight line, but a straight line wouldn't necessarily rule out or rule in favor of either a flat or a circular Earth, but a 90-degree flat straight line would, right? So is that what you mean, or do you mean any straight line with any angle between 2 points of equal height? And where do you find that, would be my question.
Huh? A 90-degree flat line. What does that even mean?
Do you
It's called
know
a
how
plumb line.
angles work, AK?
Yes, I know how angles work.
Right, so
That's
a
why
90
I don't
degree,
understand what you mean.
because a
90 degree.
diagonal line, right? Right? Not being 90 degrees, right? Between 2
What are you
points.
talking about? 90
could
degrees to
also
what?
explain
One
that.
line doesn't have an angle.
It does from
You
the
need an
point it's
angle to
drawn.
something.
What?
To the point. No, no, a line does not have an angle to a point either.
It's anchored to Earth,
Angles
you
between
moron.
2 lines.
Yeah, but it's anchored. Okay, come on. It's given that when you're talking about two things that are anchored on Earth, on the surface, right? That inherently there is always going to be an angle up to the point and then from that point to the next point, right? So there's going to be a vertical point and a horizontal
So
point, right?
the angle
That is a
between
given. How you
vertical
miss
and
that and just say there's one? Holy, I can't.
well, yeah, you just formulated, you just phrased it in a very weird way. That would be the angle between vertical and the line, no?
I don't think I formulated it bad. I might have, but
Yes, you
I think
did. You set an angle to a point.
so. Homie,
That's
you're
stupid.
talking about. Okay, explain this to me. You're talking about.
Up to a point implies vertical, but you can also have any other orientation through the point. Like, you can have like a table as a reference that's crooked, that's not level, and then that would be commonly your reference surface that you measure an angle to when you have
What?
something on the table. Like,
What
that's
are
stupid.
you talking about
Just
bending
assume it's up
space?
to the point.
Hello?
Yeah, it was a point in space, exactly.
How would that work?
Didn't have a
Explain to me
reference
right
surface
now
or
how that
line.
would look like. Wait, explain to me
Fucking
right
hell.
now how that would look like in real life. You have two buildings, equal height. You have a line, it's straight, but somewhere it's bent. How would that look like?
No.
Wait, how would it look like? You
It's
said
two
it
lines.
assumes
It's
that,
two
right? So
points.
so
What the fuck are you talking about?
wait,
Who
you said
talked
that you
about
can
any
bend.
bends? Nobody talked about any bends at any point.
You literally just did, but okay.
Stupidity.
I'm trying to
No, I
support
did
your
not.
case, but you're just fumbling every ball that you're given.
What
It's
the
kind of weird.
fuck are you talking about? You're not supporting anything. You're just talking bullshit.
AK.
Do you know how to establish a horizontal line?
Yeah,
Yes.
you have a line parallel to the horizon, right? On Earth, like literally just project that upwards. But
And what if you can't see the horizon?
you don't need that far to project
Well,
it upwards. You can draw a smaller line. But here's the thing, right? You said that you have sort of like a hard evidence of 2 points being equal height, anchored to Earth, and between those points there is a horizontal straight line 90 degrees, and it reaches the tip of each, and they're the same height. Where is that exactly? Is it a photo, or have you measured it, or how far are we talking?
Have you ever heard of a water level?
Water level.
Oh my
Yeah,
god. That
it's a
again.
tube filled with water.
Good job.
Cool.
All right, so you
So,
fill it up and you let it equalize. And when both sides are at equal elevation, that is a straight horizontal line.
by definition. So, what's the problem with that? It
Yeah,
doesn't
what's the problem with
differentiate
that?
at this point between that doesn't differentiate between a flat Earth and a globe. It's the problem, Jerry.
There is no problem. It's
That
just
is
reality,
the
right,
problem.
guys?
Yes,
Just
it's reality, but it's
What?
useless with regards to the discussion at hand.
Yeah, so are you.
At this point.
With your
No,
bullshit
you are,
waffle.
because you brought it up as a proof with regards to the question that is in discussion here.
It's a proof in reality.
But it does not
using real
differentiate
material.
the question at hand, and therefore it's useless. And therefore, you don't have any argument.
Therefore, waffle.
Wait, I have a question. So you're talking about
Yes, you're
water
waffling,
levels,
Jerry.
but how far apart are each end of the water tube that
As
you've
far as you
measured?
want.
No,
As
no,
far
that
as you
you've
want.
measured. You said that you have a claim, right? So you have
Yeah.
evidence. So
Yeah,
the
you
one
could do
that you
it.
used.
Do it.
Yeah, just the one you used.
I didn't use any. You could like
Oh, so you're just pulling shit out of your ass?
no, picture like a canal, right?
Wait, what is that?
The biggest one.
I'm picturing a big canal.
A canal, right? So neither side is higher than the other, right?
Well, I don't know, in my mind or in real life, like you're talking about you
In
have.
real life.
I wouldn't know. I haven't looked at it.
Well, do you know what would happen to the water if it wasn't?
Well,
No.
there is like a point of I feel like it's osmosis if it dilutes between a barrier, but otherwise it's just diffusion, right? And then it would equalize.
What would happen to the water if either side of the canal was higher than the other?
Yeah, it would travel over, I guess.
Then you'd have like an aqueduct, right?
I don't know what an aqueduct is.
It's a long stretch of
Canal,
water
connoisseur.
that is very like minutely inclined on one end, and it filters water between cities.
Transports water.
Or you'd have a river.
Well, like a dam, or what are you talking about?
Okay, 2 points of equal elevation of a body of water.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Well, you still haven't given any evidence. You just said, well, water behaves this way. I have never examined it. I think it is
What do you want?
so, and you
What do you
can
need
go and
evidence of?
examine it. Well, for
Here's the
instance, I
thing: he
could say,
doesn't
well,
even.
there exist pictures. I have taken pictures, and if you go from a distance from, let's say, a really tall building, right? You don't need two equally tall buildings as you laid out. That's one claim, and I haven't done that. I don't know two equally tall buildings to the centimeter being far enough apart that I could produce like a strong argument. But I have gone up and measured a building before, and I have looked at data, and then I've gone to another building and I've looked at data, and you can sort of project where, if you point a laser at a 90-degree angle, you can project where it should land, and you can go and you can track that, and it actually doesn't land there, right? And so, yeah.
Yeah, that's why I just use water, because with lasers you get refraction and light effects, but with water, you'll know if that
You know.
shit's higher than the other, because you know what's going to happen to the water if it's not. Right?
Yeah, Cherry.
Yeah,
The
but isn't
problem is it doesn't differentiate between a globe and a flat Earth, so
Yeah, I
it's
know. You
useless
can't
with regards to
differentiate
what the
one from
question is.
two. You're a waffle boy.
No, that's
Stay
incorrect.
out of the
1
conversation,
from 2 is
please.
differentiated by having 1 and 2
Stay out. No
having
one
the
cares
meaning
what
for
you
different
think.
words.
I'm gonna let
Oh,
you
I
guys
fucking
go
knew
at
it.
it.
Yeah,
Can
you're not
I
even like
interject
you're
something?
calling the investigation in what is necessary to understand and
Breathe.
differentiate the ideas
Breathe,
being
dude.
being presented. Voting. And as long as you do that, you won't be able to advance.
Could I say
That's
something?
enough. Yeah, go ahead, Penelope.
I think you're being too intellectually subtle for a mind that doesn't seem to be able to be that subtle. So if we painted for him a different picture, such as a basketball, maybe he can think of a basketball, and to then put toothpicks, which are straight lines, anywhere around that basketball, fill it with toothpicks. Then ask him if any of those toothpicks are parallel to each other. And maybe he could grasp the idea that the curve is what we're talking about, which differentiates one concept from another. So maybe that will help.
And you're talking about asking AT or AK?
The gentleman who was just speaking before you, because he doesn't seem to understand your concept. A parallel line creating a straight.
Penelope, I appreciate your concern, but I have no trouble understanding what Jerry is presenting whatsoever.
Did you
I'm trying to
understand
point
my
out the.
illustration?
Yes, I understand. And
Then, well, how
yes,
can you
that would
then
be
tell me how that is possible then on a sphere to have parallel
what is
lines?
parallel lines. Well, they would just be parallel to each other.
How?
Like
They're
you would
all
set it up so
angled
that they would parallel.
to each other.
What? Yeah. Okay. Yeah. That exactly, Penelope. That would be one valid way to differentiate a globe and a flat Earth. On a flat Earth, or what we call a flat Earth. Obviously, it's not flat. It has valleys, mountains, and so on, right? But what we mean with flat Earth is that all verticals of all different locations are parallel to each other, right? And on a globe, that's obviously not the case. And now you can go out and try and devise a test to find out which is the case in reality. The problem is Jerry's proposition does not test that, at least not in the way he phrased it. Now you can try and use that what he's using, which is level water, to try and devise a test to find out if it actually forms a flat surface or if it forms a curved surface. But that is different from what Jerry is saying.
No, it is not.
It is.
All water seeks level.
Yes,
The Earth
nobody
is
it's
composed
not
more than
inherent to water. It's an
72%
emergent
water.
property
That
of
makes the
water,
Earth
and it's not just
flat.
water. It's all liquids. But
We're
yes,
talking
that
about the
is
Earth
true.
and
But
water, which
at
is
this point,
the Earth is
at
composed
this
of
point, that does
72%
not differentiate a
water.
globe and a flat
Do
Earth.
not
Level
understand
and
that concept.
yeah, I understand that concept. I understand the concept that if level and horizontal are exactly the same thing, as we do usually conflate them, then the Earth cannot be a globe. I know that. I know that. If level is if a level of level water over a big distance forms a straight line, or gives a straight line, then it cannot happen on a globe. I know that. I understand that. There's no problem with that concept, Penelope whatsoever. What I'm trying to explain to Jerry is that at the point where
What
he's
universe are you living in? What reality are you living in then? Just a simply
same as
abstract
you
one
are.
where all things are
No,
possible in your mind and therefore it's true?
no, Penelope. You're jumping to conclusions. Like being able to
No,
entertain
I'm just
something and
simply looking
analyze
to assess
something,
your
being able to
position.
answer a question with logical reasoning and abstraction does not mean that I therefore have to regard everything as true. Like if I'm posed a question, if all polar bears are blue and you observe a purple bear, is that a polar bear? Me answering that question does not mean that I believe there's purple and blue bears.
Water,
Okay, it
does
just
water
means
not
that I can
always
logically conceive
seek
it.
its, does water not always seek its level?
Yeah, Penelope,
Always.
as a result of it
Always.
being a liquid. Yes, as a result of it being a
No
liquid, it
doubt.
does. Yes, but
That's
that
what we're
does not make
talking
a
about.
statement
The
about. That
very
does not,
element
at
that
this point, does
composes
not
the Earth.
differentiate flat Earth and
Hey,
globe. That's a problem.
Penelope, I can 100% tell you, reasoning with this dude is absolutely pointless and a waste of time.
All right.
I
can.
What would be necessary for you to get past the point where you try to explain the same thing over and over to me, and I try to get
Well,
you to
until you
understand
get
that.
it,
I
until you actually
understand that.
realize, that there are absolutes and water always seeks
Oh my
level.
fucking God.
And you're
Penelope.
always going to debate it. If you deny
I'm
reality,
not. No, my fucking God, Penelope.
that is
What would be
always going to be
necessary?
real. And the Earth will
Penelope.
always be
Hey,
composed of
can I?
water. You can't escape. There's no escape.
Penelope.
There's no logical way to
Hey.
escape it.
Okay, all right. Hey, Penelope. Can I ask you a question, please? I would like you to ask you a question. Is that okay? Is it okay if I ask you a question? Can you?
Well, there are many questions in the world, so
Can you
go ahead
humor
and
me?
ask
Can
them.
you
and we'll
humor me for
see.
a minute?
Is it okay if I
Can
waste
you
your
humor me
time?
for a minute? Would you mind humoring me for a minute or a few minutes? Is that okay? Okay. So, what would be necessary that you what would I have to understand? What to tell you or to explain to make you see that I have understood your point, and we can move on from that.
To
What
understand a
would make
point
you?
is not the same as as really comprehending it to the point where it can actually change your viewpoint. If you simply brush it over and say, "Oh, well, that's possibly true, but it's just a probability and it's just one of many, and therefore I can just reside in my abstract world of denial."
So, what is the difference between understanding and what did you say? The difference to and actually
If you really comprehend something to the point where you know
comprehending?
that there's no denying its truth, and not just as another probability.
Oh God, Penelope, what is necessary For what do I have to tell you? What do I have to explain to you?
No, I gave an
Or present to
instance,
you
for
in order
instance.
for you? Can you please listen to my question completely? Thank you. In order for you to recognize the fact that I have never said anything in conflict to what you said, that I never denied any of the part of water seeking its level, and so on. Like, that I have comprehended that, and that there is not even a
Is there anyone else who wants to talk?
Oh, that was wonderful how you did that.
I at least give him the props that he's able to talk so much without actually giving any substance to the whole matter. I mean, that's at least something
There's a
he can
certain
do
amount of
really good.
genius in that, isn't there?
Yeah. Just talk around it as long as you can to avoid the main point, which is what is the ground we're standing on? Is it bending? If yes, give the proof instead of just talking and talking around the whole premise. So does anyone can bring forward any proof of a ground that is spanning 360 degrees in every direction? If so, please do so. Thank you. So actually, I was going. What was the conclusion that it came down to when you were talking about the guy that asked about the Apollo missions being real or not? How did the conversation end?
Well, he'll go and think about it, but I think he'll end up a flat earther. I think I recruited one for you.
Ah, okay.
I
understand.
kept saying I made very good points and I was reasonable.
I didn't actually know that you can reason. I'm just joking.
Well, I'm the global whisperer.
You're like, you're also everywhere I am, man. That's crazy.
So, Guy, I was just doing the survey and I just wanted to know how many of you are undergoing mental health therapy treatment?
Oh, that's hilarious. Why would you be doing a survey on other people? That's kind of stupid, wouldn't it?
Tends to be how science works.
I mean, that's most surveys are on other people.
Yeah,
surveys
they
don't
do a
work
survey themselves
on
during a
what
scientific study.
surveys don't work on you trying to decide on what strangers have mental problems. That's not how surveys
Okay,
work.
so guys, if you
Do
can
you?
help me with my high school project, that'd be
Yes, I
really
agree
nice.
on that.
Thank you.
Oh, you do, right?
Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
It reminds me of those stories, you know, how like they say it's a common thing in mental institutions that inmates or like
Flat
patients,
earthers,
whatever you call
yeah.
them, will develop a delusion that they're the therapist.
The only person who can help me is myself, right? Is that what you're on about?
No, how people sort of, you know, it's quite often a trope in movies too. Somebody goes to a mental institution, they walking around, somebody's showing them around the place, giving diagnoses and stuff, and then it later turns out they're a patient.
Okay, that's a common movie trope. That's not exactly based in reality.
I think it is a common thing that happens in reality, that people with delusions,
psychosis,
once they come to terms with the fact that they really are in a mental hospital, develop the delusion that they are working there.
Yeah, man. Yeah. I've actually I'm not a flat earther, but I've got something called.
Hey, actually, do you have any proof of bendy ground?
I don't.
What? Was
None.
that a no? Ah, okay. Any have proof of bendy ground? Hey, Clipper, if you're trying to talk, you
Oh, sorry. Yeah, my Discord lagged out.
Yeah. So sorry if I interrupted you while you were talking, but I couldn't hear.
No, it's
one
all
could
good.
hear you.
It's all good. Can you not? Oh, you can hear me, right?
Yes, now we can hear you. Yes.
You guys, how are you going to feel though, Clay, when that elusive glober does come in here with the proof of bendy ground?
I don't know, man. I will see that if that will ever happen. I'm waiting patiently, you know.
Like the picture in the chat right now.
But surely,
like the picture in the chat right now that shows bendy ground.
I'm waiting patiently for 7 years.
Idiot.
You dumbass.
Here's
No,
two red sticks. Look, it's bent.
There's bendy ground. That's the drop you're looking for.
Nope.
Then explain how that picture happened.
I can give you a picture of Superman.
No, that's a pic. So basically, you're saying the person that took the picture is lying. Got it. That's an easy number. You're right.
No. What's the result of that picture?
I'll tell you. I'll explain it to you. There's a level line that you're taking a picture, and you're looking at a building 21 miles away that is a height of 240 feet above mean sea level, above average mean sea level, 240 feet above average mean sea level. It's the top of that building. The height of the picture is at 53 or 58 feet above average mean sea level, 58 feet above average mean sea level. You're looking at a level line from that height, a level line. And that means, because I feel like people miss all these words. They say, you're saying horizon. No, I said level line. You said it's above. So I'm saying all these things to make sure people catch it. And you're looking at the fact the top of that building is below the level line.
I get it.
High. How is that possible? Yes.
Okay,
how is that possible?
So what happens
Below
if the
the
guy?
level line.
Okay, 1 second. What happens if the guy that took the picture, the left picture, right? Look at the left picture, only left picture. What happens if the guy would move the camera upwards, just like, let's say, like 15 centimeters upward? What would happen to the red thingy and the white line? What would happen?
This is through the theodolite. This is the level line. Just answer the question of how is the building.
No. Can you answer my question? What happens if he
No,
moves
because
the
I asked a question. No, I asked a question first. You explain it.
Okay, what happens if I can tell you what happens?
Not explaining it. You asking me a question. You asking me a question isn't explaining it.
It's not level for 23 fucking miles, dude.
How is it not level? That's a level line that
For
you're looking at.
23 miles? Why do they make different? Okay, why do they make different size levels for construction?
Let me try this again. This is a line that is level.
No, it's a line in your head. dude, it doesn't level for 23 miles. Why
It
do they
doesn't need
make
to level.
different? Why do they make 10-foot levels, 6-foot levels, 6-inch levels? Why are they all different sizes?
Do you understand
Just
what's
answer the
being looked at
question.
here?
Just answer the question.
Well,
Why do they make different size levels?
they make different size levels for higher accuracy.
Oh, really? Why?
Yes, because sometimes you need higher accuracy.
So you're saying this is accurate for 23 miles?
21.2 miles, yes.
Yeah. So this is accurate for 21 miles.
Accurate in the sense of if something's below it or something's above it, that's all we have to do. We're not measuring to the inch. We're not
No,
measuring to
it's
the
not. It's
centimeter.
not
Whoa,
accurate.
Listen, hey, you're talking over me. You don't have to say it is hyper accurate to the millimeter to be level there. The question
We're
is
not measuring millimeters.
how is the top of that building below the level line?
Just
It's
told you
21
because
miles
it's
away.
not. I
It's the
told
only
you
question.
because it's not level for 21 miles.
Hey, what
I told you.
happens? Hey,
Can we have
again,
the original picture because I want to see if it's actually centered.
what happens if he puts the camera just 15 centimeters higher? Is that red thingy still going to be above the buildings? Yes or no?
So we already have this picture debunked once, or a picture similar to this. So let's see
I'm
the high
just looking for.
resolution picture.
I am
Let's see the
I'm
high
just looking.
resolution picture
Got
so
your
we can
answer.
show
It's
you
not
how it's
level for
wrong.
21 miles. It's not
I'm just
level
looking for. I am just looking for the example of how is the building's top below the level line, and you
I
guys are
just
just
told
saying
you
it's
it's
wrong.
not a
You're
level
just saying it's
line.
wrong.
It's level at the listen. It's level at the point at which it's measured, but it's not level for 21 miles.
Rap
It's a
Scuttle,
really
but
simple answer. I know you don't like the answer, but it's true. You already admitted that you need a longer level for more precision, right? So say you're off by 0.02 degrees. How many feet is that in 25 miles? You have no idea.
Well, we'll have to
so
do the math here. Hold on.
the original question is
2
a fair
meters, dude.
question, I think. What happens if you lift the camera above or below that red level? The answer to that is that those two levels will no longer be aligned. So the reason that they do it this way is that you can tell if the camera's level with the level. And the reason we use
Okay.
longer levels is because we usually have to lean that against two different points, right?
Yeah.
So that level is
For
going to
more
line up to a
accuracy.
smaller, well, more. It depends on what you're leveling. If something is very large, you need that level to reach both ends. You could sight down it, for
That's not
example, but that's
necessarily.
not going to be accurate.
Well, that's not necessarily how you use the level, right? So
Sure.
say
So
I was
local.
gonna. Well,
Go
just
ahead.
let's say I was gonna level something. If I use a 6-inch level and I use a 10-inch level, I'm gonna get a different result.
It depends on what you're leveling. So if it's like mason work, like bricks, then yes, you would want something longer because you're not going to get a very even surface, right? So something shorter might be raised up slightly by like gravel or sand or whatever. But if you're leveling something that is machined flat, it really doesn't matter. You could use like a 10-inch level. And if you know that the thing is flat, and the level is resting flat, you could use any size you want. But we use longer ones depending on what it is we're measuring, usually.
How long do you need to know if 21 miles is level?
How long of what?
How long of a level, right, do you
Mhm.
need to know if 21 miles is level? That you
Well,
have a 21-mile level line.
A 21-mile level.
Well, if you do it this way, I think that's pretty good. The further away you put these
I
red
think it's pretty good.
spokes,
Great answer.
no, the further away you put these red spokes, you'll get maybe more accurate. But I don't think that this is going to be the reason that this photo is invalid. I think you're barking up the wrong tree with that one.
Well, I don't really care what you think, but there's also
Sure.
another reason why they wouldn't line up. If the camera is tilted, right? If the plane of the sensor is not perpendicular to the level, right, to the level line, then it'll appear higher or lower. It's easy to do this with a camera.
But so we're sighting across 3 points though, right? You have the closest red level, the furthest red level, and the building. Right? So you want all right. So if all three of those, right, what we're citing is from where we're at, and the camera. Sorry, you have 4, right? So the camera to the first red line to the next red line, those are all going to be aligned, right? if we see these two red things as level.
Yeah, if the camera sensor is perpendicular to the line, in that red thing is dead center.
No, are you talking about like
Yeah,
tilt
dude,
shift?
because you're projecting onto a 2D surface.
No, that's not how that works.
That's how vision works. That's how
No.
optics work.
That's
The
not how
3D
cameras
world is
work.
projected onto a 2D surface.
Yeah, but that still is going to project. What's
If
the
the
word?
camera's tilted, it's not going to project straight, right?
That's incorrect. You are incorrect about that. So, do you know how a tilt shift camera works? Tilt shift lens?
Yes, I know how tilt shift. I can literally draw this in paint.
Right. So a tilt shift might get you that kind of weird perspective, but it's not going to throw off what is aligned in that image, right? It's going to distort things kind of like a taper up or down at the sides, but it's not going to throw off what is aligned as it hits the sensor.
Okay, you're assuming the camera is aligned with all this, but if the camera is not perpendicular, you can move it up or down and then it will appear aligned. This is simple, dude. It's not complicated.
It won't align those two red marks.
Yes,
Just
it
by
will.
tilting the
You can
No, it
literally
will
do
not.
this. You can literally do this yourself. It's not even. This is not debatable.
I
You
agree
can
that
do
it's not
this yourself.
debatable. Yeah, I have. I took 2 semesters of photography.
Okay, well,
it's not tricky.
Ask for your money back.
Okay.
Look, there's projection onto a plane. It's really simple, right? You can draw a line line from one of the tops of these red things and one from the other. And if it's tilted and higher, it'll project unevenly, right? And if it's tilted and dead even, right, the optical axis is centered. The optical axis would not be centered, and then it will project evenly, right? That's why I want to see the original image to see if this is in the center of the image. Because if it's in the center of the image and it's still lined up, then it is on line with the tops of these red things. But that doesn't negate the point that you can't level using this technique for 23 miles.
Can you show me like maybe a diagram of what it is you're talking about? Because what I'm picturing in my head doesn't work the way you're saying it works.
There's actually a photographer that demonstrated this. I don't know if the video still exists. Shit, man.
It's so funny people talking about women.
By the way, Rapscuttle, I'm looking at the Reddit post. Does he say how far this, how long he made this level?
Like a level, I think it's a 2 meter from the two lines. I think is what he said, either 1 or 2 meters apart for the two levels.
Okay.
I'd have to check that one. I think he said that in person at one point.
I mean, and then there's the other problem is that in the gold model, plumb is not perpendicular.
Thank you very much.
So plumb is not perpendicular to the ground in the globe model, by the way.
Sure it is.
In case you didn't know that.
Actually,
No, it isn't.
absolutely is. Yes,
no, it
yes,
isn't. No, it isn't.
Literally
No,
is.
it
Yes.
isn't. No, it isn't. It actually isn't.
Why isn't it?
According to the globe, lumpy gravity.
No, that's not the reason, right? So the issue is going to be what you're saying is we're defining perpendicular as the direction of gravity at that point, right? So we're actually saying this is the direction. So with like if you're talking to an ideal
gravity's
sphere,
tilted.
right? Barely, and that's actually part of the definition. The issue is if we're talking about kind of like you can imagine the gravitational kind of putting together a gravitational bound. Well, try to imagine. Like you're a flat earther, so you have some imagination. So
Actually, I don't. That's the problem.
Anyway, so what you have is imagine for a moment. Let's do an easier one. Imagine like a bar magnet. No, just because I'm trying to draw this out for you, just to try to explain it. Kind of cute. It's kind of nice. You imagine a bar magnet. You can actually you've seen the little picture of the lines around the bar magnet where people are like drawing the little magnetic field lines from north to south, and they kind of have the little patterns in it. That's like kind of equal potential lines. You can do that with electrical forces. These are lines of equal potential. Well, we do the same thing with gravity, where we say these are lines of equal potential to some degree, and then we're looking at perpendicular to that. Now, in the like absolute sense. Yes, it is a little bit on the lumpy side, but it's when you say lumpy, it is minuscule. Like it's going to be as flat as anything you've ever made in your life. It's how close it is
Nonsense.
to
You're
flat.
just making
So
shit
now,
up, dude.
no,
You're
no,
just
I'm
making
sorry.
shit up.
Would
Okay,
you like
so
to repeat what
I'll
you just
give you a
said?
citation. Okay, use and abuse of deflection of the vertical by Weatherstone. He's what do you call it? Well, he's a professor, and physics professor, right? And he does geodesy for a living. His measured deflections are the largest ones are 0.71 degrees. So you're just making shit up that it's minuscule. It's not minuscule. If it was minuscule, you wouldn't need to account for it.
Well, wait, how do you account for it? Like, how is that deflection happening at all? Like, what are you thinking he's measuring? You just cited him. What do you think he's measuring at this point? Is this mass attracting mass? How is he measuring anything lumpy?
Gravity's not mass attracting mass, dude. And there's no evidence that it is.
So what is he measuring?
Fuck if I know. No one knows what causes the downward vector, dude. No one knows that.
It's gravity.
There's no experiment.
Yes,
Yeah, that's a cool
absolutely.
story.
Cavendish.
So give me the
Cavendish.
Cavendish. What falls in Cavendish?
Mass attracting mass is actually measured.
What falls in Cavendish?
What follows or falls?
Falls, right? So you're making a leap of logic. I set up two balls on a freaking torsion bar, and I'm going to extrapolate that to why things fall. That's a non sequitur, dude.
So what is happening in Cavendish then?
Why don't you why don't you extrapolate dowsing rods to why things fall? Dowsing rods come together, right?
So what is happening in Cavendish?
Cavendish isn't consistent. That idea.
What is happening?
Dowsing rods are bullshit. That's all.
Yeah, what is happening in Cavendish?
Cavendish is bullshit. That's all.
You keep saying that. Yet undergraduate physicists do it all the time as part of a lab project.
And it fails all the time.
It doesn't. What are they measuring?
Dude, you're just making shit up again. No. It does fail all the time.
It doesn't fail. It doesn't come out as accurate in the readings because it's an undergraduate experiment, but you still see mass attract mass. What are they measuring?
It fails all the time, regardless of what you say. I can post half a dozen videos of it failing.
What are they measuring?
They're not measuring anything.
They're not, so just random coincidence that it occasionally works? Is that what you're saying?
That's right. That's exactly right. You got it.
So all the scientists that repeated this experiment successfully, total just coincidence.
What about all the scientists that failed to repeat the experiment successfully?
Yeah.
What about those results?
They go, well, in that case, they go, oh, look at this. We remeasured our torsion on the string, and that's what happened to turn out. Oh, it turns out this was actually old. It turns out this was wrong. They actually hunt down and find the reason that it didn't
don't
work.
remeasure anything.
They do
what's called confirmation bias and cherry picking, right? They go, oh, it must be user error, so we're going to reset up the apparatus and we're going to keep running it until we get the result we want.
No.
It's the same thing with Foucault's pendulum.
Yeah. And where's this happening in
Wait, I'm sorry. The same thing with Foucault's pendulum. You think you can't do that at home? So have you tried?
Where does it happen in reality, mate? Where does this happen?
Foucault's pendulum is known to give spurious results. This isn't even debatable, dude.
Yeah, I walk around town all the time and see Cavendish experiments.
You can just run Foucault's pendulum on your own. The guy just did it in 1850.
Yeah, and then if it doesn't work, then what? And then if it doesn't give the result that you expect, then what?
Then you publish and go, look, I found an example of Foucault pendulum not working.
Dude, they're all over the place. There's actually one from the so-called South Pole.
There's a Foucault pendulum.
So they ran a Foucault pendulum in the South Pole, and the result was it went backwards.
That's great.
And they didn't realize it. It went. Hey, hold on.
The South Pole that they got to? I mean, like, I'm sorry, I thought people couldn't get to the South Pole. So now people get to the South? So people can get to the South Pole.
You're an asshole.
I said alleged South Pole, right? Do you know what the word alleged means?
So now I don't know, where did they go? Like, where are they in your world?
Listen, You're missing the forest of the trees. Where are they?
I
They're
don't know
on some
what.
fucking.
Yeah.
They're in a building somewhere that's called Amundsen Station on a bunch of ice. That's where they are.
So
But what they
I'm
expected
confused.
was 15 degrees times the sign of the latitude. That's what they expected. First time they ran it, it went backwards, according to what the globe model is. Second time, they got one 360-degree rotation that would have been every 2.25 days. Then they ran it again, and on the third time, then they got the result they wanted, and then they declared victory. Is that the scientific method? Is that science, right? Where you discard 2 out of 3?
Well, so you act like so. But wait, to be clear, you're acting like these people were not just doing this as a demonstration, as opposed to trying to do it to measure something. They weren't attempting to do a measurement. They were attempting to demonstrate Foucault's pendulum. Period. They weren't attempting to experiment with it because they literally already knew they were on the South Pole. They literally had traveled down to this world where you can't get to. They literally. You're saying now that they can't know where they are.
How did they know that? Like, listen, they say they have no idea where they are, right? They just set up somewhere. And they're like, we're going to try to figure it out with the Foucault's pendulum. Where would they be when it went backwards? They'd be on the North Pole, right?
Why would they
and
have
then when
no
it
idea
went
where
every
they are?
2.24 days, they'd be on another planet, right?
Why would they have no idea where they were?
Dude, you have mental problems. You're not actually listening.
You're a funny guy.
Ooh, that was a
okay. I'll tell you why. Right? So there's 24 hours of daylight. Look, there's 24 hours of daylight in the south, right? Let's say they just fucking decided to start traveling.
Yes.
So how would they know where they are without the stars?
Oh, easy. You look at the sun, right? You can actually know when you get to the South Pole by looking at the sun, because over a 24-hour period, the sun's actually going to go up and down a little bit, and they actually got to the South Pole, and that's actually how the first explorers realized they were there. Is they took sun shots to watch the motion of the sun over a 24-hour day.
You're making up more shit, dude. Just making up more shit.
I'm not.
Okay, you can read Amundsen's notebook where he said they only saw the sun for one day the entire time they were there, and that it was driving everybody crazy. Listen, they saw the sun for one single day while they were there. It's in Amundsen's notebook. He wrote it down. He wrote about how it was driving everybody crazy.
You asked me how it was done, and I told you.
But that's not what's observed. You're just making shit up. See, it's not observed. No,
you can
the sun.
You can go up to Barrow, Alaska. Have you thought about going to Barrow, Alaska and trying?
Barrow, Alaska is not the South Pole, is it?
No, it's the North Pole. It's the same effect, though, right? You can actually see it there too.
Okay, the North is different than the South, right? They're not the same thing, and just because in your concept they're the same thing doesn't mean they're the same thing in the physical world.
Really?
Yeah, really. Your imagination is not the physical world. It's a novel idea, but really, it really isn't.
Right, but if you want to see what the effect is, you can go to Barrow, Alaska and do it. And you can do the same thing in the South Pole. You asked me, how did they do it?
Yeah,
I told you, said, no, they didn't.
No one argues that you can see the sun for 24 hours in the North. Nobody argues that.
Well, that's not true. I've actually argued with a flat earther who said that's also a lie, who said that can't actually happen. Like, have you seen it? And they actually asked, so yes, people do argue that as well.
So now we got to depend on random flat earthers. A flat earther said, yeah, some globers said gravity was caused by the rotation of the Earth. You going to defend that?
That's an interesting misconception.
Well, I mean, he's a glober, right? Can't you guys get your story straight?
Well, I mean, you're right.
See how specious that argument? See how specious that argument is? It's childish.
Okay. Well, I just don't know. You guys are like telling me that the people that go to the South Pole don't know where they are, that they're doing random things, that they have their total liars, they're making up things.
No, that's a straw man. That's a straw man.
To determine where they are.
Yeah, that's a straw man.
They're not using the Foucault. They're not using the Foucault pendulum. They're not using the Foucault pendulum to determine where they are.
If they did, they'd be lost.
They would not. Well, okay. Like, how do you? If they did, they'd be lost. Well, you're not going to use that, right? You're going to use any number of other tools to do it. The Foucault's pendulum then is the.
No, but they're measuring rotation. Does the rotation change?
Yeah. No,
so are they measuring rotation or not?
They're measuring rotation, yes.
If they're measuring rotation, then they can tell based upon the precession of the Foucault's pendulum where they
Yes. They could do that, yes.
are. Okay. Then if they did this, right, they didn't know where they were in a hypothetical, they
So
would
just
be
making up a
lost.
story. We're in imagination land now. All right, in
No,
imagination land, they would be lost. In total imagination land, yes, in this world of imagination you've come up with, they'd be lost.
You're missing the point.
There's
This
a
is
world of
cherry
imagination. I'm
picking.
not going to play in your imagination land now.
Oh
This
God,
is
I'm gonna have to
going
mute
off
you. All
imagination
right.
lands.
Going off
Someone
your
mute
proof, they
him,
would be lost.
or I'll mute him. Psycho.
Hey, someone needs to change the title from Speculation Sunday to something else, just saying.
Yeah, and you, I think you're just banging your head against the fucking brick wall.
Fucking psychos, man. I got you failed. Now I'm gonna throw a temper tantrum, thrash myself all over the floor. Sad, man. Fucking sad.
And they make shit up in real time.
Deflection of the vertical.
Yeah, another
Curved plumb
flat earther.
lines. That's the globe model. Curved plumb lines. Plumb lines curve in the globe model, dude. Own it.
Another flat earther probably did say, "Have you seen it yourself?" Because he was just making stuff up.
I mean, whether they did or whether they didn't, it's irrelevant. It's just like a smoke and mirrors deflection, just like I just, heaped on him every stupid phrase a Glover said. We have something like nearly 1,000 globe logic memes that are just batshit fucking crazy. Here's a good one. Imagination is the best evidence for the globe. Okay, so there you go.
Well, you just need to
leave for like 30
imagine.
minutes. I'll be back.
You just need to imagine that you're living on a spinning, wobbling, tilted surface. As long as you imagine that, it's all good. Everything becomes reality with pseudoscience, whatever. I'm not entitled to speak perfect English. Pseudoscience. How do you say pseudo? I don't even know.
Pseudo. Just forget the P.
Pseudoscience.
Just say it like it's an
Pseudoscience. Thank you.
Yeah.
Good.
So if you see a very small arc of an angle when the rocket lifts off and it goes and looks like it's going,
Can I do it?
and it looks like as if it's going down onto the ground again, it actually is going over the curvature of Earth into space and falling around the Earth. It just looks like a very small arc.
You should try do Kerbal. It'll explain all that stuff for you. If you want to be explained,
Dude, in Kerbal, if you stand on the ground in Kerbal and you zoom out a little bit, the Earth is already a ball, man. It's like the size of America or something, ripped to a ball. I know Kerbal Space Program, man. I have played it.
Yeah. That's why. But that all I'm saying is that explains this whole like why rockets don't go straight up.
I was really sympathizing with you. I was really sympathizing with you when you talked about the Russians and Americans drinking their own coffee, but now I'm not simping with you anymore. Using Kerbal Space Program, dude.
Let's go.
Well, it explains it quite well, I think.
Dude, I know.
I'll try. Let's go.
Do you really think I don't understand how your model is trying to tell me that this little arc of a curve means the rocket goes into space? You really think I don't understand the principle behind it?
Sounded like you didn't just then. Maybe I was mistaken.
Who's making these weird noises in the background?
Don't know.
Yeah, I think it's Mike.
Sorry, my bad.
Noises. Someone's like just have like a hot mic, but it's quite.
Okay.
We're good now. Sorry, my bad.
Hey, no problem, man.
Nestor.
No problem. Happens to me.
Kein Problem.
Kein Problem.
Das ist alles kein Problem.
Alles gut unter der Hut.
Alles klar.
Alles klar, Kommissar.
Das ist alles kein Problem. Nicht, meine lieben Freunde und Artgenossen.
Alles mir Hande.
Da da da. All right, climb forecast.
Yeah. Where were we?
Load.
All right, Tony, water boils 100 degrees. I agree. Yes, let's go. Next question, please.
Yeah, so my question was if you've actually tested that yourself.
Yes, I can. Yes, I have. Yes.
Things myself.
Okay. What's something a little more complicated?
140.
I don't know. You're the one asking the fucking questions, bro.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, I'm trying to think of a simple one that would be easy enough to do, but people just kind of accept it. Like most people haven't tried measuring the temperature of water, right? Most people just kind of accept that. And someone the other day said that there are experimental results that they accept on the principle of them being on their being in principle repeatable. But when that was tested, they actually didn't accept those results.
What results are you talking about?
I don't remember what we were talking about specifically. It might have been Cavendish, maybe.
Okay,
but
so what's your question, my friend?
I guess generally the question is, what would you accept as true from something that you didn't yourself do?
Oh shit! No.
Nothing.
Yeah, no, obviously nothing, because if you can't repeat it, then if you can't repeat it with the same result, and I'm unable to, unless I need a large fucking hypercollider or something to make an experiment, I'm not quite sure what I would accept as true. No, I would accept anything as true if I couldn't repeat it. I mean, isn't that obvious?
I mean, maybe. It depends maybe what we're talking about when we say true. Like, would you accept it as sort of a given?
No, we're not talking about true. We're talking about experiment.
So, okay, a silly example that's sometimes tossed out there is like, you've never been to China, but you accept that it exists, right?
Oh, I've heard this one before. Jesus, way back in 2014 or something. Yeah. How do you know?
It's silly, but it kind of
if you've never
shows the
been
point.
there, right? But there's like, millions of people telling you that Australia is there, but you've never been there. How do you? But that's that's like that's not that's a thought experiment, or
Yeah, but it goes to the issue of like how far do we need to verify something to take it as writ?